This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a hump day edition of Sean and RJ. Entire crew is here as always. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, and Ryan running things in the back on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, truckwreck.com text line, Diamond Factory hotline. It's all open. We have the playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40 today. Nick Eatman and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insiders. As I know, I'm getting laughed at.
Yeah.
Many a Tolo saying, why did you think it would be any different? The Dallas Cowboys did not make a move during the trade deadline yesterday.
Look at Peyton coming into his own over here.
There you go.
It's very disappointing. Or was it? You know, I mean, maybe if you like to keep your powder dry, you got to keep your powder dry.
Yeah.
Maybe you like that. Or maybe you felt you didn't need anything.
I'm a little let down. I'm not outraged. What was the obvious move to make? Odell Beckham is still out there for a reason.
That may be the obvious move.
I know the New York Giants were asked about it yesterday. Their GM said, yeah, he's healthy. Sure, we'd be interested in talking with him. We'd be interested in talking with Odell. There are reports about Brandon Cooks and how close they came with a deal there, with a possible second-round pick, an $18 million figure that was thrown out there. Bobby Bell, Ed Warder, Mike Fisher talking about Brandon Cooks maybe getting close. They did make a move as the Tristan Hill experiment is finally over. I guess we're just going to go ahead and blame that on Rod Marinelli, as Tristan Hill is no more here, a failed second-round pick.
Well, I mean, you know, that's kind of how it works, right? You know, the good picks are Jerry's picks, and the bad picks are everybody else's.
Yeah.
No. All joking aside, that was an experiment you're going to miss.
But look at the other moves. Bradley Chubb, you weren't going to get on that. You don't really need that. You have maybe the best pass rush in the National Football League, and Bradley Chubb is going to get $20 million or more from the Miami Dolphins. I love the Calvin Ridley move by Jacksonville. We'll talk about that specifically later. Calvin Ridley does not help you at all this season. He's suspended for gambling. TJ Hawkinson, you got tight ends. He goes to Minnesota. Jeff Wilson, running back.
That one may hurt, though.
Which one?
The Hawkinson one. It may hurt because it makes Minnesota. Like, who do they not have to throw to now?
I know. Orlovsky yesterday said they have the second best weapons, at the very worst, the third best weapons in the NFC.
Yeah, Kirk's got no excuse. He could give you his circadian sleep rhythm chart all he wants, that he doesn't work past 3 p.m. But he has no excuse.
The one I think you're going to harp on a little bit through Cowboys lenses that you would have liked to seen them get involved with, Chase Claypool to the Chicago Bears.
Yep, and that's it. To me, that would have been the guy that I would have gone to get based on cost right now, in terms of like his salary right now, which is like he's owed like this year and next year combined for like $4 million. So he's cheap, and he only cost you a second. So you get a top flight wide receiver, not the best wide receiver in the league, but a really good one for a second round pick, and you're paying him nothing. I mean, that's who I would have gotten again.
Yeah, this would be a lot easier for me to criticize this morning if there was a big-time corner dealt, if there was a monster defensive tackle dealt to help you in the run game. We talked about some of the receivers. I'm not going crazy that they didn't pull off those moves. Nyheim Hines gets traded to Buffalo. Again, another running back. So I felt pretty satisfied and okay after I saw the names that were moved throughout the league yesterday. Yeah. By the way, the busiest trade deadline in the history of the National Football League, but the Cowboys were not involved, and Minneapolis are not happy about it.
Yeah, look, I mean, the other teams, Minnesota and Miami, they basically told you, we're going for it. We feel like we've got a team. We feel like we've got a guy. We feel like I think that really kind of says something, that they feel like Tua is the guy, and they feel like Kirk is the guy, and that they have teams that are really teams that can win. And it made me feel like the Bears, by trading for Claypool, said, we don't have a team that can win. We feel like this is our quarterback.
Right? Or we need to give our quarterback at least a chance.
Or we need to give him a chance. Either one. And the Lions said, we are so far away, we're just going to start blowing things up.
Man.
Because that's in the division. I mean, that's a good player. He's a good player. That's a good offense. Like, they just took away from their strength. I didn't get it. But the Cowboys, they didn't make a move. That either told me that all this thing that Jerry said was BS, or
well, he did say at the end of the interview to us, don't get too out on the edge. Don't get too far out on the edge of your seat.
Yeah. So either all that he said was BS, or they feel like they have a team that is already good enough, or they don't really feel. They feel this is smoke and mirrors.
What's y'all's disappointment level? 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Meanwhile, Game 3 of the World Series taking place in the Madhouse.
Comes home, and the pitch swung on, hit deep, right field, and the Phillies are going to lead it.
Yeah, they are.
Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top with a 2-run home run over the out-of-town scoreboard. Simply amazing. Harper here at home has homered on back-to-back swings.
These guys at the game?
Yeah, I think so.
Listen to the first 10 seconds, first 5 seconds. It sounded way too clear. It sounded like they were in a broom closet.
I know, right?
That they were sitting there with the door closed without that Philly crowd.
Comes home, and the pitch swung on, hit deep, right field, and the Phillies are going to lead it.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. Bryce Harper sending that place into a freaking frenzy. And the freaking Philly. You know, I know that we're supposed to be rooting for the Phillies. I don't know. I don't know whether I'm just incapable or it's impossible for me to root for either one. I was picking, I was wanting the Phillies to win over the armpit more than the other side, but there's just something seeing them celebrate the whole pizza story we're going to get to in a second. I don't know if I'm rooting for Philadelphia over Houston. I don't know. Maybe I have jealousy over that crowd and that environment, but it bothers me to think that the Phillies are going to win the World Series.
I loved it. Holy cow. I was just like, God, this is awesome. Screw Houston and that team. And that is the most hateable team with the unlikely Alex Bregman choking up on the bat. Like, grow a pair, dude. You're in the major leagues. You don't choke up on the bat. Why don't you get over 6 feet tall, too? And then Altuve, stop moving your mouth.
Stop moving your mouth.
Like, he's like the Joker.
Puff Daddy, P. Diddy?
Yeah, he's constantly like moving his lips and mouth and tongue, and there's so many things to hate about that team.
And the crowd chanting cheater and stuff when Maldonado's at the plate. Oh, I loved every bit of it.
Oh yeah, because the bat.
Yeah.
Okay, explain that story. Grab that audio from yesterday, Peyton, while RJ is resetting it.
So, Martin Maldonado has been in the league for about a decade now. He's catcher.
Not Candy's son?
Not actually, he might be. I don't know. He's a good player. I mean, he's not a good hitter, but he's a good receiver. Well, Albert Pujols sent him one of his bats, and Maldonado's like, "Yeah, I'll use this thing. It's Albert Pujols' bat." Well, it turns out that the bat's illegal.
The bat is illegal. Peyton, what's the report?
So it's Tom Verducci talking about Maldonado using Albert Pujols' bat in Game 1 and how it's illegal.
Yeah, Martin Maldonado is using a different bat today here in Game 2. He found out from MLB today that the bat he used last night was not a legal bat. It was a model that he obtained from Albert Pujols, and he used it because he thought it was very similar in size and weight to his own model. The barrel, he said, was slightly bigger. And he also thought it was a way to honor the baseball legend, of course, retiring with the close of this season. But here's the catch to it, guys. In 2010, Major League Baseball changed the bat specifications. And that bat, that Pujols modeled bat, was no longer legal, except if you were playing prior to 2010, it was grandfathered in. So Albert Pujols could use that bat, but Maldonado, who began his Major League career in 2011, was not legally able to use that bat.
So the bat is illegal, but Pujols could still use it because it was grandfathered. What sense does that make?
Baseball has done this for years. So, like, back when they instituted batting helmets, you didn't have to wear a helmet if you played before. Hockey did this too, right? Guy Carbonneau didn't have to wear a helmet when he was the last guy to wear them, right? Or whatever, something like that. And then, now everybody's got to wear a visor unless you were around before they wore visors. And then baseball did this with the flaps on the ear flaps. You didn't used to have to wear an ear flap. So you would see guys that played in the 70s, like, Ozzie Smith or Dave Winfield, who, when they got to the 90s, were still wearing their old skull cap catcher's hat helmet and not the one that had the ear flap. So baseball's always done this with the grandfathered in.
But it makes it feel like, okay, with the helmet, I'm not thinking that there's
You get
any
an advantage.
shortcut or an advantage.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
With the bat, it's like, why is the bat illegal now?
yeah, I don't know why they made it illegal. I don't know what. I think it was the barrel size.
No, I saw an explanation that bat shattered a lot.
Oh, so it was a danger issue for the other for the pitcher or the hitter.
Yeah, I think that bat shattered a ton.
That could be it. Those maple bats they brought out back in maybe late 90s, early 2000s, shattered like crazy. So like that was the issue, and I love how Verducci's kind of laughing at this. Oh, he's using it illegal, but no, I mean, come on, guys, this team cheats nonstop.
The Phillies are up now 2-1 in the World Series after the 7-0 shutout victory last night. Steve Nash is gone. The Nets coach, former Maverick, has been fired. The Stars explode again offensively, and R.J. Choppy sitting on top of the college football world.
For 3 more days.
Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and R.J. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the
RJ Choppy sitting on top of the college football world last night and this morning. As I was wrong, you were absolutely correct, as your Tennessee Volunteers top out at number 1 in the first release of the college football playoff rankings.
Oh, man, give it to me. Let me gloat while I can.
You were live broadcasting this thing.
I have 3 days. 3 days to gloat about this. And then we play Georgia. God knows what happens. Because the winner of that game is in, I think, regardless, unless they completely fall on their face. By the way, it would be so Tennessee to beat Georgia and then lose to Missouri. It would just be so us. But, what a day. And I knew when the 10th pick was made, when LSU was right number 10, I was like, it's it. It's over. There's no way they're going to have a team with 2 top 10 wins not be number 1.
So how is it that, well, I guess they don't go by Vegas. Georgia is an 8.5-point favorite.
Yeah.
But you guys are number 1.
Who knows?
It's like, okay, fine. Georgia barely favored at home, but 8.5 is a huge number.
Yeah, I think in college they give the home team like 6 or 7.
Okay.
So like it's probably not like that. We would probably be favored if we were at home. It wouldn't be by 6.
No.
It may be by a point or 2. I don't know. But we would be favored at home. I think. I don't know. But this is like the committee. If the committee was going to follow their own criteria, this was the only one that could be number 1. They had 2 wins over, what they consider top 10 teams. They have a game control metric, which is how much of the games that you've played, how many minutes of the game or percentage of the game have you been in control of, and which we're number 1 in the nation in that. So it's like they really had to be if they were going to follow their own criteria.
So let's go through the rankings and pick at whatever you agree or disagree with. The Vols are number 1. Ohio State is number 2. Georgia is number 3.
And I don't think if any of those were number 1, 2, or 3, you could have a real issue. I don't think you could. I mean, all those 3 teams are, they're all tremendous right now.
So Vols, Buckeyes, Bulldogs, and my Clemson Tigers coming in at number 4.
And this is the first time when I saw this, I was like, y'all gotta be kidding me.
Because you said Michigan had to be guaranteed at 4, right?
I thought so, but Michigan's non-conference stinks. I think it was 100th, their non-conference schedule. Clemson just, if you're going by like game control or the eye test, like they've been terrible. They've barely beaten some, also rans.
All right, that's enough with this music. Come on.
All right.
That's enough.
They still play the Osborne Brothers version of that.
All right, go get the Osborne Brothers version. Let's hear what he's talking about. Clemson at 4, Michigan at 5, Bama at 6, TCU at 7.
That's kind of where we thought, right? They're getting screwed by the humans because the computers like the Big 12 a lot. The computers think the Big 12 is the second best conference right now. But the humans see it, and they're like, nobody in your conference has fewer than 2 losses except for you. And they can't get over that hump.
Oregon at 8. USC with Lincoln Riley at 9. How about LSU?
Yeah.
I thought this was over at the beginning of the season.
We wrote them off.
Thought they were like the Cowboys.
We wrote them off.
After game 1.
Yep, they had gotten beat. They got blown out by Tennessee at home. They got beat by Florida State, where on that it was a last second field goal miss or something like that, an extra point miss, and it was just a bad start for Brian Kelly.
LSU at 10, Ole Miss at 11, UCLA with Chip Kelly at 12, Kansas State after what they did to Oak State at 13. What a great year for them. What a program.
Really is. Yeah.
Utah at 14, Penn State at 15, and they kind of picking and choosing to the rest. Oklahoma State comes in at number 18, the Texas Longhorns at number 24.
Yeah, so the Pac-12's got 3 of the top 12 teams. That's good. 3 teams from 7 to 12. That's really good for a conference that's about to die. The Big 12 coming in with a couple of teams there in the top 15 or so, 19, I guess. I thought it was really good for K-State to be there. They've had some big wins, like really big wins. And then that game with TCU just didn't work for them.
All right, turn this up.
It's the original.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Rocket top, ain't no telephone bill.
You don't like it?
Not really.
Little too like yodely.
It's still a little too yodely. That's a guy.
It's catchy. It's catchy.
It's a guy, by the way, singing that.
Yeah, anytime you play a song this old, I'm like, can we play this? Is there some type of references? I don't know. So the R.J. Choppy-led Tennessee Volunteers coming in at number 1 in the country. How about the Stars exploding for 5 goals against the Kings? They scored 4 in the second. Rope Hintz had 2 scores and an assist. Forget about 4 in the second. They scored 3 times in 91 seconds as the Stars beat L.A.
Man, they just keep winning. That's all this team does right now is they just keep on winning. And I was in Vegas. My buddy was a Knights fan, and we've got their old coach, Pete DeBoer, and he is like, man, you're gonna love him early and you're gonna hate him late. So we are just gonna take all that good juju on him early right now because he has done a great job early on in this season.
Well, they had lost 2 out of 3,
yep.
2 in a row, and now they've won 2 out of their last 3. They'll take on the Coyotes coming up next on the road. They'll be taking on Phoenix tomorrow night. The former Phoenix Sun, Steve Nash, has been fired by the Brooklyn Nets. He's out with a record of 2-5. Then the Nets played last night against Chicago. It's the first game on TNT as they just set up Barkley and Kenny and Shaq on a tee to go off on the Nets disaster, and Brooklyn ends up losing to Chicago. They're now 2-6. Steve Nash is gone. And then the follow-up report.
Oh, my God.
The follow-up report that they're about to hire Ime Udoka, who's been suspended by the Boston Celtics. Incredible. Unbelievable.
Guys, you can't make this up. The Celtics, like let's just, where do you start? First of all, poor Steve Nash. This is probably a blessing for him. I would love to set him up with a lie detector. Give him some truth serum.
Yeah, they said it was mutual.
Yeah, give him some truth serum and be like, what do you really think of Kyrie Irving?
KD's the one who gave the ultimatum.
Yeah, he is.
He's the one who gave the ultimatum. Me or Nash. And they were able to settle that out for 7 games.
For 7 games.
I love Kevin Durant. He loves to be Mr. Truthful, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Honest about everything else. And yesterday, he was asked for his reaction to the news that Nash is gone.
When did you find out about Steve? How were you informed?
About 1:15, I woke up from my nap and turned to the right and seen it on ESPN.
And what were your, initial reaction? Everybody knows what went on this summer, but what was your first thought when you saw that?
Shocked. You're always shocked when a move like this happens, but it's normal in the NBA. So it's about getting ready for the game tonight. So quick turnaround always in the league, especially during the season. You got practice games coming up, so you can't think too much about it, but it was on the mind for a little bit today.
All right, that sounded a little colder than what I read. What I read, he was like, I love going to work with Steve. I was not consulted or told by management upstairs this was going to happen. So he sounded a lot more surprised while reading it. A little colder when I heard the audio just then.
Oh, I just, rolled over, saw it, I got to go to work, so I just put it behind me, whatever. It's just, it's no big deal. He's just not going to work for us anymore, and, I don't have to worry about him.
What a disaster.
Awful.
And then we got to ask at 6:40, they had this debate last night, Kenny versus Charles. Can you hire Ime Udoka right now? Kenny said yes. That's the Celtics suspension. That's the Celtics problem. And did Brooklyn change their mind because of public pressure and back off the hire? The GM was asked at the presser, Woj, Shams put it out there. Udoka's your next coach. No, absolutely not. Did the public backlash over the Udoka timing change the Nets' mind or opinion? 6:40 this morning. It's Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt, the playmaker Michael Irvin, and Nick Eatman going to join us from DallasCowboys.com to talk about the Cowboys doing nothing during the deadline. But other teams did. Who won and who lost? The craziest day of trades ever in the National Football League. 6 a.m. headlines next.
2 of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. It was the craziest NFL trade deadline in the history of the league. 8 players dealt. I'm not sure if Nyheim Hines counts as number 9. I think it was 8 players dealt. Let's talk about the big ones. Of course, the Dallas Cowboys not getting involved. More on that at 6:20 this morning if you are really frustrated about it on the truckwreck.com text line. The biggest move, the Denver Broncos trading Bradley Chubb to the Miami Dolphins for a package that includes a first-rounder. So it's going to be a first, a fourth, and Chase Edmonds involved in this deal. Bradley Chubb to the Dolphins. They have struggled in terms of generating pressure. They've pressured quarterbacks 22% of their dropbacks this year. That's the 4th lowest rate in the NFL. They have 15 sacks in 8 games. That's 21st in the league. Chubb has 5.5, tied for the team lead, and he's got 26 in 49 career games with Denver. He is scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this season, so the pressure is on for Miami to work out the long-term deal.
Yes, it is, because the last thing you want to do is give up compensation for somebody like that and then not sign him.
Yep.
Right? You don't want to do all that. So there is definitely pressure on them to re-sign him and make sure that he's there long-term. But, man, are they going for it?
Yeah, this is what the NFL Live crew was talking about with Ryan Clark and Orlovsky and Marcus Spears yesterday. Ryan Clark especially, and I thought it was a great point. This is a confidence in Tua move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right?
it is.
This is an over-the-top playoff move. This is we got to get to Mahomes or Josh Allen in a playoff game move.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't think you have your quarterback, you probably don't make this move. So this is Mike McDaniel maybe sitting in the front office saying, we got the offense. We're good there. We got the QB. Mm-hmm. Let's go and get the difference-making pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is they're telling you that we're going to go for it, that we believe we have a team that can compete. I don't know why they think that. They're in the same division as Buffalo. They're in the same division as that's the same conference as Kansas City.
I think Miami's scary.
I think they're scary. I think if they were in the NFC,
I think because of Tyreek and Waddle, they could explode for 35 on anybody. I still don't know how I feel about Tua. I haven't changed my mind on him as much as I have Jalen Hurts this year. I'd have to sit there and watch a lot more of his game-to-game throws, but I do not want to see the Miami Dolphins in the postseason if I'm one of the big dogs. I may even want to see them less than a team like Baltimore or Cincinnati. I don't think that's a hot take.
I mean, Tyreek and Waddle are terror especially out of the slot. Like you can't put a safety on them. You know, if they get to a bad matchup, and that's what this thing is. It's about finding ways to get those guys matched up with safeties if you can over the top on when they go help coverage.
I also think the Dolphins are one of those teams. They've been out of it for so long. Like, boom, let's just go for it. Year one, momentum.
Why not?
Chubb is young. Let's get him re-signed, and bam.
You got your chance. Take your chance. You never know when you're going to get back here.
Because we talk about this in the NFC with it being weak. After Buffalo and Kansas City, what is the AFC?
After Buffalo and Kansas City, it's not much. It's Tennessee. It's Miami. It's Tennessee.
Baltimore.
It's Baltimore. And I think Baltimore poses problems for everybody just because of the way they run their offense. But, dude, is Miami better than the Cowboys?
I would probably pick the Cowboys. But I'd be worried.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the Cowboys are better because of their defense. Why, is it a toss-up for you?
I'll tell you what, I put my power rankings together before the trade deadline. And I wonder, should I switch anything up with Miami? Does this do anything for me? I don't know.
So listen to this. With this move, the Dolphins turned their trade with San Francisco for the number 3 overall pick. Miami is not going to have a first rounder. They had to forfeit it for the Tom Brady, Sean Payton scandal. So they lost their first round pick because of that. They gave this one up. So now they don't have a first round pick, period. But they turned the Trey Lance deal into Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and now Bradley Chubb. Wow. Wow.
I'll take you one step further.
Wow.
This doesn't happen without a bong.
Tunsil?
That third pick that they sent to San Francisco for Trey Lance, they got from Houston in the Laramie Tunsil trade. And the only reason why they got Laramie Tunsil is because his financial advisor ratted him out for smoking out of a gas mask. Otherwise, they don't get Tunsil.
The 6 degrees of...
The 6 degrees of bong rips.
Of bong rips.
I mean...
The 6 degrees of Snoop.
Yep, like it's crazy, right? It's but they've done a really nice job. And I'll tell you this: if I was San Francisco, I still would have made that deal. Like if you thought if you need the guy, you need the guy. If Trey Lance became Patrick Mahomes, you'd rather have Patrick Mahomes than Waddle, Tyreek, and Chubb combined.
All right, I really like this move from Jacksonville, and I think Atlanta got creative as well. The Falcons traded suspended players were getting dealt yesterday. Yeah. Calvin Ridley to Jacksonville. Here's how it was structured, according to Schefter. Atlanta is going to get a 5th and a conditional 4th. And I was like, wait a second. Are you telling me you just got Calvin Ridley for a 4 and a 5? Cowboys should have done that. I don't care that Ridley's not playing this year. Although, you know how old Calvin Ridley is?
Yeah, he's like 28, isn't he?
27.
Yeah. He was 24 when he came in the league. He was an old guy.
28 in December.
Yeah,
what?
He's an old guy. He was an old player in college.
Feels like he's been in the league for 2 seasons.
Yeah, he hadn't been in that long. Like he was an older player when he got here. I don't know if he redshirted 6 times or what.
Wow.
But he was an older player when he got to the NFL. And I mean, he's a good player. No doubt about that. He's a tremendous football player.
4 years of NFL experience. Did Calvin Ridley have a thing where he stepped away from the team for mental health issues?
Yeah,
mental
yes,
health. He did.
Okay, so I think no one mentioned that yesterday. Keep that in mind. Maybe Atlanta was just tired of it. But Calvin Ridley to Jacksonville. Here's what happens with the conditional 4th. It becomes a 3rd if Ridley reaches certain incentives. It could become a 2nd if he's signed to an extension. He turns 28 in December, suspended, but that's the way this thing can move up. You're getting a 5th, and then the 4th can become a 2nd if Calvin signs an extension. Nice little creative deal. But look, go get Trevor Lawrence help. We talked to Trent Dilfer about Trevor Lawrence yesterday. You have Christian Kirk, and then what else? Etienne has been an awesome player. I know, going up against him in fantasy. I think you have him. But go surround Trevor Lawrence to find out what this guy is.
Yeah, look, I mean, what he is right now is a below average NFL quarterback, and he is looking like a bust. At least that's what he's looking like right now. You gotta figure out what you have in him, and maybe he should be doing more to help you figure that out, and he just hasn't. But I love the move. I mean, it's a low risk, very high reward move. I mean, you're giving up nothing for this dude, and
could be a 2nd.
It could be a 2nd, and you hope it's a 2nd.
Yeah.
And if it is a 2nd, then it means you hit on him. Like, this is, you can't do much better than this move for Jacksonville. And for Atlanta, maybe you get a 2nd-round pick at him. They're telling you that they don't have a quarterback that he picks. Let's stockpile him.
All right, you are pretty blown away by this TJ Hawkinson move, with Detroit trading him in the division to the Minnesota Vikings. It's going to be a 2nd and a 3rd round pick. Detroit was getting ready to be on the clock to re-sign Hawkinson.
Yeah.
And now it's not their problem anymore.
Look, I don't get it. It's the strength of that football team is their offense. They need to make sure they keep as many of the top guys they can, and then shore up the defense of the draft. You're doing this. You're helping out your division rival, which I don't care a lot about. I really don't. But if you're Detroit, Detroit's got like 1 playoff win since, like, I don't know, 57 or something like that.
Yeah, but I think you have this affinity for the Lions. You talk about the Lions a lot of times like they're closer than they are.
Oh, no.
They're
1
1-6. Like, the strength of their offense. Okay, I mean, they're 1-6. Is Jared Goff even going to be the guy? Have they made up their mind on that?
I would think he's not going to be the guy. I would think that if they were going to make a trade, they would have traded him too.
Well, that still shouldn't stop you from keeping a 25-year-old stud tight end.
Correct. And that's the thing. Like, this team just doesn't get it. And they've completely gone.
Like, that's a rebuild move, and you didn't have to make it.
You didn't have to make it. You know, like their
if
offense.
he's 28, fine.
Their offense is young. Outside of Goff. And he's relatively young anyway. Like, their offense is young. You don't trade your offense. I mean, you wanted to trade. We trade Akuda. They got defensive guys they could trade. I wouldn't. I mean, if I was the Lions.
Well, it's like Denver. They didn't want to trade, well, I guess Judy was on the block, but, Chicago traded their defensive pieces. They added with Calvin Ridley yesterday. Now they have a quarterback I'm sorry. Yes.
Claypool.
They added with Claypool yesterday, but they do have their quarterback they know they're sticking with to try to help out right now.
Yeah, and even if Detroit doesn't have their quarterback that they're going to stick with, you have so many offensive pieces. If they drafted one this year, and they're going to have either the first pick or the second pick in the draft,
Amon-Ra, too, is 23.
Yeah, so they're super young. So whoever they draft as their quarterback, this would have helped them. TJ, if you're a young quarterback, you know what I want? I want a hellish tight end.
I don't like seeing, from a Cowboy perspective, Minnesota
I don't either.
do this.
Now Minnesota's got Jefferson, Thielen, Hawkinson,
Dalvin,
and who's the other? Is it Osborne?
Yeah, their wide receiver 3, maybe.
Yeah, their other wide receiver. Like, dude, if they could get a noon playoff game, it's over.
The Buffalo Bills get Nyheim Hines to team up with Singletary in the backfield. And then speaking of the Colts who made this move, their offensive coordinator was fired.
Yeah, the Colts go up and fire their offensive coordinator, Marcus Brady. I love when coaches go into CYA mode, which is what Frank Reich is doing, that cockroach.
I love you called him a cockroach
He
last
keeps
night.
losing. He keeps losing. So he keeps finding new quarterbacks. Phillip Rivers can't do it. It's Carson Wentz can't do it. Matt Ryan can't do it. Let's just fire the OC now. Sam Ellinger can't win. I mean, if I was him, I'd have my house for sale.
Is it his fault? Who's more to blame in Indy, Frank Reich or the GM? The untouchable, the perfect Chris Ballard.
Maybe Dan Dockich is right about him.
What'd he say?
He said he's the worst GM in the league.
Whoa.
Terrible communication, terrible with other teams. Other GMs hate him, yada, yada, yada. Bill Parcells used to say that coaches and teams that are losing, coaches and players, they all go into CYA mode. And maybe that's what Frank Reich's doing. Who's more to blame? I don't know. Who picked the quarterback? Did Reich pick it? I bet you Reich picked Wentz. I don't know about
Ryan.
Ryan, you can't kill him for taking Matt Ryan. I mean, it seemed like it was all right, But the issue is why this is the one organization that should know more than any organization in the NFL the value of having the first overall pick. They've had it twice in 20 years. They took Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning. Like, they should know the value of that pick. They should know how you find a quarterback. It's through the draft. It's not by getting some old has-been. And that's what they got with Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers.
And then people are labeling, I know we're not happy in the Metroplex. We're going to get to the Cowboys not doing anything in a second. People are labeling the Green Bay Packers as the biggest loser for the deadline.
I think they have to be. They did nothing, and they're a team that is bleeding. The Cowboys are sitting like, yeah, guys, we're 6-2 with what we have.
Yeah.
Our biggest problem is should Tony Pollard play. The Green Bay Packers, I think, are the biggest loser by far.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Busiest NFL trade deadline day ever with all the moves that took place. I tried to take a nap, and then I just couldn't bring myself to do it for the last hour leading up till 3 p.m. Wait till you hear the G-Bag fight that we have. Did you hear it?
I saw it on the cut sheet.
Brian Broaddus taking on the rest of the G-Bag Nation when it comes to the running back debate. But let's have a little Cowboy trade deadline debate. Did they completely drop the ball? Are you disappointed? Are you like, they don't need anything? Cowboys did make a move, another failed second-round pick, and the wide receiver that they almost brought to the Metroplex. Inside the Star with the Cowboys. Deadline dead next.
Well, let's get you over to Diamonds Direct. If you're more price sensitive this year, don't forget.
team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And I got fooled again. There's certain things I've learned after doing this show for 11 years with the Jones boys, especially having Jerry on. You know, it only took a decade, but we could see what he was doing in terms of hoping that Cooper Rush would create a quarterback controversy. We can see what he's doing a lot of times in terms of trying to let the fan base know, I'm not happy with the way last season ended. People's jobs are on the line. Flirting with Dan Quinn, putting Mike McCarthy on the hot seat, all the other Jerry tricks that are out there. But yesterday, I do admit, I really thought that they were going to try to make an over-the-top move. And Jerry said we have some things going on when he joined us yesterday, as he does every Tuesday at 8:30. And I was waiting, and I was waiting, and I was like, oh, they're going to make it dramatic. It's going to be the last 15 minutes of the NFL trade deadline as everyone else is doing stuff. And 8 guys and some big-name players have been moved, and it was nothing. Big, fat goose egg.
Big fat goose egg. And, you know, there were a couple of moves, well, one in particular that really kind of stung that, you know, man, I'd have made that move. I'd have done that. But, I mean, you know, a move to make a move is not what I wanted.
And what was that other move for you?
That the Cowboys didn't do. I mean, it was the Claypool move.
Chase Claypool to the Bears.
For
Second-round pick.
A second-round pick. He is very, very cheap. I think I saw yesterday that his salary, if you combine this year and next year's cap hit's like $4 million. He's a good player. He's not the best receiver in the league. He ain't close, but he's a good player. And I think that's a move that really disappointed me that they didn't make. Now, the Bears' second-round pick's going to be better than our second-round pick. So we would have had to juice that offer up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. Again, why am I getting a receiver with an offense that wants to run the football? I was in on Brandon Cooks, and that is the name that kind of emerged after the fact. A lot of Tolos said, watch, we're going to hear from the Jones boys.
Oh, yeah.
We were close. You know, we were right there. We had major interest. Someone else screwed it up. Well, Bobby Belt, Mike Fisher, Ed Werder, all talking about the Cowboys and the Texans getting pretty close. A second-round pick, compensation, $18 million getting in the way. All these things eventually stopped the Brandon Cooks move from going down. You get Brandon Cooks, you got another element to your offense. You talk about a speedster, a consistent player in the National Football League. Now, he consistently goes to different teams for some reason over and over again.
Maybe a reason for that.
But that seemed to be the move that they were honing in on, RJ, Brandon Cooks.
It does seem to be that one.
He's not happy.
I am glad they didn't get him. Not because I didn't want the player, because I love other people's chaos. And Brandon Cooks is about to burn the house down. And I just can't wait. Okay? This is going to give us... Brandon Cooks is going to give us more segments by being with the Texans, still, than he would have given us by being with the Cowboys. Because he is going to burn that thing to the ground. He is going to out Cal McNair. He is going to out Jack Easterby. He is going to out Nick Caserio. He is going to out everything.
And explain why?
Because yesterday, when it was announced that he was not traded, Brandon Cooks did what every small, insecure, petty little man does. He went to Twitter. Okay? And he tweeted, "Don't take a man's kindness for granted. Covered for the lies for too long. Those days are gone. Crossed the line with playing with my career." And then it was a bow and arrow.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it could be like,
I'm about to fire a shot?
It's going to war.
About to fire a shot. I'm going to war.
Is that a sign of war, bow and arrow?
I mean,
Thought it was love, like Cupid.
back in Troy's day, the Trojans, Hector, Achilles, it was.
Yeah, give us the history lesson,
Yes.
Kyrie.
Arrows would blot out the sky. But this is what wide receivers do.
Yeah, he's been there for 3 seasons, so he has some dirt.
We're going to know everything about Deshaun Watson. We're going to know everything the Texans knew about Deshaun Watson. We're going to know everything that he knows about how many girls Deshaun Watson got,
Got what?
pulled into.
Yeah.
All right? That sounded really bad. Didn't mean this coming out like that.
So look, he had $18 million guaranteed in 2023. I think the Cowboys wanted the Texans, take some of that off of our plate. Come on now. I'm not going to give you a freaking second-round pick and pay this guy $18 million. So I totally understand why the Cowboys backed off of that.
I do, too. I would not have done this move for $18 million. He ain't worth $18 million.
And maybe not a second.
No.
Although, I don't know. I mean, is he a better player than Claypool? I would say, yeah, but, he's 29 years old.
He's 29. I'll take a 29-year-old.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Michael Gallup. I'm not taking Brandon Cooks at 29. Name drop. The great Rocket Ishmael once told me, at 29, that was the year that every player knows they lose that step.
And the deadline for restructuring contracts was actually at 3 o'clock on Monday. So eating money like the Bears did with Roquan and Robert Quinn, you couldn't do it yesterday. So the Texans could not eat the money off of that, because why would you do that? Why would you have the deadline on Monday to eat the money and then the trade deadline 2 days later?
I hate salary caps. I hate the salary cap. Just end them all.
It handcuffs you.
Yeah, it does. By the way, they're all saying that Cooks' touchdown celebration is the bow and arrow. What is he, Fernando Rodney?
They're gonna make is it Hook? Peter? Who fought with a bow and arrow? Was it Peter Pan? No? Never mind.
Achilles.
Okay, go back to Achilles.
Hector.
Look, there's one tweet that stuck out in my mind. I really hope this is not true, man. It was from freaking Kevin Gray. Kevin has been attacking this team since the offseason started, and he said, will the Cowboys swallow their pride today and admit they were wrong for trading Amari Cooper by trading for a wideout? And that just stuck in my head. I'm like, man, would that be an admission of being wrong if they go out and make a deal for a receiver after they traded Amari Cooper for a fifth? Which, by the way, hashtags are usually not this long. There was a hashtag yesterday trending in the Metroplex, Amari Cooper for a fifth rounder after the Chase Claypool deal. And, of course, it brought up the whole fight of, well, Claypool doesn't have Amari's salary. It's not $20 million. That's a dumb comparison. It's a dumb argument.
I hate the salary argument anyway. You trade for the guy. Now, listen, I know they're...
Because Brandon Cooks, we didn't want to trade for that salary.
Brandon Cooks isn't as good
factored in.
Right, but Brandon Cooks isn't as good as Amari Cooper.
Right.
Now, I will say, because the other side is Devontae Adams got 2 firsts and you still had to pay him $30 million a year. Tyreek Hill got multiple firsts, you had to pay him $30 million a year.
Yep.
I know. Amari Cooper is not those two guys. He's not even close.
But it's it's more than a fifth.
But it's more than a fifth. And, I mean, look, Amari has fewer catches and fewer yards than CeeDee Lamb does. He doesn't show up on the road, guys. Now, I didn't
Wait a sec. Are you...
I didn't like the trade either.
Okay.
But, we knew they were going to trade Amari Cooper the moment they drafted CeeDee Lamb. We all knew that. If you didn't know that, you're a moron. Okay? We all knew that. CeeDee Lamb was not drafted to play alongside Amari Cooper. He was drafted to replace Amari Cooper. That's how this works in the modern day NFL in the salary cap era. You draft a guy to replace the guy. Michael Gallup was never the 3. He was drafted to be the 2. To replace CeeDee Lamb, who was going to be the whatever. You know what I mean? And then now they're going to find another 3. That's how it was going to work. That's how it was always going to work. That's how the contract they structured him that way. Okay? You never were going to have to pay CeeDee and Amari at the same time.
And then I love this tweet from Tolo, Michael Barish, one of our diehards, and he's right. And he's right about all of us being wrong. He said, we've been wrong all off season and season about the makeup of this team. Maybe it will continue. That's a very good point. Very accurate point.
That it's a run-first team?
That we all freaked out in the offseason and doubted. Stephen Jones was never more criticized in all our time together than this past offseason. And what has it resulted in? 6-2. So we were wrong with our sentiments and feelings about the offseason when you look at the results of the regular season so far. Right? We were all wrong.
Now, look,
all of DFW.
Yeah, they were. And no, they've beaten garbage teams for the most part. Okay, well, we'll revisit this when they go up against the Bills and the Chiefs, which they don't. But we'll revisit this. We'll
revisit this at the Super Bowl to examine whether we were wrong.
But the NFC stinks. You should be 6-2. You've played the Lions and the Bears and the Giants and the Commanders. There's 4-year wins.
Yeah.
You should beat those teams. All those teams stink. I don't care what the Giants' record is. When they play a real team, we can have this. We can figure out what they really are. Until now, enjoy the ride, because this team is in the NFC as good as anybody but Philadelphia. I just think the NFC stinks.
Meanwhile, they did make a move. Tristan Hill released the last of Rod Marinelli's merry men up front.
I would hope
he's gone.
This puts to bed any other situation where somebody allows a dopey coach to make a pick. Let the people who deal with the draft make the draft picks. Let that be Will McClay and the GM, which is Will McClay. Let Will McClay make the draft picks. Stop giving draft picks to coaches and coordinators. You want to give a 7th rounder to Rod Marinelli or now Dan Quinn, go ahead.
And then Jerry Jones explained to us his Halloween outfit yesterday. He went as a blind referee, and these punks on the internet outside of DFW, they want Jerry to be suspended.
Suspended?
Yeah. They want him to get in trouble by referring to NFL policy, or at least they want this to come back and bite us when it comes to flags on the field. The first controversial penalty that goes against us to decide a big moment or a big game, people are going to blame Jerry for dressing up as this blind referee with a cane.
Yes, they absolutely are. There's no doubt about that.
So here it is. NFL rules, comments regarding...
It's not a comment.
Wasn't a comment. Comments regarding the quality of officiating, individual calls or missed calls, the league's officiating department and officiating crew, or an individual game official accusing game officials of acting with bias or in any way questioning the integrity of NFL game officials or posting negative or derogatory demeaning content pertaining, Jerry didn't post it, to officiating on social media can get you in trouble. So the only one that would apply here, accusing game officials of acting with bias. Come on, stop. This would have to be Jerry coming on the Sean and RJ show or KMC on Friday and saying, I think the fix was in. I think that they were favoring so-and-so on the other side, not dressing up in an outfit. Now, I don't know whether this will get in one of these petty officials' minds when they're officiating a Cowboys game, but that was Jerry Jones taking his little shot.
I mean, look, if I was Jerry, I would just say, hey, look, prove it. Prove it that I was calling him a blind official. Are blind people the only one that wears sunglasses?
with a Foot Locker shirt?
I mean, I could be working at Foot Locker.
And a cane.
Maybe Jerry needs a cane. I don't know.
I could have been mimicking an NHL referee.
Here we go.
Could have been college.
Better Call Chop is back as the defense attorney.
Refs don't wear sunglasses. They can't wear sunglasses when they're outside the stadium.
Not indoors.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. The TNT crew reacts to Kyrie Irving. Steve Nash is out. And can the Nets hire Ime Udoka as he's currently being suspended by the Boston Celtics? Can they actually make that hire? And are the Rangers really in on Aaron Judge after a report that came out yesterday? That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But first...
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is buyersbarricades.com.
What?
Did you have a stroke when you read that?
Dude, we all have mush mouth
I know
this
we
hour.
did.
It's really annoying.
I think I mispronounced project. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. We all have the mush mouth taking place in the 6 o'clock hour. It's only a hump day.
Hump day?
Here on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt. Why didn't the Cowboys get anything done? How close was the Brandon Cooks deal? Bobby will join us at 7:20. And then in the final half of the Expressway, commercial free until 8 p.m., the G-Bag argument that took place with the audio that Bobby Belt sent us. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 8:40. And then Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 with power rankings sandwiched in between. Yesterday, Steve Nash was fired as the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. And then the follow-up report from Woj and Shams that suspended Celtics coach Ime Udoka is going to take over. The Nets GM was asked about it, and he's like, no, absolutely not true. Charles Barkley thinks that because of the backlash yesterday on all the first fake shows, that the Nets are getting a little scared. Like, I don't know. This is a move that we can make right now. We'll get to that in a second. But inside the NBA with a 30-minute pregame leading up to Nets Bulls, focused on the Nash firing and Kyrie Irving with the controversy that's always surrounding him, and Shaquille O'Neal started things off.
You know, the game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. You know, I stand for equality of all people. I've always been like that. Don't matter what religion, no matter where you're from. I could say shalom, salam alaikum, ni hao, sebon, because that's how I was raised. So I don't really want to sit up here and answer questions for what he's done. You know, if you're looking at me, it's my job to make people happy. I can't speak for him and, you know, answer for you know, what he's doing. It's obviously by his answers and the way he answers, he doesn't really care.
Woo! Calls Kyrie an idiot. Then Charles Barkley weighed in, and he thinks the NBA should have immediately acted on this.
I think the NBA dropped the ball.
In what way?
I think he should have been suspended. I think Adam should have suspended him. First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. If you're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs, and that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot.
Two idiots dropped on Kyrie last night on Inside the NBA. Wow.
Man, this is look, Kyrie he's a lunatic. He's a conspiracy theorist. He's a nut job.
I'm too smart for you. I'm a Duke Blue Devil who's smarter than you are.
If he has a degree from Duke, and I have no idea, but if he does, I really question what degrees from Duke actually mean. Okay.
He was there for a year.
Yeah, he was. I think he played 8 games or something like that.
Look, the guy obviously has some gray matter. All right, I think
brain.
I think there's a difference. It's funny you ask. I think there's a difference between gray matter and intelligence. Like Kyrie is more than capable of being very, very intelligent. He's not a dumb guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He just wants to be a smartass with his technicalities of, I didn't promote the movie. I just tweeted it.
Which I love. I love technicality guy because I am technicality guy.
Yes. In this case, Kyrie is saying, go watch this. Now, why is he saying, this is the discussion we had 24 hours ago. You said it lit up the chartwork.com text line, and we needed to be educated on what this book and movie were about. What is from Hebrews to Negroes? Is that about the identity of African Americans being manipulated and stolen? Is it about Jewish people doing that? Is it about both? Because that's where the anti-Semitism has come in with the accusations. I have not read it. I have not seen it. I don't know. I've been trying to read as many recaps as possible. It shows you how skeptical I am today about the media. when I'm just not going to take ESPN's word for it. Where they say, because it's easier to overreact and blame and criticize someone than it is to do the homework and try to defend it. I understood with Kyrie. This is very difficult to explain. The Alex Jones thing, he wasn't supporting Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook conspiracy. He was supporting another conspiracy about secret societies and cults, which I'm not saying is true. I'm just saying Kyrie was thrown into an Alex Jones support group when technically he was supporting another Alex Jones theory.
Right. It's crazy.
That's why I hate technicality people.
Regardless of what you believe, you could support.
Was Kyrie Irving guilty of hate speech with what he did with this book and film?
Hate speech?
Because that's
again, I have not read the book. I have not seen the film.
Because that's what it would take for you to get suspended over, as Charles was calling for.
I don't know. I don't know.
Does that make him guilty of anti-Semitism? That's the question. That's what's so difficult about this.
Look, I don't know.
By just promoting, tweeting / promoting a film, I personally, if I was ruling, I don't think I would have suspended him, even though I can't stand the guy and I wouldn't want him anywhere near my team. I don't think that technically is suspension worthy.
I don't have a problem with people. Look, every war has been fought over religion or land or oil, like ever. Right? So this is not something new that people are fighting over religion. Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Correct me if I'm wrong, Muslims believe that Muhammad is, right?
Yes.
Reasonable people can disagree on whose religion or whose land this actually is based on beliefs from 2,000 or 5,000 years ago. And I don't have a major issue with that. We've accepted that with about a half dozen other religions throughout time. I have no idea the basis or where this belief system began.
Is he saying is he saying something evil about Jewish people?
All he is saying,
and it also doesn't help, and he knows this. It also doesn't help perception wise, but again, it's another technicality because it's not technically connected. This is all happening during the Kanye stuff too. So it makes it look like there's like this momentum building with Kanye and Kyrie and who's going to be the next person to speak out against Jewish people. That gets lumped in, fair or not. Gets lumped in together.
I mean, look, if he is saying that Africans or were the original Semites, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea if that's true. It makes sense, right? I mean, they were kind of in that same general region of the globe.
Rolling Stone said the book asserts that many famous high-ranking Jews have admitted to worshiping Satan or Lucifer. Like we're getting involved.
See, that's crazy. That's inappropriate.
Okay.
Like I have a problem with that.
Yes.
But if you want to
say an anti-Semitic trope,
right? If Kyrie wants to say that, the original Hebrews were, there was a lot of Africans that were the original Hebrew. I can't refute that. But if he is going to say that, the modern day Jewish person is a satanic worshiper, I'm like, okay, dude, like back off.
Right.
So, you can have reasonable religious discussions without demeaning the other one.
Do you think this was suspension worthy? To answer the tough question.
I would say no.
I would have to watch.
I would have to see the movie, I guess. I would say no, though. I mean, I do fall under the philosophy that me just posting something without commentary is neither an endorsement or a rebuttal. It's just here it is.
Moving forward, can the Brooklyn Nets hire Ime Udoka?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying no earlier in the show. Like, you can't make this hire.
Oh, it's lunacy to make the hire. But can they do it? Absolutely.
Okay, he's currently serving a suspension.
For what?
For
here's my question.
Inappropriate relationships within the Celtics organization.
Yeah.
Did the Celtics suspend him or the NBA? If the Celtics suspended him, I think that gives, technically, that's the technical segment of the day, then I think that gives the Nets the green light. Now, obviously, if the NBA suspended him, you can't do it. But this was a Celtics suspension.
Yeah, okay, so here's my question. If the Celtics are willing to just let this guy go for no compensation, what in the hell did he do? What did he do that was so bad?
Made people apparently, he had an improper, intimate relationship.
Which happens at every company
in
America.
Okay.
And nobody likes it. Nobody likes to see when it happens. But, you are going to let him go to your chief rival. Make no mistake, the Nets are probably the chief rival to the Celtics right now. They've got two superstars, and they're about 100 miles away. You wanted to fire him, but you couldn't because you didn't want to have to, pay him all this money, right? You were probably waiting for some other shoe to drop. What did he do?
How does it make the Nets look if they make this hire? Do you think that the GM was scared off of the backlash yesterday? What does it make it look like? I guess it depends what weight you put on what he was accused of doing. Bobby Belt tweeted, the Nets sure don't give a damn about Nia Long. Poor Nia.
No, they don't.
Right?
No,
So
they don't.
it makes the Nets look like they don't care that much about the reason he was suspended. That's what it looks like, perception-wise.
Yeah.
Instead of just waiting, let him serve out the year-long suspension and then go and get him.
It's the take your lump. If this is the guy you want, go get him. I've always felt that if Alabama, if Nick Saban gets a 3-year show cause penalty, which means you have to show cause for why you're hiring him, you basically cannot touch this guy. Your entire program is going to go on probation. But if they believe that he is the guy, you keep the coach, you ride through it, and in 5 years, you're all clear of everything, go. If this is the guy they want and they think he's the guy, take your short-term lump for your long-term gain.
A crazy day of NFL trades. The Cowboys were not involved. World Series, Game 3 going to filthy. Stars explode. And RJ was right about the first release of the college football playoff rankings. Hump Day headlines.
Hump Day.
With Sean and RJ next. But first, what's next for you in that job?
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
NFL trade deadline day came and went without the Jones boys making a move, as many of you said was going to happen on the truckwreck.com text line. I really fell for it. I really thought they were going to go out of their way to try to make an over-the-top addition to make this team even more of a championship contender. I'm not going crazy about it because I didn't see a name or a position get traded yesterday that I was jealous of for the Cowboys' needs. There was no corner that was dealt. Well, you had a minor deal between the Commanders and the Steelers. You didn't get a D tackle to stop the run. You don't need pass rushing DNs with this pressure defense. Bradley Chubb goes to the Miami Dolphins. I don't think that was a screaming need here out of desperation. So no D tackle. We did get some wide receivers. I know you would have liked to see them dabble in Chase Claypool talks. Claypool gets dealt to the Chicago Bears to try to give Justin Fields some guys to throw to. And then we heard that Brandon Cooks was a possibility. It fell through late. Bobby Belt at 7:20 to talk about that. But the Cowboys don't make any moves except for releasing the second-round disappointment and bust Tristan Hill. Immature from the jump around here. Obviously, things did not get better. But you wrote down 3 possibilities for why the Cowboys did squat. 1, what Jerry said about going for it was BS. What he told Kevin Gray after the game. What he repeated yesterday with us. Number 2, Steven is really in control. Yesterday, we asked him about that perception that it's Cap Boy and that he's holding Jerry against the wall, not allowing him to make aggressive moves. Jerry said both those things are overhyped. Jerry's not as aggressive as we think. Steven is not as conservative as we think. And then number 3, they really don't believe this team is in the same level of contention that the rest of us believe. One of those 3 things you wrote down as possibilities for no moves.
Or, I guess 4, they are far better than they think, and they don't feel they need to do anything.
Or 4, or 5, there wasn't a deal that they liked. There wasn't a player that they felt like fit their needs the most. Odell Beckham is still out there for a reason.
Yeah, that's true. I'd be most troubled if they don't really believe this team is the same as the rest of us, because I don't know what they're not really viewing. That this team is, they're a good team. They're 6-2. They're a good football team. Are they as good as the Chiefs or the Bills? No, they'd probably be like an 8-point dog, or they should be at least. So but they're a really good team. I'd be most happy if Steven was in control, because I like the thought process of not being this go for it all the time guy, right?
But what about sometimes? You splurge. Look at your own cap situation, the choppy bank account. There's times you're like, go for it. Let's go to Vegas. Go to Mexico. Let's go to Austin. You need to go for it.
Yeah. Constantly paying down credit card bills. You're playing catch up, man. You don't want to play catch up. I'm not trying to build an empire here. I'm trying to get to 90. That's all I'm trying to do. I want to be to 100, but get me to 90 here, really. Anything beyond that is just kind of gravy. But
and look, the Brandon Cooks thing, I'm not going to kill them for it. Brandon Cooks was making $18 million. I think they were talking about a second-round pick. Man, that's way too rich for my blood. Way too rich for a guy who's almost 30 years old. And you told us a run-first team, play to the defense anyway. So I'm not going nuts. I'm just thankful this team didn't need to go out and get an offensive lineman, which we thought was going to be a humongous problem to start off the season. Cornerback, I'm a little worried about. I thought Anthony Brown played worse than what you said PFF graded him out to be, but we're still sitting pretty nice. We're sitting pretty for the second half of the season.
Yeah, I think they're in a good position. They are in striking distance to win the NFC. Look, when they play Philadelphia, it's going to be a toss-up game. When they play San Francisco, it's going to be a toss-up game. If they worry about having to beat Kansas City and Buffalo when you get to Kansas City and Buffalo. All right, worry about them. But until you get to them, don't worry about it, man.
All right, let's get to the other moves that were actually made. The craziest deadline day ever. Bradley Chubb to the Dolphins. Calvin Ridley, well, suspended. I didn't even know suspended players could be moved like this. I like that they can be. I love it. Calvin Ridley to Jacksonville. Chase Claypool to the Bears after it looked like the Bears were completely blowing it up. No, they were just doing it on the defensive side with Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith to Baltimore. TJ Hawkinson within the division from Detroit to the Minnesota Vikings. Jeff Wilson, running back, to Miami as well. And then you had Nyheim Hines going from Indianapolis to Buffalo. Which one of these moves jumped out?
Well, the Nyheim Hines to Buffalo doesn't really jump out to me much because, I mean, that team is so loaded anyway. Josh Allen is their best runner, right? Like, he's their best runner.
Which one confused you the most?
Of all the moves yesterday.
Lions?
Yeah, that one confused me the most. I mean, let's be fair. I didn't understand. Like, even if you don't have the quarterback, even if they're going to move on from Jared Goff, which I think is likely after this year, or maybe they do one more year, who knows? But you're going to want young, talented pieces in place for your next quarterback. Like, the only way they move on from Goff this offseason is if they draft a quarterback, which they probably will. They're going to have a first or second pick in the draft. They're going to draft a quarterback. You would want that guy to have a really good young tight end. A good young tight end is a great thing to have for a young quarterback. Gives him an out, gives him a safety option, usually a good matchup on a linebacker or safety. And then they got good receivers. I just didn't understand this at all. I didn't understand it today, because it's the strength of your team, and I don't understand it for the next 5 years. And you're also going to make one of your division rivals, which I don't really care about, but you are going to make them a very viable contender. Minnesota clearly told the world, we're going for it.
Why didn't the Cowboys do anything? What happened with Brandon Cooks getting traded here? And whose fault is Tristan Hill? We'll ask Bobby Belt coming up at 7:20 during the Expressway this morning. Game 3 of the World Series.
Strike 3 call. Got him looking. And the Phillies are 2 wins away. A 5-homer barrage backs the pitching of Ranger Suarez and the Phillies with a 7-0 win tonight in Game 3.
Bryce Harper sets that place into a frenzy, filthy into a frenzy, and the majority of the Tolos are sticking with it. I can tell by the emotional reaction, they're happy that the Phillies are beating the Astros, rooting against the armpit. RJ, somebody bet a 4-home run parlay. You just heard the announcer on Phil's radio say they hit 5.
Back, God!
Oh, stop it.
Somebody predicted 4 of them, bet $100, won $100,000. And McCullers is being asked if he was pitch tipping.
Yep.
And he said, no, I just got beat.
Yep. He said he just got beat. He didn't want to admit it. Brother, better go watch that tape. I'll pull a Brad Sham line. You got to go back and watch the tape. Okay.
All right, so explain how you noticed it or what he was doing.
I didn't notice it. Smoltz noticed it. Well, I'm sorry. Bryce Harper noticed it. Boy, this is the season of Bryce. He's becoming a star. He's already been a star, but like he's finally getting to get the credit that he's long deserved. But he hits that he hits a missile early on. And then I think Bohm's coming up, and Bryce is at the top of the dugout, and he kind of motions him over. He's on the deck. He's like, come here, dude. And he whispers something in his ear, and that's when Smoltz kind of picked up on it, like, uh-oh. He figured out a tell. All right, he's tipping his pitches. And then, of course, Smoltz is talking about this, and he gets a little dirty, like, it's sometimes you're just doing something with your mouth. And I just had to chuckle at that one, but he was apparently, and they did, John Boy did another great thing here. He was showing a video of McCullers lifting his leg at a different height based on the pitch that he was throwing. So if it's, I don't know which one it was. Maybe it was a slider. He was lifting his leg higher or lower. And as a hitter, if you could tell me speed, that's all you need, right? All they needed to know. The biggest cheat code is tell me fast or slow. You'll see it up or get my foot down. That's it. That's all you need to know as a hitter, and especially at that level. And man, did they tattoo him. Man, they get the most home runs of any pitcher in Major League Baseball history in the World Series. And then Smoltz was talking about this last night. He said, I don't know if we've ever had 7 runs scored without a single runner being in scoring position. And I think he's right. I don't know in World Series history that you've seen something like that. That was a performance.
And Alec Bohm, I think, homered on the first pitch he saw that next at bat after he talked to Bryce Harper.
I think he did. So he knew when he saw that tell, whether he had to get that front foot down or whether he wanted to see that ball up and wait on it. He knew.
Stars exploded last night themselves offensively. They scored 3 goals in 91 seconds. Rope Hintz scored twice, had an assist. They scored 4 in the second period overall, and they beat the Kings 5-2. The Dallas Mavericks are taking on one of the surprises of the NBA season tonight. That's the Utah Jazz. The Jazz are 6-2. They're third in the West. They got rid of everybody. What's the spread for tonight? It's at the AAC. Mavs are 3-3.
6.5?
6 on the dot.
All right.
Well done. Mavericks are favored by 6. The big story in the NBA, Steve Nash fired in Brooklyn. The Nets lose again last night against the Bulls. Here's Jason Kidd reacting to the news.
Yeah, I just heard the news, so it's unfortunate. Steve's a good person, a good coach, but I think as a coach, those are things that come with the territory of, you have to understand things can change. It's tough, especially with Steve being a young coach, given the time frame. You always hope that it's a little longer than what took place, but I think he'll bounce back, he'll learn from it, and he'll be even better if he has that second opportunity to coach again.
Like Jason Kidd, who told Stan Van Gundy, I really wish that I was an assistant with the Lakers learning from Frank Vogel before I went on to my other jobs because I learned so much while sitting there on the bench on how to run a team. And then RJ Choppy ends up being correct with the first release of the college football playoff rankings. Paul Feinbaum and myself wrong as the Tennessee Volunteers come in at number 1, sitting on top of the college football world.
As soon as LSU got put at 10, I knew they were going to be 1. There was no way the committee was going to have a team beating 2 top 10 teams when nobody else has a single top 10 victory be anything but number 1. You knew that was going to I guess Georgia would have because they beat Oregon. But other than that, that's it. You got 2 of them. They were going to be number 1. It was a question of where was TCU going to be? Where was Alabama going to be? Where was Michigan and Clemson going to be? And who was going to be 2 and 3? I thought the committee would have had a flair for the dramatic and put Georgia 2 and set up a 1 versus 2 matchup this weekend, but they didn't. It doesn't matter. The winner of that game is going to be number 1 next week anyway. But TCU, TCU's got they got a bit of an axe to grind.
Let me give you the exact order. Tennessee 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Clemson 4, Michigan 5, Bama 6, TCU 7, Oregon 8, USC 9, and LSU coming in at number 10 with Oak State at 18 and the Longhorns at 24.
TCU has had 8 second-half drives this season while trailing.
That's enough for the music. He had his moment. He had his moment. He had his night.
TCU has had 8 second-half drives this whole year when trailing. That's actually fewer than Clemson, who's number 4. Now, they do have 3 wins by 7 or less, but, Alabama's got 2 and a loss. I think they got a little bit of a job.
We got around the NFL power rankings at 8 o'clock. Where are you putting the Cowboys in the top 5? Are they in your top 5? Michael Irvin at 840. But why didn't the Jones boys make a move yesterday? And we'll replay the fight on G-Bag over Zeke versus Pollard. That's all next. Hump Day edition. Glad you're with us right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to K.
Yesterday, as many Tolos predicted, we're about to check in with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. Then we're going to play the G-Bag fight that Bobby sent us. Bobby, undercover MVP behind the scenes alongside Peyton and Ryan in the back. The running back argument, Brian Broaddus versus his co-host. That's coming up right now during the Expressway, commercial-free till 8 o'clock. Power rankings at 8, and the playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. Bobby Belt joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. Why didn't the Cowboys add anybody yesterday?
Well, first off, I know that this has been a tough morning for you, Sean. You have sounded like you needed a hug. You've been very disappointed with the move and the lack of sleep that you got yesterday. The lack of sleep, I think you're disappointed by.
I was.
You stayed up and missed a nap. That is frustrating, and I understand that.
Very frustrating. I said with about an hour left to go at 2 o'clock Central, okay, I'm going to go ahead and close my eyes. And then a big one hit. I think it was Bradley Chubb. I think Chubb hit, and I was like, I can't go to sleep. You know what happens when you get like that Chubb during nap time? It's very hard.
It does. It is.
Anyway.
Yeah, when the Chubb hits, it's hard to fall asleep. I get it. No, so it came down to money. It came down to the Cowboys were close, I think, on Brandon Cooks. I think they pretty much had all the compensation issues worked out. It was just a matter of making the financial number work, that $18 million guaranteed next year. And I think they wanted Houston to pitch in and make that number a little softer. And I think they were trying to get to the number, and I think they just bumped up against the clock and ran out of time to get it done. It was too complex a financial negotiation, I think, to get done in the short amount of time that they were trying to. But they wanted Brandon Cooks. They were trying for him. Others, I'm reasonably confident that they checked in on Jerry Jeudy and that they checked in on Chase Claypool, and they were looking at some of these other ones. But Cooks is the one that I think they really felt like they were close on, and it makes sense that Robert Prince, their receivers coach, we've talked about this in recent weeks, had worked with Brandon Cooks in Houston the last couple of years, and I think he would have been honestly the perfect type of addition. This is a guy that has shown, like, whatever system you put him in, he's money. He's 1,000 yards easy. This is 4 different teams he's gotten 1,000-yard seasons with.
Yep.
It seemed like we ran into like 3 years in a row where he was traded for a first-round pick or something earlier in his career. He's still in his 20s. He's still very effective. He's a really good route runner. It seemed like the perfect type of player to bring in here and help juice the receiver core. It's just they weren't able to get it done. And I understand why Cowboys fans get so frustrated when they hear the line that they'll write any check that it takes to win a Super Bowl, and then they find out that it comes down to writing a check, basically, is why it didn't get done. I get why that's frustrating.
Well, why were they in, and maybe they weren't in on him more, but why? What did they have against Chase Claypool for a 2? Now, granted, they may have had to up the offer because Chicago's 2 is going to be better, but we're talking a 5 years age difference, and, I mean, he's a tremendous player, too, and cheap.
I don't know that they thought any of the guys that were out there on the market that were being talked about at receiver and stuff like that, because DJ Moore, it seemed like Carolina wasn't willing to move him. So of the guys that were actually being talked about, I don't think the Cowboys thought any of them were worth like a 1 or a 2. I would have been upset if they traded a 2 for Claypool, personally. I just don't think he's that type of a player.
What was the compensation being agreed upon or discussed for Cooks?
I'm not certain of specifics. It sounded like it was an escalating compensation, though. So it was like a pick that if certain things, it's like, you know how Ridley had all these different escalators yesterday on his trade,
right?
Where it's like, if he does this, the pick becomes this. If he does this, pick becomes this. So it sounded like Cooks was a similar deal there. But I think that they just looked at Claypool and thought, too rich for our blood. We don't want to pay that. And he's still a guy who's going to be due money. But like, he's still a guy who's due, future contract negotiations and everything else that I'm sure they factor in. If you're going to give up that kind of capital, Jerry's shown he's not afraid to give up the capital if it's worth it at receiver. Like he gave up the 1 for Amari Cooper and everybody thought it was nuts. And he gave up, 2-1s for Roy Williams and 2-1s for Joey Galloway. So he'll pay for a receiver in terms of draft capital. It's Claypool is not one that I think they thought was worth it.
Just let me interrupt for a second. And I had a laugh with RJ yesterday when we're asking for like the history of the Cowboys and this and that. And you even tweeted this morning when people were asking me, when's the last negotiation the Joneses have won? We all do realize when we're referring to things that happened 10 or 15 years ago that's worth a laugh, right? Like they've shown they'll go for
no.
They've shown they'll
disagree.
trade for a receiver, Joey Galloway, and this and that. And when's the last negotiation? They won Tyron about 11 years ago. I mean, okay, whoop-de-doo.
Well, that is absolutely a long time ago, and I think that was more to illustrate that's how long it's been, not that that's a history of it. But the receiver thing, no, I disagree because we're talking about different blocks of time where he's still showing he's willing to go for it. He's willing to go for it in 2000 when the team is on the back end. He's willing to go for it in 2008 when they're in the middle of contention, but their locker room is kind of floundering, and then he's still willing to make that sort of trade in 2018. My point is that with all the ways we've seen Jerry's evolved over the years and the way he's, given up or changed his style of roster building and how he takes influence from others and everything else. With all those changes that have occurred, he has consistently over those changes shown he'll give up capital for receivers. So I still think it's relevant to talk about Joey Galloway, Roy Williams, and Amari Cooper because it shows you how much it happens over a course of time. The guy they traded for a first-round pick, Amari Cooper in 2018, was 6 years old or whatever when they traded for Joey Galloway. So it just goes to show that he'll give it up over the course of a long stretch of time. It shows that regardless of everything else that's gone on, his opinion on receiver is still the same, and he'll pay for it. And so I think that's if it was the right player, I think they would have given up that type of capital for it. But and they had agreed on whatever capital it was going to take for Brandon Cooks. They couldn't get the money right in time where they couldn't come down to an agreement. I think if the trade deadline is next week and they were working on it right now, they probably have enough time to figure it out and get it done and it's all finished.
Do they wait too long to engage in these talks? Does timing, do you think, ever bite them at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think timing completely messed with them on the receiver front all off season. It should have been something that was addressed before they got to camp. When they got to camp and we saw the receivers early on, we were all talking out there in Oxnard about they should probably do something about this. And they kept saying, let's let it play out. And then you see James Washington get hurt. And then it's, you know what, let's let this play out. We'll let these guys go a little bit. And then you get into the regular season. And it doesn't look good in the first game. And it's like, well, you know what? We got Cooper rushing. Let's let this play out until Michael Gallup gets back. And then Michael Gallup gets back, and he's not playing well. And then it's like, well, let's wait till our quarterback gets back. Let's let it play out. They've taken 5 different opportunities over the course of the last 5 months to let it play out. And then it got to 2 days out, and they went, we should do something. And so that, this is something that should have been addressed, honestly, in July. Or it's something that should have been addressed back in the spring when they just should not have pulled the trigger on the Amari Cooper trade.
Bobby Bell, Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. Why yesterday? Why now for the release of Tristan Hill?
Numbers. I mean, you've got guys working back. Basham's coming back. Guys that they need roster spots, and they're pretty heavy at defensive line. And the rotation, just the snaps aren't there for him anymore. And, I think he's somebody that... It's tough because this was year 4 for him, and I think it clicked for him, and he figured out how to be a pro and how to handle being a professional football player, and was playing all right when he was in there. And I think that it's just one of those things where it clicked a little too late. This is something that they were hoping would have occurred a lot earlier. The maturation would have occurred a lot earlier. Because, I mean, when you look over the course of his first 3 years, he had 3 different defensive coordinators. All 3 of those defensive coordinators thought he was a pain in the ass. And so, I mean, that at some point you got to look in the mirror and say, like, oh, maybe it's me. And I think he had that moment. I think he had that moment of reckoning in the spring. And really, it finally kind of clicked for him. And he got, to be in a defensive system with the same defensive coordinator for a second year in a row. In Dan Quinn, and I think that it was a little too late, and like they tried to keep him around for a little bit. They moved on from John Ridgeway, a draft pick, before they moved on from Tristan Hill, and they made different cuts throughout the year. They put Dennis Houston down to the practice squad. They found spots in the roster to avoid letting him go, and I think at this point it just became there's not enough playing time for you, and we need other spots more. We just got to let you go.
Can you remember, I'm putting you on the spot here as I'm slowly trying to pull it up. Can you remember who they were considering with Tristan Hill?
Juan Thornhill and Taylor Rapp, the safeties.
You
Thornhill went
wouldn't
to
want
the
either one of
Chiefs and has
them.
played really well. Yeah, Thornhill's gone to the Chiefs, played really well, and Taylor Rapp's been okay for the Rams. But two safeties is who they were considering. They had eyes on some other guys that went ahead of them that went earlier. Because remember, they're picking way back at 58.
Yeah.
But like they had trade up guys that if they would have slid a little, they would have gone after Jonathan Abram, LJ Collier, two guys who are considered busts, I think, actually, by where they went. But ultimately, when it got down to their pick, it was kind of Tristan Hill, Juan Thornhill, Taylor Rapp. But really, the focus pretty much all along leading up to that day was we're going to get Tristan Hill. They kind of zeroed in on who they wanted.
By the way, they could have had DK a few picks later. Deontay Johnson a few picks later. You know, a lot of guys.
Okay. Well,
David
why do
Montgomery.
you have to bring up sad stuff?
Devin
Bobby?
Singletary. You know, could have had Terry McLaurin. You could have had him.
Bobby, any other opinions?
You've got Terry McLaurin. He wears 88 for you.
That's true. You do. I agree.
Any other opinions on the other deals that were done yesterday, good, bad, or otherwise?
I mean, just the number of the deals is what's insane to me. Like, I know the NFL trade deadline has become more active over the last couple of years, but yesterday really felt almost like MLB trade deadline or something. Like it was just, it was so, there was all this flurry of activity. I mean, it kept guys from getting their afternoon naps in. It was nuts. But
Are you mocking my nap, by the way?
I'm not. Look, I filled in last week, and you remember every day when I got off, I was like, I'm going home to take a nap. I'm dead. How do you wait till like 2 to take your naps? And no, I'm not mocking your nap at all.
But you were actually leaving here, I think, or you had to wake up and do more stuff. Like you either went to your other job,
I would
you
go
went to
home.
Frisco.
I would go home and nap like real quick, and then go off and do things. And so, like, I was finding little windows to nap where I had some time. But no, I mean, surprised Calvin Ridley got moved, but I think it's a good deal. Honestly, I think that's not for Atlanta. I think for Jacksonville. But the other one is Hawkinson to Minnesota. I thought was a great deal for Minnesota, and I don't understand why Detroit's getting rid of T.J. Hawkinson. He's a really good player.
Unless they were going to sign him, right? Because he's up.
Yeah, and I mean, unless he if they weren't going to, or if he had communicated to them like, I'm not coming back here, which is completely possible. But I think in Minnesota, that's a great deal for Minnesota. And I think that's another thing that's frustrating to Cowboys fans is, okay, Philly went out and got Robert Quinn, and they obviously added A.J. Brown in trade earlier this offseason. And San Francisco went out and got Christian McCaffrey, and Minnesota went out and got T.J. Hawkinson, and they made these big, bold moves, and you got Jonathan Hankins. And Jonathan Hankins is fine, but Jonathan Hankins is not the type of move that those other three contenders made. And I think in a conference that's really there for the taking, it's just frustrating to see those teams really go for it and be aggressive with it, and for the talk from the Cowboys, which sounded like they were wanting to be aggressive like that, and ultimately go, I don't know, that's maybe too much money. Do we really want to do this? And ultimately have it come down to, once again, the pocketbook, when we've always heard, well, that's the last thing that should be of concern is the pocketbook.
Thank you, brother, and thank you for all the behind-the-scenes work, including what we're about to play from G-Bag. You're appreciated.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory hotline. Woo! All right. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah?
So Broadus, when he filled in last Wednesday for you, he was talking about how he doesn't want some Tolas that call into the Cowboys postgame to misinterpret his tone. You know, he's like, I'm not coming at you. I'm not attacking you. But I should have told Broadus within that segment. We ran out of time. Sometimes like tone matters, right? When Broadus is asking someone a question, it's either like a legitimate tone or it's a sarcastic tone. So like if someone's like, Cooper Rush should start over Dak, and if Broadus' tone is like, oh yeah, you think that? That's what you think? That's sarcastic. If he goes, all right, give me a couple reasons why, that's legitimate. Mm-hmm. That's how I read tone. So yesterday, I don't think Gavin Dawson was reading Broadus' tone when they were arguing Zeke versus Pollard. I think it took Dawson a little bit to understand. I instantly was like, that's smart ass Brian. listen to this first clip from G-Bag, as I think it took Dawson a little bit to realize what was going on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game where, he carries it 33 times and 30 times and 28 times and 27 times and 26 times. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I really am. If that's, those are the numbers for Zeke. Those are the high numbers for Zeke for his career, carrying the ball.
Yeah.
33 times, 30 times, 28 times, 27 times, 26 times.
Yeah.
Those are the high numbers. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see Tony Pollard carry the ball 33 times. I do.
All right, stop it right there. Right? Okay, up to this point, I think G-Bag is believing Broadus is serious. He sounds serious. It makes me wonder if he was trolling us yesterday when he called in before Jerry on this topic, and we just didn't pick up on it when he was talking about, look, if you are not going to re-sign Pollard in the offseason, run him into the ground. I was like, was he disagreeing with our take of Zeke versus Pollard? So up until this point, Broadus sounds serious. Let's continue.
In the playoffs?
No,
or
just in a
wouldn't
regular
he be worried about getting hurt?
Just a regular season game.
I know, but he could get hurt like that.
Well,
see, I want to keep him fresh. I want to make sure we win games, and then when you get to the playoffs.
No, man, you got your back here, man.
Here we go.
You got your back.
You do.
You got your back.
But you don't want him worn down. You don't want him worn down for January, do you? I mean, this game will take a toll on you.
No, man, you got your guy. We're all talking like we got our guy here.
Well, yeah, we do, but it's a 1-2 damn punch.
No, I'm the one guy that's been talking about the 1-2 punch. But I'm listening to you guys, and I'm cool. If you want him to carry the ball 33 times, I'm cool with that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
No, we're talking like that. We want to see him carry the ball more.
Yeah, we want to see him carry it more than Zeke. Yeah, but we don't.
But Zeke,
we don't want him worn out for
that's
January.
What I'm saying. Zeke carried the ball 33 times in a game, carried it 31 another time.
Yeah, that wasn't right.
It's career. I'm just talking about his career. If we're talking about the primary back, which Zeke has been throughout his career.
Yeah.
Zeke has carried the ball 33 times.
Oh, we didn't talk about him being a workhorse. We just want it more than Zeke.
How
like
a
2-to-1 split.
There we go.
How many do you want?
Like 20-10.
20-10.
20-10.
Why not? Don't be cheap about it. Go 25. You
Well,
guys, he's averaging 5-something yards a carry.
Right. Well, most running backs.
Yeah, let's hand him the ball.
Most running backs get hurt throughout the year.
Oh, this guy breaks tackles. This guy's
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
You're winning football games with the way
All right,
you're doing
stop
it.
it. So Dawson is doing a tremendous job of keeping it light right now. We all know the sarcasm light is on and it's blinking. I mean, Broadus is dripping in sarcasm. Dawson is doing a nice job of keeping it light. Chio has had enough. All right? Carpool is in danger here. We got a little issue from the shotgun seat. As Chiafalo has had enough, and he's going to go with Papa Bear right here.
Right now, so you don't need to do it.
Oh,
yeah, you are.
Oh, I just want to make sure that's what we were doing.
You are, yeah. You're able to beat the Lions, and then you're able to beat.
Pass
you're able to beat a couple.
No, give him the ball 33 times, bro. Let's see what happens.
But
he can maybe rush for 300 yards doing that.
Correct. Yes, he probably could. He probably could. But
you guys got the plan.
But Broadus, you
Let's go.
You don't go for it on November 1st. You know that better than anybody. What do you mean go for it? What are we going for? Why give him the ball 33 times in November? When you're able to split it up.
He's averaging 5 yards a carry.
Yes, of course.
That's 150 yards a game?
Yeah, so when...
I think he could do it.
So when you're in a tight spot, then absolutely, he's the guy. In the big game against the Eagles, he's the guy. In the playoff games, he's the guy.
You got me convinced, man. This is the guy.
That's cut one. That's the first clip.
So, all right, so Broadus is saying... Run him into the ground today. Forget about the postseason.
But now I'm wondering if he was being sarcastic with us. We just didn't have enough time to get into it. So, see, the issue here is we don't know what Dawson and Chiafalo's point was. Dawson sounds like he's saying, like I have been, if there's 30 carries, let's all answer this right now for the record. If the Cowboys have 30 carries in a game, which I went back and just clicked like 3 random games, they had like 27, 28. Yeah. Let's just make it easy. There's 30 carries in a game. How many carries would you like to see Pollard get? Peyton, and I want you to answer it as well.
20.
Okay, 20-10.
20-10.
2-1. Mm-hmm. I can go along with that. Okay. I agree with you. I could make it 18-12. I could negotiate down to that. carries, RJ Choppy. What would you do? 30 carries.
30, 16, or 17.
Okay. So 16, 14,
Something
17,
like that.
13.
Yeah.
For Pollard?
It's 15 or 16 or 16 or 17 for Pollard. 10 to 12 for Zeke.
Okay.
And then Davis get a couple.
Okay.
Or whatever, Dak, whatever.
It sounds like Dawson and Eric were suggesting that ratio. From somewhere, Broadus is thinking that those guys were saying, no, make him the workhorse, which I don't think anyone has done. I just don't want to look at a box score and see against Washington, Zeke gets 19 carries, Pollard gets 8. I'd rather it just simply be flipped. And maybe Broadus heard us talking like that yesterday, and that's why he didn't attack us this way. Because we were like, no, Zeke can still play, but somewhere he got the idea on G-Bag that those guys were totally trying to bury Zeke. So that's part one.
Now, real quick, there needs to be situations that we allow for games when they're going to be in more passing downs, and Pollard's just not going to get any carries.
Right. I'm not asking.
And then even though they're in passing downs, Zeke's going to still get 15, 18 carries because he's going to be in the game more.
Right. So the number of snaps could be a different conversation.
I want Zeke to get far more snaps. Maybe even 2-1. Because I want them.
But you said yesterday that Pro Football Focus's pass blocking grades changed your mind.
Yep. I mean,
what were they?
Roughly, Pollard was very good in pass protection, and Zeke was not very good at all. Then again, on the flip side, Pro Football Focus has never, I went back and looked throughout his entire career, never really graded Zeke very highly as a pass blocker, as a pass protector.
So who knows? So then you should advocate your previous point. You're flushing because you trust PFF.
Well, yeah, I do trust PFF. The Cowboys don't.
Yeah.
I don't think so. The Cowboys are going to use him more.
But in RJ Choppy's world,
in my world, if I would probably lean towards going with the better pass blocker, and PFF says that's Tony Pollard.
Yeah. So then it shouldn't even be close in terms of the snap count.
Really
you got the better runner, and you got an even pass blocker according to PFF. So this should be a blowout. You should be the one advocating for, 90% to 10 if you trust PFF.
Well, look, I didn't even think they should have Zeke on the team. So what the hell?
All right. So this second one, man, this is laugh out loud. Hold on to your coffee. Chiafalo is going to do a Broadus impersonation here. I think it's absolutely golden. Part 2 of G-Bag arguing about Zeke versus Pollard, with Broadus obviously being exposed right now in full troll mode.
I don't know what Broadus is doing over here.
No,
he's working a hell of a troll.
Godding. He's been around Bobby Belt so much.
He God mode on the troll.
He's doing Don't ever throw the ball again.
What was the sentence that hurt you, Brian?
Let's run Wildcat offense with Tony Pollard.
No.
Let's make him Christian McCaffrey. He can run the touchdown, receive the touchdown, and throw the touchdown. Let's find a way to bench all 10 other players on the offense and just have Tony Pollard versus the other 11 and watch him go win football games.
If this is a playground, we'll be wrestling right about now.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let him go.
No, it's so funny because Eric will kill you with numbers, but when it's like all of a sudden it's like, no, wait, we need to have some balance here. Ooh. We don't need to do this. You kill everybody with these numbers, and
I'm
you
just
talk
giving
about,
you the facts, Broadus. What do you want me to do? Avoid them?
And I'm telling you,
you want me to avoid
let's
them?
give him the ball 33 times and see how good we can do.
We just saw that in 14 times he's going to give you 150 yards. So, I think
I'm trying to agree with you. Let's do it. You want to give him the ball 33 times? Let's do it.
If you've listened to what we've talked about over the last couple of days, it's been, and I know that's troubling at times for you on the program. But
it's troubling with you how you explain things.
No.
That's what's troubling.
When you're in big moments, when you're in a tight game.
You don't listen either.
That is fair, and that's fine too.
That's fair.
That is 100% fair.
Right.
I can't push back on that. Yeah. I also tend to not listen at times. But for this particular conversation, all along, I've said the balance. That's all I've asked.
Yes. That's all I've asked.
Absolutely.
But you're making it sound like that he needs to be the guy getting it 20, 25 times.
That's what I heard. Nobody said that.
Yeah, okay. What we've said.
Then we can stop.
What we've said, Rod,
is the thing to break. Coming up next, it's Chiafalo's top 20 Wolchuk's. We're going to do that next here on The Fan.
That's so good, man.
How good is that? Call Chiafalo right now. He just tweeted. I want to know what the ride home was like.
The ride home.
That's why I said carpool's in trouble. They ride to the station together every day.
Okay, but hang on a sec.
They ride together here and back. And Chiafalo just tweeted, Broadus has been like a sponge doing the Love of the Star podcast with troll god Bobby Belt. Bobby's a sarcastic-ass troll.
Yes, he is. I have to find a living situation because I don't remember Broadus and Chiafalo ever living near each other. Remotely near. Chiafalo's by me.
Broadus moved.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think Broadus moved a little while ago. I don't know if Chio's taking the kids to school or not, but I just want to know what the ride home was like. But that was G-Bag with Brian Broadus. And Broadus called in yesterday. Chiafalo is now on the Diamond Factory hotline. What happened there? What happened to that little disagreement?
Man, listening back, it's the first time I'm hearing it back, and it is pretty hysterical. Broadus was in his bag yesterday, man. Broadus was ready to just go full Bobby Belt troll god. I think he's been doing that Love with the Star podcast, and Bobby has rubbed off on him. And you guys got the Broadus sarcastic sensors that were flashing, and then he took it to another level. And then he was just ready to rock and roll at that point. He didn't even care what was going on.
What were you in Dawson's original point that got lost here? What did you want the running back ratio to be?
So I'm kind of with you guys where it's like, hey, 2-to-1 kind of deal. If there's 30 carries, 18 to 20 for Pollard, makes a ton of sense. But particularly where I was going with it was in the big games, in the big moments. If you're in a tight game, if it's the fourth quarter of a game and the game's in the balance, you know who the better running back is. If you're going to beat the Detroit Lions and Zeke can go do his thing and you can have the balance and you can prolong the health of Tony Pollard and keep them fresh for the playoffs, I think that's the biggest thing. But once you get into that big game at the end of the season with the Eagles and the division might be on the line, okay, then I want Tony Pollard in the playoffs. I want Tony Pollard. So that's really all it was. And the numbers show it's very obvious, including the eye test, that Tony Pollard is throwing away the better back.
What was the car ride home like? And more importantly, RJ wants to know, why are you guys even carpooling? He doesn't believe that you live close enough to each other.
Well, I live in Bedford now, Chop, so it's like 12 minutes for me to get over to Broadus. Unfortunately, Broadus is speaking into a microphone 24 hours a day now. He has to go to the Frisco Star to do Cowboys podcasts before G-Bag every day. So since the football season, we have not been carpooling. So unfortunately, we didn't get the heated car ride home, which would have been great yesterday. But it's funny because we were laughing, and I believe at the end of that segment, I teased putting a calzone on National Calzone Day yesterday, Choppy, up the ass of Brian Broadus. But it was all just fun and laughs at the end of that one.
Where are you right now?
Yeah, I know. You're in a fish. People that say apparently that Chiafalo lives in a fish tank.
I am, Choppy. I'm actually at the gym right now. Wondering where you're at.
Are you on the AirPods? That's where you are. The AirPods.
I'm AirPodding at the gym. I might be breathing a bit heavy because, I'm just trying to get it in.
What set are you on? What lift are you in?
Right now, today's doing a little bit of back day, Sean. So we're going to do a little bit of pulling. I'm going to focus a ton on the lats today and just get as much pulling as possible. So I'm about to hit the pull-ups, and I'm just going to burn out on as many pull-ups as I can. Choppy, I closed last week at 22 pull-ups in a row.
Oh, did you really? That's surprising because you lift lighter than an 11-year-old.
Oh,
All right. I'm not going to let you do that to me, Choppy. I'm not going to let you do that to me.
Get back to your set. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the call. Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. Apparently, Michael Irvin was going off the other day when he named Tony Pollard, shockingly, his top playmaker of the week on First Take.
Number one. Where we at? Number one. They've been waiting on this playmaker.
Number one distance travel.
They've been waiting on
the
this
dude
playmaker.
came off the bench. I hadn't had one on here in a long time. But the dude came off the bench. They said, hey, man, you're up. We need you. Ooh. And Tony Pollard, he came off the bench and did what he needed to do. He rushed that ball 14 times. 130 yards. Three TDs. Every time he got it, he was running to the end zone. You put Tony Pollard running like that. You get Zeke running like that. You get Ezekiel playing like this. You get the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl. Tony Pollard, you are my playmaker.
And the God said, let there
absolute chaos. And the playmaker, Michael Irvin, will join us at 8:40 this morning, brought to you by Driveway.com. Odyssey NFL Insider Calls, brought to you by Driveway. If you're looking for a car, go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. All right, so who are you ruling in favor of? What are the Tolos saying in terms of G-Bag?
Well, they're not really voting on this one. They're in the terms of their touches, they're saying ideally 15 and 15.
Okay.
If he gets 20, that's great.
That was great audio, though.
Yeah, it was tremendous. Pollard's a deer. You got to put him out there. Who am I siding with? I understand Broaddus' point. Run him into the ground, man.
I disagree with the point. It's not about,
well, I didn't say I agreed with it. I got you on a Kyrie.
Oh,
here.
my God. What did you say?
I said I understand his point.
Okay.
I don't agree with it necessarily. Yeah, I would run him in.
No, his point is incorrect.
What, run him into the ground?
Yes. That's not the objective. The objective is what is best to win the football games.
Well, yeah. No. Yeah, I don't think he's saying.
I believe Broaddus believes in balance.
Yes,
I'm not giving Tony Pollard more work because I'm not going to re-sign him. I need to do
Correct.
I need to do what it calls for that specific week.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, what I think he's saying is if you have a high volume running week, just run him into the ground, right? Not like, hey, every game we're going to go out there and make sure he gets 30 carries. It's just like,
I think you try to keep both fresh for the postseason.
1,000%.
I mean, all these other factors, we always talk about this so much with this team. Contracts dictating. Stubbornness of not wanting to admit you were wrong with trading Amari, so you're not going to get a replacement receiver. Is that a possibility? All these other things, man. Just game plan week to week. Let's try to win try to get to the NFC title game for once, for God's sake, and we can worry about all this other stuff.
Arbitrary.
Michael Irvin, the playmaker, coming up at 8:40. Where are the Cowboys in your power rankings this week? Let's go 1 through 5. What?
Where are the Cowboys in the power rank? Like, it's coming up next. I'm excited about it.
Oh, he's coming up next. RJ's excited about it right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Here we go. It is now time for this week's edition of the NFL Power Rankings here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station and your home of America's team. That's us, the Dallas Cowboys. Here on 105.3 The Fan. The playmaker Michael Irvin is coming up at 8:40 this morning. 1 through 5, 5 through 1, whichever way you want to list it, hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's tell you what the rest of the country is saying first. And do you want to take into account the trade deadline yesterday with moves that other teams made, while this one made none? Blogging the Boys compiles all of these. They had the Cowboys at 4 last week. They kept them at 4 this week. NFL.com, 4. ESPN moved the Cowboys from 6 to 4. USA Today kept them at 4. Yahoo kept them at 4. CBS from 6 to 5. The Athletic kept them at 4. And Sports Illustrated, come on, Mike Fisher, what the heck are you doing over there?
I'm the Maven.
Bumped them from 5 to 6.
Well, I mean, it's because I had less people on my paywall for the Dallas area, so I had to bump them because the people in Atlanta had so many more advertisers.
What if they had the Atlanta Falcons above the Cowboys?
Just based on subscribers?
Based on subscribers and paywall. So look, the overall ranking that wins out here is number 4. RJ, you want to go 1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
Oh, I think 1 through 5.
I think this is going to be this could be the quickest edition of Power Rankings that we've had.
Yeah, 1 through 5.
Were these easy for you overall?
The top 4 were.
Same. And then a struggle at 5.
So let's go 1 through 5 then.
All right. Start us off.
All right. I know the people in Philadelphia think they deserve the number 1 spot. The Luda. They don't. They would not be favored over Buffalo in any game. They would not be favored over Buffalo in Philadelphia. They would not be favored over Buffalo on the moon in Jalen Hurts' backyard. The Bills are number 1. I'm sorry, Philly. I know you think you deserve it because you're undefeated. No, you don't. It is.
I wonder how many Eagle fans will really fight that fight that they're better than KC or Buffalo.
You know what? I think quite a bit would. And you know, the funny thing is, if you go and ask Vegas, it isn't close. In fact, the gap between Buffalo and Kansas City and Vegas is probably bigger than the gap between Kansas City and Philadelphia. It is it's a mountain. It is a mountain between everybody else. Buffalo and then everyone else. So give me Buffalo 1.
I agree. I'm going to go with the Bills, number 1 as well. Peyton, did you do any?
Yes, I did Buffalo as well. Make it a sweep.
All right. Do we all have Kansas City at 2? Or someone bumping the Eagles up to the 2nd spot?
I have Kansas City at 2. Now, maybe in Philadelphia, Kansas City's a short dog, but people will be hammering, I think, the Chiefs' money line in that one. This is a no-brainer for me. Chiefs, number 2.
Same for me. Bobby
or Peyton, whatever one.
Peyton.
I'll get Bobby on the phone. So I actually did put Philadelphia at 2.
Oh, you
undefeated.
You
I
hack.
think they
You hack.
They deserve some shine. They've played really well. They're healthy, extremely healthy. I think you got to put the undefeated team this far into the season at number 2.
So tomorrow on a neutral field, you would bet that the Eagles beat the Chiefs?
No.
See, that's why I love you.
Then what's the point?
This is my power rankings, Sean.
That's
This isn't the NFL power or the overall NFL power rankings. These are
But you think the Chiefs are better than the Eagles?
Yes.
Then why aren't they 2?
Because they're undefeated. Philadelphia's undefeated.
Are we related? Are you my child? This is
I may be.
amazing. I love
You're an
this
idiot.
young man.
I need the beard like you.
You're both
but
idiots. How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
So you don't.
But they're undefeated, Sean. This is the NFL. That's why there's only one undefeated team.
But you think that they're not as good as your number 3.
They don't have to be, Sean.
Don't make
They're
sense. Don't
undefeated.
make sense of us, Sean.
They've won every game they played.
Don't try to make sense of them.
All right, RJ.
What are we doing here? Power rankings? Yeah. Okay. Number three, Philadelphia. I finally will give Philadelphia some credit. I think the gap between Kansas City and Philly, if there is one, is probably as wide as Philly for everybody in the NFC. I think Philly's just that much better than the rest of the NFC. The notion that the NFC is wide open this year and winnable, I think is a little flawed.
Why?
Because it's Philly's to choke away.
Okay.
It's not wide open. It's wide open to get to Philadelphia. That is true. I think it's wide open to get to the NFC Championship game, unless you have to run into Philly somewhere between then. But make no mistake about it, as things stand today, every single team in the NFC would be a dog to the Eagles on a neutral field.
Absolutely.
So it's like it may be wide open as we've seen, but this is their conference to choke away right now.
They have more of a path to the Super Bowl than KC or Buffalo.
Yes. If you were to bet which team is the favorite in the NFL to reach the Super Bowl, you have to put Philadelphia number one because they don't have a Kansas City or a Buffalo they have to go up against.
Agreed. There you go. Maybe that makes Peyton's stupidity make a little more sense. So you have Kansas City at 3.
Kansas City at 3, yes.
All right, so just to reset.
And you have Philly at 3.
I have Philly at 3. So Choppy and I are on the same page. Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia. And then my number 4, and I've had them here for a while. And I've felt good about it, and it's been proven right. I'm with the rest of the country. That's Cowboys. And Michael Gallup pant. The Cowboys are number 4. They are, to me, the second best team in the NFC. You?
I have, for the first time, my power rankings, the Dallas Cowboys. They have the 4th best point differential in the NFL behind Buffalo, Philly, and KC. They have this weird, absurd commitment to this plan they've got, but they want to run the ball.
What was the plan last week? How would we define what the plan was against the Bears?
Oh, I did a plan was to. I thought it was a pretty good balanced attack. I didn't notice a commitment to either one.
Right.
And I was fine with that.
Dak was on fire.
Yeah, Dak was. I mean, look, if you're
in the first quarter.
Yeah, and all these people are out here saying, "Oh man, what a great game plan Kellen Moore had." It's really amazing how good the game plan looks when your quarterback knows what the hell he's doing. All right, when he plays his game. When Dak is on, Kellen Moore looks great. I will say, 5 of their 8 games have been at home. They're going to have to win some games on the road in the second half of the season. I forgot that they have the extra 9th home game this year. So they only have 4. They have 4 each on the road and at home remaining. So, or I guess they got one more on the road. But so they have had 5 of their 8 at home. That's my number 4.
Peyton?
I as well have the Cowboys at number 4.
All right.
Now it gets difficult. Now it gets challenging. This to me is a 2-horse race. And the trade deadline factoring in to my thought process. Who are you going with?
Ooh.
Who are you going with at number 5? This is a coin flip for me. It's 2 teams in the NFC. What was your battle between conferences? Same conference? What?
My was 1 NFC.
Okay.
And 1 AFC.
1 AFC. Is the AFC team the Baltimore Ravens?
It is the Baltimore Ravens. They should be 7-1. They're 5-3. They had crushing loss. They had a 10-point lead against the Giants in the 4th quarter, and they blew the game to Miami, where they had a double-digit lead in the 4th quarter. They're as good as anyone. They showed that when they played the Bills to 3 points. They're a nightmare matchup with Lamar versus defenses because you have to guard against both run and pass with him as a player. We've seen that how teams with mobile quarterbacks can be nightmare matchups. I will buy San Francisco at some point. I still think they're very, very good. I would not want to run into them in the postseason. I would not. But give me Baltimore.
Who's your 5, Peyton?
So before the trade deadline, it was the Baltimore Ravens. After, I have the Minnesota Vikings at number 5.
Because the record, of course.
Right, the record, and then TJ Hawkinson. That offense is just unbelievable right now.
So I can't decide between Minnesota and San Francisco.
Oh, that's an easy one.
San Fran?
No, Minnesota. Take Minnesota now. At least now, as of now.
Dude, Minnesota's not beating anybody.
Neither is San Fran.
I can't be impressed. Well, they beat down the Rams.
Who are what?
3-4?
They've owned the Rams. Minnesota beat the Lions, Saints, Bears, Dolphins. I'm pretty sure that was Tua there for that. Then Arizona, and then they have the Commanders coming up. It's like
San Fran lost by 14 to Atlanta.
Miami had Bridgewater playing. Like, Minnesota hasn't beaten anybody. I don't know if I trust them, like, neutral field tomorrow against Baltimore, against San Francisco. It's all there on paper. It's all there for Cousins on paper.
They have a better resume than San Fran. I think by a wide margin.
Okay. But they're playing in a crappier division, right?
They are, but I think they've beaten better teams.
San Fran lost to Chicago, Denver, Atlanta, Kansas City. Yeah. I just can't get this stupid toughness thing out of my mind with San Francisco. I'll go Minnesota.
There you go.
In 2 weeks, are the Cowboys favored in Minnesota?
Good question. I think it depends what happens in the next 2 weeks. If they played tomorrow on a neutral field, Minnesota would probably be slightly favored.
Ooh.
Point and a half.
Because TJ Hawkinson?
No, I went
6-1. The Peyton principle.
My guy Bo at the Football 401k said that the Cowboys would be favored, so they're at a neutral field
against
Minnesota and San Fran.
Okay.
So the way the rankings in Vegas would be is Buffalo, KC, Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco.
All right, so let's just reset it around the room real quick. I'm going Buffalo, Kansas City, Filthy, Cowboys, Vikings. 3 straight teams to round out the power rankings after the top 2 in the AFC. Ralph?
Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly, Cowboys, Baltimore.
Buffalo, Philly, Kansas City, Dallas, Minnesota.
Around the NFL power rankings every hump day. At this time. Are the Houston Astros the most hated team in all of sports? Are they just most hated by everybody? You had a local restaurant in Filthy refuse to serve the Astros food, and the Eagle fans, the vile, disgusting Eagle fans, actually broke Mattress Mac. Plus a message from Deion Sanders that I think everybody needs to hear. Next, before the Playmaker.
But let's get you over to Zero. Let's look at that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zero.
In Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Comes home with the pitch swung on, hit deep, right field, and the Phillies are going to lead it. Yeah, they are. Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top with a 2-run home run over the out-of-town scoreboard. Simply amazing. Harper here at home has homered on back-to-back swings.
That was the call on Phillies radio. Electricity in the crowd.
Dude. Man, I got to say, I wish that was the norm around the country. That,
here.
Yeah, here. I wish we had one crowd that was like that. Just one. Not even the college football crowds around here are like that. A&M is the closest thing, and they're in a different stratosphere. That is stupid. What they've got going on there for a Major League Baseball game is something that, 3 or 4 cities would have. New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. And maybe Toronto. And that's it.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to join us at 8:40 this morning here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Before that game last night, Philly takes a 2-1 World Series lead by winning 7-0. They hit 5 home runs. Before the game last night, the Astros, now they opened at minus 190 to win the whole thing. They were the favorite. The Phillies were plus 165. Before last night, Houston was at minus 170. So still the favorite. Vegas had the Astros winning this in 6, RJ. And then the second most likely outcome was the Astros winning it in 7. And now Filthy has the series lead. Bregman was the favorite for World Series MVP. This is all before 7-0.
Yeah, and now it's got to be Bryce Harper, right?
Got to be.
Or Schwarber.
Although Bryce wasn't top 4 on this list before yesterday.
No.
Bregman, Valdez, Altuve, and Tucker.
Bregman,
Valdez,
Altuve.
All 4 Astros.
Yeah, well, because they expected them to win the series. So that
but it was tied at 1.
I know. Now you're looking at, Schwarber. What could he wind up doing to get the MVP? Hoskins, or of course, you get yourself some Bryce Harper in there.
All right, bring up your most hated question for the truckwreck.com text line.
All right. So, you can talk about rivalries or whatever. Who's the best rivalry in sports right now? It's not like, the most classic rivalry is Duke Carolina or Yankees Red Sox or whatever. But who's the best currently? The most hated team in sports, period, historically is probably the Yankees or the Cowboys or the Lakers. But Duke might be it. I don't think there's any question that in professional sports right now, while more people dislike the Cowboys or dislike the Yankees, and that hate's ingrained, there is no hate that is higher in sports right now, universally, than for the Houston Astros. Everybody hates the Houston Astros. Like, the Cowboys roster is not as hateable as it could be. The Yankees roster is not as hateable as it could be. Nobody hates Dak Prescott. Nobody hates Aaron Judge.
Right.
Everybody hates Alex Bregman. Everybody hates Jose Altuve. Everybody hates Justin Verlander. The only one that's not hateable on that team is probably Yordan. I can't stand Kyle Tucker. I can't stand Bregman's face and his choked up bat, or Altuve's mouth, the way he moves his mouth. I can't stand Dusty's rubber gloves.
I know.
Okay?
Why does he wear those gloves?
He has never given an answer for it. His wife says that he has protected himself against COVID, but he's not wearing a mask on the field.
It looks like he's about to pull apart a Boston butt, like he's getting ready to shred some pulled
I'm sorry, what, a Boston butt?
Yeah.
Is that a person?
Boston butt. That's what pulled pork is. They call
it Boston butt?
Yeah, they call it a Boston butt. But I know you would.
You know what I would have thought a Boston butt
You wouldn't even have the gloves on.
You never pulled Boston butt before?
You wouldn't even.
I have. I have.
What would the name of that girl be? the girl on SNL. Who was
that? What was that? What was her name?
I don't know. She was such a great. She had that hardcore Boston accent.
I imagine every girl in Boston's name's like Rhea.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Rhea.
No, man, it's like they're so hateable.
Yeah.
So I cannot think of a current more hated team. I don't even hate Duke now that Krzyzewski's gone.
Right.
As much.
Right.
Okay. Kentucky. Duke.
We don't hate the Warriors.
I don't hate the Warriors like that.
The Patriots, now that
Brady's gone, nobody hates the Pats.
Alabama.
Man, I hate Bama, but
good one.
I've got mad respect for Bama.
You don't have mad respect for the Astros?
I do, but I also there's a little bit of me that doesn't.
Right.
There's a little bit of me that doesn't.
Man, they broke Mattress Mac last night. They were so vile. Mattress Mac is on video cursing at the Philly fans. He's dropping F-bombs.
Yeah.
This old man, this old Astros fan is there, and they're dog cussing him. And then this pizza place went viral as the owner went on Instagram. The guy who brought us breakfast yesterday, Samir, he's always cooking for these other teams.
Yeah.
And he's cooking for, the Mavericks or the Yankees come to town. They request, his catering company to go cook. That's what happened with this. Angelo's Pizzeria. This is the place I've been YouTube stalking for months.
The Philadelphia one.
The Philadelphia one. The one I've been trying, why I wanted to try to make sub rolls and bake the bread and cheesesteaks. It's been off this place.
Okay.
And I told Bobby Belt to go there. Instead, he went to
Shish
Kebabs.
He went to Ish Kebabs.
He went to Shish Kebabs.
He went to some place that had a 2.7 on Yelp.
So here's the owner of this pizzeria on Instagram shutting down the armpit.
If you think that I cooked for the Astros, you're out of your mind. We said no to them.
Okay, that went viral. Now, he went on Instagram and he's just recording. Houston has foam bombed this business. They started a TikTok, Astros fans, to try to find this business, find this guy, and throw cheesesteaks at his face. Astros fans are trying to revolt. The question
all 11 of them?
The question I have is, was that a brilliant business move? Was that a stupid or a brilliant business move to shut down serving the Houston Astros team?
Look, if it's a legendary place, he probably doesn't need the PR, right? Like
Right.
Pat's and Geno's in Philadelphia.
It's not that big.
It's not like that. But unless this guy wants to go and open up a restaurant in Houston, this is a great business move. Like, it really is.
Because those meatballs are going to line up.
They're going to eat it up, man.
Yeah. Literally.
They're literally going to eat it
You're
up.
one of us. Way to go. Way to represent.
Yeah. Like, this is the same group of clowns up there that won't even root for Chaz McCormick because his own family is not rooting for the Astros.
Family.
He got him tickets, and poor Chaz is sitting there at the game trying to hit. And they're going to wear, a Phillies jersey that says McCormick on the back.
And the other thing about
See
that.
Tim McGraw there last night?
No.
He was wearing his dad's jersey.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was pretty cool. Tug was. See Micah there.
Yes. People were asking, the Tolos were asking if that was a traitor move as Micah was taking a picture on the A-Rod Fox set.
Yeah.
He's from PA.
He's from Pennsylvania. This is his childhood team. He's obviously a baseball fan. Like, I didn't know that about Micah. He was a big he had a suite at the ballpark. Like, it was his suite they were in for Judge's 62 game.
Micah?
Yeah, he's got a suite there. When Dak and Gallup were there?
Yeah.
They were in Micah's suite.
When Zeke said he's not driving
not driving to Arlington.
To Arlington from Frisco.
He's obviously a baseball fan, which I find very cool. Like, I want other athletes. I'm a baseball guy. I want other athletes to be into baseball and grow the sport and all. We get it back to somewhere it was.
All right, one more note. Of all places, the Daily Mail putting out
in England.
Putting out the headline, Rangers enter running for Aaron Judge. And I was like, What?
Do they even know who the Texas Rangers are at the Daily Mail in UK?
They were citing The Athletic. I read the Athletic article, and I didn't see anything in here about Aaron Judge. What they did say was a profile on Bruce Bochy taking over. They said the Rangers spent $556 million last winter, but the Athletic is reporting they're going to make a hard push to be aggressive again. Carlos Rodon.
Oh, well, and
that's the first name, the lefty.
You know, I've heard. I was on a podcast with him one time, Sean.
You were on a podcast with Carlos Rodon?
Yeah, I was with Derek Holland, and Carlos was our guest that day.
Wow.
And
Derek, thanks for inviting me on there. You and Michael Irvin, you guys are awesome.
I've heard through the grapevine that he's kind of on the short list. This place is. He were on it last time too. He likes it here.
They already made sense as a free agent alternative for Brandon Belt. Given both their extreme lack of left-handed DH production last year, the Rangers' proximity to his home in Lufkin, and then could they entertain trading for an unhappy Madison Bumgarner, whom the Diamondbacks are desperate to unload? So these were some Rangers notes from The Athletic throwing their name into the Aaron Judge mix at the age of 30, even though a lot of people think Aaron Judge is already a San Francisco Giant. They are not going to be outbid, according to reports.
I'm not sure I want...
Sandler doesn't want Judge here.
Well, look, I would take Aaron Judge if he took a 5-year deal or a 7-year deal.
Well, he rejected 7 for $213 already.
But he's going to want 10, and, the Yankees will wind up giving him 8, and he'll probably re-sign there. If you gave me Judge for 5 years or 7 years, I would jump at that. He's fantastic. He's a great athlete.
But NewJersey.com is saying he's at the top of the Giants list. He grew up a Giants fan.
Yeah.
If they miss out, quote, it won't be because of money. They plan to entice him further by signing at least 2 high-priced free agents.
Well, they better start with Carlos then.
They
want to bring him back.
So much money freed up, and they need a draw. This is the report. They need a draw with the Dodgers and the Padres spending on big games, and they're feeling pressure from the Warriors winning and spending so much in the same market.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're a legendary franchise in the sport. They've got 3 titles in the last 12 years. They want to get back there, and that is this hometown team. If you're going to have to pay a lot to get him, and you're going to have to give over the amount of years because San Francisco's not consistently in the postseason right now, and Aaron Judge wants to be in there all the time. Look, I would be kind of disappointed. I don't want Brandon Belt here. Just sidebar. I mean, he's played in, about 180 games over the last 2 seasons. He had 213 last year. His OPS is a 676. He's 34 years old. I know he's local. I think he could do way better than Brandon Belt.
But you love the idea of Carlos?
I do. I mean, he had arguably his best season last year. He was fantastic last season. I would absolutely welcome Carlos here.
Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Next up, the playmaker. Is Michael Irvin disappointed the Cowboys made no moves yesterday during the deadline? The always electric Michael Irvin joins Sean and RJ next. But first, let me get you on over to DFW Security. With DFW, you get better protection. here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as we are set to be joined by Odyssey NFL Insider. It's going to be Michael Irvin as he joins us every Wednesday at this time. Is Michael disappointed the Cowboys didn't do anything at the deadline? The Playmaker is brought to you by Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, Mike. How are you? Michael? Mike? Hello. Something with Mike's phone. And look, a lot of people are saying get a receiver. The name that's being mentioned was Brandon Cooks. Maybe for a conditional round pick. We don't have it for sure. I saw a second rounder floated out there. Cooks making $18 million next year. Little too rich for my blood. Little too rich for my blood, but a lot of Tolos are angry at the Jones boys all over again for not making a go-for-the-kill move, not going for it all right there. Nick Eatman will be joining us at 9:20 this morning. And, of course, the other names that moved around the league, Bradley Chubb to the Miami Dolphins. T.J. Hawkinson goes from Detroit to Minnesota. Chase Claypool, who RJ was interested in, goes from Pittsburgh to the Chicago Bears. Nyheim Hines goes to Buffalo from Indy. Now we got Mike. Michael, are you disappointed the Cowboys didn't make a trade yesterday?
Not really. Not as disappointed as people. A lot of people talking about everybody made a trade except the Cowboys. You know, the Cowboys did make a trade. They got the big guy for the middle of defense. But I understand what everybody's saying. You know, you start looking around and you see the Eagles. That's really what they worry about. The Eagles getting Robert Quinn. Well, who did we get? Right. You know, yeah, that's really what they're worried about. And where do you say the Cowboys go? I would have liked to see. I've seen them, you know, if they had gotten maybe another receiver to help out. But I think they'll be okay in that department. I really do think they'll be okay. Dan Orlovsky, I got to give him credit. He and I was talking about some things that we really liked in the game this week, you know, and it featured a lot of those 13 sets with three tight ends in and giving that opportunity. We wanted to bring in another receiver, but you bring in that three tight end set. Now we can become even with Tony Pollard, kind of a power running game. Now you can put the power with the three tight ends and still have the explosiveness of Tony Pollard that we saw Sunday. So yeah. I wish they would have. If they did, now I'm still fine. But I think they're still good with where they are.
Where do you stand in the whole Zeke versus Pollard debate?
Listen, I had to deal with this all day on First Take yesterday. Then I had to deal with it last night on Inside the NFL. And I want us to be careful here. And I told them, everybody out here, they always try to put these viruses in our computers. Oh, no, let's go start Tony Pollard. You know, come on, Sean, you guys know more than anybody knows. There has to be a harmony in the locker room. If you ain't got no damn harmony in the locker room, you don't have anything. And you will certainly break down the harmony of this team when Dak and Zeke came in together. These are boys. These are ride and die boys. I'm sure Dak don't want Tony Pollard to start and what they may do to Zeke. And Zeke and Tony Pollard are close. I don't even know if Tony Pollard would want to start over Zeke and mess up the whole flow in that locker room. Tony Pollard got 14 carries and went for 131 yards, and I couldn't win. That's why I made him my top playmaker, even over Derrick Henry, who had 200 yards. And they just say, just a digress here. That makes everybody so mad.
I know.
When I do stuff like
we
that.
Played it.
Hey, it ain't me hot. I say it's my playmaker. That ain't yours. It's mine. I don't want to hear that noise you talk. And Derrick Henry, not that he's a bad boy, but he had 30 carries to get that from 200. I got 130. I got 130 yards out of 14 carries. If I do the math and I give you 15 more, yeah, you got you about 260. That's good. So I mean, you know what I'm saying. So that's how I left that. But that junk be funny, man. I just love it. But to that, I don't think Pollard would want to even destroy the chemistry and the makeup they have in that locker room. We're not going to give him 30 carries. So he doesn't have to be starting the game. All of that is to disrupt what we have going. And we have to be careful not to let that virus in our computer.
Mike, Zeke's not the same guy that he was 6 years ago. I mean, no running back.
No doubt. Nobody's questioning that. Nobody's questioning
that. Right. How much I think weight do you think his name still carries from a fear standpoint among the rest of the league? The players and the coach, like do the coaches still game plan against him?
Stop. You talking about how much weight his name still carries? How much? Ain't no man you gonna talk to in the NFL that will tell you they want to run into Zeke. That's the weight the NFL carries. Don't be fooled. You want a physical football team. You want people to come out and say, hey, this team is physical. What I tell you about San Francisco last year, why did I not want to see San Francisco? I said, no, that team's too physical. We want people saying that about us. And you would not get it with Tony Pollard. They're going to talk about him being explosive. Explosive is good, but you will not get it. You want teams to say, boy, they physical. And now what's going to happen? They're scared of physicalness. They're going to put more people in the box. And now we can get some plays up the field. That's what I'm talking about right there. Explosiveness is dangerous. It's dangerous, but it's not feared as much as physicalness in the NFL. And you want that physicalness, man. I'm telling you, we need it. We need it.
Ooh,
we need it.
I was about to pick a fight with him until that answer. That was I like the explanation, but
because we think Debo's explosive. No, Debo's physical. Look at the size of that butt.
Oh my!
Thank you.
He's got a huge butt, man. I know you look at that.
That play he made a couple of weeks ago before he got hurt. Who was that? Rams? Was that just the Rams? I mean, hey, that dude, he caught the ball. They had him tackled. He stepped right out of that tackle, and it almost looked like nobody even really wanted to catch him because they know if they catch him, they got to hit him, and he gonna hit you before you hit him. See, that kind of stuff. You want people. We think football players don't endure fear. Don't endure fear. Every play, you got to conjure up your courage. And when you got to conjure up your courage, and you go down there, you see Zeke coming, and you don't watch film of Zeke. You don't see Zeke falling backwards. You don't see Zeke falling backwards. These two men coming straight at each other, and everybody he hits goes backwards. That lays on you, man. That lays on you, and that demoralizes a team. And you want that. And this, both of these can be true. We can still start Zeke and get Tony Pollard his 15 touches because we're 8-0 when he has 15 touches. And we're 37 points a game when he has 15 touches. We can still do the same. It's only 15. We're going to still have enough rushes in there for Zeke and somebody else.
Michael Irvin, the playmaker on the Diamond Factory hotline. So handicap this thing at the midway point. Cowboys in the NFC and the Cowboys in the NFL as a contender. What does it look like to you?
Well, you come down top to bottom in the NFC, it's definitely, you got to get Philly, then nod on being the top team right now. That move San Fran just made scares me because they always had the physicalness.
McCaffrey?
Now, that McCaffrey move, now they just got the explosiveness, and they've always had some explosives too, but they also got, I'm worried about Garoppolo. I was like, Garoppolo gonna give us something. Garoppolo give us something. Because he's going to hear the rumblings of, man, he's just dumping these balls off. He had to go upfield. And
game manager, bus driver, game manager.
Right. And he hears all of that jump. Then he's going to try to go down the field with stuff. It's going to force him. It's going to make him, I got to get these people on. He'll go off the field, and then he's going to throw an interception. That's what I always say about Garoppolo when he goes up. But now that he's got McCaffrey, he doesn't feel forced to go downfield. So he can dump that ball off to McCaffrey, and McCaffrey going to make a play. And I'm going to tell y'all something. That catch he made in the corner end zone, I told you this before, that was an incredible catch for a running back. A running back can't track footballs like that. Yeah. He tracked that football and snapped it out the air. That was a perfect fit for them to get Christian McCaffrey, and that worries me. But it's those three teams in the NFC right now. It's Philly, San Fran, Dallas, and then probably Minnesota coming in.
What do guys really do during the bye week? Like, what type of plans did you make during the bye?
We can't discuss all those.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Next question.
No. You know how Jimmy was, man. Jimmy ain't give us no real bye. Jimmy was old. Jimmy was a dud head, man. Jimmy ain't listen, man, y'all. Get out here, don't do anything. Just he gave us a couple of days, but he made it sporadic. We'll give you a day here, a day there, then we're going to come back and do this. Give you a day here, a day there, then come back. Never just gave you the whole week. These guys get the whole week off. I guess I better say thank you to Jimmy for not doing that. Hey, when I was talking about it, I started thinking about it. Then I said, you know what? He did what was best. That was best. He did what was best for us back then.
Well, y'all had 2 bye weeks that one year, didn't you?
Yeah, 1 year. We were Super Bowl, yeah. What do you mean 2 bye weeks?
No, there was that one season where there was 2 bye weeks in the league. I can't remember what year it was. It may have been.
Yeah, it was a while back. Yeah, and I didn't like that either.
Hey, you mentioned Orlovsky. Who was cool? Who has gained your respect over there? Who's really impressed you at ESPN?
I like all those dudes, man. I really do. I have so much fun with Dan. And when you're going over to another place like that, you guys got to understand, like that first year, I took this like I would take coming into a football team. You know, all the guys that are over there, I don't want to come over there and disrupt what they're doing. I want to come over there and try to add to it. You know, so you get to know people, you try to talk to people, and you try to move in. You know, I always told Dan and Ryan, you ever watch them do that touchscreen thing they do together? Mm-hmm. Dude, that's so good.
Orlovsky's really good at that.
Yeah. Most quarterbacks, Kirk's good at it too, because the quarterbacks are really giving us a peek into those quarterback meetings. And I used to go into them sometime with Troy and Noah, and I've always found them fascinating because there's so much. You see so much like, damn, this is really organized mess. There's so much going on, but it's really all organized and well thought of. It's real brilliant stuff going on. So Dan does a great job with it. But yeah, I wanted to win those guys over. And so I get along with all of them. I get along with all of them real great. And Ryan now, I got Ryan with my playmakers, and we just have so much fun. And that little 3-minute segment, we be blowing out. We be so tired having fun. You know, and we don't practice any of that. It just comes together. He doesn't even know where I'm going. He doesn't even know where I'm going. He just gets there and hype it up, man. I told him the other day, I said, man, that's so fun, man. It's just fun to be able to do stuff like that.
Are you going to pay Elon Musk to keep the blue check mark?
Yeah, I'll give him $1 for that.
It's not $1.
Oh, it's like $8 or $10 now?
It's $8 a month.
Hey, it's $80. Come on, man. That was one night. Over there, that was 3 dances. Come on, man.
Jeez. I think it's 4, actually. I think it's 4.
Oh, 4 dances.
I think it's 4, Mike.
Not if you include the tips. Now, you need to do right?
Yes, that's all you're tipping. $2 $2 each.
See,
Man.
I'll give him $2.50 each.
Man.
So now you don't want the blue mark. No, man, I need them extra 3 days. I'm not doing that. What are we talking about here? Stop playing.
Hey, you don't want to be with us at a strip club. I will only sit in the middle. I don't want them talking to me. And then RJ, I mean, he straight shuts it down. Yep. He's like Matumbo in there.
Yeah, I'm like, nope, not interested. See ya.
Yeah, he's cold about it, man.
Why are you going? Why are you going?
Great point. Great point.
When I used to go, I would say, why are you in here? Why did you come in here if you're not going to do anything? These people are trying to work in here. That's all. It's just a job. They're trying to work. You know what I'm saying? You got to participate in the process, in the whole whole thing, how this whole thing works. You got to throw some dollars. That's what they call it. So you got to participate. When I used to be there, I used to participate. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Mike. Gold as always. Appreciate it. Stay out of trouble. Bye week. and the club. Man.
Yeah.
The bye week.
Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. All right.
That was Odyssey NFL Insider Michael Irvin. Insider Call is brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. A message that everyone needs to hear from Deion Sanders after what happened in Houston, and Richard Sherman chiming in on how defenses look at Zeke versus Pollard. Final hour of the Hump Day edition. Don't go anywhere. All of that next on The Fan. But first,
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. The Michael Irvin interview. Electric as always, getting into strip clubs. Not wanting to talk about what he did during the bye week, during his NFL career. Michael, incredible. Always, every Wednesday here on Sean and RJ at CFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So, a fantastic follow-up question, I think, from Lamar on Twitter. Lamar7124 made me do some research in the commercial break. Michael was talking about, I was getting ready to kill him when he was talking about why Zeke should still start. You don't want to upset the locker room. And I was like, this show business, not show friendship, Jerry Maguire. Enough with all these feelings and, massaging egos. And then he talked about physicality. He talked about fear that players actually have. And Zeke's physicality is a bigger fear for defenders than the home run being hit. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to fight with Michael right now. So Lamar tweeted this, RJ. How many so-called physical teams on offense, and I have been a proponent of them becoming more physical, especially with their run defense I've had a problem with for years, and after what San Francisco did. And this question brought it up. How many so-called physical teams on offense have won the Super Bowl in the last 10 years? And I was like, let me think. Here's the list.
Well, okay, but define physical.
Well, so let's think of a team. Like San Francisco is physical offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Run the football. Deebo Samuel in the backfield. The Chicago Bears are a physical offense, right?
Chicago, yes, they are.
Okay. Think of what other teams throughout the history of the league offensively. I think you could count Emmitt Smith's Cowboys running physical.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a Hall of Fame quarterback and wide receiver. But I would consider them physical.
So this speaks to the formula. I'm going to go down the last 10 Super Bowl champs with this formula and Pollard versus Zeke debate. Rams. No. Tampa Bay with Brady. No. Kansas City. No. New England.
No.
No, that was where they beat the Rams in that horrible Super Bowl.
That was 13-3. I mean, they weren't a physical team, though. Defensively, they were.
Philadelphia, the Foles Philly team.
I would say no.
New England over Atlanta.
No.
Nope. Denver. They were physical defensively, right?
I mean, they ran the ball a lot, but I mean, they beat you. They beat you on guile.
I didn't think of them as a ground and pound, like rough physical team. New England over Seattle.
No.
Seattle over Denver.
I mean, they scored 52 points.
Well, not just in the Super Bowl, but that team. So I'm like, if there is a team, is this a Marshawn physicality?
I mean, he was the most physical back of any of the teams that we've had since.
And then Baltimore over San Fran.
And
the Flacco team.
Yeah, Flacco. Was Ray Rice on that team? I think he still was. I mean, they were a good team. They were a physical football team. But that was basically back-to-back years.
The answer here is basically none.
Right. And the year before that, it was the Giants.
Yes.
And the Giants were physical. That is what you would consider a physical team. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, and then they had Brandon Jacobs. I mean, they were a kind of a grounded pound type. But
in the last 10 years, the answer is zero.
No, like if you want to win a Super Bowl, let's see. I'm gonna write a check mark here. Okay?
Great question, Lamar on Twitter.
All right, since Seattle. Let's see. Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback, Nick Foles. Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback, Matt Stafford. So, since Seattle, there's been 8 Super Bowls since Seattle. Every single one of them has been quarterbacked by a Hall of Famer, except Philadelphia, and I don't know about Matt Stafford. And if Matt Stafford's a Hall of Famer, then 7 of the 8 Super Bowls since Seattle won has been quarterbacked by a no doubt, surefire, first ballot, not even a 15-second debate Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, that's bad news for us.
Well, I mean, Look, if you don't have
that's bad news for us.
This is the reality, and we've noticed this since Troy Aikman. If you don't have a no-doubt first-ballot Hall of Fame quarterback where there is no argument in the building, you're not winning the Super Bowl.
Except for Eli twice.
Yeah, okay, but you know what I mean? We've seen that. We had Tony Romo. Tony Romo is a great quarterback. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. Yeah. What do borderline Hall of Famers get you at the quarterback position? It gets you good enough to make the playoffs and maybe get hot and lucky. But if you had the only way to guarantee yourself chance after chance after chance at winning the Super Bowl is simple. Get a no-doubt, first ballot, without question, Hall of Fame quarterback where there's no debate in that room, and then you'll have a chance. Otherwise, you've got to be good enough to make the playoffs and hope you get hot. We're seeing it. Look. Tampa, Kansas City, New England, Denver, New England. What do they all have in common? Like their quarterback's going to Canton, and no one's going to argue with them.
Richard Sherman on his podcast this morning. Thanks to Bobby Belt for sending this within the show. Richard Sherman touching on the Cowboys running back situation today.
I love Zeke. I'm a good friends with Zeke. Zeke's a good human being. He's a good football player. But if I'm on that team and I'm watching a guy average 10 yards a carry in the only game he starts and is being dynamic in every facet of the game, the run game, the pass game, and it's just a walking explosive play, I'm going to probably have some questions about we're making that call based on, like, Zeke is a good player and he deserves the ball. He deserves to tote it. But this guy probably deserves just a few more. He deserves it in every aspect of the game, and he showed that. And when he's not on the field, they're less of a threat offensively. When Pollard's not on the field, teams are happy to go head to head with Zeke and play the physical game as much as you want to. But he creates an element that they do not have without him on the field.
Wow, there you go. I agree.
Well, he does create an element that you don't have when Zeke's in the field.
And, a defender, the front seven, they may not like...
It's the second level.
The physicality, but the coach likes the threat of 6 on the board fast. I think that weighs out. Yeah, your linebacker may not like facing Zeke more, but that doesn't outweigh Pollard ripping off a 30-yard run or 25-yard run and taking one to the house. He's just dynamic. Zeke's not. Again, there's a place for both.
No, of course. I mean, Curtis Martin went to the Hall of Fame 4 yards at a time.
Yep.
And there's definitely a call for that. Different game. Now, look, I don't want to get bogged down with 60-yard runs. 60-yard runs they happen 3 times a year.
Right.
Okay, I don't care about 60-yard runs. They're nice, but I'm not going to bank who my running back is off of who can rip off 60. They just don't happen.
Yeah.
Unless you're Barry Sanders. So... Yeah, is Pollard a more dynamic guy? Can he do more? Absolutely. Is there, who am I giving it to 3rd and 1, though? I'll give it to Zeke on 3rd and 1 every time.
Agreed. All right, I want to play. By the way, there is Patrick Walker did a great interview with Skip Pete, the Cowboys running back coach. He did a phenomenal job of explaining why they need both. He said going back to his days with the Raiders, Al Davis taught him you always have to have a fresh guy in. And his time here, Julius and Marion, Felix and Marion, Felix and DeMarco. And we'll get into it a little bit more with Nick Eatman, but I've been teasing this too long. I need to play it. I think it's too good. This is Deion Sanders speaking to his football team after the incident with Takeoff, the musician that died in Houston. More details coming out from police. 2:30 a.m. It's a private event at a bowling alley with about 40 people, and then obviously guns were involved for Takeoff to get killed with the news that broke yesterday morning. This is Deion Sanders using that story and incident to talk to his football team.
I'm just sick and tired of the consistency of people that are influential to you are leaving us consistently. That's our rappers. Takeoff was murdered in a dice game in Houston, where we're going. So that eliminates all y'all leaving that hotel, because it ain't happening until I give you notice. So sooner or later, we got to start changing our addresses, guys. That's an analogy to saying, I know we this, but we ain't that. We got to leave that behind that we once did. And that's what you guys are. Now you guys are Jackson State royalty. You ain't no, man. You're not whoever you were a year ago. You're not even who you're going to be a year from now, which is a blessing. But you can't continuously do the things you've always done and expect to get the results. It's going to have to be a change. All of us have gone through drastic changes. Have we, coaches? Have we, coaches? All of us are still evolving into what God has called us to be, and that's change. You cannot kick it with the same dudes you kicked it with. You cannot kick it with the multitude of women that you kick it with. You cannot associate in the same realms that you associate with. You're going to have to change if you expect change. You can't do it. It's going to come to a time, they can talk about you, they can mock you, they can ridicule you, they can cuss you out, they can clown you, whatever they want. But you're going to have to separate sooner or later. You're going to have to disconnect. Sooner or later, you're going to have to. So get that in your spirit. I'm sad because it just seems like it's always us. But we want to say we matter. We want to say we keep it in 100, but it's always us. Now we lose another soldier to some bull junk that when we look back at it, the gentleman going to say, dang, now his whole life changes. Because now he's incarcerated or murdered in a consequence of what transpired. Because you know how the game is played. And I don't want y'all playing that foolish game because y'all are valuable to your families, friends, loved ones, and you're valuable to us.
That was Deion talking to his team.
I thought that was tremendous. He did something that a lot of coaches I don't think could do, which is, speak to the players as one of them, as a former player, as a coach, as a father. He hit home. Mike could do this. Countless other players can do this. And they have done this. Mike left. Michael Irvin, he didn't grow up in this rich neighborhood. You talked to him. He grew up in a bad spot. You think he spends a lot of time there? He goes back home a lot? He had to make a decision. A lot of guys have to make decisions on.
And I can't. You're going to be called a traitor,
called a sellout, traitor, all that stuff.
That's tough.
It's got to be tough because because you still go back home. Your family's still there. You want to go see your family.
Yeah, you're too good for us.
Too good for us. And people of all walks of life will really try to pull you down to their level. They will. We all have that friend or friends who, is always constantly, trying to
drag you into something. Do your kids have it even at their age? You're like wary of a couple friends already, or too early?
No, it's too early for that. It's too early for that. I thought what Deion said though was fantastic. I thought it was as good as it gets.
Derek Holland in the conference. Do these guys? Did KMC take a pay cut? They had to have.
Why?
They don't have look how much less they work. They just have Holland come in once a week.
We could bring Derek in.
You gonna wake up that early? 4.5 hours. Do they have an abbreviated show? He knows that they're in here for the full time.
Are they?
We got some type of
a full day.
No Rangers games.
No Rangers
games.
That's true. I guess he's in here the entire time.
Look at that.
Let's cross talk with KMC and Derek Holland at 9:40 this morning. But why didn't the Cowboys make any trades? Let's ask Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, after this. skipped the nap, thought the Cowboys were actually going to make a move during the NFL trade deadline. Jerry, he tricked me. He tricked me again yesterday when he was on the show. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. What did you think was going to happen? Are you disappointed that nothing took place?
Yeah, a little disappointed, just because you want to see something. You want to see another move go down, and I think that they had a position of need there at receiver, but not surprised. I mean, if you're surprised the Cowboys didn't make a move at the trade deadline, then you probably should go to daycare because you're pretty young. You haven't seen this. You haven't seen what's been happening here for a while. But no, I mean, I think that but you just don't know. It's one thing to just say they should have made a trade. You just don't know what was out there, what was being asked, and just what they were, what was on the table, and really what wasn't on the table.
I think I was just ready to be more excited, more so than I am disappointed. I'm not that disappointed because I'd be angry if there was another move made that I wanted the Cowboys to execute, but not for Bradley Chubb. RJ was a little more interested in Chase Claypool than I was. I didn't care about that. I was more interested in Brandon Cooks, which a couple people are saying was close, but he's going to make $18 million next year. They couldn't work that out. Was it going to be a second or third round pick? That's a little too rich for my blood. He's almost 30. Don't need Hawkinson. And then Calvin Ridley's not even playing. He can't help you this year. So it's not like someone else made a move with a corner or a D tackle that I was really jealous over.
I agree with that. I mean, the Cooks thing, if that was something that was close, I mean, that would have been interesting. It's kind of what I've said before, though, about that. And I just don't think the Cowboys have that we're going all in mentality. I'm not saying that they're not focused on the hand that's in front of them, but the whole we're going in right now, and that doesn't matter what next year looks like. I mean, that's not the case. And I think you can do that obviously when you're the GM and you're going to be here, and I mean you're not thinking this is our year, and it might be the year, but they're not going to go and put other years at risk as well. And so the $18 million, if that was the case, I know that CD Lamb plays a factor into that too, because once you do that, and now you've got a wide receiver that's getting close, and now he's needing a contract, you're almost trying to figure out, all right, now we got to make a decision on both these guys. So it would have been tricky. There are people out there that would say, who cares? This is your window. Yeah. It's open. Go for it. And I can see both sides of that. I just know the Cowboys tend on looking at this thing 2 to 3, 4 years down the road, and there's a lot of pieces involved, and they're not just going to go to say, hey, we need this guy who's fast. And he's interesting though, because he's very successful. Yeah, he's successful with different teams. I mean, he's different quarterbacks, different teams, but yet he still seems like he puts up some good numbers.
Yeah, but why has he been on so many different teams? That's another question.
True. I mean, great point. I mean,
they're all great.
He's the Ricky Leday of baseball, or
Ricky
Ron
Leday.
Mercer.
Wow. Good gosh,
Ron Mercer.
Those guys that would just get traded all the time, and then these arrogant coaches or managers that are like, "Oh, I can work with him. I can get him," and you're like, "All right." I mean, there's a reason why people like him. I mean, the Cowboys have a linebacker on their team right now, and now for some reason I'm forgetting his name. But he's on the practice squad who played at Texas. I forget his name. I don't know why I can't remember his name. But Malik Jefferson, where he played like 5 or 6 teams. And it's like a lot of teams are like, we're going to move on. But then there's another team that's like, oh, I can get him, And so that just kind of happens, And I mean, Mark Cooper's kind of close to that if you think about it. Yeah. I mean, people like him. They want him. They see the production. But then there's also something that just says, we'd be all right without him. Now, I don't think I would be at that point with the Cowboys. I think I would have been nice to have him, but hey, it is what it is.
Nick Eatman here on Sean and RJ every hump day on 105 through the Fan. Why did they decide that yesterday was the end of Tristan Hill?
So nobody wanted to trade for him, and I think they definitely threw it out there. Nobody wanted it, and they've got. There's a couple things. I mean, it comes down to, more than anything, it just comes down to, like, somebody's got to go. I mean, somebody has to go from this roster, and his production wasn't as high as it needed to be. He doesn't fit. I mean, they have a lot of 3 technique guys that are just there, and he's at the end of his contract. He's not going to get re-signed next year. So, I think when they looked at the value and that nobody was really wanting it, then it also makes them think, all right, when you get to free agency, there's probably not going to be a ton of value there. So why are we hanging on to this? We're going to need a spot. We got Basham coming back. I think that they feel like he could maybe help something. James Washington's going to come back. There's roster spots needed. When they got Hankins, it was like, all right, he's just down at the end of the depth chart. And to be honest, I mean, he just never matured to the point where they thought he could. I mean, that was the issue from the start when he was drafted. Does he have the maturity issues? He had a few things here and there. Punctuality was a problem at times early in his career. Nothing major, with him. And he just did it, for me, this is my opinion, he just didn't seem like he fit the team, the D-line group. I mean, I could be wrong with that, but, he was never going to be a hot boy. He wasn't that guy. He was kind of his own thing. We wear 90s numbers, and he's like, give me 72. Right. Like, oh, but what about the 9? And he just was his own guy. And that's okay. That is okay. I just don't think he meshed as well with the group in the locker room. He kind of goes to the beat of his own drum, and that could be fine, but you also need to be producing at a high level, and he really wasn't. And so I think it was time.
Des Bryant tweeted that this team was the best Dallas Cowboy team since the 90s, and he'll go back and forth with anyone on it. You have been there for 100 years. Choppy has been here for 20. I've been here for 11. Stack them up, Nick.
I don't agree with him on that. Again, he goes back to 2010, and that's I got here in 99. I think I can argue about that. I can go all the way back to 1983. Okay, when I was 7 years old. That's how that's how far I can go back. I don't think Dez can go back a lot further than when he was here. He was in high school. He was in college. He was, so I think and that's fine. 2010 and on, probably the best team since he had. 14 was pretty good. 14 was really good.
We
honestly.
lose sight of 07.
But 07 was the team I was going to say because you're right. I was going to say that he wasn't here for that. 2007 to me was the best football team that I've seen the Cowboys had. They could score on offense. They had defense, and if T.O. doesn't hurt his ankle on a high ankle sprain, I think things are a lot different in that Giants game. And if Patrick Creighton catches the ball, it's different in that game too. But they lost to the Giants, they lost to the Patriots, and they lost to the Eagles with T.O. hurt. Now the last game against Washington, they kind of they were just trying to get through it in the rain and all that, not get hurt. But I mean, there was a 13-2 team before that week. They were a really good team, 13 Pro Bowlers. I mean, that was an outstanding football team.
I am totally with you. I've always thought the 07 team is criminally forgotten around here. It was their offensive line was tremendous. I think their offensive line was better than this team's.
Yeah,
now it wasn't as good as 14's, I don't think, but it was better than this one's. They had the elite pass rusher. They had really good secondary. I mean, gosh,
both corners made the Pro Bowl. That's not true. That's not true. It was 09 where both corners made the Pro Bowl. Sorry, but Newman did make it, and Anthony Henry was really good too. But yeah, I mean, two running backs. I mean, Barber and Julius Jones. Yeah, that team was really good. But I mean, they're also remembered for that tough loss against the Giants. So and that's what it all ultimately comes down to. That's why I think you could make the case for 14 for being really good too, because that season ended, with some controversy for sure, and I mean to the point where it's not even controversy anymore. It was just it was a catch, and I'm sure, and I have a feeling we're going to see that a lot here in the next 7 to 10 days.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I love this article on y'all's website from Skip Pete, running backs coach, talking about this whole Pollard versus Zeke thing. Were you there for this discussion?
I was, and I need to correct you on that and make it sound like Skip Pete wrote it for us. I mean, it was Patrick Walker that wrote it, but yeah, but no, I know Pat, but Skip, yeah, I was there, and I've talked to Skip a lot during training camp.
Wow,
and he, I know how he feels about this. He is adamant that these two backs have to work together, and he loves what Zeke does and the power that he brings, and I mean, he is not ready to at all to say Tony Pollard should be a starter. I mean, he likes the fact that there's two backs and they're two different backs, and which gives the defense some issues. But I will say this though, like what I wonder is does Pollard have to go second? I mean, like does it have to go Zeke then Pollard? I think
we got to wear the defense down first. We got to wear them down so Pollard can just run through them.
Was that last line in there? If you got that far, last line is what he doesn't like. Thunder and lightning. Everyone uses it. It's the sledgehammer, and then the sword. The sledgehammer pounds them, and the sword slices them up. So kind of graphic.
And he
it is very Game of Thrones.
He was talking about cars. You know, he said some guys are race cars, some guys are high quality, expensive sedans, and those sedans can go for a long distance at a very high rate, whereas race cars go very fast, quick, and run out of gas. And he said that Pollard told him, I haven't seen this reported anywhere else, Pollard told him after a run in that game against Chicago, that's it. I'm done. I'm done for the day, coach. That's all I got. And I was like, oh, they talking about his stamina a little bit after Jerry told KMC that he's never seen Tony Pollard tired before.
Yeah. And that was his last carry. And it was 14 snaps, but as Skip pointed out, it was about 36, 14 carries, but it was like 36 snaps. So,
and he said he thinks that the max is 30 as far as total play count, 30 plays. And then I love the muscle memory thing that he talked about in terms of defenders getting ready to hit a bruiser like Zeke. Were you there for that part?
Yeah, it's about the angles.
Yep.
You're talking about the angles where, I mean, you see Zeke hitting that whole same play, and then all of a sudden you kind of get used to it. Like this is when he's going to get there, and then all of a sudden when Pollard hits it. And that's why it's so important for Pollard that he has to run the same plays. This is not an inside-outside thing. He has to do what Zeke does when he's in the game. And he does, and he does it well. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to argue with Skip Pete about that. I mean, if Pollard was done, that's fine. But to be at the fourth quarter and to rip off a 50-yard run like that after a game like that, I mean, that's impressive to me that he still has it enough. I mean, they weren't catching him. So, whatever it is, it's great. I think Zeke will be back. I think that we've seen Pollard can do more and should do more. And so it's a good problem for them to have right now.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it as always.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you from DallasCowboys.com. Let's crosstalk with Derek Holland and the KMC masterpiece next.
But let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way, the R.
Spires Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
It is now time for a special crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece featuring...
I like to think that all of our crosstalks are special.
They're not. Derek Holland is in... Are you wearing... Is that a new type of necklace, or is that your computer
that's just
charger?
my charger. I didn't have a chance to...
I always carry my charger around my neck.
I didn't have a chance to plug it in.
Dell chains.
You grew a ponytail.
Dell chains. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
Oh, my gosh. We have Derek Holland on the show today, and we had to switch a couple things up because the McCullers tipping the pitch last night, the Bryce Harper home run, the bomb home run, like those things. We have two experts in studio to discuss like how that can go down right in your faces. Plus, we have Jeff Fry on today during Baseball Nuggets at 10:40. So lots of fun happening here.
Did you guys hear the G-Bag fight driving home yesterday?
No. What?
Should we?
What time did it happen at?
4.
No, we drive home at 2.
Oh yeah, good point.
Sometimes we're out in the car also.
I was listening to their show for the first 30 minutes or so, and I think the first hour, because I go to Men's Tea Clinic on Tuesdays, but I was like, I didn't hear any fights.
Is this why the crosstalks aren't special? Stuff like that.
Do you want to hear it?
I'd love to hear it.
I want to hear it.
So this is the Zeke Pollard debate and argument.
Oh, dear.
And it's taking Gavin Dawson a little while, I think, to pick up on Brian Broaddus' sarcasm with the running back debate. Here's part 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game where, he carries it 33 times and 30 times and 28 times and 27 times and 26 times. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I really am. If that's, if those are the numbers for Zeke. Those are the high numbers for Zeke for his career, carrying the ball.
Yeah.
33 times, 30 times, 28 times, 27 times, 26 times.
Yeah.
Those are the high numbers. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see Tony Pollard carry the ball 33 times. I do.
In the playoffs?
No,
or
just in a
wouldn't you be worried about getting hurt?
Just a regular season game.
I know, but he could get hurt like that.
Well,
see, I want to keep him fresh. I want to make sure we win games, and then when you get to the playoffs,
no, man, you got your back here, man.
Here we go.
You got your back.
You do.
You got your back.
But you don't want him worn down. You don't want him worn down for January, do you? I mean, this game will take a toll on you.
No, man, you got your guy. We're all talking like we got our guy here.
Well, yeah, we do, but it's a 1-2 damn punch.
No, I'm the one guy that's been talking about the 1-2 punch. But I'm listening to you guys, and I'm cool. If you want him to carry the ball 33 times, I'm cool with that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
No, we're talking like that. We want to see him carry the ball more.
Yeah, we want to see him carry it more than Zeke. Yeah, but we don't.
But Zeke,
we don't want him worn out for
that's
January.
What I'm saying. Zeke carried the ball 33 times in a game, carried it 31 another time.
Yeah, that wasn't right.
It's career. I'm just talking about his career. If we're talking about the primary back, which Zeke has been throughout his career.
Yeah.
Zeke has carried the ball 33 times.
Oh, we didn't talk about him being a workhorse. We just want it more than Zeke. Like a 2-to-1 split.
How many do you want?
Like 20-10.
20 to 10.
20 to 10.
Why not? Don't be cheap about it. Go 25. He's averaging 5-something yards a carry.
Right. Well, most running backs.
Yeah, let's hand him the ball.
Most running backs get hurt throughout the year.
Oh, this guy breaks tackles. This guy's a voice.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
You're winning football games with the way you're doing it right now. So you don't
are
need
you?
to do it.
Oh,
yeah, you are.
Oh, I just want to make sure that's what we were doing.
You are. Yeah, you're able to beat the Lions, and then you're able to beat.
You're able to beat
a couple.
No, give him the ball 33 times, bro. Let's see what happens. But he can maybe rush for 300 yards doing that.
Correct. Yes, he probably could. He probably could. But
you guys got the plan.
Oh my God!
November 1st. You know that better than anybody. What do you mean? Go for it. What are we going for? Why give him the ball 33 times in November when you're able to split it up?
He's averaging 5 yards a carry.
Yes,
he could get. That's 150 yards a game.
Yeah. So when
I think he could do it.
So when you're in a tight spot, then absolutely he's the guy in the big game against the Eagles. He's the guy in the playoff games. He's the guy.
You got me convinced, man. This is the guy.
That's part 1.
So the only person that knew that he was trolling was Lucius. But listen to those drops. He knew exactly what was happening.
Lucius was the MVP of this entire segment.
Then Chiafalo had enough.
I feel like Broaddus was channeling some Mike Bassick. That's not what I said, but that's what I'll project onto you. And he was like, yeah, let's just run 33 times. And I'm like, I don't really feel like that's what they're saying at all.
So that's part 1, right? Now, This to me is laugh out loud. Like Chiafalo starts impersonating Broadus, so it gets a little bit more personal. And Chiafalo, he decides now to go ahead and step in over the Zeke Pollard debate.
I don't know what Broadus is doing over here.
No,
he's working a hell of a troll.
godding. He's been around Bobby Belt
he
so
just
much.
says God mode on the troll.
He's doing
No,
don't ever throw the ball again.
What was the sentence that Hoochie got?
Let's run Wildcat offense with Tony Pollard.
No.
Let's make him Christian McCaffrey. He can run the touchdown, receive the touchdown, and throw the touchdown. Let's find a way to bench all 10 other players on the offense and just have Tony Pollard versus the other 11 and watch him go win football games.
If this is a bet, we'll be wrestling right about now.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, let him go. Let him go.
No. It's so funny because Eric will kill you with numbers, but when it's like all of a sudden it's like, no, wait, we need to have some balance here. We don't need to do this. You kill everybody with these numbers.
I'm just giving you the facts, bro. What do you want me to do? Avoid them?
And I'm telling you,
do you want me to avoid
let's
them?
give him the ball 33 times and see how good we can do.
We just saw that in 14 times he's going to give you 150 yards. So, like, I think
I'm trying to agree with you. Let's do it. You want to give him the ball 33 times? Let's do it.
If you've listened to what we've talked about over the last couple of days, it's been it's troubling at times for you on the program.
No.
But
it's troubling with you how you explain things.
That's what's troubling. When you're in big moments, when you're in a tight game,
listen either. You don't listen either.
That is fair, and that's fine too.
That's fair.
That is
You're
100% fair.
right.
I can't push back on that.
Yeah.
I also tend to not listen at times. But for this particular conversation, as
all along, I've said the balance. That's all I've asked.
Yes.
That's all I've asked.
Absolutely.
But we're making it sound like that he needs to be the guy getting it 20, 25 times.
That's what you heard. Nobody said that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What we've said.
We can stop.
What we've said.
Stop. It's the thing to break. Coming up next, it's Chiafalo's top 20 Wolchuk's. We're going to do that next here on The Fan.
Wow. Man, by the way, at the very beginning, Bobby Belt just took a drive-by in that. He goes, you've just been hanging out with the troll god, Bobby Belt. And Bobby's like, I didn't even do anything.
Yes, so that was amazing audio.
That music was incredible, too, in the background.
Do you know what that music is?
No,
yes.
I don't.
He's too young for that.
Is that Young and the Restless?
Oh, I thought it was Days of Our Lives.
Young
like
and the
Sand Through the
Restless.
Hourglass.
Yeah.
No?
That was Young and the Restless.
It is?
Sorry.
Yeah.
It is interesting that when people argue a point that nobody is making, and I feel like that happens a lot in society.
Yeah.
I try to do it every day.
I know that you do.
Do you know the Republicans don't want
Stop
Social
it!
Security?
Stop it!
What is
Stop
happening?
it!
We had a really good crosstalk going.
Can you believe
Man,
it?
yesterday I got drawn into is
vote yet,
Georgia more likely to win or is Herschel Walker more likely to win? And I was like, I don't want to be a part
What do
of
you
this
think, Georgia versus
conversation.
Tennessee
I don't want to be
or
in this
Herschel Walker
conversation.
versus whoever he's running against?
What are all of you going to do with your blue checkmark decision if you're going to pay Elon?
Nope, done.
I'm losing it.
It's $8 a month.
No chance.
I'm good.
What do you get, Choppy?
You get a blue check mark.
No, you get
And you also get better search. You get better search
you
engine
can post
through Twitter.
longer audio.
Yeah, longer audio posts. You could do. People will see your replies. Easier, more. Your posts be boosted more. I suspect that Odyssey will pay for it.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
I'm not getting.
That's my
Oh, yeah,
expectation.
I also have no thoughts.
That's my
about that.
expectation.
Yeah.
Because they want us to have
They want us to
legitimacy,
have it.
yeah,
They want us to
credibility.
tweet.
Yeah.
They want us to tweet.
Derek, you gonna
Our
pay
tweets will
it?
be more useless if we don't
I
have
don't
one.
care. Yeah.
Oh, I'm rich.
I didn't say that.
Right.
I
mean, that's
appreciate you throwing
was,
it out
that
there
was
for
your
me.
reaction.
At least you know.
At
least you know.
It's not the cost; it's the principle.
Oh,
That's what
the principles. That's why I'm not paying for it. But
and how the
company will.
It's the cost for me.
It's the cost for you, Mike.
I'm gonna get a beautiful. I'm gonna get a beautiful check mark, and the company's gonna pay for it. Okay, I'm gonna have the company pay for my check mark. It's gonna be
They're gonna pay
tremendous.
for it.
Okay,
Oh, no.
we're looking into it. We're looking into it right now. I think that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna pay for the check mark.
I don't want to
really good.
give Twitter $100 a month.
A year.
It's $8 a month.
I mean a year.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was about to say, good Lord. Yeah, I don't want the check mark.
they'll probably keep going up.
Yeah. Okay.
Starts at 8. You know how it works.
What happens next in Brooklyn? What's the next thing that happens?
I don't know.
Can they hire Udoka right now?
Yes, he can coach tomorrow if he wants.
I mean, like, can they?
They said
PR-wise do it.
No, yeah.
I mean, that sounds like they are.
They don't seem to give a damn.
The GM backed off yesterday in the presser.
They don't have any fans. Of course they can. They have the lowest season tickets in the league. they're a more popular team outside of New York than they are in it.
Right.
The New York media does not care about the Nets.
It also, it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for them because then it feels like you're ranking the actions. Is like, is this fair or potentially who knows what else worse than anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
It's a weird spot that it feels like they're ranking them out.
You tell me right now. First of all, they don't even have their pick, so they can't tank. It doesn't even belong to them. So
Houston, right?
Yeah, they cannot get Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Yes,
Mighty Jungle.
So you tell me what team is willing right now with Kyrie Irving's cancerous history of ruining the Boston Celtics when they had everything ready to go for a championship team.
Yeah.
So far, ruining the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
And now what he's put on himself with the Jewish community. Is that would I say that's correct?
Yeah.
I believe they are the Jewish community.
They're going to play better.
The Lakers.
with Udoka.
That's your answer. That's the only hope. The Lakers are done. This would be a desperation move.
You tell me for the Brooklyn Nets, why take Russell Westbrook?
When does the contract expire?
Both of them expire. Both of them are expiring contracts. So you're going to Kevin Durant left Oklahoma City intentionally because he didn't want to play with Russell Westbrook anymore. He's like, he can't help me win. I don't want to do it. And that was 6 years ago.
Maybe for the Lakers first rounder that they wouldn't move off of to give Brooklyn one. That's it.
In 2027.
I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you a team.
I mean,
do the Lakers have their next pick in 2027?
Yes, that's the next one they can trade.
Wow.
They can trade 27 and 29 are their only assets they have left.
And then does Udoka go there? Can the Nets blow it up while trying to get him to go coach? Does he not have any other options, so he has to go take that job?
I mean, really, their option is to trade KD.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, too, because apparently Boston doesn't want anything for him either. They're like, we just want you to leave.
What did he really do? That's all. Like,
I have no
how
idea.
How bad was it that he actually
That's the
did?
thing is,
he cheated on Nia Long. They're like, that's bad.
They'll play better with him than Steve Nash.
Wait till
though.
he signs with the Brooklyn Nets and you watch the New York papers figure out everything he did and publish it and then see if he lasts in Brooklyn. Because the way Matt Barnes acted when he is like, somewhat this is racist the way they're treating Udoka, all of these things. And then 24 hours later, he's in his car going, guys, I apologize. I did not know everything this man did. It is horrible. It's not for me to say, but this had nothing to do with all the other things I said yesterday. He should have got fired. He did horrible things. And I guarantee you, as soon as he signs with the Brooklyn Nets, within 48 hours, New York papers will have everything that he did and specifically pointed out. And then Brooklyn has to deal with that, too.
Who are you rooting for in the World Series, Holland?
I had the Phillies.
Rooting for
right.
Phillies.
I don't really care.
You don't care?
Yeah, I'm not.
But you picked the Phillies.
Yeah, I picked the Phillies to win it.
Looking good.
Anybody but the stupid Astros.
Yep.
You know, I said that, and then just watching them celebrate and go crazy, it's tough. Philly.
Well, I was gonna say the only thing.
What a madhouse, though.
There's nothing like it. I don't. You've played in every place. I don't know if anything's special happened in Philadelphia when you've been there, but I was there when they made the playoffs on the last day of the season, and it was 3 times as loud as giving up a home run to Barry Bonds for a record breaker. That's how crazy that place was that day.
It was definitely loud when I gave up that iconic grand slam to Bryce Harper. That was pretty loud.
It was.
What's wrong? Off, right?
There's the Commanders are going to have a new owner.
What?
What?
Go ahead, read
Dan
it.
Snyder has hired, this is from Forbes, next to Bobby Belt. Dan Snyder's hired Bank of America to sell the Washington Commanders.
What?
My goodness.
And Jerry's pissed about it. There goes 2 wins a year.
Good thing we get to talk to him on Friday.
Good thing the KMC Masterpiece is starting next right here on The Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to talk about one thing, but guess what? Now we're going to talk about a different thing. Could Daniel Snyder be in the midst of selling the Commanders?
Let's buy him.
Okay, how much money do you have to contribute?
Let's talk to Derek about that.
That's why we got Derek.
Ooh, that's a good point.
He's our
to
money
help
guy.
us finance our purchase of the Commanders and for sports opinions, but mostly the money part, it is Derek Holland. Welcome to the show, sir.
Oh, thanks. And so we're going to talk money.
I got 100K in. I'm 100K in.
Well,
I
hate saying this, but I have my agent's a season ticket holder for the Commanders, and he would definitely like this idea of you guys. So you might have somebody else wanting to jump in on this.
Oh my God, you're already building the momentum.
You two are such Cowboy fans. What if you did get presented? Let's just, in a fantasy world, you guys had $1 billion.
Wait, the lottery. You win the lottery.
You win the lottery.
All right.
Sure.
And the Commanders are for sale, and somehow, some way, you have an in with the NFL, and you have a great chance to buy into the NFL. Are you okay with being the rival of the Dallas Cowboys?
You're damn right. Not only am I going to buy that team, I'm going to make sure that my team becomes the dominant force to teach them a lesson about how to better manage their product.
Changing their name, too.
Back to the football team?
No, we're changing it to the Cowboys. And
To the Washington Cowboys?
Yeah, we're Washington Cowboys. And we're going to just
Ooh.
look at Jerry and be like, is the Ice Wizard or whatever from Game of Thrones, and just be like, what? You come at us, bro.
Are you going to be Cowboys with a Z or Silky President?
Hell yeah.
So that way it's a little bit different.
God.
Kevin, you know
I know.
And they have your black jerseys that you already love. You want
Yes.
the Cowboys to turn into.
Yes.
Derek,
we got the Micah
there you
Parsons
go.
Matt Black helmet for Peace-a-thon.
You just spoke to the dream of Corey Majors. If you can take a product and put a Z there instead of an S, his Washington Cowboys with a Z is his dream. Now,
Actually, Washington may be spelled with a Z.
I do want to. I do.
Wouldn't that
Okay,
be Washington?
Don't worry about that.
Okay, if you turn them into the Washington Cowboys, I'm super intrigued by that. All right, I will tell you a couple of things about this because it might not be as simple as just selling the team outright. So the article from Forbes gives a variety of options. So Daniel Snyder has hired Bank of America, and supposedly there are already perhaps multiple groups willing to buy the team outright. But then in the article, it also says he might be looking to sell a minority stake in the team. So it's not necessarily, I'm not saying he's not selling the team, but I'm also saying it's not 100% that he's just going to sell the team outright. But to go along with it, something interesting I saw yesterday, which I think is pushing this forward, and you can find it on Odyssey.com, 1053thefan.com, is Jay Glazer said that owners are bailing on Dan Snyder.
Heck yeah, they are.
I mean, Jay Glazer is usually pretty plugged in. He's responsible for like probably half of the Cowboys roster and front office. and so he's pretty plugged in. And so I wonder if the writing is on the wall and he's like, oh, I have chosen to sell.
To your point, if he's saying owners are bailing, that would probably insinuate in my mind that Jerry is bailing, especially the relationship that he has with them and knowing what's going on there. And I bet owners are kind of already fed up with it enough and just. Kevin, I'm going to play a lot of this audio tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just listening to...
Where can we listen to you tomorrow?
I'll be on for Sean tomorrow. So KNC Masterpiece is taking over from 5:30 in the morning all the way until 2 in the afternoon for the next 2 days.
I love to hear.
And but there is audio of McVay and Shanahan and Matt LaFleur talking about how bad it was when they were in that building under Snyder. Let alone like what else they've gone through since then. That many years of that kind of situation has to be the rest of the owners have to be looking at it going, yeah, this doesn't work for us this long.
Who in the world would want to be a minority owner under Dan Snyder? So if he's not selling the majority, who wants to go into business with him? He's ruined that franchise.
Can I tell you a theory I have about that? Because I think you're right about that. I wonder if it's a slower play where, hey, you're a minority owner, but within a year, 2 years, whatever the case might be, you will have the option to purchase the franchise outright. Like, I feel like this is a save face move. If if you're right, Corey, that Jerry Jones is part of the crew that's bailing on him, or if it goes with Jay Glazer talking about other owners bailing on him, this is a save face move because nobody ever wants to like say they were fired or forced to do anything, especially powerful people. I wonder if they're like, hey, you can buy a minority stake in the team right now, and within a year you will have the unbreakable contract option to purchase the rest of the team. And then he's like, oh yeah, it's been a tough year. Me and my wife have decided to step away. We'll always love the Commanders and the Washington, blah, 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 blah. But really, it's just to delay the inevitable.
I think the other thing, Kevin, here is you have a login. You have a subscription to Forbes magazine.
I found it through another means.
Did you hear that, Mike? He didn't pay for it. This is very different than what Kevin typically does.
If it was Sports Business Journal, I would have you covered. I don't think I have. Hey, if we're going to buy the Commanders, I can't be wasting my money on all these premium subscriptions.
Yep. And you got to drive a bad car if you want the private jet.
That's right. Yeah, Jerry always tells us, drive that Bronco so I can have the jet.
All right, so my question, and Mike, I feel like you kind of tipped your hand, and I think that's the direction I'm going in as well. Do you believe, I'm just going to say in the next 6 to 9 months, somebody else owns the Commanders?
I lean to no.
Okay, interesting.
I say yes.
I also say yes. What say you, Corey?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I ask one thing, though?
Sure.
Like with all these owners, so they have a say in who can actually buy the team. Like if it was, let's say we actually won the lottery and we were in there, we had the most money, we gave the most for it, so that we could get that team, they would still shut it down?
I believe the voting process is the same in terms of you need 3/4. That one might be 60%, but you need 60 to 75% of the owners to sign off. So to your point, I could 100% see how they're like, well, who the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
You need another stuffy businessman who's going to come in here and run things the NFL way.
Is it that way in every other sport, though? Or is this just an NFL thing? Same thing with baseball, too?
Baseball, yeah.
Okay.
So, like, if Mark Cuban, when they had the bidding for the...
he did try to get the Rangers.
For the Texas
and
Rangers, and he just lost out. The owners have to say... It's not like 100%. I don't know what it is, 75 or 80% of the owners have to say...
Kevin said 75%.
Yeah.
In baseball, too?
Oh, that I'm not sure about.
Oh,
but it might be 24 of the 29 owners or 22 of the 29 owners have to approve that you can be an owner in our league.
Gosh. Okay.
What will this, and then from a competitive standpoint, I know if it happens, you're still a ways away. Does this make you nervous as a Cowboys fan? Because Daniel Snyder has kind of represented like ownership at best mediocrity, and then also maybe incompetence.
Well, I mean, from the competitive standpoint, and you're talking about on the field product, I don't think I'm that scared about it because you want the product to be better. Like you always want the NFL product to be something that people have to watch.
Are you saying that from I just quick question.
On the field?
Are you saying that as a NFL fan or as a Cowboys fan?
I'm as an owner.
Oh, okay.
If I'm an owner and I have a crappy owner over there and he's put a crap product on the field and I have another Thursday night crap game I have to deal with.
Totally.
Like I'm sitting there going, why? I can't deal with this many bad teams. I can have a couple of bad teams. That's fine. But I can't deal with this many. So I want to get as many people in the business that are willing to make their product quality.
I know that most of the money would go to the Washington Commanders, but let's just say you guys are right and he sells, and in 2023 they have a new owner who's somewhat, let's just say, popular.
Yeah.
I think that they start selling out games again. I think the Washington fans, which is a very big fan base that have gone away, I think a lot of people would say, I'm in, so that brings more money to that organization, which should bring more money to the NFL.
Here's another reason I think you are spot on with that. Whoever's the new owner is going to get a new stadium. I think that's another thing that's happening right now. Is Daniel Snyder, we've talked about this for like probably the past 9 months, has been trying to get a new stadium deal done in perhaps 2 different places. I think you've gotten to the point where they're like, if it's you, no dice. If it's somebody else, deal. So I think, to your point, Mike, whoever comes in as the new owner is going to come in with a new stadium plan in place that is going to be approved by the voters of whether you think they're going to go out to the edge of Virginia or wherever it's going to be. And so that would also mean more money for the NFL. So you have the sale of a team that's going to set another record. and you have more money via a new stadium, more fans, everything like that. I'm sure the NFL supports this. And you're going to get out somebody who's being investigated by Congress right now. There's a lot of things the NFL supports.
That being said, it seems like D. Snyder is such a D head that I don't think it's going to take.
We should probably say Daniel Snyder, since D. Snyder is a person.
Oh, he is?
We're not gonna take it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's going to call us and be like, hell no, Mike. Guess what?
He does that, actually, yeah.
Okay,
He's
well,
gonna say Mike B is a
Daniel
real B.
Snyder, I think that he is such a bad person that it's not going to be a quick sale. He's going to fight and claw, and somebody's going to offer, let's just say, I don't have no clue, $3.5 billion,
Right.
which I do think is probably around the number. And he's going to be like, nope, and he's going to agree to it and then go, nope, I don't agree. I want $5 billion. And I just think that it's just going to be drug out tremendously. So to my answer of 6 to 9 months, that's why I think he is going to stop the process of the sale multiple times.
I'm intrigued by this, and somebody mentioned this, and I remember this from a while back. There has been thought for some time that Jeff Bezos would be interested in buying the Washington Commanders.
But he probably wants all of it, right?
Oh, for
he's
sure.
not going to be like, hey, I want to be a minority shareholder. He would be like, no, I want the entire thing.
Absolutely.
I have $600 billion.
Well, and that's the thing. Much like the Broncos, I believe that was purchased by the Walmart family. If there's any concern, you can just get to a price where you're like, I guess I can't really say no. And I wonder if he was like, hey, what about this amount? What about this amount? And Jeff Bezos is like, hey, how about I give you $7 billion and you take it and shut up?
My bad. It's only $125.9 billion.
Oh, well.
My apologies.
You know, so he's almost broke.
That's amazing.
So we're back to our group. Somebody said I got $15 worth of silver dollars.
Okay.
I'm willing to contribute. So
that helps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, would you sell your card collection so that we could own a football team?
Yes.
Sweet.
Okay.
Dude,
Man.
look at this. Mike's in now.
I'm gonna tell you, whatever gets said today, no bigger sacrifice will be made by any human than Mike willing to sell his card collection
He's
to
gonna get all
purchase
those
a
cards.
football
We're going to
team.
get all those cards back.
I know there's
dude.
no way this will happen because he doesn't have enough money.
With our profits.
Is LeBron James has recently come out and said, I don't like the Cowboys anymore, and he could buy the
Right,
rival
that's
team of
true.
the Cowboys, but he doesn't. He's worth, I think, $1 billion according to Forbes, right around that. And I do think that he would fall short by a couple $1 billion. So
But he could find a partner.
Right.
Surely somebody would be like, I can own a football team and partner with LeBron. That sounds awesome.
Sounds like he's going to need a loan. And I think Mike
Then he
has
goes
it.
to the Wizards.
No.
Like
no.
Jordan.
No. Not.
And plays for him, and his legs snap like dry breadsticks.
Oh, my God.
Then I can root for him again, so he's not on the Lakers.
Wait, who was it you guys had on, or that was working with you guys that didn't know? They saw Jordan during the Wizard time. You're like, oh, this is how
Joey.
That's Joey right there.
Oh man,
Joey
saw Jordan in his prime at the Wizards.
Yeah. Joey's like LeBron forever. MJ's a bum. He didn't win nothing with Washington. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a day where it feels like news is going to be breaking left and right. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, it's the
Brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all show long. 60feet6.org. We'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Are you excited, or have you heard the news about Daniel Snyder potentially selling the Commanders?
I did not see that. It happened on my way in.
Yeah, so we were talking about, it came out like right before 10 o'clock, is he has hired Bank of America to assist him with this, although the article from Forbes does say it might be for a minority share, and we discussed how that feels unlikely, though to be fair, I don't know for sure. But yeah, might be happening.
Gosh, I'm kind of ambivalent about the whole thing.
Right. The only thing we came up with is we didn't love it because it feels like he's led them to a consistent string of mediocrity, so we kind of dug that.
Somebody might turn that franchise around.
Exactly. And so that's my only reason I'm not like totally crazy about it.
I didn't think of it that way, but since you mentioned it,
yeah, now you're against it.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it seemed like the writing was on the wall that something would have to be done when the Cowboys did not make a trade. Were you surprised that Tristan Hill got released, or did you think this was the logical outcome?
Yeah, I don't know that I was surprised. I mean, so if they had to thin out that position, he had played like 25% of the snaps. And I know it's a second-round pick, and, sometimes you just got to take out the eraser. He's in the last year of his contract. They're not going to re-sign him for next year, right? And, from a production standpoint, he's got 6 tackles. And so I think if somebody had to go and if there was a trade-off, it's Jonathan Hankins for, Tristan Hill.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would argue with that. I don't know. He was a different cat. I don't know if he ever fit in.
Huh. How important? I'm seriously asking, Mickey.
Yeah.
How important is that dynamic of like fitting in with the team and the locker room?
Yeah, I think it's somewhat important. And I think if you stroll through the locker room, you can see some of the interaction between the players. I think last week they were arguing about a bunch of the guys about the rankings. The year Central Florida went undefeated, but they didn't win the national championship. Right. And he went to Central Florida, right?
Right.
And they've got a banner up on the stadium that they were the national champions, and they got in a big argument between Kearse at Clemson and Zeke at Ohio State and a bunch of the other guys, and Hill was part of it. And I was sitting there looking at this, and I go, this guy's in his 4th year, and I think that's the most I'd seen this guy talk in the locker room, all combined over the 4 years than I'd ever heard before. It was just on that discussion. So, and that's not supposed to be an example of, well, no one liked him or he didn't fit in, but he was just a little bit different, right?
Right.
And you hate to have to take the eraser out on a second-round pick, but if somebody had to go to make room and make sense, he was inactive last week, right?
Yeah.
So, we'll see. And to maybe circle their decision, they tried to trade him.
Just no one
wanted him. So, gosh, if I'm that guy, it's like, oh, the team I'm with doesn't want me, and they couldn't even get a 7th-round pick for me. I'd kind of reassess myself.
I'm getting interested in the Jalen Tolbert story.
Uh-huh.
And I remember Parcells was at Carpenter. He drafts him, and everybody's like, hey, why isn't he? He's their 1st-round pick. Why isn't he doing this? And he was like, just let him find the bathroom first. Let the guy get his feet wet. Where is it? Like, it looked like Jalen Tolbert was just out there blocking. Where's he stand with this team right now?
Well, I'll give you Robert Prince's assessment of his play in the game. We got to talk to the assistant coaches yesterday, and he said that he thought that, he played well. He goes, I know he didn't get any targets. He said, but he was running his routes much better. And in the progression of reads, had the quarterback gone through all his reads, Tolbert was there and open. He said the reads just never got to him. So he felt like, he's a rookie. South Alabama, right? Sometimes, third-round picks don't just blossom and become a Pro Bowler in their rookie year. So I think we saw things of him in training camp, and then he got hurt. He missed a lot of time. I just think this kid's got something, and they tried to train him for all three positions, which he was holding down during the training camp when he came back, that I still think he has something. I just don't think you need to overreact to a third-round pick that doesn't have 40 catches already in 8 games.
How far, because we talked about this, I think, last week and heard it again earlier this week, that James Washington is real close. Do we have a better definition of how close is real close?
Yeah, I think that they'll start his practice ramp up when they get back next week, maybe a week from today. And I would imagine that's 2 weeks of that, and then maybe at the end of that second week, he's ready to play. Just watching him and do his rehab, I mean, he's doing awfully well. But again, with him, we have to remember he missed the majority of the offseason nursing a injury independent of the fractured fifth metatarsal he suffered. And then he missed all of training camp, basically, and the preseason. So, the last time this guy played would have been, December or February, January of last year. It'll take him a little time, but they're still high on him. Robert Prince was talking about how, he's still got that deep speed and talking about how he can be very valuable on 9 routes in the deep post, that, with his speed, he can get himself open, and he's a physical receiver because, he's, 6'1", 6'2", but he's 220, and he's a lot bigger than people think. So, when they get him back, that will be an addition. Now, I don't know if you had made a trade for some receiver you thought was going to be your third receiver.
Brandon
Is that
Cooks.
guy going to be better than this guy? And he's a little bit cheaper too, by the way, because whatever you were going to spend on Brandon Cooks, were you going to keep him next year at $19 million?
Yeah, we heard that was the. I mean, obviously, you get super plugged in on these things. We had heard that was the breakdown, is the compensation for next year. Is that also what you heard about what kind of led to that deal falling apart?
Well, I think it just makes common sense, right? You didn't want to pay that much for Amari Cooper. Are you going to pay that much for Brandon Cook? And this guy, is he on like his third team or his fourth team?
I mean,
he's
sure.
bounced around.
Yeah.
I hear lot.
you.
Every
He's
time
always
on a
good
new
wherever
team.
he goes, too.
Well, then why is he bouncing around?
I don't know. I'm actually trying to look up to see how many teams he's been on so far, because he was in New Orleans, New England, the Rams, and Houston. And so that would have been his fifth team.
Wow. And Houston, that's a pretty big deal for him next year. This year, he would be inexpensive for 9 games, I guess. But next year, $19 million? I don't know about that. So maybe whatever they were asking for compensation, you said, well, I'm not giving him a second-round pick for a guy that I'm going to cut after this year because I'm not paying him $19 million next year.
What is this break here, this time of year for the Cowboys? Jerry talked a little bit about it yesterday. He's like, man, this is great that it's like they're right in the middle of the year here. What do they need to do? What do they need to look at the most to say, can we change this? Or do they change anything right now?
Get healthy.
Healthy is it?
Yeah. I mean, this comes at a perfect time with the amount of guys that miss the game on Sunday and then lost in the game on Sunday, right? It's a pretty beat-up team. So there's going to be a lot of rehab work going on this week with the guys trying to get back from, whatever nick and bruise they have, and especially Ezekiel Elliott. He'll get, all of last week, this week, and ramp up next week to get over the, as he put it, when I asked him, I said, so I keep hearing all this different stuff, what you have. I said, is it a hyperextended knee or is it a sprained knee? And he said, yeah, all that.
It's a knee.
So
it's like a hockey. It's like a lower body,
right.
upper
This
body.
is a lower body, right?
It's a
so
knee.
he said all that. So he didn't dispute either one of those two possibilities. So who knows? Maybe he's got both. But that certainly gives him time to get back. And as Skip Pete was talking about yesterday, he said on Friday, Zeke came up to me and said, I'm good to go. I can play. And he was like, nah, I don't think so. He goes, we're not taking that chance. And then he gave us this example of when he was here the first time and he had Marion Barber, and Barber had a toe injury. And he said, yeah, at the end of the week, Barber came up to me and goes, I can go. And he goes, I don't know about that. And he goes, yeah, look, coach. And he did like standing on his toes and doing some different things. And so they made him active, put him in the game. And Skip goes, 2 plays into the game, he comes to me and goes, Coach, I can't go. And he goes, what? He goes, I got a guy over there that I could have had active. He's in his warm-up suit, and he can't play now, and you can't play either? He said, so I learned a lesson not listening to players about their health because they always can play, right? But sometimes they can't.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. By the way, about Jonathan Hankins, I saw this from Michael Gelkin. I thought it was very
great stat.
encouraging, is Khalil Herbert and David Montgomery went 11 carries for 39 yards, so 3.5 yards per carry when Hankins was on the field. When he wasn't, they had 20 carries for 113 yards, which is 5.7 yards per carry and a touchdown.
And I'll go back to, and Broadus and them can dispute this because I'm sure they've already watched the film on it. I think it's more scheme than it is talent on the field. Like, that just proves it right there.
We talked about yesterday.
When Hankins is out there, whenever he's not, that's part of the scheme. Now we're trying to go get the quarterback. We're pressuring. When Hankins is out there, we're trying to stop the run. So I think that's more product of that right now. And that might change as Dan Quinn says, maybe I want to stop the run. Maybe I don't. Maybe I want to keep daring people to try and throw on me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And got time to throw out a couple of college football notes for you as kind of predicted. And I know, Mike, you said maybe yesterday or maybe Monday.
The Herschel Walker deal?
No, not the Herschel Walker deal.
Different thing.
Derek's over here trying to cheat on the power rankings, by the way, which is coming up later.
No. I just asked one thing, which I'm going to talk about when we get there.
You know what? In the next 5 seconds, I'll talk about it. If you can tell me who Herschel Walker is running against.
A pastor.
I need his name.
Democrat. Mr. Man.
Okay, that is incorrect. So you pointed out
Warnock?
Raphael Warnock you pointed out that it sure looked like it was more than 4 Michigan State players involved. Okay, so
Derek.
Michigan State has suspended 4 more players after this. And here's the
If you say 8, that looked a lot more like 8 people than 4.
Yeah, and so it started with 4, and then Harbaugh said he expected criminal prosecution or criminal charges, and now Michigan State has suspended 4 more after their investigation into the scuffle in the tunnel. I know you went to Michigan.
Yeah.
If you have thoughts,
I didn't go to Michigan.
Oh,
Remember, I went to 13th grade in Alabama.
Okay.
He got mad because Ohio State didn't want him.
Yeah, well, I already hated Ohio State, and then I tried to go back up north to play ball, and they didn't want me, whatever. But I'm curious, too, about this whole thing. Did he bring that on himself, too, the player that went up there? And also, why did you take your helmet off?
Yeah.
You got everybody else has full equipment on, and you got your stuff beat in, and now here you are, no helmet on.
That is a very fair question. And by the way, if you wonder why Choppy is in such a great mood pretty much all the time, and especially this week.
Yeah, that's crap, too, by the way.
Oh, my God. The very first college football playoff rankings came out. Michigan is 5.
That's terrible. By the way, the team you're about to say for number 4 should not be there.
TCU.
TCU is 7.
That's it. I quit.
There are some people who are very upset about that. Top 4 goes like this: Clemson,
Terrible.
Georgia, Ohio State, and number 1 in all of the lands is the Tennessee Volunteers, who play Georgia this weekend.
I'm against Clemson because they put out a product that I thought was better than it was.
Okay.
Who's that?
T-Law.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
knew. And are you going to tell him to cut his hair, or have we moved on from that?
Never moving on from that.
Okay.
Till I sell that kaboom for thousands of bucks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
What?
Right here
The card.
on 105.3 The Fan. I could see how if you didn't collect cards, you were like, what the hell did you just say in that
He
sentence?
did. He just dropped. I saw his kaboom.
Yeah. Hey, look, I get what you're saying. You've been to the Dallas Card Show with us. You need to learn these things. All right.
I want to go back.
Coming up next, well, there's one this weekend in Allen, so you're welcome to come out there with us. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, Derek Holland, and another special guest.
The certified hitting guru, former Texas Ranger Jeff Fry, joins us next.
Coming up in the next
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish this year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full price for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time. We got Derek Holland. Obviously, we got Mike Bassick. So it's time for some baseball nuggets with both of them, and then I do believe we will have a special guest.
Yeah, hopefully we get a hold of Jeff Fry. I know he's listening right now. He says he's not on the phone, and he's ready to receive a phone call.
Okay, great.
We can get that and not go straight to voicemail. Hopefully we get Jeff Fry here pretty soon. Last night, Game 3 of the World Series. Honestly, a very surprising game for me. I picked the Astros yesterday in 6, so that would mean they need to win 3 in a row. I think they're a great team. To me, they're the best team in baseball. But for some reason, Justin Verlander pitches his worst in the World Series. I don't know why that happens with him. People ask me. He's usually good in the playoffs, but you get to the World Series, Derek, and he just really struggles.
So he has a losing record. He hasn't even gotten a win in the World Series, and on top of that, he had going into the first game, he had a 5.88, I think, career World Series ERA. They talked about. I saw a stat too that if Madison Bumgarner pitched and gave up, I think, 17 home runs and didn't record an out, he would still have a lower ERA than him.
Wow.
That's how crazy that is. And I mean, and Verlander's a great pitcher.
He's one of the greatest pitchers in the history of baseball.
Yeah, and it just, I don't know how this game, maybe he's adding too much pressure to himself. I don't know, because he's way too good to have something like this happening to him.
And they're not pitching him tonight where he could pitch tonight. This would be normal rest. They're giving him an extra day. Now, that being said, also, Houston has starting pitching depth. They have 7 quality starting pitchers.
Do you think it's more that as opposed to, because we had this conversation a few days ago, and I was like, I'd still pitch him.
I would too, but right now he gets to pitch against Philly's bullpen. I don't know if there's a strategy in that instead of facing, I believe, is it Nola tonight? I believe it is.
That is right.
And then I think they're going to go with Noah Syndergaard in Game 5 and then go back to Wheeler in Game 6. Now, everything can change, right? Managers can make different decisions when guys have normal rest. It could be Nola and Wheeler, in the next 2 games if something happens tonight and they feel better about not doing bullpen in Game 5.
Well, I do want to add, too, while you're waiting real quick. The other thing, too, is it's not like Mike was saying that the Astros are the better team, but at the end of the day, like, it's not about that. It's who the better team is at that time. That's one of the things that I always criticize because, like, for instance, and I'm not trying to bring this up, but in 2011, the Cardinals were the better team. Like, they showed it that in that series. Now, granted, we were the better team. That's how I feel.
Agree, yes.
We definitely had everything. It's just they were red hot. Like, it doesn't get much hotter than that. And that's your momentum. They brought that in. So that's the big factor there that I think stands out.
Right now, I'm looking at a team with the Phillies, who I feel like is San Francisco. That they gained.
Can we make a different comparison? This is making me sad.
Well, I know it sucks. It really does. But you're right. They don't have. Well, actually, they do. They have a lot of big name guys, but they just have that momentum, just like the Giants did. They just rolled in red hot, and that's how it goes.
Can you imagine being the manager that got fired from that team and then see what they're doing right now, Kevin?
Girardi.
Yeah, like Girardi was just sitting there going, you know what? I got this thing. And they were like, nope.
It has to hurt your feelings when they're like, we got rid of you and then made it to the World Series and are now up 2-1. I cannot understand how that would not hurt your feelings.
It would really hurt because it makes you think like, man, I clearly wasn't the guy because we weren't doing this good when I was there, and then now all of a sudden we're in the World Series.
Yeah, and I think that's karma for that night that it was a rain delay, and he was like, "No, let's just keep this thing going all night long," and we had to wait it out all night. Remember that one?
Does 2-1 change your perspective at all, or you're like, no, it's just 2-1. Series ebbs and flows, and so it's still.
It's an interesting question. I like that.
Well, that's the thing is if you look at what happened to us in 11, we gave up. I think it was 16 runs. And they ended up taking the lead, and then I got to pitch Game 4, and then it puts it back to 2-2. So don't let the record be a factor. I mean, you won that game. Today's a new day. You got to worry about focusing.
Does everybody?
On today.
I 100% hear what you're saying. How good is everybody at doing that?
That's 100%. It comes down to your locker room because when you go in after, you had the 2-1, or sorry, you're up 2-1, and now momentum's there, whatever, and you want to try to. Man, that got me good.
It's all right. It's all right. If you're watching,
it wasn't Kevin throwing his headphones.
No,
it was definitely not Kevin.
But I understand how sometimes this place can make you angry. I get it.
So so now I got my train of thought back. So okay, we lost 16 to whatever. We came in and we had the speech like, "Hey, this game's over. We cannot sit and dwell on what happened. We have to focus on what's going on." And that's tomorrow. We got to get tomorrow's game. We can change everything by getting that win. That's exactly what the Astros are telling themselves. We don't need to worry about what happened today. Yes, we lost. So what? Let's focus on tomorrow. It was the same thing for us. When we won Game 4, okay, great, we won, but we're not done. We still got to win 2 more games. Let's go get one. Let's focus on getting the next one and then go from there.
That was something, Kevin, that I thought Wash was really good at for like about 3 years. Y'all didn't lose series. Y'all didn't lose back-to-back games. It seemed like, you'd lose one and then y'all bounce back immediately.
Right.
And I don't know if it was Wash, if it was just the club or what.
It's definitely Wash, and it's also, I want to point this out too, with the hire of Bochy, that's another reason that this is such a good hire, is he's going to focus on the series. Let's get the series win. That's what it's all about.
Right now, want to bring in Jeff Fry, the real hitting guru. Sorry about the phone issues that we were having there, Jeff.
Thank you. No problem. I don't know. All my buddies are texting me and calling me going, answer the phone, Fry.
I feel like every time.
I just called you. It went right to voicemail.
Yeah,
I was like, that's because I hung up on you.
We changed our number 7,000 times up here. We have so much money.
Yeah.
We have so many phone numbers. It's amazing.
The first number you gave me, Mikey, I called and it said Billy Bob's. And I was like, I think this is the wrong number.
Man, no, it was the right number. We're ready to party. So,
Fry guy, so you've been watching a little bit of the World Series because I've seen you've been putting social media out there. I know you're very frustrated with where the game is today. How have you seen the World Series so far?
Man, I think it's been very entertaining. Game 2, and the Astros jumped out 5-0, and Verlander looked untouchable. And, to me, the big turn in that game was after Harper got the base hit in, I think, the 4th inning, and they held the runner at third. If Nick Castellano hadn't and gotten a 2-strike hit and put the ball in play on an awkward hit to knock in a run, that would have been pretty demoralizing. Next thing you know, they get a 2-run double and they come back and win that game. So it's been very entertaining so far. Yesterday's game, maybe not so much, but I am rooting for the Phillies, so I did like it.
What do you think Little Richie had to say about Nick Castellanos' hit where he only took a half swing but poked it into the outfield for a 72-mile-an-hour base hit?
Yeah, I don't think he would approve, Mikey. But he is, now he is claiming that he's working with Bryce Harper, too. So, Little Richie, every time somebody hits a home run, Little Richie takes credit because that person is apparently using the HLP style of hitting. It's all hogwash, you know that.
Now, just real quick, for people who aren't familiar, I know exactly what you're talking about, but you have gone kind of on a crusade to call people out on their BS on Twitter, taking credit or whatever for things that they're probably not really responsible for, right?
You could call it that if you want, buddy. I'm just trying to educate parents into a lot of the stuff I see on social media, the teachings that I think are not going to help their kids, and people claiming that everybody hits one certain way and you have to try and hit this one way, and not everybody can do that. The guys that are playing on TV, those guys are the best players on the planet, and there's only 780 of them in the big leagues in 1 year with over 7 billion people on Earth. So teaching young kids to hit like a 6'7", 282-pound Aaron Judge, in my opinion, is doing a disservice to those kids.
It's always tough, Jeff, where I agree with you, is I don't know anything about music. This is what I tell parents. If somebody says they're a guitar teacher or a piano teacher, I don't know if they're good or bad at it. I have no clue. I've never done that in my life. Now, the one thing about music is they can then demonstrate really quickly on a guitar or on a piano, and most humans can listen to it and go, that sounds good or that sounds bad. But when it comes to baseball, especially, I feel like they can say, oh, I'm so smart. I know how to hit, or I know how to pitch. I saw somebody the other day on Instagram doing some dumb stuff with pitching. Like, if you do this, you'll throw 90 miles an hour, and I'm like, look, man, I had a former dad who was a major leaguer who taught me every right thing, how to pitch and how to stay healthy. Yet I could never really throw the ball 90 miles an hour. Doing this does not mean you're going to throw 90 miles an hour or more, but parents don't know any better. Just like I'm going to assume, Jeff, you don't know any better on music, on who's a good guitar teacher or not.
Exactly, Mike. And you see it out there everywhere, and unfortunately the parents aren't educated, and so much stuff is now on social media that they may not know who to go to, and they see somebody with a bunch of followers and go, oh, this guy must obviously know what he's doing if he's got all these followers. And next thing you know, their kid is trying to swing up and hit the top of the cage with every ball he hits. And you do see it in pitching too. And, I was a guy who had a below average arm when I signed. And I worked on it for 15 years, playing long toss and doing everything I possibly could to get it to average. How these velocity coaches can promise they're going to improve kids' arm strength by 5, 6, 7 miles per hour in the off season. And you and Derek both know that's a bunch of malarkey. There's no way. And plus these kids aren't developed and they're going to injure themselves.
Yeah, with that being said, too, oh, by the way, this is Derek, Mr. Fry. So good to see you.
What's up, Derek? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. I got a question with that is you got, for pitching side of things, we teach kids for some reason they see, a guy like myself doing weighted balls and they feel like that's what they need to teach their kids. Is there something out there that's like hitting wise that you see that big league guys are doing that kids shouldn't be doing?
Yeah, looking at iPads in the dugout. No, that's
that's good too.
We got one of those here.
They do that at restaurants, though.
No, well, I think a lot of it is just getting all the readings, and I can't stand, Derek, when I see a young kid in a batting cage, and they're hitting off a tee or doing flips or whatever, and after every swing they turn around and look at some monitor to try and see what their exit velocity was and what's their launch angle was and how far they hit the ball.
Well,
to me, what purpose does that have?
I'm glad you bring that up because that's what kids are starting to get taught now is this whole analytics stuff. And it's like, we don't teach old school baseball. At what point are we going to be able to get past the analytics sides with kids and let them just focus on learning how to just get the normal structure of hitting that, A to B and see right through it kind of thing. I just threw that one out, but something basic. We try to do too much to these kids when it comes to the hitting side of things. We overdo it. Is there anything that you really think stands out that, hey, kids should work on this first? Like for me, I always teach pitching. Why not worry about locating a pitch rather than trying to see how hard you can throw it? If you can't throw it to where you want, what's the point?
Exactly. And, I'm trying to get my message out there. It's difficult. Some people don't want to hear what I have to say because I played so long ago and I wouldn't be able to play in the big leagues today because the players are too good. But I stress just the stuff that, Rudy Jaramillo, who I think was the best hitting coach in the game, just basic timing, rhythm, balance, fundamentals, swing down, try and hit line drives. That's all these kids need to do is hit line drives. The more line drives you hit, the better hitter you're going to become. Eventually you get bigger and stronger, and you got some power, you'll hit some home runs. But I think that's the basic start for each kid. Just hit line drives to the back of the cage, and you'll at least have a chance. When you start hitting fly balls at 8 and 10 years old, they're going 150 feet. These kids are going to get discouraged, and they're not going to want to play anymore because it's not fun to fail.
One of the things that I think would be most beneficial to tell parents to do for their kids is teach them the game of pepper. And I know that's a whole thing that they need to look up, but it teaches you bat control. It teaches you how to get on top of the ball. If you do hit a line drive, it's not the worst thing in the world. Now you get to go field the baseball from your buddy who's hitting the ball and see if you can catch the ball in the air. And it just teaches such great hand-eye coordination.
I agree. And we got to get those no pepper signs off the backstop, Mikey.
I always thought when you were playing in the major leagues, Jeff, and I was a little kid watching you, and then I got to play against you in Louisville, I always thought, I was like, man, I love peppers on my nachos.
Yeah, no pepper on your nachos at the stadium. No, I in the minor leagues, I would play pepper before every game. Just get a couple guys. It works on your, like you said, your barrel control. And it also helps the 2 or 3 guys you're playing with on their fielding. So, to me, it's a great drill. It needs to come back for sure.
Now, we're pretty much out of time because we couldn't get you on the phone early enough. Tell me what you got going on. It's next weekend, correct?
Yes, November 12th at UTA. We have a infield camp with me and Jerry Brown, the governor, played for the Rangers back in the 80s. Yes. And Dave Atkins from the Arlington A's has set it up, and we're going to have 2 separate time slots, I think 10 to 1 and 1:30 to 4:30. And we're going to teach these kids the basic fundamentals of infield play. And a lot of it is going to come from what I learned from Perry Hill. I know Jerry Brown is also a big supporter of Perry Hill, and the 6S, middle funnel, replace your feet, follow your throw is what I was taught, and just teach these kids fundamentals and how to know where to be on the field at the right time.
Awesome. And do you have a website for that?
Yes, it's TX Scout Camp, txscoutcamp.com.
All right.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. And obviously, you're welcome back at any time.
Hopefully on time, too. We'll get your phone to work.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I appreciate you guys being patient. But you guys have a good day, and good talking to you too, Derek.
Thank you, man. Good to see you.
There you go, Jeff Fry, txscoutcamp.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what, if anything, would you like the Cowboys to reevaluate during their bye? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
At the 46-yard line, 3rd and 1. Handoff, Pollard coming left. Foot in the ground, first down and more, 50. Good block from the tight end. Sideline, keep running, 10, 5, touchdown, Tony Pollard.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And I have a feeling this fella will be involved for a lot of people. What, if anything, would you like the Cowboys to reevaluate during the bye? Also, just got big news for the station this weekend. The biggest college football game of the season thus far. Tennessee and Georgia will be going on right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kickoff at 2:30. Pregame will get started at 2 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. The top 2 teams in the Associated Press, 2 of the top 3 teams in the new college football playoff rankings happening right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, my question for y'all, and you asked Mickey kind of along this lines, but I want to know from you guys, what, if anything, would you reevaluate for the Cowboys during the bye? Because I know for a lot of people, and we just heard it right there, Tony Pollard's usage rate is something folks would reevaluate.
I think, man, that's an interesting approach, because did his usage rate really change that much on Sunday?
Now, a little bit, but you're right, not a lot.
I guess he got him on downs that Zeke would typically get the ball, but the numbers were still pretty much even.
He had 14 carries, which I think tied a career high, I want to say.
Texted you guys in the middle of the game, and I was like, man, I really hope he doesn't get 25 so we can continue to have the argument.
And guess what? Here we are.
I guess it kind of, the one thing that I was really looking at that kind of figured itself out on its own was the use of Deron Bland. Deron Bland is a stud. Okay, this dude is a stud. He was awesome in camp. He outplayed a lot of different guys. And Jordan Lewis injury, which I hate because I thought Jordan Lewis was doing fine in the slot. And I was starting to think maybe Bland could play on the outside a little bit. That kind of kills that momentum for even changing that, because I think now the approach is Bland's your slot corner.
Yep.
Now, trying to figure out, can you put anybody else on the outside? You can't do anything with Kelvin Joseph, dude. I'm sorry. The Cowboys can say he's NFL caliber. They can say
great on special teams.
They can say his part on special teams is important. I get that. You don't get a lot of guys that are committed to that, to playing their role on special teams. But I don't know what I'm going to do with Anthony Brown if they decide they're going to pick on him. Can he win enough of those battles to keep my team in the game? And I think they can. I think they do a pretty good job at it. But they took that section away because injury just played itself out. Figuring out what the defensive line rotation through the end of the season is going to be like, and trying to figure out how to monitor the body of Micah Parsons. I want to use him all the time. We want him to go pressure every single play, right? But we can't. He's going to be worn out by the end of the season into the playoffs if we use him up. And I know
how do you get that message across to him? Because don't you think he's no chance?
Yeah, there's and actually I hope we get a chance to talk to him about this, because there's no way in his mind that there's ever a reason to stop. There's ever a reason to slow down. But I got to figure out, when you saw him on the sidelines during the game, what was your thought when you saw him standing on the sidelines? He looked pissed off that he wasn't on the field. My thought was instantly, he must be hurt. And he is achy. He's got bruises and bumps all over the place. But that part of it is kind of what I'm looking at, is my usage of the defensive line, how that rotation's going, and what really is my strong suits going forward here. That's what I think Dan Quinn has a real good job to sit and reevaluate what he can do on the front of his defense.
Now, one of the things that I'm seeing, and that's not particularly surprising to me from the 512, Cowboys need to reevaluate their use of Turpin. Get him on the damn field. And
yes,
you have so
absolutely.
Y'all are in on that sentiment?
Yeah, but I also was curious. Do you guys feel like Turpin is kind of like a Darren Sproles type of player? Could be used in that type of way.
Out of the backfield, I think you can put him anywhere on the field. I really think McCaffrey. McCaffrey's different. But I think you can put him in many different spots on the field and get the ball in his hands and just see what he can do, because he has a different vision. He sees the field differently. He has a different patience. And then once he decides to actually go, the quickness and burst are insane. So
yeah, I feel like he's like a big weapon. Like you get him out there on the field, it's like, all right, we got to really pay attention to this guy. But when he's not coming out there often, it's like they don't have to worry about it. So why not try to incorporate him a little bit more just to create more of a threat?
And I felt like they did that a little bit, Kevin, on Sunday, because he got 2 plays where he got the ball. And I was like, oh, wow, they actually did
That's
it.
That's 100% increase.
Yeah, they still didn't pass the ball to him.
That's right. That's how I'd spin it.
Yeah, they still didn't pass the ball to him, but they did. They were like, hey, we'll do another play for you. And I do want to see him, instead of that sweep, I want to see a time when he goes into a slant or does a hook and turns that into a big play. And now people are like, oh, crap, because then your safety has to watch out for this guy that could go over the top. Right. And now if that safety's back just a little bit, hesitating just a scotch, this is just like being a pitcher. Now I got the guy off the hitter off balance. He doesn't know what to expect because I threw something he didn't expect. And now I can run that play, and the safety's back. He isn't up on Turpin, and he can go for bigger yards.
Well, it also opens up the other guys on your wide receivers.
Yep.
You know, that gives Gallup a chance to get seen. You also got CeeDee Lamb out there too, like in Brown as well. You've got plenty of options. So having Turpin do the quick slant, they have to try to cover that, or they got to cover that deep ball.
I think one thing, Kevin, real quick, is the. It's a part of trusting him to execute it, because I feel like the Cowboys feel like there can be no wasted plays.
But how can you trust somebody if you haven't given them the opportunity?
Absolutely. And
what a great question that is.
So that's what I really do. I agree that this next couple of weeks here in the bye is a great opportunity to work on some of those things that you might be able to feel like you can trust him on.
If you took Steven at face value on Monday, I would like the Cowboys to specifically work on reevaluating what their offensive line is going to look like. One of the things that Steven said on Monday was we're still 3 or 4 weeks from that happening, so we haven't had those specific conversations. But then he went on to say, but somebody of that caliber, surely you want to use your best 5. Okay. Well, then it sounds like we've begun the conversation. So, like if they hadn't started it, well, we started it right there. Tyron's one of your best 5. All right. So how's the rest going to look? Do you feel like Steele is locked in? Obviously, Martin is locked in. And then are you going with Biotish? And then you're saying, all right, Tyler Smith is a left guard. Is it as simple as that? Or are you like, well, maybe I'll consider Tyler Smith at right tackle, and then I'll do this. Like, I would like that conversation to take place if it is in fact not taking place.
This is interesting because Michael Young switched positions multiple times, right, for the Rangers.
He was pumped about it.
I don't know that. I don't know.
Say, I mean, let's be honest though. That was not something he was very happy about.
Yeah,
you know, he's trying to be the best at that one position. Now you got to try to get him to go do another one, which I get it.
He's never played before,
but yeah, you're doing that to
yeah.
Hasn't played these positions.
I understand. Like Tyler Smith right now looks really good at tackle, and it's like why even change anything? And my big concern, Kevin, is Tyron Smith likely comes back and gets injured again, and then you just go back to it, which is okay, I guess. But I can't put anybody else at guard and take Tyler Smith off the field.
Do you think
and I can't put Tyron Smith anywhere else on the field either.
And I'm not disagreeing with you on that whatsoever. Do you think they're really honestly having that conversation? Do you think they're like,
every day,
hey, how many games is he going to be back for?
Every day, I think they're having that conversation and they're checking in to see how he's doing. I think Britt Brown's having hey, how are you doing? How's rehab coming along? And he's looking at whatever his chart says. It says this is how far away he is from right now. And they're kind of looking at, okay, he'll probably be back at this game. I think that conversation's happening, if not every day, a few times a week. I think they're trying to figure out how they're going to implement him back in. And as well as Tyler's playing, it helps not rush him back from anything too.
Now, while we're reevaluating things, it didn't happen. It can't happen now this season. Were you disappointed that no deal was made for Brandon Cooks, or does it make sense to you, seeing as how they would have been on the hook for $18 million salary next year?
I'm fine with it. Brandon Cooks is a good player. I like assets though.
Yeah,
and second round pick and more for Brandon.
Do we know that was the?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a confirmation. I just saw it and was like, okay, if that's where it is, then I'm fine not giving that up for Brandon Cooks. I think this offense can still be really good. And I still think that they have the opportunity to add another player late in the season if they really say that guy can put us over the top. I think they can.
You're saying Odell Beckham
Yeah, absolutely.
Jr.?
Yeah.
I mean, and I feel like we've been setting the groundwork for that. Although I heard the Giants GM was like, oh yeah, no, we'd definitely be willing to have that conversation. I feel like there's like 8 teams that have already kind of publicly said, oh yeah, we would have that conversation.
Jerry admires him.
I know. And it doesn't cost you any, to your point, draft capital or anything like that. You could easily fit him into your available salary cap space.
But do you want, okay, here's my question too. If you go get Beckham, he's coming off of an injury. And we've already been talking about how Gallup is with his injury. How quick is he going to come back and actually perform?
I think that is a great question. But you know how fan bases work, right? Everybody comes back at their optimum. And that's the same thing. But then again, I feel like the Cowboys spin it that way sometimes. Is Tyron Smith, when he comes back for the meat of the schedule, he'll come back just like he was in 2017 and ready to kick ass. And same thing with Gallup and same thing with Odell Beckham. I think that is a very fair point.
But it's a fresh injury. You're coming back from the surgery. You're getting everything back. I mean, it's not. We talked about this last time I was here, was with Gallup. How long does it take till you trust it? And that's something we have to figure out too, is Beckham going to trust the injury being healed right away and come out and be that star player that he's been? Or are we going to have to wait for him to kind of get into the rhythm again and trust that his leg is fine?
I would proceed from here until something happens, as if this is your team, like this is the way that it's going to look. And if they decide to add that, I don't think it's a panic move. I think it's something they say, we can add this to our toolbox, which Dan Quinn has a completely full toolbox right now. I don't know that. I'm not sure that Kellen Moore does. I look at his toolbox and I'm like, all right, you got one of those kind of reliable screwdrivers and Dak, and you got one of those, some hammers here and there, but everything's kind of worn out a little bit. And is there anything that's just that really brand new, awesome saw,
Because some picks can be better than others. So whenever we talk about how much the Cowboys have invested on the offense, then you're like, yeah, but not all picks are created equal. Like, is there any, outside of a quarterback, is there any offensive player you would trade Micah Parsons for?
Yeah.
Like, I would be willing to bet that most people are like, oh, yeah, probably not. And so some picks hit better than others. So I think that's a fair point. Are you frustrated at all then at the lack of movement from the Cowboys yesterday? Or do you look back at Hankins, the move that looks like in a small sample size, it's going to pay off as being good enough?
Yeah, was it Gelkin that tweeted out yesterday that if Hankins was picked up yesterday, it would be very different because of that stat you threw out there? And a lot of people, I see these lists of all the trades that went down. They're talking about McCaffrey. I was like, McCaffrey was a week ago too.
Yeah.
And I understand he helped them win a game, and probably they don't win that game without him.
Plus, I feel like the talent level, at least there, might be different. It's just, you saw the move that the Dolphins made that felt like we think we can win the Super Bowl now, and so this is what we're going to do. And I thought that potential was there for the Cowboys to make a move like that.
Do you also feel, too, like, what would they have gotten? I feel like your defense is one of the best. If it's not, it's like second, I think, in the league. So why would you go get something defensively? What about the offense? I think that's the key, is we need more on offense.
And I think that's why people were frustrated, is because the Brandon Cooks. The thing that sucks is if you just wouldn't have heard anything about it, it would have been one thing. But when you mentioned Brandon Cooks was interested and you're like, oh, the last 2 years he had more than 1,000 yards both seasons. You're like, maybe that would have worked. And then it just didn't work out. And because of money in the next year. And I feel like a lot of Cowboys fans are like, I don't give a crap about next year, which I totally get. You're like, what about this year?
Yeah, but if you go get Beckham, you got to get him for this year and next year, I feel like, because he's coming off of an injury.
Do you think, I hear what you're saying. I don't think you have to. I think
it's a short-term rental. You're going to spend some money on it, so why not get him for the next year too?
If he is interested in that, I wonder if his perspective is, I'll come out and I'll help your team for the rest of this year, and everyone will see that I'm good to go, and then I can get my X, Y, and Z contract. I'm not saying it'll work like that. Right. I think that's what he might be looking for. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm very much looking forward to this segment. 2 former major leaguers break down the art of identifying pitch tipping. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Comes home with the pitch swung on, hit deep, right field, and the Phillies are going to lead it. Yeah, they are. Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top with a two-run home run over the out-of-town scoreboard. Simply amazing. Harper here at home has homered on back-to-back swings.
I like how giddy that announcer is, and it's the World Series, and you absolutely, but he's like, yeah, he is. I love that. And by the way, if you were listening to Jeff Fry earlier, we want to help some folks out. It is ntxscoutcamp.com. So ntxscoutcamp.com if you want to get involved in what we were talking about earlier. But Corey,
good job, buddy.
Man,
yeah,
I got buddied by Jeff Fry, and I actually thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was the appropriate time to use a somewhat condescending buddy, and so I thought that was an excellent use. And yes, if you missed it and you want to see me get taken down a peg or two, which I know people do, I got buddied by Jeff Fry. Now, in this, Corey brought up a great idea is we have Mike Bassick. He pitched in the majors.
Yep.
We have Derek Holland. He pitched in the majors. Why not?
My Twitter handle's in the majors.
That's right.
Yeah.
See, so me and Joey, we just need to sit this segment out. We're not qualified by any stretch of the imagination, but to talk about last night's game and then the broader idea of pitch tipping. Is that what you thought was happening yesterday, or is there more to it? And I would love to hear y'all and Corey take it away.
I want to kind of lay out what happened real quick for you guys. And I know y'all watch the videos, but I want the listeners out there to kind of know where we're heading with this. Video is rolling around from John Boy and everybody else. Bryce Harper gets up, hits a bomb. And
off of Lance McCullers.
Off Lance McCullers, who is a great person. And then he...
I don't think he is.
I'm actually, that was very much sarcasm, buddy.
He's one of my friends.
Stop buddying people!
Good dude to me.
Then a few minutes later, Alec Baum's going to the plate, and Harper says, "Hey, come here." Whispers in his ear a couple things. Baum gets up to the plate and hits a bomb himself. And now everybody's like going back and saying, what did Bryce Harper see? And you guys have watched the videos. Y'all have kind of been looking at the differences in the pitches, the way McCullers going about it. What did y'all see after y'all kind of looked at a couple of different videos?
Well, that Bryce Harper home run looked like the one I gave up to him. So I'm wondering if I was
a good
tipping
hitter.
pitches.
Yeah.
No, the big thing, me and Mike were talking about this before too. He was tipping pitches, and on top of that, he was very predictable with his pitch selection. Mike was telling me, because I didn't get to really watch much of the game, but he was very reliant on his changeup and his curveball. Now, one, he was tipping pitches, which we're going to dive into that too. But two, if you constantly continue to throw slow to slower, you're not doing anything. And if you don't throw any fastballs, like Mike was telling me, then it's easy to eliminate that pitch. And now your fastball is your changeup, which you're throwing so much. So there's no separation of velo. It's pretty much slow to slow, like I said. Now, granted, he was tipping his pitches. That's why Harper was telling him, Baum, that this is what's going on. Look for this. And you watched the swing and everything. You could tell he was dead red, like saw it and knew it was coming and teed off on it.
Now, here's the other thing, too, because this frustrates me a lot about the tipping the pitch thing. If you remember, Alex Bregman intentionally got balked by the Texas Rangers this season because they're like, man, Martin Perez gave up I think it was a home run in Houston. I know it was in Houston. And well, the only reason why is because Alex Bregman told him what was coming from second base. It was a bad changeup. He threw changeup. When you throw back-to-back changeups, your second changeup better be a hell of a changeup, because if you leave it over the middle of the plate, he's timed your changeup now. He just saw 85. Now you're going to throw the exact same speed in a bad location? It wasn't Alex Bregman that caused that home run. It was Martin Perez throwing back-to-back changeups in a bad location. If you watch last night and you go look at all the highlights, the Bryce Harper home run is a hanging breaking ball right down the middle. Now, when his arms go up higher, he's throwing breaking balls. When he crunched down a little bit lower, he was throwing a changeup. That does help out the hitter, without a doubt. But Randy Johnson tipped every pitch he ever threw in the major leagues his whole career. And he still struck out 4,000 guys, is considered the greatest left-handed pitcher of all time.
How did he tip it?
His glove and his finger. He would turn his glove and his finger would move. So there's all different ways that you're always looking at your video. Darvish ran into this issue with the Houston Astros, and in the playoffs when he got traded to the Dodgers, on the Houston Astros felt like they knew exactly what he was going to throw when he was going to throw it.
I did the same thing, and another guy that also tipped his pitches, Johan Santana. They knew every time his changeup was coming, but they still can't hit it.
Now, because he located it well.
Correct, and he changed pitch or changed speeds. The other thing I want to point out too, when you talked about the changeup, throwing back-to-back changeup, the philosophy should always be, if I throw the first one and I know I'm going to throw a second one, that second one has to be better and slower than the previous one you just threw. It has to be that way.
Is it an intentional setup? Like the pick move where you throw a soft pick and then all of a sudden you throw your dart over there? Like that seems like an intentional setup sometimes. Is that it?
There's so many things that go into it. It's kind of like, what does the pitching coach say when he comes out there?
Yeah.
Well, he says 1,000 different things. We can talk about in general what he can maybe be saying, but when you say, well, what about the second changeup? Well, it matters. Who's the guy up to bat? What's the situation? How did he swing at the first one? Did he not swing at the first one? Did I throw this one? Did I accidentally cut this changeup? Did I accidentally leave it up? Did I throw it in the dirt? Did I throw it outside? So there's so many things. So a lot of times when people want to ask a question, I think you ask a great question. Yeah. It's very tough to say, well, how about the second changeup? Well, the first changeup, you have to give me all of the situations on then how the second changeup is going to be mastered, or what I can get away with, or where I want to locate this one. But I would say Lance McCullers, one, yes, he was tipping pitches yesterday, and he has to work on that too. there's no such thing as a changeup if I don't throw a fastball. That becomes your fastball. Just like when I played Jamie Moyer threw 83 miles an hour. That was his max speed. Well, if he only threw 83, I can't say, well, he's throwing 83 mile an hour changeups. No, that's his fastball. If Lance McCullers is going to sit there and just throw changeups to left-handed hitters and then curveballs, and I'm throwing 87 and 85, now there's no variance either. So now I'm throwing the exact same speed. Where I'm throwing a curveball or a changeup, I'm throwing the same speed, and they haven't seen 95. So I'm not working off of your 95. As a hitter, I assume your 87 is your fastball.
Okay.
Because that's what you're throwing tonight. You're throwing 87 miles an hour without throwing any variance off of it. So you're throwing 87 mile an hour fastballs. You're just gripping it with your two middle fingers instead of your two fastball fingers. And that became a major issue for McCullers. Is I don't know why he got so nervous about it. He did in other playoff games too. But because the Phillies have so many good left-handed hitters, Schwarber and Harper being 1 and 2, is then he doesn't use his curveball as much. When he faced, I believe, the Dodgers in the World Series when they won it, he probably threw 75% curveballs in that game. But it's because they had so many right-handed hitters, he just kept throwing hammer, hammer, hammer. And that's a little bit easier to throw than when I won't mix in a fastball. He would like mix in a fastball just to show him. But last night he wasn't even, Derek, showing him fastball to get him like to be off timed on the changeup.
If you want to get timing messed up, that's how you have to. You have to use your fastball. Your fastball sets up all of your off speed. It changes everything. It's hard to try to cover 95 and then try to hit 78, whatever it is that he's throwing. You have to have that separation. He had literally no separation. And that's what I was talking about before. You can't stay slow and go to slower. All you're doing is helping them. They haven't seen anything fast to mess up their timing. So that's a frustrating thing. And it's like, you have an elite fastball. Why would you go away from it? Use that and then play the factor of using your changeup and then your curveball, however you want to do it. They ambushed him. They took care of what they needed to do.
The other thing, too, watching Bryce Harper is I'm not 100% sure he knew what the curveball was going to be when he hit it out. It's just a horse-ass curveball. Okay?
Yeah. The saying is,
but then he was watching, but Bryce Harper probably saw this on film, and then he's watching a little bit more, and he calls over Bohm to the dugout and goes, come here, come here. I'm 100% accurate on this now. So I had Roberto Alomar as my second baseman on the Cleveland Indians and on the New York Mets. He was one of the best ever at this. One of my former teammates, Chris Coast, who was on the championship team on the Phillies back in 2008, I think, when they won it all. He talked about how Chase Utley was unbelievable at seeing guys tip pitches, and he would give the result to everybody on the team on watch for this, whether it's your finger that's out of the glove, whether you're moving your hand a little bit, your glove goes from upright to sideways a little bit, whether your hands are a little bit lower, a little bit higher, all these things that guys like Alomar, Chase Utley were great at. Alomar would sometimes jog in when you could visit the mound as much as you wanted, and he'd say, Mike, your hands are starting to get a little bit lower. Watch that out on your changeup, right? So he was trying to help me by being at second base going, you might be tipping it, because Roberto was always looking for those things as a hitter, and he'd look for it on his own teammates to try to help out that you wouldn't accidentally tip too.
So I had two guys do that too that I played with, Andrew Jones, and the other one was Carlos Beltran, and they would literally tell me when I was doing something. And the one thing I'll never forget was at Yankee Stadium. Andrew Jones now was with the Yankees, and literally, like, for those that can't see, but my finger, I had one of those gloves where my finger would stick out, my index finger. And if I was throwing a fastball, it stayed straight. But if I threw any off speed, I would bend it. And people were picking that up. And then finally, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Michael Young. It might have been Kinsler. They came out and told me right away, just like you said, when all the mound visits were okay, they came and told me, hey, you need to tuck that in and then go from there. That way they can't see your finger. And the other thing is, too, it's real crazy how they pick up stuff. It could be your breathing patterns. It could be the way that you put your hands. Like, I had my hands sometimes close to my stomach, and sometimes I would have them higher, or I would have them stick out farther. And they were picking all that stuff up. And the glove thing is the biggest and easiest one you'll see, is the tilt of the glove once they pick up their leg.
And the other thing, too, is now they're playing 162 games a year, whether they're in the field or in the dugout. We're seeing, so people are like, how do you do this so much? And I don't know if there's anybody out there that really watches every Ranger game, but think about this. Every day for Derek's life, from about age 20 to age 35,
I don't know where
he sees 250 pitches a game. So he's sitting there and watching 250 pitches a game. Same thing for me from age 18 to 30 years old. This is all I'm doing. Right. All I'm doing is sitting there for 4 out of 5 games. I got to entertain myself somehow, some way, without pissing off my teammates on the bench that are playing the game. Because that's another thing, too, that people don't understand is you have to act a certain way in the dugout. Because even though you're not playing, you can't goof off too much because there's 9 guys trying to win that game that day. So you're talking, if Derek and I are starting pitchers together, we can talk about random things too, but sometimes we're like, hey, do you see this? And then we're checking with each other if we're seeing this from whether it's our guy or their guy. Then we're like, let's make sure we know. And if we really know, we might bring it to one of the players and say, hey, watch this and tell me if we're right or wrong on this.
So with that, that's true. As pitchers, when we're not pitching, 1, we're either studying the team that we're going to face if it's against them, but 2, we're also watching the pitcher. On top of that, I wanted to point out too, there's every team I've played for, there is a guy that's watching video on what you're doing mechanically. And if you have something, it will be in the hitting report. They're going to tell you to look for this. So guys are constantly looking at it. And that's what the thing is. I guarantee Harper and those guys literally had video of it, and then they wanted to see it in person, because you could watch videos, see it, and okay, this is what he's doing, but then all of a sudden he shows up to that game and he's not doing it.
You want to confirm it because you don't want to let a fastball right down the middle go by you and go, you SOB, because you told me about the hands, I trusted you, and he didn't do that, and now my home run pitch or my extra base hit, I had to let that pitch go because I was sitting curveball, and he's not doing that today.
It's the same thing with stealing signs when you're at second. The legal way, not the trash can way.
Yeah.
That way, where you were sitting there and you're looking and you can count their signs, whatever, you got it figured out, you would tell the hitter. It's the same thing as you want to trust it first. You don't want to get out there and all of a sudden you go, he told me curveball, but yet it was a fastball.
You know why Lance McCullers probably didn't feel like he was tipping his pitches yesterday and it didn't change it? Because he was throwing bad pitches. When we tip pitches, and we all accidentally do sometimes, it's when we throw a bastard pitch and then it gets hit hard for a double or something. We're like, wait a second. Like, I set him up for that. I had him off balance. I know that was my put away pitch. I executed my put away pitch, and then he still hit it hard. That's when we start going, am I doing something here? Because they're hitting some of my better pitches that I've set up perfectly.
Yes.
Excellent breakdown right there. If you're like, I like baseball, but I would love to know the inside mechanics of how pitchers and the rest of the Major League Baseball players think. There you go right there. Appreciate it very much, good gentlemen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Giants brilliant or about to doom the franchise? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish this year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. If you missed the last segment, I would highly suggest you hit that radio rewind and check it out, especially if you're a baseball fan. Here's a reminder. On Saturday, the biggest college football game of the season thus far, Georgia, Tennessee, pregame 2 o'clock, kickoff 2:30 right here on 105 through the Fan. Now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with news curated just for Derek Holland. The Cleveland Browns have announced, or their GM announced, that Deshaun Watson remains on track to start December 4th. I can let you decide which part of this quote I made up. This is from Andrew Berry, their GM. It's been great to have him back in the building. He's focused on working on himself. He's stayed in great shape. He's been part of the meetings. Now, of course, by the time he gets back, the season will be over, but we still expect him to play nonetheless.
The season will not be over, so no. We're going to Super Bowl.
What?
Beat the Bengals. Woo! Super Bowl, baby.
Okay.
All I know is I'm looking at their record right now, and the Browns are 3-5, and
better than the Jaguars.
True. There was a bet for $100 that the Browns would be 6-5.
I know.
When
it's not looking super
Deshaun
great
Watson
there.
came
It's
back.
not.
How many games are left?
Well, they have to go 3-0 here. Really 4-0 if you include their last win.
Have a great chance of doing that.
They can do it.
If they play like they did against the bungholes, we can definitely.
Oh my goodness! There you go.
Wait, we can't say that.
No,
You can say whatever
probably
you
can't.
want.
Hey, Joey just shrugged his shoulders, which is not giving a lot of confidence. It was like,
Hey, I didn't dump it, so
yeah,
we're okay.
back in the day,
Right.
Brendan would be like, I didn't dump it, so I guess it's fine. And I was like, I don't know if that's how that works. Not surprisingly, Christian McCaffrey for the NFC and Derrick Henry for the AFC were named the offensive players of the week. I thought this was a really funny tweet from the Rams. They tweeted yesterday at 1:19 p.m., so right before the trade deadline. It's always make a trade admin, and never, how are you doing, admin? And so I like the idea that the Twitter account is taking on its own personality. It's like, how come they never asked?
Yeah.
They're just like, make a trade.
Just do something. It's like yesterday when nothing happened.
Yeah.
Machota did the trade deadline has passed, and the Cowboys did not do anything or whatever.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I tweeted him, and I was like, how can you let this happen, John? And
did he take accountability for it?
No.
Was he like, I dropped the ball on
No,
this?
he ignored it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to answer that question.
I know. Also because partnerships and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go from that to the Giants. Are they about to make a great decision or doom their franchise? They're in the midst of their bye week, and their GM said that they're going to have meetings this week about contract extensions for Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley.
Interesting.
Is this the way to go, or are you about to take an anomaly of a season and doom them? Or with your guy, are they going straight to maybe the upper part of the middle? I can't say the
This
top.
is interesting because these conversations. I don't think Daniel Jones is the dude,
right?
But
You don't have to extend both of them.
Is
You can
Dable
pick.
looking at the rest of the team and saying he's good enough? All we have to do is add other pieces around him. I think that they would like to keep Barkley because of the amount of they've used him.
Yeah,
and he's been very adamant about the approach of I want to show my team that I'm back. He wants that mentality and everything. Kevin, I was just looking at a post from Albert Breer. I don't know if you've seen this. The 2018 draft class, half of the top 8 have been traded.
Whoa.
Baker,
Yikes.
Sam Darnold, Bradley Chubb, and Roquan Smith all traded. Barkley's on his 5th-year option.
At least 2 of them are good.
And Denzel Ward, Quentin Nelson, and Josh Allen have been extended.
They're all very good.
That's how difficult it is for some bad clubs to nail it. With their draft picks sometimes.
No, that is absolutely fair. Let's go from that. Actually, I want to play cut 1. This is Tyreek Hill while he was streaming's reaction to the trade for Bradley Chubb.
Boys made an accusation.
Let's go, man. Welcome to Miami, Mr. Chubb.
So they made an acquisition of Bradley Chubb, and Tyreek Hill is
hilarious.
very pleased with that.
When you get a player of that quality,
Yeah.
We're a good team. We're missing some things here and there, and they're going to be playing your Browns here soon.
Mm-hmm.
But we just added this guy, and this guy. They added really good talent to that team.
Do you think they're a legit Super Bowl contender? I know we've talked about how the AFC is obviously significantly more top-heavy than the NFC, in that they probably have the 2 of the 3 leading contenders for the Super Bowl. Do you think the Dolphins are a real player that can break into that Chiefs and Bills mix?
I'd love to look at their schedule. I know you're asking me right now, but I'd love, because they're in the same division as the Bills, I'd love to see late in the year how they're going to play. I know this is weird and random, but I feel like Tampa and Miami always struggle in the playoffs if they have to go play in cold weather late in the year, because they're so used to 70 to 80 degrees that when you throw them in Buffalo or you throw them in bad weather late in the season or in the playoffs, they seem to struggle.
It's not necessarily just the bad weather, but tell me when you hear the 4-game stretch that could break them down. They're at the Bears, host the Browns, host the Texans. All 3 very winnable games.
Yeah.
But then from there, at the 49ers, at the Chargers, at the Bills, host the Packers, at the Patriots, host the Jets.
Yeah, so their December will tell us a whole bunch.
Absolutely. That is a killer close to that schedule with 6 games that, depending on what you think about the Packers and the 49ers, could all...
Which is probably why they were so active in adding to their roster.
That's a good point. That's a very good
I thought
point.
last year's Super Bowl was the Chiefs versus the Bills that went to overtime.
Right.
And I thought whoever wins this game is going to win the Super Bowl. And it ended up not happening, right? Because Cincinnati upset the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But I feel the same way again. We're approximately halfway through the season, and I feel like the Super Bowl will be Buffalo hosting the Chiefs. And I'm assuming that will be the AFC Championship game, and whoever wins that game will be the Super Bowl champs. Now, I'll probably be wrong on that, but that's the way I feel about the halfway point of the NFL.
Going back to the Bengals, or Derek, as you call them, the what?
Bungholes.
Is they did lose Cheeto for the season with a torn ACL. That was the report that came out last night. So he will be out for the rest of the season. Let's go from that to, give me just a second on this. I know we've talked about this story for a while. It remains infuriating. Is Britt Reed was sentenced to 3 years in prison yesterday, one less than the prosecution recommended. All right, so the prosecution was like, we recommend 4 years, and even the defense was kind of like, oh yeah, this doesn't look super good, and that was half of the sentence guidelines that the family wanted. The family was like, hey, look, you're talking about somebody who has multiple charges that they've been convicted of. This is yet another one. We want 8 years. And they were like, we're going to recommend 4. And then the judge was like, you can have 3. So he gets 3 years in jail for another DWI violation. This one, which almost killed a 5-year-old little girl and had her in the hospital for a long time, and who still knows if the rest of her life is going to be okay. It's expected that her injuries from this crash will impact her the rest of her life. And by the way, man, you want somebody who's going to go strong in the courtroom. One of the family members said this: it's been 21 months since Britt Reed hurt us. He apologized last month for the first time. To be clear, your apology is not accepted. He apologized to us at the same time he apologized to Chiefs Kingdom. This is not a game. This is not a Chiefs game. This is our life. Damn, indeed. And they're like, 3 years, you'll be fine. Andy Reid will probably pick you right back up once you jump out of jail. By the way, when are the Chiefs going to get examined a little bit more for all of their hirings and doings with that incident? Probably not. All right, soapbox time over. Let's go from that to talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and specifically Tom Brady. This is pretty incredible. When you include the postseason, do you know that Tom Brady now needs 164 yards passing to become the first player in NFL history with 100,000 career passing yards?
What?
Dude. It is amazing.
Dude.
That's a fair.
When will you start the TB12 method, Kevin? So that you can ensure that you too can have 100,000 yards passing.
You know what? And I feel like I'm being baited into making a joke. I decline. I will consider it. I also don't care about strawberries. No, I'm probably not. We've talked about this.
I wonder how long I could do it for. I
realize I should have just said that on air. Let's go and mark that.
If I started January 1st, the TB12 method.
What's your prediction?
15 minutes max.
I say February 12th.
I was a vegan for 10 days until.
I want that cut too. I just do. I don't know why.
I went downstairs one day and Pokios, right? They're the ones that have the 2 cookies. You pick the 2 cookies and then you pick the ice cream in the middle for the greatest ice cream sandwich you could possibly have.
Right. They're great.
And I was like, I'm done being a vegan. I'm going to have this dairy product because this is freaking awesome. But I did it for 10 days. And
do you think he can make it 10 days
I'm wondering if I could do the Tom Brady diet/workout routine for 10 days.
I think you could.
You pitched in the major leagues, man. You can do anything you put your mind to.
I know,
that
but
was
it
very
is
motivational.
a very strict diet. I mean, super strict. And then there's a whole bunch of stretching.
But didn't you do the whole soda thing?
I did, but I mean,
doesn't that count? That's pretty strict.
Whoa, that's a good point.
I think that his diet might be stricter than the soda diet.
Wow.
Really?
And then also, I don't know if I have that many hours in the day to do that much band work and stretching.
Okay. Interesting points across the board. By the way, one more Derek-specific bit of gridiron gravy.
Yes.
The Browns have now gone 235 straight games without a shutout victory. That is the second longest active drought in the NFL, behind only the man who's taken over, or the franchise that's taken over the stories of the day, the Commanders, who have gone 500 straight games without one, but who knows how many more games they'll go without having a new owner.
Yeah, it could be forever.
Oh my gosh,
Hopefully.
I hope not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is Jason Kidd trying to break Christian Wood. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Enjoy.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is Jason Kidd trying to break Christian Wood, and is Corey going to be okay? These are the questions that we are analyzing right now. Now, first, before we get to any of that, I want to go to cut 6 right here. This is Jason Kidd talking about Steve Nash getting fired.
Yeah, I just heard the news, so it's unfortunate. You know, Steve's a good person, a good coach, but I think as a coach, those are things that come with the territory of, you have to understand things can change.
Now, I'm going to talk for just half a second about this.
Jason Kidd.
I don't.
Or Steve Nash.
What?
You can tell by the way.
You know what? Actually, let's go to cut 7 then to try to fire back against Corey's assertion. This is Jason Kidd talking about, before you play this, how hard it is to see Steve Nash being fired. Now, let's see if he's like, you know what? He's going to be like that Robbie Anderson. He's like, that was old news. Like, y'all need to catch up, and he doesn't really care. All right, this is cut 7. This is Jason Kidd trying to disprove Corey's theory.
It's tough, especially with Steve being a young coach, given the time frame, you always hope that it's a little longer than what took place. But I think he'll bounce back, he'll learn from it, and he'll be even better if he has that second opportunity to coach again.
Man, basically, Jason Kidd's just saying Steve Nash tried to fill the void every time I left a place. He went to Dallas after I left Dallas. He goes to Phoenix, and he doesn't get a championship there, even though he got 2 MVPs. He's just trying to, then he goes to Brooklyn, where I was in Brooklyn for a long time. So I was with the Nets. Or New Jersey. It was New Jersey, yeah. So it was still the Nets. So yeah, he's just like, man, Jason Kidd's or Steve Nash following in my footsteps, just can't fill him quite like I do.
By the way, now they're about to pick up, by all accounts, Ime Udoka is going to be the new head coach for the Nets. And Charles Barkley was talking about just the catastrophe that's been the Nets thus far. And he said that he thinks that Kyrie should have already been fined and suspended. He was like, I don't understand. We fine and suspend people for saying racist things or homophobic things, but not for this. And then the question came up, well, do you think they might eventually do it? And he said, at that point, it's too late. He goes, you're just giving in to peer pressure at that point. You're not actually making a statement. And then he tried to make it personal, and he said, Adam Silver, he's talking about your people, and y'all are paying him $40 million. So he was like saying, Adam Silver, you should be offended by this more than anybody else. And so interesting to see how that goes. Now, do you want to go to cut number 5? This is Tim McMahon, who we usually feel like is pretty in the loop, kind of giving a breakdown of what Jason Kidd might be working on or trying to do with Christian Wood.
Very blunt. I almost feel like he's trying to break him. Like Jay Kidd is trying to hey, you're not a star on this team. We don't look at you as an all-star caliber player. This is your role. You need to accept it. And we'll see. I've said before, I think the Christian Wood experience in Dallas could be anything from 6th man of the year to see you later by Christmas.
I found this very interesting just because the way that I feel like Jason Kidd is treating Christian Wood. And what he said after losing, when they were up by 16 points with 3 minutes and change to go, he called out Christian Wood for a lot of the defensive breakdowns. And I guess, I don't know if he was calling out Christian Wood for offensive breakdowns. I don't know. But he decided specifically, I'm going to call out Christian Wood on this one. And you can tell by the way he's using his minutes also that he's not going to give him premium minutes. And he said, look, I gave him premium minutes. You guys wanted me to give him premium minutes, and we lost a 16-point lead with 3 minutes and change to go. So it was in a weird way. I'm like, wait, you're blaming the media for this one? Or, I feel like you're five guys on the court and you coaching that game lost the game, not the media, but all right.
It kind of felt Russell Crowe-esque when he's like, are you not entertained? This is what you wanted. By the way, just a quick side note, Christian Wood has been upgraded to probable for tonight's game. I know there was thoughts that with a non-COVID illness, he was questionable, but they've upgraded to probable, so it looks like he will play tonight.
I'm going to pass the ball to Derek here because I was a big fan of this trade, and I still am. But you've been playing recently professional sports. I haven't. How tough is it in today's game to give very tough love to a player and not have them quit on you?
Well, I mean, you're going to have that. That's the thing, is it's everywhere you go, you're the new guy, so there's going to be that tough love. But my only thing is I'm very concerned if this is really true that he doesn't really care for Christian Wood, why did we trade for him then? Because you have a say when it comes to picking up players.
Do you think he didn't realize that until he got here?
Who? Kid?
Yeah.
That's the thing. I don't know. You have a say when it comes to picking these players. You've seen them. You've seen him in person. We played against the Rockets quite a bit. So you've definitely seen him. So it's like you obviously were interested in him, and then now you got him, and now you don't really care for him, or you don't want to have him. What was the point of getting him and getting rid of the guys? Why not go get somebody else then if that was the case? Because at the end of the day, you always have a say in what you're trying to get. For instance, if Bochy wants a player, he's going to tell Chris Young and the owners, and they're going to go get that guy. So that it just kind of is weird that they would do something like this, get a guy like Christian, and now all of a sudden we're going to just treat him like crap and not want him to feel comfortable here and try to win.
I was discussing this with somebody recently about how hearing Jason Kidd talk, Kevin, sounds a lot like Coach K. Because there are things that he says, like the participation thing, when he's like, we just need guys to participate. First, that's the first and foremost. His Coach K's background's military, right?
Yep.
And military's background is break you down, build you up. And I don't know that this is Jason Kidd's model or method, but some guys do have to be, taken down and rebuilt sometimes. And this is a player that hasn't been, everything
he's been in
that
horrible
he should
situations.
Be. Yeah. So
he wasn't a high pick. He wasn't, when you say everything he should be, everybody thought he shouldn't even be in the NBA out of UNLV. He figured out a way how to make it in the NBA in Detroit right about when COVID was hitting. And then he got the $14 million a year deal in Houston and put up really good numbers in Houston offensively. Obviously, there are defensive deficiencies. And I really hope it works, because if it does, I wonder if Jason Kidd is saying this. I'm theorizing Jason Kidd. I'm going to beat this guy down to get him to be what we need, because if he doesn't become a star, we can't go anywhere anyways.
Yeah.
He is the whole key. We already know Luka's good enough to lead a team to a championship. Yes, there's flaws in Luka. I would love for him to be more mature, especially with the referees. Hopefully maybe it never gets that. Maybe this is who he's going to be the rest of his life. But he is good enough to win a championship. But you have to have a second guy. You have to have whoever it is, Scottie Pippen, Manu Ginobili, Kobe Bryant, or Shaq, however you want to do that. You have to have the second guy. It's very tough to do it without it. So maybe Jason Kidd has decided, if this is going to be my second guy, he has to be better than what he was in Houston. And the only way I think I can get it out of him is by telling him and showing him, you will not play and we will not set offensive plays for you. Because the thing is I would say, gosh, what if you just take Christian Wood as he is and use him in the best ability that he is right now? And Jason Kidd's going, no, I'm not going to give him the basketball. I'm not going to use him offensively until he does what I asked defensively.
And I think that plays a huge factor with Kidd too, is he's trying to mold him the way you said, like he wants to get that. And I think he's going to get the best out of him, because Wood continues to keep doing his own thing. He's still staying focused, doing what he's told, and he's not throwing a fit about it by any means. So having that is, I think Kidd is doing such a good, I've had coaches do this to me in college, and when you first get up through the system, they're trying to push you because they know there's more potential in you, and they're trying to get all of that out of you.
But we
it's
will
like whiplash, Kevin.
We will agree there's a difference between doing what you're told off the court and when the game actually happens, because I think that is the issue. He's like, you're not doing what you're told when you're on the court, at least defensively. So I hear what you're saying about the positive attitude, but do you care about that when it's not paying off in the game?
But that's the thing, is you can't expect results to happen overnight. This is a process. You got to trust it. So it's going to come down to the athlete in this point. Is Kidd's going to continue to be harsh and push him, but he has to understand that I'm not going to succeed the very first time we do this. It's just like learning a new pitch. You're not going to get the results you want right out the gate. You have to trust this and go with it.
Then would we also concede, I hear what you're saying, would we also concede you don't get exactly what you want to start off either then?
Right.
Like if it's a process to do what you want, then it's a process to get the minutes that you want.
Right. But look at how it was last year. the Mavs started off slow when Kid was here to start, and then we picked it up. We got back to where we were, and look, we went to the finals. So, or not the
Western Conference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I meant. Sorry, conference finals. But that, everybody was kind of doubting Kid while he was here at the beginning, and it's like, just trust him. Listen, just trust the process. It's going to happen. It's not something that happens overnight. And sure enough, he backed it up towards the end of the season.
And what I don't understand, and I don't understand everything here, is Tim Hardaway Jr. is a horrible defensive player, arguably one of the worst perimeter defenders in the NBA. And he'll allow straight line drives left and right. It's like he overplays intentionally, and then he's like, dude, I don't mind you overplaying and pushing him one side, but you can't push him directly to the basket. But there's no tough love on Tim Hardaway Jr. If you understand what I'm saying, and that's fine. Like Jason Kidd he's smarter than me. He knows these players more than me, but he's like, I'm not going to push Tim Hardaway Jr. I'm not going to push maybe somebody who's offensively stunted, but I am going to push Christian Wood. He's decided Christian Wood is the guy he's going to push.
This is a guy that has a situation where his contract is about to be up too.
See,
there's a lot of leverage on that guy.
I hear you on that. I don't think that's it though. I think it's because they know Tim Hardaway Jr. is this, and he's never going to be more than this. I think this is the motivational tactic of, I choose to view it this way, is that Jason Kidd has taken special attention to him because he does think he can be great. Like, I hear you about the defense. I think he's like, Tim Hardaway Jr. is always going to be this. We tried. It didn't work. Christian Wood, we're still trying with you, and it could be something worth it.
To your point, and I know it's very different, but like I coach middle school baseball at Bishop Dunn. Once I figure that a kid isn't good and isn't going to even try to get better when I'm coaching them, I just stop talking to them completely. I just hit them a ground ball, and if they catch it, they catch it. If they don't, I don't care anymore. Right. You're not listening to me to try to change, so I don't care anymore about you. I'm done trying to coach you. I know you're not going to get any better because I've tried and you're not trying back. And so I'm wondering in this Jason Kidd deal if he's like, I'm going to try really hard here because I believe I can get him to a certain level.
Before you probably get criticism for that because you're not helping that kid, people got to understand too, the reason for it is that kid's going to start wondering, okay, why is he not helping me? Why is this? There has to be a factor. And that could be the same thing that's going on with Hardaway is, all right, he's not being as harsh on me. Why is that? He's going after Wood. What about me? Is he forgetting about me? Then that player's going to start getting concerned and he's going to get more involved. Like, okay, I need to start paying attention. I need to listen to what's going on. I got to do what they're telling me because clearly my way is not working.
From the 469, it's a trade Hardaway and Wood for an all-star player. I am not prepared or even close to prepared to being willing to move on from Christian Wood. And I don't know if that would work out exactly how people think. And who's the all-star player? Christian Wood is somebody who you hope has all-star potential.
I would say that this is going to be interesting tonight. It's another game. Derek and I will be talking afterwards if you want to hear a little post-game talk on Derek Collins' Twitch.
And what is that Twitch, by the way?
It's Dutch_oven45. It's actually on right now. I got mine going with ours.
Oh.
But I would give this as a Mavs fan, and I'm a huge Mavs fan. I want to see how this goes until the end of this month. The month of November just started. Okay. I want to see if we're going to break them down because Jason Kidd has pretty much put it out there. I think Tim McMahon is super plugged into the Dallas Mavericks. He knows what he's saying.
This is just a thing he was saying?
No, this is not a thing. I think that he knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to break him down. And like Derek said, sometimes you get a worse player at the start of this to get the best player at the end of the season. Let's see where Christian Wood is at minutes-wise. Let's see how he's contributing to the team on December 1st. And maybe that still is not enough time, but give it another. I'm hoping in a month from now, Jason Kidd is starting to get the results that he's hoping to get by almost punishing this player on the team.
I would say this is a guy that recognizes what it takes to be great, and he's seen lots of guys fail. He's seen lots of guys be really good and not quite reach that potential. And if you trust his process part of it, you definitely can reach that. But Jason Kidd identified he's not doing the things that I need him to do, so I got to do something about it.
I choose to still be optimistic, but I see the potential for where this could spin out. And if it does spin out, then what are the next steps? And it's a longer conversation. So I hear where y'all are saying.
And by the way, Tim Hardaway Jr. is very tough to trade.
Yes.
He does not have a favorable. We messed that one up pretty darn good.
And for the people that were asking, well, why don't we just cut him or trade him. And I'm like, yeah, but you already spent the money. You already still have multiple years left on the deal. That is not as simple. If somebody comes over and they're like, hey, I would like to take this deal for an expiring contract, they'd be like, great. Well, I don't care who it is. Let's go ahead and do that.
For the most part, in a weird way, teams would much rather want Dwight Powell right now than Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
Right, expiring contract, even though Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better player than Dwight Powell. So
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway NFL overreaction or reality, including this question about the Cowboys. Plus, Mike likes it. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, have you ever tried sushi at a buffet? And if so, text in to let us know that you're still alive.
You watched me eat sushi at a buffet.
Felt like a terrible decision.
It was the win. It's the freaking casino.
That's okay.
Okay.
Remember,
That's
I had sushi and bacon and coffee.
I mean the buffet in the strip mall.
Oh,
Are
okay.
you eating the sushi from there? Like, I'm not knocking the buffet in the strip mall. I'm just saying maybe sushi wouldn't be my choice there.
I don't know a place that I've not eaten sushi at, that I've seen sushi and just said, no, I won't eat that. I haven't done that yet.
That commercial we just saw on TV. I don't mind getting the General Tso's chicken or the green beans or the rice or noodles, but I'm probably staying away from the sushi if I'm paying $10 for an all-you-can-eat buffet.
And then big news on the hockey front. There's 12:01 left in the first period. The Stars are up on the Kings 1-0. I predict they will win 5-2.
5-2 odds?
That's 5-2 us is my prediction that I'm going to go with.
Odds? Or what are the odds on this?
I will give you
$1,000,000 to 1. You owe me $1,000,000 if they don't win this game 5-2.
Are the Kings +3?
Agreed.
I'll take the Kings +3.
I'll give you the Kings +2.5 at whatever amount of money that you want. All right. So let's go from that to NFL overreaction or not. I've got some basic questions for you. You could tell me if you think that's an overreaction or not.
Brown Super Bowl?
Overreaction.
Never.
Yeah. Wait, how many years? This year?
No, next year.
Okay. I accept that bet as well. Let me know what kind of terms you want to set on that wager. I accept. Is the Cowboys, after the trade deadline, I know we'll do power rank at the power rankings at 120, and we might get an official answer. The Cowboys are definitely one of the top 2 teams in the NFC.
Yes. I don't think that's an overreaction.
That's reality? Okay.
Name another top 2 team.
I know
Minnesota
the Vikings,
and Philly.
but I say reality as well.
Okay. I can get down with the idea of Minnesota right now. The first game the Cowboys get back after the bye really does help, decide that question, doesn't it?
Green Bay than Minnesota.
That's what I meant, the second game.
Yeah. I'm with you, though,
That was a
Corey.
Green Bay game.
I don't want to say a definite yes, but if they are definitely in the conversation as the best team in the NFC, and if they're not the best team in the NFC, they're second or third.
Especially now having their quarterback back.
What say you?
I would say they're the second best.
Okay. By the way, a lot of people have eaten sushi at the buffet, or I had Spam sushi from a 7-Eleven in Hawaii. It was amazing.
I bet.
Or at the gas station. So everyone's still alive. I'm glad.
Kevin, you've never eaten sushi, correct?
No, it's not for me.
Can we put that on the wheel?
Shoot, that would be. Like, I know some people
There's
will be
cooked
like,
sushi, so you'd be okay. Like, do you like shrimp?
I do like shrimp.
Fried
So
shrimp?
there's-
Then you're good.
It doesn't stop being sushi if it's cooked.
No, like you
man,
get a
it's a
roll
sushi
with like
roll, yeah.
shrimp tempura roll,
Oh,
and you're good to go.
interesting. Me, I'll eat sushi and Joey will eat peanut butter.
You'll never even taste the seaweed, bro.
Never.
Peanut butter
Seaweed.
sushi. Dip your shrimp tempura in some peanut butter.
Look,
Go
shrimp
to
is
town.
delicious. Peanut butter is delicious. I don't know. It feels like they shouldn't go together, but this is how we discover things. All right. NFL overreaction or not, the Falcons are the best team in the NFC South.
I'm going to lean towards at the end of the year, Tampa's going to win that division. I'll still go
I say
with
overreaction as well.
Yeah, I'm with that. Overreaction for sure.
Oh, here we go, Corey. He's got that look.
I don't know.
Mess it up.
Because here's the thing. Tom Brady doesn't look like Tom Brady to me.
Fair.
And Arthur Smith, I think, is a quality coach and still needs some better talent there. Because we saw what he did with the offense in Tennessee when he just said, let's just run behind Derrick Henry. And now he's supposed to be getting Cordero Patterson back off of an injury list at some point. So
you just wait until it's Desmond Ridder all the time.
Yeah, I think the Falcons end up winning that division. It's weird to me. It's weird to me to say.
Okay.
Wait, you want to put money on that one?
I don't have any money, dude.
$20.
Okay, loan me $20 and I will bet you $20.
Absolutely not do that.
Yeah, that's very confusing. Here's your $20. Is this for the bet? No, I'm giving you your $20 back. But you lost the bet. Yeah, here's your $20.
You don't feel confident enough?
Let's go ahead. Okay, no, it's not that. Yeah, it's $20. Let's do a $20 bet.
I'm taking the
Corey,
Buccaneers.
I'm not saying this is a bad bet. I think you should stop being peer pressured into betting. I don't support that
notebook out.
concept. You know what? This might be another one. Overreaction or reality. The Seahawks are the best team in the NFC West.
Overreaction.
Overreaction.
I got the 49ers winning that one.
I think it's an overreaction too, but Mike, you look pained by this question.
This might be the year of Geno Smith.
Oh my God! Shut up, Reggie from the future tonight.
I hated Geno Smith the most, by far.
I want him on the show so he could just play him that drop. And he'd be like, that's hurtful. By the way, just real quick, Geno Smith so far this year, 73% completion rate, 1,900 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. It's incredible what he's doing.
Yeah. To be contrarian, I'll go with those SOBs are going to win that division.
All right. Now,
honestly, do you want this as a Cowboys fan, real quick? Let's just say the Cowboys are the number 1 wild card team, which is right now very likely. There's a lot of time for things to happen and overtake Philadelphia, but let's just say you finish with a great record, but you didn't win your division, so the best you can do is 5 seed. Would you rather Seattle be the 4 seed or San Francisco be the 4 seed?
Seattle. 100%, and it could blow up in my face.
And it'll probably be Tampa, obviously.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
I don't know what's about to happen.
All right, so the Falcons' next opponent is the Chargers. All right.
Yeah. Is that an important game for the Chargers?
You know who they have after that? The Panthers.
Oh.
The Bears.
Oh.
The Commanders.
Oh.
The Steelers.
Wow.
Yeah, they have 4 straight opponents of misery.
So they can win 4 or 5 at least, maybe?
Yeah,
Holy
man.
crap.
Who would have ever thought Geno Smith and possibly Marcus Mariota would be good at quarterback?
And Daniel Jones. I'm not saying he deserves all the credit, but yeah, Marcus Mariota, Daniel Jones, and Geno Smith are all primed to be in the playoffs leading their team. I would have given you incredible odds on that. Now I'm glad I didn't. Overreaction or reality, Josh McDaniels should not get a second season in Las Vegas.
Reality. He should have gotten a job in Las Vegas.
That's a fair point.
I think this dude's a flake. He doesn't know how to organize a team anyway.
Why? Just because that one time he said, I'll take the job?
Yeah, it was like multiple times he did this crap. You know, and he was bad. He was bad at his first stint. And then since then, he's been nothing without Bill Belichick. And I think he really screwed up that Raiders program. I would move on as quickly as possible. And I don't know why they hired him in the first place.
And Josh McDaniels did say the Raiders aren't good enough, and that's my responsibility. So we'll see if that responsibility leads him to the unemployment line. The Commanders are a playoff team with Taylor Heineke. Overreaction or reality? Because in that scenario, that would mean all of the teams from the NFC East make it.
Overreaction.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I will say overreaction as well. Taylor Heineke is a playoff quarterback for the...
Whether it be Seattle or San Francisco, one of those two teams would be in the playoffs over Washington. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, now, there's just no way, when you start looking at it, there's just no way for 4 teams in the same division to make the playoffs.
Okay.
And at this point, I'm going to believe that New York's going to make the playoffs. I know that Dallas... Heck, even if nothing against Dak Prescott, but we've already seen if Dak Prescott were to get hurt after the bye, I think the Cowboys will still win 10 games.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys are in. Philadelphia's in. I think the Giants are going to make it, and it'll probably the process of elimination by the Cowboys, Giants, and Eagles beating up on Washington knock them out.
Overreaction or reality, Russell Wilson saved Nathaniel Hackett's job over the weekend.
I would say that's an overreaction. I mean, it was the London game. Nobody really cares about that. And who'd they beat anyway?
Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah.
But what if they would have lost to Jacksonville?
What, then he would be flying commercial home, right?
Yeah.
They would be like, hey,
that's
buddy,
the question.
This is our team jet. You can take that other one, and you're going to have to actually buy your own ticket.
Overreaction or reality, the Cardinals have lost their shot at the NFC West, maybe for good.
Yeah. They're going to have, I think, do they like Coach Bro that much that it doesn't even matter what he does?
They shouldn't.
I don't know. Didn't we see something with him and Kyler Murray arguing?
Yes,
multiple
for the
times.
Second time, yeah.
And Kyler's never argued with his coach.
That's kind of, I don't know if that's true, but that's interesting too. But I'm with you. Overreaction.
Do you think when you start seeing a player and a coach arguing that there's a definite problem going on in that locker room?
Yeah, there's something going on. I've seen it firsthand. I'm leave that out, but yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Well, it happened here when I was in Texas.
Right. Yeah. From the 214, Dallas will miss the playoffs with 9 wins.
What?
Overreaction.
I just want to point out, Kevin,
overreaction.
that by the end of the season, the Falcons do also have the Cardinals on their list of teams. That'll be January 1st-ish, I believe. And if that team's given up by then, that's another free victory for the Falcons.
Man.
Derek.
All right, we'll see how it goes.
Sorry.
Overreaction or reality?
You made him sound like a bad name.
God, you're being such a Derek. Is overreaction or reality? Zach Wilson ain't the guy.
I don't know. I don't know how to judge this kid, man.
Yeah, I think, reality.
I don't know.
Oh, yes.
I wish he would have started the season.
He completed a ball, didn't he, in the second half?
He did.
Completed a ball.
Yeah. See, never mind.
How do you complete a ball?
I mean, we'll teach you
I'll
when you
stick
get
towards
older.
give him a little bit more time,
Okay.
but I'm not leaning towards he's going to be a good quarterback.
And I think this has to do also with what you thought before the draft. Like, if you loved him before the draft and you don't want to give up on him, I totally get that. I didn't get it that high in the draft when he came out, and now that we've seen him play and he's a big bag of meh, I don't think he's the dude.
Are they the new Browns drafting quarterbacks every year?
I think they're going to give him like at least another year and a half, right?
But do you still go out and get a draft or a quarterback?
I think you should. I think
put
we've
some
seen,
pressure on him.
Look, the Patriots were like, we got the rookie of the year. Draft another one. Let's just keep bringing them in. And now I realize the Patriots do things a lot differently than people, but I just don't think he's the dude. All right, and I know I kind of asked this, but I want to try one more time for people who missed it. The Dolphins, with the trade deadline and with Tua, are a threat to win the AFC.
Threat, yes, but will they? No.
Do you think they're a firm third right now? Because we feel pretty good that Buffalo and Kansas City are 1-2.
Okay, put it this way. Are they better than Buffalo?
No.
Okay, are they better than Kansas City?
You know, and it's interesting. I said not better than Buffalo. They did beat Buffalo. But my thought would be if they played right now, I would not. Yeah,
they did.
I would not put them ahead of Buffalo.
Because I'm looking, obviously,
Remember the Heat game. They had them in the sun all day on the other side
Oh,
of the
that's
field.
right. That's right. And then, obviously, they beat Baltimore, but they had to have 28 points in the fourth quarter to do it. But they did do it. So, do you believe since you're a big Baltimore fan?
Right now, I do think they're better than Baltimore. I got a Baltimore.
I mean, they both made big trades, right?
Yeah, no, they did. I wonder if Lamar Jackson was sitting there is like, yep, that's the trade I wanted us to make.
They're right there at 3 because I'd say Miami and Baltimore are the 3-4 teams.
Okay.
Right now, because Cincinnati I thought was on the rise, but then, that horrible team that has like a munchkin or whatever on the middle of their field won.
Wow, burn on you, Derek.
Represent the Cleveland Brown team. The Cleveland Brown team. The
I can't
Cleveland
argue
Brown
that.
team.
That's pretty good.
And in the name of the Cleveland Brown team, we will you.
How do you not say we will lose a bunch of games? Like I thought for sure that was going to be the ending.
I forgot. I need to go watch The Wizard of Oz.
Okay, so you're able to construct that entire song in your head on the fly, but then you trip up when it comes to the movie. You're like, I need to go watch The Wizard of Oz.
I can definitely put Miami in the AFC Championship game. I can see them a path for them to get there. It would have to involve the two top teams though, the Chiefs and the Bills getting knocked off by either one of themselves,
right,
or like some surprise game though.
Do they beat the Titans?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
I hear you. I guess I'm still not a
Let's wait till we get there, Derek.
I don't know. Oh, man. There's more betting on the horizon. I like it. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It in just a second. I wanted to throw this out there.
I don't know.
Did you see the Crenshaw Cougars youth football team? They got $45,000 worth of sneakers. All right. And so they got 33 players. They're all 10 years or younger. And they received new sneakers from Cool Kicks, courtesy of their coach, Big U. That's his name. He's a community leader.
I bet it's not his birth certificate name.
You might have me there. He's a community leader. He runs Developing Options, which is a nonprofit working on helping keep kids off the streets. And so they went out, bought all of these shoes. They got Jordans, Travis Scott's, Brooklyn Off-White Air Forces, and just a whole bunch of like rarer shoes. And the bill came up to about $45,000.
Wow. I'm looking at this. If each kid, how many pairs of shoes did each kid get?
There was 33 kids.
Yeah. 33 divided by 45,000 is $1,360 worth of shoe. Like the shoe cost, each pair of shoe cost $1,300.
I am looking at least 5 pairs of shoes on there that cost $2,000 or more.
Well, I guess so then.
And by the way,
Travis Scott shoes are expensive.
Yeah, no, that's true. And it's crazy.
The MCA Off-White Air Force Ones were $2,500.
He was on that video game one week or something that my kids play. Fortnite.
That's excellent.
He was like a giant or something on there.
It's wild to look at some of these and think about how expensive the shoes are because the sizes are like 5Y, 6.5, 4.5. And you're like, oh my God, they're still that expensive even when they're that small.
Tiny little shoe. The
Yeah,
brand.
Absolutely.
Kevin, you know where I saw that story, by the way?
TMZ.
TMZ
Sports always knows what's up. I know people like to make fun of them, but they'll
They
be
get it,
breaking
man.
news
I
on
know
you.
how.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so there's 3 guys here in this room. Actually, more guys here, but you guys get to pick. Here's my 3 topics for Mike Likes It.
Are there 4
Numbers
of us,
aren't good
Mike?
with you, are they?
Don't count me. I don't count. I'm taking the vote. You guys vote.
Are numbers hard?
Some of them.
Okay.
You work them up.
Some of them are soft numbers, like Anthony Davis. Like his numbers are soft. They don't really lead to wins.
Gotcha.
Here's the topics, and you guys
got that,
pick.
Corey?
Real estate,
Ooh.
NBA power rankings, or women's shoes.
Oh, women's shoes.
Man.
I mean, real is.
Is there any chance for a write-in candidate of Mike sings more approximations from the Wizard of Oz?
I don't
Because
want any more trash on the Browns.
I vote sports.
I vote real estate.
Real estate, NBA power rankings?
Yeah.
Women's shoes.
You sons of a
Joey's here. Joey, we got
Joey's
Joey.
here.
Joey's another guy.
Joey, you break the tie.
Kinda.
Women's shoes.
Women's shoes.
You know what? Never mind. Carter, what do you think?
Is the first topic. Okay, this won't take a long time. So I don't know how many shoe collectors that we have here. I know, Derek, you really like shoes.
Yep.
I was wondering this. When it comes to Jordans, that's the most collected shoe, and you really like a color of, let's say, this Jordan shoe. Let's just go with the original Jordan ones because there's 7,000 different color schemes. Have you ever gone, ooh, I like that color scheme, but it says it's a woman's shoe? Have you ever thought about buying like a really big size women's shoe? Like I wear size 13, so I'd have to get a women's size 14.5 for my foot to fit into that woman's shoe. Because when you're buying a man's shoe, it says, hey, size 13 for a man, size 14.5 for a woman. If you
Is that the chart? Like, did you look that? I honestly was not familiar with how that chart worked.
I thought it was big, even bigger than that.
Well, I can
But
look
still,
that up real quick. So
No, I believe you.
I personally would not.
like you just a woman's shoe, you're like, even though it's a basketball shoe,
Sexist.
you would never go, hey, this is a really cool color. It says here like a woman's size 11 is a men's size 9.5.
Okay.
That is something Mike conditioned in me to not do.
Because women do that, right? I mean, they'll buy a man's shoe that they really like. They think it's a great color, and they're like, all right, I'm a size, let's say, 9, and so they're like, all right, I need a men's size 7.5, and I really like this shoe. So I feel like women do this quite a bit when it comes to athletic shoes to wear, but I feel like for a man, in a weird way, it feels like, oh no, I'm not supposed to buy this. Is this shoe? I'm always wondering, is this shoe, when it says it's a woman's shoe, but then it has the man's size next to it, is it built differently? Because in a weird way, I feel like a woman's foot is more narrow than a man's foot, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to this.
I'm not trying. I want to participate with this. I'm honestly not sure, and I'm really now intrigued by this idea as well. I have no clue.
I'm just curious how they fit compared to like the shoe itself. Like I get it, yes, the men's size and the women's size, different sizes, whatever. But the foot, like inside, like maybe I've got like a little bit fatter foot. Do they have that same?
You should do an Instagram where you buy a pair of Jordans that are women's Jordans, but in your size, right? And then try them on and see if they're any different. Because what makes a woman's basketball shoe different than a man's basketball shoe?
I mean, just think about somebody just texted Chuck Taylors are the unisex shoe, aren't they? Like,
yeah,
everybody wears
But
Chucks, and it doesn't say men's or women's.
But when you're buying Jordans off of Nike or Dick's Sporting Goods or whatever, it'll say a W6, a M4.5. I'm on Nike.com right now, and it's just like, so what makes this a woman's shoe when you look at it and it says women's shoe or it says man's shoe? Because they're giving the sizes for a man or a woman.
This is a good question. I honestly have no idea, and I haven't thought about it before, but I am intrigued by your hypothesis.
Okay. So there's my shoe talk.
Okay.
That was great.
Are you gonna do what he requested, Derek, so we can Instagram it?
Yeah, you're gonna wear women's shoes from now on.
What size shoe do you wear?
I'm 11.
Intriguing.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what they say about a man's shoe size?
Nope.
Big
They say it's just your shoe size. Like that means how.
That's what they say?
That's the one you're going to choose the next time you buy
Has
a new
anyone
shoe.
ever done that research project about shoe size versus dingle dangle size?
What are you talking about right now, sir?
I thought it was like how long your fingers were or something with your shoe size.
Oh man.
What?
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just making stuff up. But you started talking about private parts. I was just trying to change the topic.
Pervert.
I mean, that's clearly what you were alluding to. If you have a bigger shoe, you have a bigger dong. That's what you were getting at. Is that
what just happened?
Now you can say.
You can say dong.
Yeah, go ahead and.
And you were mad at me for wanting for voting for shoes.
Because I know that's gonna freaking cost.
Next
me.
topic.
Shoes to dong.
Let's go basketball, and then I'll go to a non-sports topic, as that was shoe talk. Now I go to
Somebody just sent
basketball.
me an entire link on the difference between men's and women's shoes, by the way. So I'm going to go read this. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh.
NBA power rankings right now. We're about to do NFL power rankings coming up. I thought it was interesting that ESPN has their power rankings out right now in the NBA.
Yep.
If you were to, let's just go Derek versus Kevin here as Corey's reading about shoes. Number one power ranked team in the NBA?
I would think that.
Oh, the Lakers.
No, it's not the Lakers. Doesn't it pretty much have to be the Bucks?
It is, and by far. They are just off to a great start. I don't think Giannis is getting enough respect about how great he is.
I'm with you.
I think
agree with that.
He's turning into one of the greatest basketball players I've ever seen. Now, look, I will always probably be biased on this. I'm honestly biased on this. Jordan will be the greatest, and I don't think anybody will ever take that from me. That's fine. Just like Jared Sandler, for example. He's a LeBron guy. He grew up in the LeBron era. He did not grow up in the Jordan era, so LeBron is the guy. I don't know if anybody's ever going to take that away from somebody who's more like, let's say, 30-ish years old, that LeBron's the greatest basketball player because I watched him growing up. He's my favorite guy to watch. He was the most influential. LeBron's your guy. And so I totally get it. But I'm just wondering how far Giannis can make it up the rankings and greatest player of all time. And he's he's 27?
I believe that is correct.
So, I mean, he has a good 8 years left of being a great basketball player.
I think he can get top 10. Absolutely, I do.
I agree with that. He's fun to watch, too.
Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think that he'll be better remembered than Steph Curry?
No, just because for whatever reason, Steph Curry had this not just basketball cachet that I don't think Giannis has right now. It's like whenever my son and his friends were like shooting baskets, they were like Curry, and they're not just like power dunking and going Giannis.
Yeah,
Giannis,
he really is
because
a
they
freak.
can't say his name. You're not
I
gonna yell Antetokounmpo.
and that's still wrong, but
See? I told you.
Okay, so Milwaukee Bucks are number
Derek.
one. Number two, I'm just going to give this to you because I just can't believe how great of a start they're off to, and it's the Phoenix Suns. Who'd have ever thought when we were watching opening night and the Mavs were taking it to them and they had all the controversy coming into the season that they would come back on the Mavericks, and not only come back on the Mavericks, but now they look like the exact same team as last year. Like they look like they can win it all this year. It's super early, a whole bunch of games to go, but dang, Phoenix is off to a great start.
I think I'm going to definitely end up being wrong about that. I thought that they were going to be broken. Is there any chance the Celtics are third?
Celtics are fourth.
You got the Cavs or Portland?
Cavs are number 3. Isn't that pretty amazing? That the Cavs now, I do think they're a little bit overhyped right now.
But it does look like they
to
have elements to build pretty well.
Well, I thought Donovan Mitchell 2 years ago was going to lead Utah to the NBA Finals. And when that fizzled out, I kind of gave up on Donovan Mitchell. being like an ultimate leader of a team, but he's ending up going to Cleveland in a new environment with some very talented players around him, and especially what's helping him out, and I know he had it in Utah a little bit too, is how good they are defensively with their big guys.
Yeah.
So with Allen and Mobley and the athleticism, they can also score too, which they have that over Rudy Gobert. Number 4, I said, was the Boston Celtics. Number 5 is the Portland Trailblazers. I don't expect them to stay a top 5 team.
Because that has been very surprising.
The other 4 teams, I believe, can stay up there in power rankings all year long. Real quick, the Dallas Mavericks are number 12 in the power rankings right now.
Okay.
Utah Jazz are number 11. So tonight, in a weird way, I can't believe Utah's 6-2. I just can't, but they are. This is a heck of a game.
That feels too low for Utah. I'm not expecting them to end up there, but Utah's 6-2. They've looked pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think they should be 7-8, somewhere like that.
Yeah, and to your point, Golden State is ranked ahead of them at number 10. They're 3-5 to start the year, which is interesting.
Yeah.
They're young guys, which I thought, oh my gosh, freaking Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and Wiseman now is healthy. These 3 young guys are really going to take off and really take pressure off of the older guys. So far, they have not been able to take pressure off of Curry, Thompson, and Green. They're still having to carry that team. And I thought, gosh, throughout this regular season, they got 3 young guys that could really help them rack up a lot of wins. Okay. Number 9, Denver Nuggets. Number 8, Toronto Raptors. Number 7, Memphis Grizzlies. Number 6, New Orleans Pelicans. So those are your top 12 teams right now. Dallas is number 12. By the way, you mentioned the Lakers. Would you like to try to mention teams that are worse than the Lakers, power ranking wise?
I'd go with the Magic or the Pistons.
Magic are the worst ranked team right now, even though I do like the core of their team for future. Pistons are the 3rd worst team in the NBA right now.
The Rockets.
The Rockets are the 2nd worst team in the NBA right now, and there's one team they
the
consider.
Kings.
The Kings are considered worse. The Lakers are considered the 5th worst team in the NBA.
The Magic. Then. No, we already said the Magic.
Sorry, Brooklyn is 23 overall. Okay, now my last Mike Likes It topic, and this is non-sports. So we go non-sports, sports, non-sports. Real estate. I do really like watching real estate shows. One of the shows that I watch is $1 Million Listing. There's 2 different programs on that. It's called $1 Million Listing New York, $1 Million Listing Los Angeles. And there's a lot of drama in it, but I like the real estate part of it. And what's interesting, what I find especially about LA and New York, major cities like Dallas is the view. The view outside of your deck or outside of your backyard or outside of your condo. If you're obviously in New York, you're in a high rise. If you're in Los Angeles, you're trying to be somewhat on top of a hill to get the view of the ocean, to get the view of downtown Los Angeles, right? The views cost so much in those cities. Right. My question to you guys, and maybe you've never thought of this, nobody cares about the views in Dallas-Fort Worth. Why is it that real estate around the country, around the world, if you were to go to Italy, let's say, or other places, I think a lot of what you're paying for is the view outside of your windows. Here in Dallas-Fort Worth, you're not paying a dime extra for the views outside your window.
I don't know why that is.
I think White Rock Lake would contend that you are.
Okay.
But there are very small spots in DFW that have those kinds of views.
The view is something that's selling the property, right?
Go back to White Rock Lake back in the day. That's where they started. They started around there and they grew out those mansions and everything. I think a lot of people in DFW want to be close to work. They're trying to find that way. So there's difference in importance here, man, for sure. Yeah, I don't know people that live downtown.
Right. I live a mile outside of downtown, and they're building things around me in the North Oak Cliff area. And sometimes I drive by and I go, this is a view when I watch $1 Million Listing New York, a mile outside of New York, where they pay an extra $3 to $7 million for the view of having New York in your window, pretty much. And I'm like, here, nobody really cares to build premium property where you have a view of downtown Dallas.
You have your Oak Cliff area, you have some really pretty areas that have some really gorgeous hills and stuff like that, but not necessarily a view of the skyline or anything.
And even if they do, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not like something like, hey, that house down the street, 3 houses down, is $500,000 less, and this one's $500,000 more because you get the view of the ball and you get the view of downtown. Like, it doesn't matter.
And Plano is flat, so your best view is probably like a Parker Road. You know, like, and it's just a road. You know, like that's actually they built. There was a farm, Kevin, out there in Plano. They built a bunch of houses on it, and I'm always asking, your view out of that window is this road right here.
Yeah.
Like you have this awesome house, and you're looking at a street, and that's about it. And then they built a pond in the middle of it.
I probably need to ask real estate agents here, but it's just always interesting to me when I watch that. Like, if you're in New York and you're on the 10th floor, they're like, yeah, the 10th floor is $3.5 million. But the 20th floor is $5 million.
Yeah.
Same layout. Yeah. Everything's exactly the same. But they're like, yeah, but you've gone up 10 stories and you can see New York better, so you pay $1.5 million for the view.
Well, my brother's a real estate agent, and he works for Rogers Healy, Greg Holland. If you ever want to ask him the questions,
all right,
we'll give you the answers.
And he loves dotting the I.
Oh, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Facts. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I want to talk about the way people act around trade deadline time. And I had Derek's tickets to the Stars game.
Oh.
A complaint. Next on The Fan.
Oh.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where bad news. The Kings have, in fact, gotten on the board. It is 1-1. I predict, however, that the Stars will score 4 goals in this second period alone and will still win the game 5-2 against the Kings. That might have been from last night. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Mike, what's my name?
Corey?
Yep, there you go. That's
Why
why
was
it's
there a
called the C
question
Block.
mark on
You
that?
know me. You say my name wrong a lot, but you know my name.
I thought it was a trick question.
That's why it's called the C Block, Mike.
Maybe you're not Corey.
Uh-huh.
There's plenty of people. Big U.
Like,
that's not his name, but if you said, hey, what's my name? I'd be like, I guess it's Big U, but I don't think that's what your parents called you on the birth certificate.
Tom Brady does not look like Tom Brady. You know what I mean? He could be a completely
What?
different
No,
person
what
right
do
now.
you mean by
He
that?
looks like a different
It's
person.
probably Thomas.
What if?
Oh, yeah.
What if he died and they replaced him with a fake Tom Brady?
Like Avril
And that's why
Lavigne?
he's and Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that one? Okay.
Lots of questions going
That's
on
a
there.
good conspiracy theory.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get to the C Block. I have 2 different things I want to discuss here. 1, Derek's seats. Awesome seats, by the way. 2,
thank you.
The trade deadline. Y'all can choose what we wanted to talk about first, Kevin, since you weren't included in the last one.
NBA trade deadline?
It's not. No. What? It's the NFL trade deadline.
All right.
I choose
Well,
that.
that one's over. I thought we were looking in the future.
No,
I thought
absolutely.
it was the MLB trade line.
You can't look back.
I'm kind of I can look back at this because I'm kind of
You've
curious.
never heard sports radio? Of course you can look back.
I'm curious about how players respond after not being traded. And Derek and I were talking about this in the conference room this morning. And when you hear that there are whispers about you being traded for somebody, or that a guy that plays your position might get traded to your team, like the Brandon Cook situation, I'm wondering how guys respond to that, and also how they respond around trade deadline, because we always, Kevin, have this kind of theory, hypothesis, idea that around the deadline, some guys, and this really does go to baseball more than it does the NFL, that some guys may really like where they are and they don't want to get traded, and all of a sudden their numbers take a dip. I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally.
Joey Gallo.
Maybe
Is that a
so.
good example? Like,
Maybe
he probably
so.
didn't want to leave Texas.
But
Mike
I don't think
Minor.
it's not because he didn't want to leave. It's when you start hearing it, you start thinking about that, like, man, where am I going? What am I doing? And you lose focus of what you should be doing.
That is a good one. Mike Minor just went to. He started pitching really bad.
So I mean, it's that's the
Darvish.
thing. And what now? Darvish did good.
No, he didn't. He had the worst start of his career right before he got traded by the Rangers.
One start. Stop that.
I mean,
nonsense.
let's face it, his career has been a giant disappointment.
I feel like that was
if
really.
we're really being honest,
say that.
when you look at the promise that he displayed to start,
I know. Let's
he's been
focus
a
on this.
giant
So,
disappointment. How many Cy Youngs has he won again?
as many as me and you.
Yes, and that's not my profession. So that's an indictment against him.
I mean, who won it in front of him? But let's focus here on this.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the trade.
Almost had him.
You trying to draw him outside, trying to make him balk.
Derek,
yeah,
that's
that
when
ain't
you go
happening.
right
You stay
back after
focused.
him.
No, I don't need to right now. I'm going to go with the topic that's out there.
Look, I get it.
This
When
is
you're
the
wrong,
C-block.
I would
This is
also
about
back
Corey.
down.
Gosh,
When
Kevin.
you're wrong, I would also
Kevin,
back down.
I want Derek to answer
This is about you,
question.
Corey. This is the C block.
Yeah, I want you to answer this question. When
Which
around
is the
trade
grade I would
deadline,
give you, Darvish, for his career so far.
The-
I'm sorry. I'm done. I promise. Just like you, Darvish.
The main
you know
thing
what?
is you're
I'm
focused.
doing my own show tomorrow. That's fine.
You are. I know. You're not going to be here.
I'm leaving the show tomorrow.
You
probably
Darvish
Friday.
had a 7.20 ERA in the month of July before he got traded.
Good God. Okay, so I was wrong. So about that, what happens is, like, you start to see your name going out there. You think about that, and what happens, and I've seen this in the past, is some guys that are on these losing teams know they're getting traded, so their demeanor is like it's kind of crappy. They're walking around like, "Up, see you later" already. And what sucks is you haven't left yet, so you better focus on what's going on with us now, especially keep your trade value up. And then you can, when you leave, when you get traded, okay, then say goodbye. So I've seen it from both sides. I saw a guy literally walk around the clubhouse saying, well, I'll be somewhere else. I'll be on a winning team.
Oh, wow.
And it wasn't like, I mean, I know he didn't mean it this way, but it happens. And then all of a sudden didn't get traded. And it was like, man, all that stuff I was saying, and now I have to be around these guys?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough. That happens, but you can't let that stuff bother you. Like, I've seen guys that have continue to do their thing and show their love to the team that they're with. And then when that time comes that they leave, some of it's kind of emotional because you have that family, you have your relationship with those guys. So it sucks to see them go somewhere else, but you also got to be happy for them. The other thing too is when a guy comes to your team that's, being traded to help the team to succeed, you look at it that way. For example, when we got Cliff Lee in 2010, man, we were all pumped. I was in the rotation and I looked at okay, if we go to the playoffs, he's going to take my spot. I'm okay with that. We're playing to win a World Series. So you feel good about it. Yeah, it sucks, but at the same time, you still want to be a part of that and be a good teammate and a leader and helping those other guys that are around, knowing that, hey, they want to win, so we got to go get this. We're going to be okay with that, and it's going to affect us. And then all of a sudden you don't get that piece. You can't sit there and be like, wow, they have no confidence in me. It's like, all right, now I really got to shine.
See, that was where I wanted to get to with this, Kevin, before you you made Derek balk.
Didn't balk.
He stepped off the rubber.
You balked.
You can only do that one more time next year.
That's an automatic ball.
I'm not sure who it is in the pecking order that has to look at it this way. But when you're in that Cowboys locker room right now and you as a receiver hear that they're looking at another receiver or we're trying to trade for it, I like what Derek's saying about, oh man, that gives me another weapon to actually take a guy off of me. Now maybe I don't get as many double teams for that. But I wonder if CeeDee Lamb takes that personal.
But you can't. That's how he looks at it. He has to look at this as, you know what? If we do go get this, that's going to create more opportunities for not only me, it's going to create opportunities for the other wide receiver because now we have more weapons on that field to help us to win. The main thing you should always think is this is something that's helping this team win. Don't be selfish. Think about the team, not just you.
Yeah.
And this was a piece, if we were getting Brandon Cooks, that's something that's going to help this team to get to that next step. Not saying what you have now isn't it. It's just always good to be able to add more pieces. I think that's what sometimes people get caught up in. It's like, oh man, they don't have confidence in what we have. No, that's not the case. The case is we could get another piece to make us even better.
Yeah. No, and that's the next phase of this. So now we're past the deadline. That has happened. Who do you think in that locker room looks at that trade? Would it be a Turpin? Would it be a Gallup? Would it be a Noah Brown? I mean, Noah Brown's taking advantage of his opportunity. He got the chance to go out there and show that he could catch footballs, and he's done it.
I think Noah Brown makes a lot of sense because CeeDee Lamb, they spent the entire offseason saying, we moved past Amari because you're ready to be the guy. They gave Michael Gallup the money that represented, we believe in you, this amount, which is a good amount. And for Noah Brown, I think he's the guy who, whether or not he interprets it like this, the opportunity is created for him. Because if you got Brandon Cooks, well, Noah Brown will get you maybe one catch a game. And so I wonder if he looks at this and says, all right, I got a shot.
Yeah.
Let's go get that Cedric Wilson money or however he interprets it.
Did you ever have that part too then, Derek, where you're like, okay, there's nothing in my way right now. I do need to go prove this to them.
Yeah, I also feel like it adds pressure to you too. Like, man, they didn't really have as much confidence in what we've got, so I've really got to step my stuff up. I got to go out there and perform. I do want to say too, this I saw this on the Twitch channel, is you don't want Dak. Somebody said you don't want Dak to have more choices though. Why wouldn't you?
Dan. A lot of people believe that person in particular, I'm going to bet, they think that Dak can't read through his progressions quick enough, that Dak gets confused by what he sees. And there's a lot of that debate going on. And so what we want is Dak to drop back, be confident, get his mechanics right, and fire. Instead of, I have all these other options I'm trying to go to right now.
But is there such thing as having too many weapons?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
If your coordinator knows how to use them, you're going to be just fine.
Right.
You just got to, that coordinator schemes the guys open, you're going to be okay. Now, thing number 2 that I wanted to dive in on, Derek was very kind over the weekend and allowed me to have 2 tickets to a Stars game. I really appreciate it.
You think in the future, if I ask for that, he's going to tell me to F off? Because of the way the segment started.
Absolutely.
That's right. That's fair.
It makes a lot of sense knowing
I'll
you.
give them to you.
Yeah.
But you have to respond quickly if you want them.
Yeah.
You do have to be
I
quick.
get it. They're great seats.
I was the first one to respond, yes.
No. Well, I messed up with Mike. I texted him one time I was like, hey, man, do you want to go with me to the Mavs game? And didn't hear from him. And no joke, it probably was 5-10 minutes at most. And I'd already gotten somebody else to take his spot.
Wow.
Like,
I totally get it, though.
I mean,
you have premium tickets. You want to use them. You don't want to feel like you're wasting money and not using it. So, somebody doesn't respond quickly, next guy up.
Yeah.
How long do you give the first group?
That's a good question.
To allow them?
That is a great question.
I texted a couple buddies and I was like, "Hey, would y'all want to go?" They were both in the same text chat, so I allowed them. Both of them said they had something that they had to pick up a wife from an airport or something. And then I was like, "Well, then I'm going to take my son." But I let them answer before I went ahead and moved on. Derek,
See, I didn't do that. I usually, because I'm trying to get, the thing is, I asked them the same day as the game, and there was only probably 4, maybe 5 hours before game time.
Yeah,
and it's like, I'm trying to be quick so I can figure out, okay, who's going, so I can start planning accordingly. Because I like to get there early enough, watch the shoot around, see what everybody looks like. Because I'm trying to, like, I'm a fan. I want to be there. I want to experience the whole thing.
Get autographs.
Now
I don't do that. I do that after. I do collect autographs.
I was sitting in your seats, and I have a little complaint.
I can't wait because we started talking about this, and I want to dive into this.
I was
too.
sitting next to a New York Rangers fan, not a Texas Rangers fan. I don't know. Actually, he could have been. And this guy knew the sport.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He's sitting next to me, and he is like saying things under his breath that are correct. And Kevin, I've told you this before. I'm perfectly okay with the idiot that stands up and has no clue what he's talking about. Like that one dude that kept yelling at Edgar Martinez, and he kept calling him Tino, and I just thought it was hilarious. But this guy knew what he was talking about. The whole time, he knows what he's saying, and I'm saying things under my breath to him also. We're combating without actually combating. We're arguing with each other, but never actually talking to each other. But this guy clearly knew how the sport went. And it just irritated me throughout the entire game that I had to sit. I don't think I've ever sat next to an opponent's fan in my entire life. I think I've always sat next to fans of my team at games that I've gone to. And so it was irritating.
You get a lot of teams that they can't get the tickets up there because it's too expensive coming down here, especially all the Canadian teams.
There were a lot of Rangers fans there on Saturday, by the way.
So it costs cheaper to fly here and get tickets here than it does to go watch a game there.
It's insane.
Which is crazy. But with your comment too, is what drives me insane too is the couch coaches. So I was hoping you were going to say it about this guy because he's there quite a bit, and all he does is no matter what, they could be playing really good, and he just screams like he's the coach, and he screams negative stuff at the team. And it's like, first off, these guys can't hear you. And second, like, you're a couch coach. It's easy to see things from up above than it is to see it on the ice, or as I would put it, in the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And how many times
talks about that all the time?
How many times do you go back to your video after the game's over? Maybe the next day you're looking at it, and in the moment you thought it was the right decision, and then you see the result of it, and then you go back and you look at the sequence, and you're like, why the hell was I thinking that was going to be the right pitch in that situation?
I mean, I've done that multiple times.
Yeah.
It happened. I mean, that's part of, like,
it's always the tough thing is you're like,
failure.
gosh, how many times though when you're charting a game, I don't know if people chart anymore, but you're charting a game.
Not as much, no.
Right, but you're watching and you can pitch with that guy perfectly. You're like, hey, do this, do that. You're like, yeah, that a boy, way to go. Like, hey, you shouldn't have done that. Like, how could you not tell? So when you're sitting on the couch charting the game before your game the next day, you're like making all the right decisions. Then you get on the mound and then you're in the moment and you're like, this is it. This is the pitch right here. And then they hit it hard. You're like, and then, a day later, you're like, God, that was a stupid decision. I'm talking about myself. I'm not.
No, it's happened to me. Don't worry. But that's the thing is, you're playing against the best of the best, so you always got to look at it that way. But yeah, we would watch. I'm always watching video and looking at stuff, and yes, even watching like the World Series and games that were going on, I would watch and just literally try to go with their sequence, see what they were doing, and see how close I was, and watching the hitters. Like, I'm still like, even though, I got released, but I'm still going to one more try, but I still look at things and learn and watch how everything's going and try to just stay with what the pitcher's doing just to see where they're at, watching the hitter, seeing it. Oh man, he just moved in the box. We need to do this. Like, those things I'm paying attention to, but yeah, that I'm not screaming at the pitcher though while I'm at the games. Like, what are you doing? Why are you throwing that? Like, I don't do that. That's the thing that kind of cracks me up is whoever's in the stands always has the right answer. I've noticed that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, every single time.
And it cracks me up.
Oh, so you never hear them shouting, I was wrong. Sorry about that.
My apologies.
I will never, ever hear that. Nobody is ever wrong. Heck, we're all guilty of that.
Not one single time.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Kevin.
Oh, man, perfect.
I got an email from Camp Lejeune. I got to go check that out real quick. So I'll talk to you later.
Seriously, that lawsuit better win $4 billion or else nobody is going to make any money because I have seen that freaking thing everywhere.
It's about the principle, Kevin, more than anything else.
Yeah, my ass. They're sending all those ads out because they're like, it's important that we show them that this was wrong.
This is pro bono.
We're the KNC. That's not right. We're the KNC.
It's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. That's Bono.
I understood that. Coming up next,
the Browns.
It's time to power rank the power rankings where the Cowboys and maybe some of these other teams sit. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time to power rank those power rankings. Mike, where are we starting? Where are we going with this?
Here's a vote with 3 guys, and there's only 2, so you guys will decide. Quarterback power rankings or team power rankings? Kevin, you go first.
Quarterback.
Team.
Derek is the deciding factor. Quarterback or team?
Quarterback.
Quarterback power rankings. Here we go. Kevin, because you told me you want to go first, who's the number 1 quarterback in the NFL according to the power rankings of CBSSports.com?
Still want to say Hurts just to troll you, but I'll say Josh Allen.
Once again, you pick that guy last week. You are wrong again.
Wow.
As
So the guy that's going to win MVP is not the okay. Cool.
What an idiot you are.
Yeah, gosh. I mean,
How bad do you feel right now?
Do you want me to go? No. Do you want me to go? Do you want to go second all the time since you never get first right?
Man. Maybe
Corey, if Josh Allen's number 2,
yeah,
who's number 1?
Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes is number 1, and he's always number 1.
Dumb.
Why do you hate quarterbacks from the state of Texas?
Yeah,
I don't hate quarterbacks from the state of Texas. This is confusing to me.
This is why I'm leaving the show.
You are getting to go number 3. If you were picking a quarterback, and since you live in the state of Texas for a long time, and your hint is quarterbacks from the state of Texas get power ranked very high, who is the 3rd ranked quarterback according to CBSSports.com?
Man, I love this pressure. I hope I get this wrong. Is it Dak?
No, Dak is not from Texas.
I don't know where he's from.
Yeah.
Is he
I'm
from
just thinking because
of Louisiana.
Oh,
yeah.
And I'm thinking of the quarterbacks that play here, so that's why. When you said Texas, oh, you did say born.
Yeah.
All right.
You're totally wrong.
Yep.
Derek, you're off the board.
Yeah.
Kevin, who is from the state of Texas, who's also considered a really good quarterback this year?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
I was going to give you a hint
He's from
and say
Houston.
it must hurt Mike to say this.
Jalen Hurts is ranked number 3 in the quarterback power rankings.
What do you think about that, Mike?
I think it is insane. But I get it. He's undefeated. He's the greatest quarterback in the history of football, I guess. Would you have him power ranked? Let me just ask you guys right now. And I do think Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are head and shoulders above everybody else. I feel like there's this major line. Whether you want to have Josh Allen number 1 or Patrick Mahomes number 1, they're both 1 and 2, and they're far above the rest of the pack. Who would you, if you were power ranking the quarterbacks, who would be the 3rd ranked quarterback in the NFL? Kevin, you go first.
I still feel like I would probably from now say Burrow.
Okay.
I don't think that should totally be held against him that he lost like his primary offensive weapon.
All right, Corey, if you were power ranking quarterbacks, who would you rank as the 3rd rated quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah, Burrow. His offensive line stinks, but Joe Burrow.
All right. And Derek, who would you rank as the 3rd best quarterback?
Man,
in the NFL?
I also do need Jamar Chase to be on that team, though. As we discussed yesterday, Mike.
I mean, I would go with them with Burrow, but just so I can be different, Herbert.
Okay. Well, Joe Burrow is number 4. So even though Jalen Hurts is 3, Joe Burrow is 4. Corey, it is your turn to pick the 5th ranked quarterback according to the power rankings in the NFL.
Oh, this is where they usually piss me off, I feel like, in the past couple of weeks.
So this is the year?
No way.
It pisses Kevin off? Is that what it is? What we're saying here?
There's no way. It's Geno.
Is that who you're picking?
Is it Geno?
Is that who you're picking?
He was like 6 last week, wasn't he?
Is that who you're picking?
Yes.
Geno Smith is the 5th ranked quarterback in the power rankings.
As we all knew.
Let me ask you
because we listened
this.
to the Get Right with Reggie.
Yeah.
I need to look
true.
this up real quick as we're doing this. Let me go to Seattle Seahawks and just see how long he can hold a top 5 quarterback power ranking. As the Seahawks just beat the Giants, they take on the Cardinals, the Buccaneers, and the Raiders for the next 3. Do you believe 3 weeks from now, as we head into Thanksgiving, Geno Smith will still be ranked as a top 5 quarterback
He
in
might
the NFL?
dip because the defense for Tampa Bay is pretty good, But yeah, those three teams don't pose like serious.
They could win all three of those games. All right, number 6, Derek. You picked Dak Prescott as number 3. Would you like to try to pick Dak Prescott as number 6, or would you like to take another quarterback?
I guess that's your clue, but I don't care. I have this in my head, and I got Lamar Jackson.
You are correct. You are back on the board. Lamar Jackson.
Look at your sheet, just so you
is ranked number 6 in the quarterback power rankings. Number 7, Kevin. Pick number 7.
Say Aaron Rodgers.
He is the 10th ranked quarterback in the power rankings.
I am really bad at this.
You are really off. I mean, Corey, you're looking straight at Kevin, so you know the answer. Who's the 7th ranked quarterback in the NFL?
Herbert?
Justin Herbert is the 7th ranked quarterback in the NFL. Really in your face, Kevin, once again. They put Lamar over Herbert.
Okay, that's true. It's a step in the right direction. Lamar Jackson.
Aaron Rodgers, dude. He stinks.
I don't know. I thought they might pick people who have ever won a game that matters.
Oh,
wow.
You know. Number 8. I don't know if this quarterback's ever won a game that matters, Derek. Who is the number 8 quarterback in the NFL?
I know who it is.
It has to be Kirk Cousins. It's the most important.
No, it's going to be Tom Brady, right?
No. Tom Brady is number 11.
Oh, my God.
Kirk Cousins is number 12.
Okay. Oh, wow.
This person wins regular season games, but has still not played an important game in the NFL.
Is it my turn or is it somebody else?
It goes to you because
I would like to pass my turn to Corey then.
Yeah.
Dak?
It's Dak.
Oh.
Dak is number 8.
How did y'all not know that? This is Dak time, baby. He's been 8 for like the last 7 weeks.
Number 9. Who have we left off the board? Listen to this.
Well, there's a lot.
Whoever. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Geno Smith, number 5, Lamar Jackson, Herbert, Dak, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Kirk Cousins. Who would be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL this year that we have left off?
I'm going to...
Tua. You got
That's
it.
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Tua is number 9. So there you go. There's the quarterback power rankings.
We did it.
Who is the worst ranked quarterback in the NFL? He has to be a starter, by the way.
Davis Mills.
He's 31.
Jacoby Brissett.
Don't you dare.
He didn't make the worst 4. I only wrote down 4.
I thought you were going to say he didn't make the list at all. I was like,
So
then isn't it him?
Is it Mariota?
Mariota, no, he's winning games.
Yeah, they're
He's
winning
awesome.
the division.
He should be
but he's
number
not
4 right
currently.
behind Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
You guys can't get any of these?
I'm always thinking
Russell
of
Wilson.
greatness.
Russell Wilson, I think, was ranked 16 or 20.
For the record, I got
Derek
one
Carr,
of
by the
them.
way? Do you have
Derek Carr is not. I wrote down the top 15 and I wrote down the worst 4. So far, you guys got
Okay,
Davis
so Daniel
Mills.
Jones?
No,
It can't be Daniel Jones.
Daniel
6 and
Jones
2.
is
He's
not
not
one of the
doing
worst
good.
4.
He's not doing good.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson is considered the worst starting quarterback in the NFL, according to the power rankings
You'd
of
love
CBS
to
Sports.
hear it.
Would you guys like to try to guess who else is ranked as one of the 4 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL?
No,
Davis Mills.
I would not.
You
I already
did.
said
You got
Davis
that right.
Mills.
PJ Walker.
No.
I think you should just tell us.
Sam Ellinger, 3rd worst.
Oh,
But
And,
he's only played one game.
well, he got ranked 3rd worst.
That's terrible.
It's because he lived at your house.
I know.
Um,
Dang it.
and
Not
number
a good
29, I just wrote down pick, but it's the kid that
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, that quarterback's
Oh, man, he's been
struggling.
bad.
He is struggling.
So those are your 4 worst. All right, Derek, you get to go first here.
Oh, cool.
The Cowboys power ranking. Where would you rank them in the power rankings? There's 2 right answers, by the way. ESPN, NFL have the same, and CBS has different than those 2.
I would say 5th.
All right, that's what you say. Kevin, what do you say?
I say 4th.
All right, and Corey, what do you say?
I don't like going with Kevin because he's been so wrong so much
man.
today, but I think 4 is a very good active approach here.
So hurtful.
Derek is right, according to CBS Sports, but you're completely wrong when it comes to ESPN and NFL because they have them power ranked number 4.
Oh,
The top 3 stay the same.
So you're both right.
Buffalo,
That's not
number
fun.
1 on ESPN and NFL, Philadelphia, number 1 on CBS, and number 2 in the others. CBS has Buffalo number 2, so 1 and 2 are the same on both. Number 3 is exactly the same. It's Kansas City. Number 5 and 4 are shared by Dallas, Minnesota, and San Francisco. San Francisco was ranked pretty high up on NFL.com's power rankings.
Interesting.
Number 6 on ESPN is Baltimore. NFL has Baltimore number 6. Tennessee is number 6 on CBS Sports. Number 7,
Cleveland
Miami.
Not the Cleveland Browns.
What are you doing?
Miami's number 7 CBS, and Minnesota is number 7 on NFL. Number 8, Seattle for ESPN. Number 8,
so weird.
Baltimore for CBS. Number 8, Tennessee for NFL. Number 9, San Francisco for ESPN. Seattle, number 9 for CBS, and Seattle, number 9 for NFL. And your 10th ranked power ranked team on ESPN is Tennessee, number 10, San Francisco for CBS, and number 10, they didn't care about the loss to the Cleveland Browns. The Cincinnati Bengals is what I say, because I respect Kajana Carter.
That is a great point.
Your last question.
Oh, it's going to be the Cleveland Browns.
Where are the Cleveland Browns power ranked?
22nd.
21st.
All right.
25th.
Oh my gosh.
Well, who said did you say 21?
He did.
You did?
Oh no, I did.
I did. Yeah. They are ranked 21 according to CBS and NFL.
Super Bowl.
They're considered Michael Jordan by ESPN,
Whoa.
number 23. So you still haven't cracked the top 20.
Almost there.
Do you really believe they're going to make the playoffs at the end of the year?
No.
Whoa.
Wow. You should have just said yes, and then Mike would say, bet me, and then you could bet him again.
All right, yes. Let's go.
Oh, there we go.
You just said no, though.
Yeah.
You sit over there in your corner.
Nipple tattoos.
You want to bet $100 if they make the playoffs or not?
Nipple tattoos.
$20.
Our division is so dookie right now.
If they do, Mike has to get that little elf tattooed on his nipple. If they don't, then Derek has to get a Mike Bassett logo.
Is that elf the guy that they kicked off of the Rice Krispie box?
Which one was that? Kevin
Powell for power.
Is that Powell? They kicked Powell off and he became the Cleveland Browns logo?
Powell.
That's great.
Man. I'm just looking at this real quick.
That's all I got for the power rankings.
Okay, and now it feels like we're going to have to figure out if this is going to be a wager or not as he looks at the rest of the schedule. And in case you missed the big news of the day, the Snyders have hired a bank to explore Commander's sale. Now, the original Forbes article said it could be a partial minority stake sale. I don't envision that being the way that goes, but we will wait and see. But it looks like they're moving on. Remember, a couple of years ago, they said we will never change the name of this team. And then they changed it to the football team and then the Commanders. And then like 2 weeks ago, he said, we will never sell this team. And now here we are. Did you decide if you're going to bet or not?
Yeah.
How much you want to bet?
Is he good?
I'm not that confident.
Remember, Deshaun Watson's coming back December 4th.
$50?
Yeah, I know, but I don't feel like he's going to be that sharp. I mean, he hasn't played in almost 2 years. All right, I'll go $50.
$50? All right. Cleveland Browns. Make or miss.
Make it to the
$50.
Tough.
Okay.
I got him missing it.
All right.
The Keebler elf is your lucky charm.
That's not a Keebler elf.
Don't
or was
hate
it
on the Keebler elf.
The Keebler elf is way better than whatever the hell they have in the middle of that
touchdown
football
elf.
field.
You like
is his name
gnomes too.
Brownie?
They made a gnome of you when you were a ranger.
That's right. So
So
there
you
we go.
have a connection.
We are.
I have that gnome.
We're the gnomes. Yeah, I do too.
I think I do.
Me too.
I have that in a Darvish gnome and a
How many
Elvis
of those
gnome.
do you still have left that
We
you
still
haven't
haven't
used
worked.
that are still in the box?
I think I have 20.
What do you mean? Which one of them works?
Does the Darvish gnome ever say, "Oh man, my fingernail. I probably can't
He
go."
hates Darvish.
Why
Why are you
can't go
doing
to
I
this?
can feel the love.
I'm just
that you have
trying
for
to. I'm
Darvish.
just trying to troll you, man. I'm just trying to troll
I
you.
feel
we
like
gotta go to a
Darvish has had a
commercial.
good career.
Yeah,
We gotta go to a
exactly.
commercial.
It's been good, but given all the hype behind him, I think it's been kind of a disappointment. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
And Derek
let's
just took it.
chit chat with the fellas
yeah.
from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on your home of the touchdown
I'd quit
elf.
the show.
105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the book.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider. They can take care of you. Your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
Good. We've had a lot of fun today. And
yeah, you have.
Yeah, see, I appreciate you listening. As always, I wanted to get y'all's take on this because I think this is the way to go. Did you see the Philadelphia pizzeria that refused to serve the Astros? And then apparently there was at least one other restaurant in Philly that was like,
Mike's Barbecue.
Hell no. That's the way to do it, right? If you're running a restaurant, an establishment in the DFW, and an opposing team in the championship series comes to you, are you like, take it somewhere else, buddy?
I think you have to. It's brilliant marketing. You know, that's what that is right there. Everybody's going to love you now. You're the official restaurant of the Phillies.
Yeah.
Forget about it. Yeah, it's easy, you know. So what? 20 guys don't get their pizza. You lose $400 or $500 right there. You make it up on the back end.
Yeah, because how many people will seek your place out now?
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
You're a legend.
They hate the Astros.
No,
we
it's
hate
awesome.
the Astros.
Yeah, I'd specifically make sure that I'm eating there during the World Series. Mike's Barbecue was the other one, a couple of legendary Philadelphia sites. And we were looking at the Philly cheesesteak over at this Italian place.
Wow.
It
was at Angelo's.
It was at Angelo's, yes. The pizzeria looked delicious. For a pizza place, they serve a mean Philly cheesesteak.
We talked about it to kick off the show. Are you surprised about the stuff with the Snyders, and do you think it really will be a full sale? Because I know they floated out part of this nonsense that it'll be a minority stake sale, but this feels like we've reached the end.
Eric, do you have numbers on this, on the Snyder sale?
I have no numbers yet, but Broadus, they're coming.
You don't listen anyway, so what does it matter?
Yeah, what the hell?
At least he conceded that point during the argument. At one point, he's like,
You know, it's funny.
That's probably fair.
When he said it, I had nothing to come back to. It was like I was like, I think I'm doing pretty good here. You know, I was kind of getting motivated. He says, "You're right. I don't listen," and I'm like, okay, I just lost right here. So, yeah.
I did.
This momentum was just gone at that point.
I did ask the question Monday because the fourth quarter was a non-competitive game, so you never gave the ball back to him, as in they put in number 34 and he carried the rest of the load the rest of the game. I was wondering if the game would have not been, let's just say you don't get the Micah Parsons fumble recovery for a touchdown, so it's more of a 10 or 14 point game, so you're not like, hey, this game isn't over. I wonder if, and I don't know, if you would have given the ball to Tony Pollard 6 more times and he would have got 20 carries in that game because it wasn't a competitive game. You didn't have to play him in the fourth quarter.
You better. I mean, he's the superstar. You know, I think if Tony Pollard is saying he's done or whatever, you're the running back coach and you're like, yeah, you're done for the next 4 or 5 minutes, maybe. You know, if they get a first down, we'll give you 7 or 8 minutes. But I mean, you're being selfish if you're not willing to sacrifice for the team and get out there and continue to run the football. The job that you're doing, nobody else can come close to that on the team, bro. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Although, to be fair, we have a pretty good track record the last few years of just giving selfish running backs in the moment a contract extension. Right?
Yeah.
So
he might just be
I like the
trying to get a
selflessness.
contract.
Did you roll your eyes? Surely you don't dispute
neither
that,
of these
right?
backs need to be on the team next year.
Okay, but you don't dispute that.
First
we have
off,
a track
Tony
record.
Pollard does not need to get a contract. That
I'm
needs
fine
to be
with
something. We need to not fall in love with Tony Pollard right now. All right, I was listening to the show yesterday. I get it. Tony Pollard's awesome. This is going to be a fantastic draft class we have. All right, you see all the fun that's being had with Kenneth Walker right now.
Yeah.
Some of these rookie running backs. You can go ahead and get yourself a nice young running back on a rookie contract. You're going to be super excited about what he's able to do for you next year. Turn and burn at the running back position.
I'm fine with you there.
Yeah, Walchuk and I handle our running backs the same way Leonardo DiCaprio handles his girlfriends.
23.
The way they're
Yeah,
explaining this
we're
is
just-
really annoying, Brian.
The
You know
younger,
what I'm saying?
the younger, the better.
It's killing
You trying to draw me off sides on this one?
No, I'm genuinely insulted that you would just let Tony Pollard walk out the door without trying to negotiate with the man.
You're overrating the hell out of Tony Pollard is what you're doing.
Well, yeah, I think you're assuming that it's going to be huge money.
If he wants to come back and play for $3 to $5 million a year, sign me up, but he's not going to do that.
There's a lot of running backs that you draft that aren't great. There's 3 good rookies right now in the NFL. How many were drafted?
Pretty darn good.
It's not a lock.
That's a pretty good
not
size.
A lock, Zach.
And the Cowboys are going to take
you
one,
don't
and
let
they're going to
greatness-
hit on that guy.
You don't let, well,
when they
we don't know
Tony
that.
Pollard was what, a
we don't
fourth
know.
round pick?
We don't even know if they'll see it.
Pretty
we don't
solid,
even know if they'll
right?
recognize it.
Yeah.
I mean, they think Zeke is still amazing and Tony Pollard's just
Well,
okay.
That's exactly
so
why you don't
go
double
ahead.
down and give the guy the deal. They screwed with Zeke. Don't do it with Tony Pollard.
I've had enough of you, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Eric,
Glad somebody else is riding that train.
did you feel like your argument was misrepresented at any point? Because it
Yes,
sounds
I think me and Dawson both did yesterday.
Okay, because I always go back to, and Mike knows how I feel about this, is before last season started, I was like, maybe the Cowboys can get their defense to mediocre. And he goes, you know what, you're right. Maybe this will be a doomsday. And I was like, I didn't say that at all. And then it turns out, obviously, I was like, I didn't say that at all. I could feel elements of that in what you were saying. You're like, no, I didn't make that argument whatsoever.
Well, Broadus went into the archives of like 2016 Zeke, where he's like the best running back anybody's ever seen.
Carried it
Giving him the
33
ball
times.
30 times. Like, I never asked for that. I don't think Dawson did either.
I think both of them wanted to see the ball carried 33 times for sure. I think so.
I think 23 is the max I'd go with Pollard. I appreciate the attempts to put words and thoughts in our brains, Broadus, but no, I think the biggest thing right now is you make sure he stays healthy. Boom, snap your fingers.
It was funny how people did notice, though, when I started throwing numbers out there and you both kind of crawfished. You're like, no, wait a minute. We're not asking, we're not asking that. We're not asking you to do this. And I'm like, no, yeah, come on, let's go carry the ball. And so everybody got a little bit of a change of their attitude. Like, no, we need to give this guy carries.
Well, not everybody. Some people thought you were crazy for that line.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't read the text.
The reaction was mixed on the text. Some were cheering for you, and some were like, why is Brian bringing up 33? Nobody said that.
But it got the people going.
I was just trying to say, though, that how many carries the backs have to take sometimes in this.
I know it's for next week, but I have a feeling that Green Bay is going to give it to Dillon and Jones probably a combined 40-plus times.
Yeah. Did Dillon get hurt in that game in London? I saw him. He's okay? Okay.
It's interesting. You're in radio and you're having these arguments, yet you still don't think to move closer to the mic when you respond to questions.
Well, I mean, for the most part, that was just like a little aside there to Broadus to let him know. I thought he was going to keep going with some AJ Dillon conversation there, just reminding him. No, he's healthy. You can keep running with the ball.
Keep running with the ball. You'd hand him the ball 30 times, no problem.
How impressed, Broadus, are you by the vintage baseball cards that Mike is showing off?
I'll tell you what, man. Carl Yastrzemski, Willie Mays. It's amazing. Mike, what are these worth?
They're actually not worth a whole bunch. They're
Why?
1963 Fleer cards, and Fleer tried to get into the game of making cards way back when, and Fleer didn't really get to make cards till 1980. Topps saw them as competition. They had a monopoly on cards at the time, so as soon as Fleer started making MLB cards, they immediately sued, won, and Fleer had to stop making cards. So I thought those were really cool that they're kind of a rare kind of Fleer 1963 instead of Topps 1963.
I love the stats on the back.
Oh, absolutely.
Carl
those are
Yastrzemski
numbers you like,
It was
huh?
like a 3,000.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We're still not done.
No, I love the numbers on the baseball numbers.
Take that to the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, exactly. I love the baseball numbers. I
Now,
hate any numbers you bring up.
You're always about numbers. What about
He
what
is.
actually happens?
It's like, 7.5% of the time.
I did like your response, Eric, though. It was like, well, I could just ignore the numbers if you like.
If you'd prefer that.
You should.
Now, back at the World Series, what did you think was the more endearing move? Is it shutting down the Astros from buying food there, or was it Reese Hopkins' wife buying an entire case of beer and just handing it to the folks?
I have a segment to do later, Heggie. Do you want to ruin the whole damn thing?
All right.
I was impressed at the fact that Philly fans broke Mattress Mac.
Oh, man.
They broke him. From Bishop Lynch.
Is that part of the segment?
That was also part of the segment. That wasn't. That was not part of the segment.
I was going to
Mattress
say.
Mac is he's a broken man right now.
Captivating audio of the
He was a nice old
between.
He was a nice old man at one time. Now he's MFing everybody in the stands.
Have you ever MF'd people in the stands?
Yes.
Okay.
After that, remember that game that Billy Cundiff kicked like 6 field goals?
Yes, I do.
MF'd every Giants fan behind the bench. I said, "Take that, you MF.
Oh, that was Monday Night Football.
Yeah. I was on the field. I did it every game. Cincinnati, you remember Cincinnati, the game we won there?
Yes.
Kicked the field goal. Turn around, MF'd every one of their fans.
I did it Sunday Night Football. Washington was in town at the old Texas Stadium, and I was about 8 years old.
Oh,
and it was a Washington fan in front of me, and my grandfather was cheering me on. May he rest in peace. And at that moment, he knew.
You were MFing him?
He raised me right.
There you go.
Please tell me you had the opportunity to tell that story to your relatives, or were they
reminisced.
already familiar?
We did. Oh, they knew.
Okay.
They knew. We reminisced. And then I did make friends with the Washington fan. Like afterwards, we kicked their ass, and he was like, "You know what? You were right the whole time. I shouldn't have messed with you, kid." I was like, "Damn right, you shouldn't have messed with me."
And they said in the future we'll have an owner who does all kinds of shady things, but it won't be until we need a new stadium that we'll eventually sell the team. So let's not pretend like that's not what's happening.
That's what's really happening.
Nobody wants to give Daniel Snyder a new stadium, and they're like, "Hey, we need you to get the hell out of here."
Glad somebody knows the truth.
I think there's an episode of The Godfather going on here. I think there's a little Mo Green action.
And we finally pulled up to the toll booth, maybe?
Well, that's, James Caan, it's not good there. But, The Godfather, when Mo Green, he brings him to Vegas, and Michael tells him about the deal they're about to make.
Yeah.
Mo Green doesn't sell them. What happens to Mo Green? You see, he gets shot in the face.
He's over.
Yeah.
So this is Daniel Snyder's getting shot in the face.
He's getting
right
shot
now.
in the face right now,
Yeah, breaking news on 105.3.
Oh, yeah, we should metaphorically.
I can't wait to listen to this show because it's not over.
Yeah. Coming up next, Dawson, what's coming up on the show, but also, how are you going to manage? Tensions feel high. How are you going to manage this all?
I'll just stoke the fire when necessary and then sit back and watch the show. You know,
Okay.
I'm enjoying this.
I'm looking forward to right now. Text, so they have this going forward. For the Twitch, for the text, at what point today will the show implode? 877-881-1053. At what point will the show blow up into another heated argument where somebody says, I'm sick of your stupid numbers all the time? All right, roll home with the GUI Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece.
These numbers on these cards are good, by the way.
Watch the film.
Make your way back with us tomorrow. Derek, you're going to be back on Friday, and we can talk even more about 60feet6.org.
Yes.
All right, looking forward to it. Remember, you can put numbers into websites, so 60feet6.org. Thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night.
Keep the volume turned up. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day as we are discussing what Wolchuk is going to do for his Survivor Pool bet payoff, which is now just over 48 hours away. Welcome into the show and welcome back. Great to have you, Wolchuk. How the hell are you?
I'm better now, boys. You guys are great. I've missed you dearly. Getting to tune in yesterday for the fight was epic. I loved it. It was tremendous radio. I could really hear, though, how annoyed Eric was. I've worked with him long enough to know this is real. Yeah. He's getting annoyed, and then his Broadus impersonation was incredible.
It was good.
I loved it. I could tell you were trolling the entire time, and you have been working way too much with Bobby Belt. Eric was spot on there. Gavin, you did an awesome job just being able to kind of sit back and patrol that thing. Lucius, thank you so much for the text, the kind words, and the Tolo has been fantastic reaching out to me. It's good to be back.
And the audio from Lucius during the fight
drops,
was incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Listening back,
Really
I was
was.
like, oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yes, some of that you don't hear in the heat of the moment. You hear it back with Sean and RJ, and you're like, oh my goodness.
It was so
That
good.
was
The
epic.
MVP. Absolutely. So, no, it's fantastic to be back. But no, a lot of the listeners are like, you need to do the Broadus. You need to dress like him. So the thing is, though, I don't think I can actually just shave the head. It's just not...
It's not conducive to your
I'm crushing right now.
Your sexual lifestyle.
I'm the 5th best host on the show, which is, quality for me.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I've dropped almost 70 pounds, the ladies are finally finding me somewhat attractive.
Let's go.
So I'm on a heater right now. The Tolo listener, I didn't give her enough attention, so she's kind of stepped back. So now I'm like fully out on the prowl.
And you don't want to risk that the shaved head look will not work well.
I don't know how the hell long that's going to take to grow back. So I'm going to have to. What do I need to order?
It could increase your sexy. Yeah, it could increase your sexy. Like you could be surprised and be like,
Maybe
"Wow,
you're right.
I actually have a great bald head." And secondly, there's always hats to overcome
Sure.
a couple of weeks to get the top to match what the sides.
It's going to take a lot of convincing, boys.
Man.
Go for the gusto.
I think
bro.
I can go with the scalp that fakes the balding, and we can be okay with this.
They'll probably think it's cool. It's a radio bit.
Yeah, dude.
Be a good conversation
Or they
starter.
could think you're a complete idiot.
And it
Or I'm
counts
going to
as-
look like a schmuck.
And it counts as two
Yeah.
payoffs.
Whoa, wait.
We are acknowledging.
He look like a schmuck. He said he's looking just like me, didn't he?
You
Wait a
pull it
minute.
off. I don't think I
Yeah.
can pull this off.
It wouldn't fit.
Did you say that?
He did. Yeah.
I said I would look like a schmuck. I
I'd be
didn't say
offended.
you look like a schmuck.
Wait, again, he's dressing up like me. I'd look
Yeah.
like a smuck.
That's what he did. I think he stuck his foot in his mouth, Brian.
You got to add an H in there to schmuck.
I did say smuck, didn't I?
It's not
Schmuck.
Smucker's jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Though I do
smucky.
love and respect that.
It's
but
delicious.
It's schmuck with an H.
Especially the one you can buy that has the peanut butter and the jelly both in it.
It's delightful.
Now that is good stuff. We'll
Smuck,
find a
yeah,
way.
bro.
So are you gonna? Do I need to buy clothes for this? Do I need to get LSU gear?
No. I'll hook you.
Yeah,
up.
Broadus
You're
has
gonna
that.
hook
That's
me
the
up.
I
thing.
got. I'll
Need a
bring
vest.
everything tomorrow to you.
An
I'll
Old
bring
Navy
the,
tech vest.
And I got clippers. I got hair clippers. We could make your head turn into Broadus's head on the air if we want to on Friday. I mean, whatever, however we want to do it, but I think it's worth it, and it counts as two payoffs.
Yeah.
It's a BOGO situation.
Wouldn't you need clippers and a straight razor? To go over and make it.
You wouldn't
make it
need
skin
the straight.
close.
Yeah,
Because I'd need scalp.
Does he get to keep the beard?
Yeah, he can keep the beard. I mean, in a perfect world, he wouldn't,
yeah.
obviously. But I know he's not going to shave his beard. He literally quit his job in Chick-fil-A and went broke for 3 months just because he refused to agree to shaving his beard.
That might hurt.
He would rather collect unemployment than shave his beard.
Let me
you
tell
see
you,
where I'm going here?
Yeah.
I did see a picture that you were posting, and by the way, thanks for posting those. It was cool to see of you and your grandfather, and there was one in there with no beard, and he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Young
It's
buck
not as
Chuck.
horrific as you think. It's
Especially
just
now
different.
that he's lost the weight. Like, you're starting to see that jawline come in. The cheekbones are flawless. Everybody knows about the Walchucks. They got the cheekbones.
That's right.
It's working.
Badass mofo lady on the Twillo chat does call me face cheeks.
There you go.
That's her nickname for me.
So, I mean,
you guys are really selling this hard, but it's like a 20% that I'm going to shave the scalp.
So you're saying there's a chance.
But
yeah, the beard by itself would be its own payoff.
Yeah.
That would be a good payoff, bro.
that would be a good payoff.
Would be.
But I do think because this is a big weekend, we're about to get into a big game for you with LSU Bama.
Right.
So I think doing the Broadus would be good. But I do want to try and figure out a way to somehow rep the head of hair
Without actually having to
like a swimming cap.
Yeah, I can get the bald.
Yeah, you could do this. You could do this.
I can make
cap
that
with
work.
it.
I'm going to do some research
with a wig on the outside.
Good enough for 1
We're
week.
going to make it look hot.
Okay, we do have basketball. We have Cowboys that
is
are
hot.
always
Sure.
simmering. But the college football talk is hot right now. So,
Hell yeah, it is.
as a matter of fact, let's open with that. As we covered last night, Tennessee rewarded the number 1 spot. And I think Giafalo and Broadus both agreed with that decision. Ohio State, Georgia, and Clemson, the 2, 3, 4. By the way, Tennessee and Georgia Saturday, right here on the Fan. We have the play-by-play, so if you're out and about, make sure you kick it back in. There's Babe Laufenberg. What's up to you, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
So TCU number 7.
Oh, he's
probably.
He's not showing the calves.
Gosh, dang it.
TCU is number 7. Horned Frog fans justifiably irritated once again. There's some numbers on here from ESPN story. TCU has had 8 second-half drives this season when trailing. That's actually 1 fewer than Clemson. So this whole idea that they got to pull games out, TCU has 3 wins by 7 points or less, but the team 1 spot ahead, Bama, has 2 and a loss. The Horned Frogs have 4 wins over teams that were ranked. That's the same as Michigan, Georgia, and Bama combined. The Horned Frogs have 4 road wins, double the tally for Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, or Bama. They have 20. They have run 20 offensive plays in the fourth quarter when trailing. That's just 3 more than Georgia, and they all came against better opposition than Missouri. They're number 3 in ESPN strength of record. That's very important when you get into those numbers, Brian.
Yeah.
And I know how important they are to you. That measures the odds an average top 25 team would have the same record versus the same schedule, and it's ahead of Georgia, Bama, and Michigan. So, one of the big questions right now is, would you rather play a schedule full of cupcakes and a top 10 or a top 5 team where you can be like, whoa, we're Georgia, we beat number 8 Oregon, that's better than any of your wins, or play a schedule versus a handful of top 25 teams? And I don't know if there's a right answer to it, because I think this damn committee will look at things and interpret it however we'll put the bigger school in. And I think that's the uphill fight that TCU is in right now. And while it sucks, I'm not terribly surprised that the committee decided to do this to you. You just got to keep your fingers crossed that if you do go undefeated, they won't then find another way to screw you. And I'm fairly confident, but I can't be sure.
No, you can't be sure because you've seen it before. They have a ton of respect for the SEC, and sometimes 1 or 2 loss SEC teams find a way to get in over other teams that some people feel deserving. And I get it when it's like a University of Central Florida. Like, I'm not the one caping for the school that nobody ultimately is really like making appointment television on a Saturday to Saturday basis. Come in here. But TCU's not that. TCU is not a UCF or even a Cincinnati. This is a Big 12 team, and if you go undefeated, and I know style points are involved there, you can't just scrape by every time, but they've had some impressive wins this year, and watching them on a week-to-week basis, that offense is going to be tough for anybody to stop consistently. So it is a bummer, but if you're TCU, you have to own that, you have to know that, and you just have to control what you can control, which is go win every game.
I think TCU would beat Clemson if they were to play today. I really do.
Me too.
I think Clemson is overrated personally. They've still got a very good defense, and they've got Brian Breesy will probably be a top 10 pick in the upcoming NFL draft. They've got a good front line, but I think that they'd have a good chance to compete with Alabama. I don't think Alabama is the typical Crimson Tide team that we think of. So I think that TCU's being overlooked, and it seems like the committee's saying, hey, if they don't go undefeated, they're not getting into the top 4. They're not making the playoffs. So there's a lot of pressure on Sonny Dykes and the Horned Frogs to make sure they run the table, or else the Big 12 has no shot to make it.
Yeah, I just look at the way that TCU has played all year and that run they went on, and those were all top 20 programs that they beat. They went on 4 straight where they beat a top 20 team every time out. And so to me, you could talk about schedules and stuff like that. We say the eye test, they're playing really good football right now. They're explosive on offense. They score points. They're one of those teams that plays, on defense. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit of an adventure, but man, you look at how they win these games. It's pretty impressive. They can run the ball on you. They throw the ball well enough. Yeah. I don't think they should take a back seat to anybody. I know last season there were people saying, well, Cincinnati didn't deserve, Cincinnati not a Power 5 team. They didn't deserve an opportunity. Cincinnati shouldn't have been in this thing and all that. Cincinnati looked better in their playoff game than what Michigan did playing Georgia last year. Michigan got run in that playoff game. So don't give me this, well, just because Michigan's a Power 5 blue blood program, that they're going to be this, that they're going to be the, that you shouldn't not have other teams involved. I think TCU is very deserving in this one.
Yeah, the committee should look at Michigan and Cincinnati and TCU, I think, as the same, but they don't. And so my question for you is, TCU fans, how frustrated should we be? What's happening right here is DFW is being disrespected. A great football conference that's been around for a long time and has been to the top is being overlooked in the favor of, basically the Southeast. And, if you are like a solid 9 or 8 out of 10, I want to hear from you and tell us what your name and city you're texting from is and how you think this is going to be resolved.
Well, it might sort itself out this weekend. There's a good chance, and I'm just saying this, just what I think. I think there's a chance that Clemson goes to Notre Dame and struggles in that football game. Sure. That atmosphere. Now, Clemson has won a game at South Bend 2 years ago. It was an outstanding game. But there's something right now about Clemson. I don't think they're all there. I'm with Wolchuk on this. And I think Notre Dame is going to be ready for them to come in there. I think Notre Dame is going to play well against Clemson.
Okay, the 214 says this payoff is starting to sound like a real payoff, but he's got to shave the head. That would be an epic payoff. It would be the best ever. I mean, he would win the season for sure.
Man.
Yeah. Just let him wear a bald cap, says the 972. Shaving the head is a big step. 214, they make a wig to look like Brian's head.
I found it. I found it.
What's it run? Is it more expensive than the ball sack I purchased a couple of weeks ago?
$30, but I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah. $10 more.
Okay, so it is a Mavericks game night as well. They're going to host Utah at 7:00. And this is a big stretch of games, 3 home games, Jazz, Raptors, and Nets, and a chance to hopefully get above 500. Hopefully they don't slip below. They could be 5-1, So I think the question that's most relevant around the Mavericks right now is how concerned should you be? How much is the red flag? They have the number 1 scoring offense in the NBA, and their defense is number 12. So even if you and they've played a tough schedule already, even if they just play this out, it is going to correct itself towards a 50-win team. How confident are you of that right now?
That they're going to be a 50-win team?
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident they're going to be a 50-win team. I mean, even right now where their offense is still too Luka-centric, it's number 1 in the sport. When they start getting that portion of it figured out and hopefully ingratiate more and more Christian Wood as the season goes along, the offense is going to be right there. And when you have the best offense in the league, you're going to win a bunch of games. And then hopefully on that same token, ingratiating guys like Christian Wood, JaVale McGee into the defensive side of things.
Yeah, that's what I think.
It'll get better.
You bring up Christian Wood. I'll tell you at 5:00, we're going to have a full inside report on it. I got to give you some of the information and what it's made me feel like. For the first time, I am starting to wonder if Christian Wood is a good fit for the Mavericks, and I'm starting to understand what all the whispers and the talk was about. The Mavericks are a team of overachievers. They're trying to get Christian Wood to buy into this concept of maximum effort. Jason Kidd is still in his corner, but there are legitimate reasons to believe that he just might not be willing to come in and show the kind of energy and scrap that Jason Kidd is insisting upon to be part of this Mavericks culture. And it's a non-negotiable. So to say that Christian Wood has to earn the Mavericks' trust, that's an understatement, and it is starting to become a story over there with the Mavericks where they're wondering if he is going to buy in. And the same thing could apply to JaVale McGee as well. As you look at how the Mavs played last year, they did overachieve, and they still feel like we need to be overachievers in order to reach our goals. And Christian Wood's not buying into that. So I don't know if he is going to get more minutes. I don't think so. I think, people have been asking this of him his entire career. And he came to the Mavs and said, I want to prove I can be part of a championship team in a core and make that my new identity. And he is failing to launch. He is failing to actually put those words into motion on a court. So I think what we're going to get is more of the same. And I think the best you can hope for is that they give him a green light to be the 6th man. But I would not be looking for him to close games. Like, they're actually farther away from trusting Christian Wood now than when the season started.
Maybe this is why we sense the hesitancy on Tim McMahon's part.
Yeah.
To really kind of buy in on this Christian Wood hype when we had him on before the season.
Yeah.
And he was kind of, he didn't say tap the brakes, but he didn't go as all in as we were wanting to be. This
and what he said yesterday
alongside Luka.
Tim McMahon's influential, and what he said yesterday got things talking, so now, the Mavs are aware that this is becoming a story, and what you don't want it to become is a big distraction. And now Christian Wood, as so many super talented guys who can score like starters but need to be sixth men, these are the guys that can crush your chemistry because it puts the team in such a difficult situation. He's a terrifically talented player, but he won't buy into your system. Do you take the shortcut and appease him, or do you insist that he buys in, hoping that there's a long-term payoff? Because that's what the Mavericks are doing.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Because, it's a one-season deal, so if it goes haywire, then you just wash your hands of it, and maybe you even get to the point where it's so not working that by the deadline it's like, hey, here's an expiring contract, will anybody take my Christian Wood off my hands so you can get something in who can help you now? But yeah, this and you've seen Jason Kidd do it before. They did it with Spencer Dinwiddie, and it wasn't as well known, the issues that maybe Dinwiddie had in other places and trying to ingratiate into the Mavericks and do what it is that they want to do as a team. So Christian Wood is probably maybe more on another level, but you've seen it work with Dinwiddie, and he's maybe more of a veteran guy or whatever. I don't know, but Christian Wood's been in the league for a while, so I'm still willing to be patient on this front. I feel like, hey, there's still, there's some red flags, but I do think there is plenty of time. And you saw Jason Kidd do it with one guy specifically in Dinwiddie last year, and then defensively, it took a while for the whole team to get this thing going. So I'm still willing to be patient on this front.
No, I agree. And if you have a better start or better second half against Phoenix, and you don't choke against OKC, you're sitting here at 5-1. Right. Again, number one offense, 12th ranked defense right now. If you just let this thing go with no coaching, but you see how hungry they are to hit the top. They're not happy with these good numbers and saying, oh, relax, it's all going to sort itself out. They are very urgently addressing these issues, and I think it is another reason to believe in the coaching staff. The Phillies tied the record for most home runs in a World Series, 5 in their win over the Astros, all 5 coming against Lance McCullers, and Game 4 is tonight at 7 o'clock. Stars win. They'll visit the Coyotes tomorrow atop the division, 3rd in the conference.
Let's go.
That's what's happening in the world of sports. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30. How much of a situation has Jerry caused with his Halloween attire? That's next in the nation.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.
years.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels. Truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. Okay. Yeah, pictures are out. Jerry confirmed it in multiple interviews, dressed as a blind referee. 2 potential consequences. Does this bother you or entertain you as a Cowboys fan? Could get a fine. It's possible. But
it's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
It's fantastic. He did it perfectly. He had like the stick as well. He had the glasses. He was doing it great. I thought he nailed it.
Do you think he could make it personal with referees, Brian?
Question was asked to Stephen Jones about that the other day, and Stephen steered it to that the family has a great understanding with officials. They have a great rapport with the officials. And so that, because that was the question was asked about that. Is that something Jerry taking a shot? And Stephen was kind of like, no, we Jerry has we have a respect for the officials. He goes, it's just a costume. That's how they tried to explain it. Now, if you're an official, do you want to dress up as like Jerry and, do things like, I don't know, maybe dress up like Dan Snyder. I don't know. I mean, whatever you want to do. But, that to me, Steven tried to play it off.
Would that be a Pimps and Hose party?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so, but I don't know. To me, I wouldn't do that. I think that's you're kind of like, you're just kind of poking the bear a little bit there. And he probably feels like, now if he had dressed up like Goodell or something like that, that would have been funny. If he'd just kind of, poking, him and Goodell don't have a very good relationship.
I don't know.
I
guess I just approach it like I feel like refs are sensitive, and you don't want to poke the bear at all.
Right.
Like I want to make friends and show nothing but respect, almost to a fault.
Yeah, that's what Steven was trying to say.
Yeah.
That the family has that kind of relationship.
But to me, what it's about is he knows Micah Parsons getting held like 5 times a game.
Yeah.
And they're complaining about it, and it's probably a major point of frustration. It boiled over last year with Mike McCarthy. They talked about it a ton last year with the officials, and while they can say we have great rapport with the refs.
Yeah, well, that's their angle.
Sure.
I've not talked to anybody in the officials office. I'd like to see, if somebody like Troy Vincent or whoever, does stuff with them, would like to say, well, that's not very, becoming of a guy who's an owner of a team.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they'll take it. I mean, I would be surprised if they'd come down heavy on Jerry Jones, but I would also be surprised if they thought it was all good. It is kind of drawing. I don't know, but at the same time, maybe referee drama is good. Maybe that it's just like any attention's good attention. Okay, speaking of attention, latest in the Tom Brady coverage. We're dragging up an interview on the Howard Stern show from back in 2018, and it really illuminates what's gone on with Tom Brady. To me, guys, it's the blessing and the curse of being an overachiever. Like you were obsessed with football, Brian, and I think for a lot of guys, especially in America, where society kind of tells us you got to be a workaholic and produce and kick ass and take names at your job if you want to be a real man, right? Well, I think that it can turn toxic, and sometimes people don't know how to relax. They don't know how to enjoy family, and maybe that's where Tom Brady got. Tom in 2018 said a couple of years ago, she didn't feel like I was doing my part for the family. She felt like I would play football all season and she'd take care of the house. Then when the season ended, I'd be like, great, let me get into all my other business activities and let me get into my football training. And she's going, when are you going to do things for the house? When are you going to take the kids to school? Bro, was it even taking kids to school in the off season? You're not dropping them off or picking them up.
Not washing or drying.
That should be your time. This is the off season, Tom. Come on. Be
I know.
a family
There is
man.
no off season. 12 months a year.
No days off. Day by day. No days off. Day by day.
Yeah, but last year alone, he made the big move into TV. He's doing the crypto stuff. Yeah. He's out here jumping at all sorts of things, telling people buy the dip and all that. So Yeah, I didn't know Tom Brady had crossed that bridge to not even being willing to drop off the kids or pick them up. That's a special time for all dads.
It is.
Yeah.
You do. You would like to think you would appreciate those moments. It is a tough thing. I mean, it is something that I have learned. Having kids and work and trying to balance things can be difficult. And for the time where I was working both jobs, the day job, and then coming up at night and doing the nosebleed seats and working Saturdays at that job, and then on Sunday, I was ready to kick some feet up and enjoy some football during the football season. And wife was like, "Yo, where are we getting our time anywhere?" You know, and that's just one small example, but it's one of those things that it is your responsibility. As much as it is your responsibility, Tom, to be the football player and the businessman and all these things, there is some home responsibilities here that you can't just completely neglect. So I can understand why a wife would be frustrated.
Yeah, I think so. I think
but
so.
on the other hand, he's 164 passing yards away from 100,000, boys.
Hey! Come on, appreciate what you got there. It also made me greatly appreciate the single life.
Oh, yeah. I think. Well, see, that's
who's going to crush
Tom's
harder
thinking.
in the single life.
Well, I mean, he had Brandy Love immediately say, "Hey, Tom, I can help you out with that."
Yeah,
sounds like you might be a little lonely.
A lot of generosity out
There's people in Tampa Bay right now packing up, man, trying to find another coast to live on now that Tom is free out there on these streets.
Yeah, Tom's not going to have any issues.
This is Tampa Bay, by the way. Come on now, this is his city.
That's right.
361. So maybe Gavin will walk back his smack talk to Giselle. No, just for the first time, I think you have to acknowledge it takes two to dismantle a marriage, right?
Sure.
She clearly had her part trying to shoot down his dreams, not letting the greatest quarterback of all time trying to win like what, an 8th and 9th Super Bowl. Come on, let the guy go for it. You know, any woman that can't appreciate the fact that the thing that you're the best in the world at is something you want to continue to do, and you only have to do 6 months a year, and she's like, no, I want it all. That's a serious red flag as far as Giselle's entitlement for a man's time. You kidding me?
Yeah,
but I'm out here kicking ass and taking names, babe. You wanted the status of marrying the greatest quarterback of all time. You get the whole package. And she's like, well, I want time with the family, and if not, I'm going to end the family. You know, that just shot her own wheels off, didn't it, Chief?
No, it did. I did feel that way, but I guess he wasn't giving her the 6 months. It's 12 months.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That became there was no giving. It was just more taking.
We're at a time where American dads spend way more time. You know, it used to be enough to provide for the family. You know, and that was like, they were like, oh, this is great. You know, oh, yeah, don't see much of him, but boy, he keeps a roof over our head and keeps the lights turned on. And all of that was great for 100,000 years of America, or of human civilization, right?
Yeah.
Now, in the last 20 years,
all of a sudden they want us to be dads and stuff.
You're like, hey, you got to be present too, bro.
Yeah.
No being focused on your career. The career is something we just assume is there. Like, oh, yeah, of course you're going to make enough money to provide everything I want and also have the energy to be super dad when you get home. Sorry. You know, got 2 in the house. Hopefully some people can relate to this. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day, curated by Lucius.
That's right. Back in the 50s, they would say he'd take care of both of his families.
Yeah, you come home and be like, yep, did everything, babe. Yeah. She's like, here's your drink, here's dinner.
Got a whole
Enjoy
family.
your evening.
Put on my sweater and sit there and read the paper, have some dinner. Yeah.
We also used to hotbox airplanes with cigarettes, you know? And
yeah.
Things change.
Things change.
Yeah.
Maybe
Good
for the
point.
better.
That's what I call the good old days right there. That's what I call the good old days.
I do miss the Golden Corral smoking session.
Days of sophistication, as you will. You know what I mean? Some sophistication in those days where a man can have a proper cigarette.
And a cocktail.
And a cocktail.
In the comfort of his recliner.
Damn it. Let me enjoy myself. Emmitt Smith, Jerry Jones. How many days is this right here, y'all?
Oh, I hope it's forever.
He's looking for 4.
Infinite.
Okay.
Friday, Monday, Tuesday.
This is Jerry Jones talking about Emmitt Smith's running style, if you will.
He could keep his center of gravity. He could move it over like that a little bit. And with those powerful legs below the waist, you would have thought he was a 300-pounder with his calves and his thighs. And a huge man below the waist. And, boy, I'm telling you right now, he knew how to use it, and he would hit that hole. He'd be the first to tell you that he had a lot of holes.
A lot of them.
That's not the end of it, boy. Then he would efficiently make a little zig or zag, and then he'd put all of that power to it at that particular time.
lot of power there.
Gotta love that.
How many holes do you think you had there? A
lot of them.
Totally.
A lot of holes.
Jerry said you had a lot.
There's a lot.
Emphasized. Let's see what we got here for you boys.
Still not as much as Tom Brady's going to have available to him now.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Tom on the street is ridiculous. A free Tom Brady? Man. No, please get back there, Giselle. Lock that up for everybody in Florida. There's some people that just retired, you know what I'm saying? They just moved down to Florida, just got you a nice house. All of a sudden, Tom Brady moves in the neighborhood and divorces his wife.
Yep.
Looking all sad and sexy on television at the same time.
Yeah. My wife will never go to Tampa.
Pause. No, she's never going to Tampa.
Not for a
Get the
second.
hell out of here.
No layovers in Tampa either.
Yeah. You don't even like goats. Let's see. Number 2 here. New England Patriots star Ty Law. You guys familiar with Ty Law?
Of course. Secondary, yeah.
Okay, well, he was in California, which reminds me of Las Colinas, because if you're in Las Colinas where I live, there's a lot of coyotes around. A lot of scraggly coyotes. So when you're walking your dog, you always have to have like a little mace on you or something, a stick, a route.
Revolver.
Yeah, something, bro.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I used to see him all the time in East Dallas on the way home.
Okay. Well,
yeah, and with pugs, you got to be worried about that.
Okay, well, Ty
Steal
Law
your
was
dog.
calling into the WEEI Greg Hill show. That's a sister station, by the way, for Odyssey. So, yeah, he was calling in to talk some New England Patriots football, and he was getting stalked by a coyote.
Morning. Hello, Ty.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Where do you find yourself this week?
I'm out here in L.A. right now. I'm walking around with my head on the swivel. The coyotes is out, so I always keep the head on the swivel. I'm out here.
I don't think I've ever said this to you. You're in fantastic shape, and you could probably outrun a coyote, I would guess.
That is absolutely false, Greg. Looks are deceiving, I tell you that. But I do got this golf club in my hand while I'm walking, I tell you that.
What do you think?
I'm gonna pull out my Tyler Woods on his ass. He come up on me. Hold on.
Okay, we only got one more left.
No, record this here.
I'm sorry.
This is going viral.
Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh, damn. Okay, back at me, guys. I'm sorry.
Is the thing stalking you?
No, I'm telling you, they be out here. I'm telling you, I don't know if that's a wolf dog or somebody's Alaskan Malamute. That was a damn coyote.
Yeah, right there. So they hit the dump a whole bunch of times right here. That's why you didn't hear anything for a minute.
Right.
Yeah, they hit the dump right.
Hold on.
Okay, we only got one more left.
One more left. They dumped the hell out of him because he was cursing when he seen what he thought was a coyote, maybe a Malamute dog or whatever the hell he said.
Malamute. Yeah, I need to look at that. I need to look that up.
Let's see. Referee Jerome Boger.
Oh, yes.
He misspoke.
He did.
On Sunday.
He's not very good in geography.
He was missing a spoke.
Yep.
After the play was over, sideline interference. The coaching staff of the Seattle Mariners was in the restricted area. 15-yard penalty. After the enforcement of this penalty, it will be 1st and 10.
Seattle Mariners.
Head coach of the Seattle Mariners. Mariners.
Baseball guy right there.
Yeah, he is.
Jerome Bogar.
Let's see here. And I got one other for you. Someone else is missing a spoke here on the fan. Kevin Gray, our own very own Kevin Gray. He was missing a spoke. Check this out.
What was the turning point in today's game? And Aisha Morrison of Girls Talk Boys Talk at DallasCowboys.com.
That was fun. Me and Broadus were listening.
We were listening when that happened.
That was Sunday after
driving
the post game.
Post-game.
We're driving home listening to KG and Bobby, and we heard it, and it sounded like it, and then you could feel like, it felt like there was kind of a dump there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think he totally misspoke, kind of like our peanut butter cup yesterday.
Yeah.
Just understandable
Trip
situation.
Tracy. Tripped over a what? That's amazing. Who writes this stuff?
Salute to KG and Jerome Bogar and Ty Law Woods walking and talking, fending off a coyote. Is it one of those three? Or is it Jerry Jones, our 3-time champion? That's who I'm going to vote for, Mr. Jones, right there. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, absolutely. Jerry.
Lucius.
Yeah. Ty Law.
It's a good one. 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go KG.
2-1, Broadus.
Let's go with Jerry Jones.
Final score 3-1. And still, G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tomorrow to see if he can make it 5-time, which will make him immortalized once again and eligible for G-Bag of the Year. And if you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, tune in for LA Live with Lucius Alexander every night at 5:40. He has a lot of fun in his segment and also plays the G-Bag of the Day for you. Broadus and Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are we going, sir?
Yeah, has this Cowboy player been the biggest surprise? We'll talk about that next.
But first, let's make sure you're celebrating your hump day, getting through half of the work week. Celebrating it with the greatness of Miller Lite. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The only beer the Dallas Cowboys.
shortages and demand are driving up prices, classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We will have Tennessee and Georgia on the Fan Saturday. That'll be a 2 o'clock start. Biggest college football game of the season so far. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Kind of keeping my theme from yesterday of some halfway Cowboy talk with you guys, and kind of got some ideas and stuff like that, or what's your opinions on some of these things? I'm always interested in that. It's kind of like a little bit of the sports mix, but with with the bye week and stuff like that, I have a lot of these questions I always come up in my mind when I'm driving around or something. And so here we go. Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Player that has been the biggest surprise to you through the halfway point. Cowboy player, that is.
Biggest surprise, the halfway point.
Surprise.
Surprise.
Some fries.
Surprise.
Some pies.
Probably Cooper Rush. I was very surprised. Look, I know Cooper Rush won a game last year, but when Dak went down, if you were to say, hey, he's going to miss 5 games and this team will be 6-2, I would not have believed it. It was shocking to me that Cooper Rush was able to go 4-1 as a starter. I did not think he would be able to play that well, and I didn't think the team was going to be able to rally around him in that manner, especially after what we witnessed game 1. So I would say Cooper Rush was my biggest surprise from the first half of the season.
Chief?
I'm going to combo platter mine because I'm going to go with these rookies. The tight ends, Tyler Smith and Deron Bland, all being able to step in precarious situations. Hey, right before the game, Jordan Lewis goes down. You need to go play nickel corner, one of the toughest positions in the sport to play. Your name's Deron Bland, and no one's really ever heard of you, and no one in the draft really wanted you. And you go out there and you don't miss a beat. That's a huge surprise. The Ferguson situation, I didn't see it. In the OTAs, even at training camp, we're asking the question, should they have drafted Ferguson or the kicker out of your school, LSU? Yeah. And I'm like, well, gosh dang it, maybe we should have just drafted that kicker. Take that back because Ferguson's been great and him and Hendershot together have been really good. And then Tyler Smith being able to, right before the season, you're going from guard to tackle. All that, to me, the youngsters have been a big-time surprise.
Love Deron Bland. Watching last night, going back and watching the All-22 Tuesdays, the Cowboys got something with Deron Bland, man.
Yeah.
This kid's just going to keep getting better and better.
General?
Man, there's a lot of good picks. I like what the guys are saying. I'm down to 2. It's either Tony Pollard. I didn't think he was this awesome.
Yeah.
But he is. And then the other boy, Brett Maher, he's been automatic.
Yeah.
A kicker.
Maher's a good one.
That's a good one. And I would like to throw in with the rookies. I don't want to disrespect Sam Williams.
Well, I'm coming to you on this next question. Then.
Oh, okay.
We're going to name the whole roster before he gets questions.
Really, the entire team is a surprise.
These rookies been good.
I do. I didn't get. By the way, the player, the biggest surprise was the whole thing with Cooper Rush. Will Greer, come on. I mean, those are the guys that.
Hey guys, read a book for once. Come on.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. I mean, there's no way in hell I thought they were going to win 4 games with Cooper Rush.
I'm good at these games.
Yeah. That all took us by surprise.
All right, Chief, best rookie. That's my question.
Yeah,
best rookie.
I like that. Very good.
That was number 2 on my list until you named half the rookie class.
I'm sorry.
But I'm going to make you name 1.
Yeah. I know it's been a small sample size, but I'm going to go with Deron Bland. It's been 2 games basically that he's really had to step in and start and play. And I think at worst case, it's even with Jordan Lewis, and it might even be better. And so salute to you, Deron Bland.
How about you there, Zach?
I forgot my name.
No, I was thinking if I was going to go back to Gavin.
Yeah,
he looked like he was doing a little work there, so I just didn't want to catch him.
I thought you were going to go back to Gavin for a second.
No, he was Josh Green jumping in the air, holding the ball, not knowing where to go with it.
For me, it's Hoochie Daddy Shorts.
Yeah.
Because we were kind of making fun of him a little bit. We were like, oh, Hoochie Daddy Shorts. Like, Dante Fowler didn't know who the hell he was preseason. Like, I liked the Jake Ferguson pick. We were doing Trust the Tape. You knew that, Broadus.
Right.
Like, he was one of my more favorite tight ends that I thought the Cowboys had a shot to get in the mid-rounds. Deron Bland, they seemed to like a lot. In training camp, we were talking him up quite a bit. Might be the number 3 corner if Lewis couldn't play. So we had somewhat expectations. Hendershot's come in. Heck, down the road, he might end up being the best of the bunch if you give this guy some time. He's got a lot of versatility to his game. So for me, it's probably Peyton Hendershot.
I'm going to go with Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
You know, left tackle's damn near impossible at this age for a player in the NFL, but he's pulling it off. I think he's a bonus in the run game, and he's holding his own enough in the passing game.
Yeah, I think, to me, I knew the kid could play, but the fact he got no reps in training camp and then they throw him in there week one, you know, I think you have to. I think he's been the best.
But Bland's been more solid overall, like less mistakes.
Yeah, Bland is one of those guys that you're kind of like, I wish he would have played more.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
But Jordan Lewis, I think the thing with Bland is you could play him inside or outside. I don't know if you could play Lewis outside.
Okay.
You know, so I Tyler Smith. All right, Gavin, to you on this one. Should Mike McCarthy be considered for Coach of the Year?
He absolutely should. You know, I don't know if he'd win it at the halfway point. There's probably better options out there. But yeah, and you know, I got to give him his props. You've transitioned this team from being offense dominant to defense dominant. You're about to put the Cowboys in the playoffs for back-to-back years for the first time since 2007. They become a takeaway team. You've made them tougher, you know. So I think it's roster construction, but it's also how they evolved the offense or devolved the offense, depending on how you look at it, to optimize their chances to win. I think he's doing a hell of a job.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made for sure. There's no question he deserves a ton of credit. Winning football games with your backup quarterback, that in itself is very, very impressive. And then when you get into the nitty-gritty, as Dawson was, of the things that you could tangibly see that changed, and you feel like McCarthy had a lot to do with that, there's a case to be made. Unfortunately, it's just a great year in terms of candidates for this because you have these young coaches that have stepped up. Brian Dable, rookie head coach, team playing well. Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings. And then there's Pete Carroll with the Seahawks right now. Holy smokes, no one would have saw that coming. And that doesn't even mention what Sirianni's doing in Philadelphia right now. So there's just a lot of good candidates, but Mike McCarthy deserves to be in the conversation for sure.
Right. Like, he's not going to win this award, but this is probably the best coach job to this point by any Cowboys coach since fill in the blank, right?
Bill
Parcells in 06 or 03.
03.
His first season.
That was amazing.
When he took
did,
Quincy Carter and the Cowboys 10-6 and they made the playoffs. I mean, this is a fantastic coaching job this year by Mike McCarthy.
I'll tell you what, I think you absolutely do. I don't know another. You named all these programs, all these teams. Has anybody had to survive it without their starting quarterback? Maybe the guy at Miami has. You know, he's had trouble with his quarterback.
But even they were losing those games.
Yeah,
like it wasn't like they were winning those games.
I mean, that's amazing that they were able to do this. I think everything that Gavin was talking about, too, I think him going in and telling Kellen Moore, hey, listen, this is what we are as a team. This is what we are. We've got a great defense. We need to kind of cater to that. You don't need to screw things up. Think about running the ball a little bit more here.
Sure.
But yeah, I have to give them I have to give him complete credit for that. Okay, how about this one to you, Zach, again? Will the Cowboys go 4-0 against the NFC North? They got Green Bay and Minnesota coming up next.
Oh, man. I do think they beat Minnesota. That's going to be a tough game, but I do think they beat them. For whatever reason, it seems like outside of that one Sunday night game a couple years ago, they've matched up pretty well recently against the Vikings. There's something scary always about Aaron Rodgers. He seems like he always plays his best against the Cowboys, but I'm going to say yes. I think that's going to be an inspired Cowboys team that plays for Coach McCarthy, and I think Dak puts it together on coming off the bye against the Packers. I think the Cowboys do go 4-0 against the North.
Chief?
Yeah, having 2 weeks to prepare for Green Bay going into Lambeau will be big, and I think there will be a team kind of galvanizing around Coach McCarthy. And they all know how much, or we know how much they love them because we've heard J-Ron Curse right here on this station talk about it. And him going back into Lambeau for the first time, I think that's going to be huge. 2 weeks to prepare, and I just think the Cowboys are better than both of these teams. So I mean, anything can happen, of course. Especially with the Vikings being as respectable as they are, but I do think the Cowboys are the better football team. So I'll say yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the Vikings are a pretty good playoff team, but I don't pick them to get out of the wild card round. And I think Green Bay is just broken. But the Vikings are getting lit up in the air. So I think this is going to be another game where the offense has a lot of success and maybe you're even into the 30s against Minnesota.
I'm kind of looking at this a couple different ways. The Packers have the Lions, I believe, this week. And so what worries me is they haven't played well at all the last 4 weeks. They really haven't. And so what I worry about them is they get this win, and then all of a sudden now it's that moment where they get
the win against the Lions, and then they get the win against you, and they're 5-5, and then they're now kind of back into this thing, and it goes back. I always talk about the desperate team theory, and sometimes it seems to work, other times it really, really doesn't. But man, if Aaron Rodgers and these guys want to get back in this thing, they're going to have to beat the Cowboys. That scares me. I do think the Cowboys are better than the Vikings, even though the Vikings offensively. Gavin's right about the defense. I think that's where you have to kind of take advantage of them. So I think it's a little bit of a. I think if you split these games, you'd probably be pretty happy about that. But that's kind of where I feel it is right now. Thank you guys.
Alrighty, thank you, sir.
Questions.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay. We're going to talk Cowboys again coming up at 3:20. Coming up next, I want to do a college football super segment with you guys. Does this sports story require charges being pressed as 4 more players suspended? That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I'm not quick to suggest criminal charges from actions during a sporting event, but I believe this story should call for it, unless there's information I'm not aware of. Latest news is in for Michigan State football, and I think it's just the beginning of accountability. Michigan State jumping 2 Michigan players in the tunnel after the game, and the Wolverines, the Spartans last night announced the 4 new suspensions, which brings the total to 8. And school officials said the student-athlete suspensions will remain in place until the investigation is concluded. Earlier in the week, GM Harbaugh saying, I can't imagine this will not result in criminal charges. The videos are bad. It's clear what transpired. This is very open and shut, as they say. Watch the tape. And you can watch it. You know, it's kind of scary. It reminded me kind of a soccer hooligan video where they're chasing around a fan of the other team, and he's like, crap, I don't know where to go. I mean, he's in the tunnel, and like they got him cornered. And one of the players ends up with a broken nose. Both are continuing to need medical attention. And I guess the only thing that would make it different is if there is, and this is why they're just suspending so far, not kicking them out of school, is there something the Michigan player did before the video started? Like, did he challenge all of them? Did he punch one of them? I would be shocked. It appears that maybe it was a player that had to take a different route back to the locker room, or maybe did some media and then was heading to where he was supposed to go and ran into the Michigan State football team, who was pissed. You know, but yeah, it's a pretty tough video to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very tough. And what makes these situations even tougher is these old stadiums. You know, these old stadiums where both teams go into the same tunnel. You know, and that's the things that, or, you know, there's teams that cross, and, you know, one team will stop and let the other one cross. And then, you know, there's ways to handle this. And I'm not saying that it's right that the players got jumped. I think it's a terrible situation. But you've got to figure out ways not to have teams roll down the same tunnel.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Well, and how did the one get isolated? I would think
that's
in a
what I'm
rivalry.
saying.
Right, like there's one Michigan player there.
And you mentioned that maybe he ventured off from his teammates and got separated.
Said hi to mom and dad. And
well,
didn't
no,
go with his team.
maybe he's causing issues. Yeah. Then all of a sudden he gets surrounded, and now he gets pushed into a wall. Yeah. And they got him on the ground, and they're taking shots at the guy.
Punches, kicks. It was bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and then finally he gets up, and you see him kind of go away, but there's no security. I didn't see any Michigan State coaches.
There's one security, but he's not doing anything.
He's not doing anything.
He's not doing anything. It took at least a minute before a coach comes over there and says something.
I'm just telling
in that
you,
video.
These old football stadiums where the team, there's
that's a good point.
There needs to be some way that you don't have both teams going down the same tunnel.
Well, Coach Harbaugh was calling for it after the Penn State-Michigan scuffle that happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where he said, Coach Franklin, he basically blamed him for it and said he held up Penn State so they didn't walk all the way fully into the tunnel, so that there was that traffic jam between both teams, and naturally both sides started jawing at each other.
Yeah.
Where, what he suggested was each team, you just wait a couple of minutes, let the other one go in, and the other one follows. So there's got to be a way for cooler heads to prevail, and you allow this to happen. Fortunately, it doesn't happen more, at these venues. But the Bills still have it in the NFL, where it's an old stadium and both teams go in together.
Yeah, that's the thing. But in college, you've got more players on the sidelines.
Very true.
And you got students down there too that are players that aren't dressed for the game, but they're wearing a jersey. But now they're antagonizing some guy that's been playing.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at that guy like,
what the hell,
bro? You don't even play. Yeah. And now it's a melee down below,
especially in a rivalry. And there's obviously going to be feelings, and you've just been fighting the guy for 4 hours. Yeah, I want to fight after you get blown out.
Absolutely.
You can't stop youth sports parents from fighting on sidelines, and you're trying to get 18 to 22-year-olds to come to common sense. I mean, I would have hoped a Michigan State player would have been like, guys, what are we doing? We got to stop. And I think now we will. Like, this moment in time is going to, make more awareness about what you do and what you can't do, because I think there's going to be 8 guys who aren't going to be going to school anymore, are going to lose a scholarship, and might have to answer in front of a judge here before too long.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, when you start to talk about pressing charges, and now it's going to, we'll see what happens. How did the Michigan player get separated from his team and end up by the Michigan State locker room, basically?
Yeah.
That's what you have to try and figure out.
214 says Notre Dame used to have one tunnel for both teams. They made
a
complete second tunnel for the away team. It can be done.
I went down that tunnel. I absolutely did. And I'll tell you one thing is, when you stand next to Notre Dame players, you're like thinking, there's no way in hell I could have gone to school at Notre Dame. These guys were huge.
Really?
So you're talking about intimidating. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You were shoulder to shoulder with who you're about to play against, and you hear it, the talking back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just like, just let us get out alive here, guys. That's seriously, that's what you're thinking. And I just think that they need to do it. They need to create like South Bend, but they've done renovation at Notre Dame Stadium since I played there in the 80s. They've done a lot of renovation there. Figure out that these schools they have $17 million to send a coach away after 30 games, like at Auburn. Figure out a way to make another tunnel.
Amen
Sounds
to that.
good to me. It is the G-Bag Nation's college football super segment. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo with the balance of the time.
Yeah, so we got the first college football playoff rankings yesterday. Big news for Georgia, who, of course, is in the top 4 after we got the first rankings, and they're not going to have their stud defensive player, Nolan Smith, for the remainder of the year. Now, Nolan Smith was a potential top 10 pick in last year's draft, decided he's going to go back to school. He's an outstanding rusher. He now has a torn pectoral muscle, and he is going to be out, as I mentioned, for the remainder of the year. Georgia was leapfrogged by Tennessee in the college football playoff rankings, and they've got a big matchup coming up against the Vols. This is going to be a big loss for the Dogs. I still think the Dogs, and we'll see what ends up happening if they're able to make it to the SEC championship game, and if they end up playing Alabama down the road again, or what ends up happening with that. But it's a big loss for the reigning national champions if they want an opportunity to repeat, not having who is potentially their best defensive player.
Yikes.
And Nolan Smith.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. Don't you think, though, that Kirby Smart is loving the way these rankings come out?
Oh, absolutely.
Like that, and I feel
it's
like
a perfect week for it.
Yes, and I feel like Josh Heupel is probably a little bit like, gosh dang it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's probably confident to say that my team's the best in the country, but I don't want to be acknowledged by others that way.
No.
I want to prove it on Saturday.
He's like, can we just go with the AP poll rankings and just have us tied? Like, would that be okay?
That's bulletin board stuff, man. You
No
know
doubt.
Kirby Smart is firing up his guys with that. So I'm so excited for the game. It's going to be outstanding. And I do think they get it right where you're just looking at this season. I do feel like Tennessee has been the better team.
To this point, if you just want to go based off the resume, I don't have an issue. If you want to put Tennessee number 1, I think Georgia head-to-head, if they had Nolan Smith, I think they're better than Tennessee, in my opinion. I think Georgia's got the deeper team, but Hendon Hooker might be the better quarterback. And a lot of the times,
it definitely is.
It comes down to, who's the better quarterback in these games. Although Stetson Bennett, people overlook him all the time. He was fantastic in big games last year, specifically in that national championship game. He's been there, done that in the big moments. But good God, Hendon Hooker in that game against Alabama was simply brilliant. And now they've got their best wide receiver back. That is just going to be such a fun game on Saturday.
It's a game you can hear right here on the Fan.
You're damn right.
Well,
Lock in.
And
Tune in for the Hookers.
And real quick, too, the way that Tennessee's offense runs, the way they play with the pace, they play faster than anybody in the country. They will stress Georgia out. Georgia is really big about substituting all their players. They've got a lot of players they like to roll in and out of that defensive lineup, and
keep them fresh.
And that's that Tennessee will limit how they do that in this football.
Well, and they hurt Georgia with it last year. They were the first team to score an opening drive touchdown against Georgia in their matchup last year, and it was the pace that did it, and they hurt Jordan Davis, who's now with the Philadelphia Eagles. This year was their first-round pick. Jordan Davis was huffing and puffing, sucking wind. They couldn't get him off the field because of the pace that Tennessee played, and this is a much better Tennessee Vols team this year as we look at the college football playoff rankings. We went through TCU, how they're kind of getting screwed right now. I think the Pac-12 is looking looking all right with how some of this went. Michigan seems like that non-conference schedule not holding them back according to what ESPN's breakdown is. And Georgia, it seems like you look head-to-head how the College Football Playoff Committee is looking at this. They're going to need this win more than Tennessee does on Saturday between the two. I lost my voice there a little bit, but
I thought you were getting a little bit emotional for a second.
I
know college
emotional.
football brings that out of you.
I loved this. The Athletic put out, because college football keeps talking about the expansion, right? What if you expand to the 12 teams? So if they expand to the 12 teams, what would it look like?
Oh, LSU's in the playoffs.
They would be in the playoffs, right? So
ahead of Ole Miss.
Just for funsies, let's look at this, right? So with the first college football playoff rankings, how would this look? So this is how it would go. The top 4 seeds get a bye, and the top 4 seeds are automatically the champions of their respective conferences. So you'd get Tennessee, who would be the quote-unquote SEC champ as of right now as the 1 seed. Ohio State, the Big Ten champ. Clemson, the ACC champ. TCU, the Big 12 champ. Those are your top 4 seeds.
Oh, so Georgia wouldn't even be in the top 4 in that scenario.
No, they would not be. Now, this is, of course, the season would have to play out and you'd actually see, but just based on how the rankings are right now, that's what we'd go for. Those teams, they get first-round buys. So then you have teams 5 through 12 playing each other. You have Georgia and Tulane. You have Michigan and Ole Miss. You have Bama and LSU.
Oh, they're doing it this weekend.
Oregon and USC.
Yeah.
So those are the only 2 bummer games. It's like Oregon, USC, you're going to get to see anyway, and Bama and LSU, you're going to get to see anyway.
Well, I think the Tulane game sounds like a bummer game. I mean, how is Tulane getting into this situation?
Because they're an AAC champ.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I believe they're
So
19th
that 12
ranked,
seed
right?
would be
they got moved up way. Yeah.
Well, they're 19th right now, I think.
Yeah, they'd be bumped up right now because they'd end up being an AAC champ. So they're just projecting ahead there.
Gotcha.
As a matter of fact, Tulane is the only team. Kansas State's only loss is against Tulane, and Kansas State looks like a pretty good team.
Kansas State looked fantastic last week, whooping up on Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I showed my
show
ass
some
on that
bleeping
one.
respect.
I had the Pokes plus 1.5. Lost a good bit.
Don't worry, you're
Lost
not
big.
alone. I think a lot of people did.
It's okay. TCU saved me.
Which is 49.5 to nothing.
Well, it was it was
TCU
like
did.
50.
Thank goodness for TCU. And Penn State, oh my gosh, they almost bleeped us on that cover against Ohio State.
Yeah.
But goodness gracious, they didn't. Now, Offset, did you guys talk about this yesterday?
Mentioned it a couple of times.
Yeah, that was pretty tragic. Now, Dion was talking to his players at Jackson State about the passing of Offset. And Lucius, do we have this available? The Deion Sanders and Jackson State, him talking to his players about Offset. So Dion, he's basically using this as an example to talk to his team and his players. And you talked about how Dion might be a candidate for the Auburn head coaching job.
He should absolutely be a
I
candidate.
think a lot of these Power 5 schools, and Dion's talked about this, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, he's definitely going to consider. I think he wants to stay at Jackson State, but he's looking bigger picture here.
Well, he's thinking about his coaches too, yeah.
Absolutely. But here's what Dion had to say regarding the passing of Offset and the message that he sent to his players there at Jackson State.
I'm just sick and tired of the consistency of people that are influential to you are leaving us consistently. That's our rappers. Takeoff was
I'm sorry.
in a dice game in Houston, where we're going. So that eliminates all y'all leaving that hotel, because it ain't happening until I give you further notice. So whatever her name is, whoever she is, parents, everybody, they're gonna come to the hotel to visit you because y'all ain't leaving. Sooner or later, we gotta start changing our addresses, guys. That's an analogy to saying, I know we this, but we ain't that. We gotta leave that behind that we once did. And that's what you guys are. Now you guys are Jackson State royalty. You ain't no, man. You're not whoever you were a year ago.
It's good words.
Yeah. And undefeated there. And yes, Takeoff, not Offset. I apologize there. Takeoff, absolutely. So Jackson State head coach Deion Sanders. I kind of hope Deion does stay there. I think he's doing a fantastic job there at Jackson State. And they're going to end up building a new stadium, and that's in large part thanks to Deion and the job that he's doing there. But we'll see if he ends up moving on and getting one of those prime Power 5
Well, he deserves
jobs.
it at this point. You know, whatever he wants to do, I'm sure he'll be successful doing it in football. But yeah, you know, sometimes you see coaches, especially in college football, flirt a little bit with other opportunities to get what they want at home. So maybe through this, the powers that be, the forces that have influence at Jackson State will be like, hey guys, we got to do what it takes to pay his assistant coaches so we can keep him here. Because when you're talking about like bringing attention to HBCUs and having game day there and everything that he's done as far as momentum for that part of college football and for that part of the culture, there's just not I can't come up with the right words to quite explain how amazing it is, and what kind of a spotlight and opportunity he's going to give for further generations. So I hope he stays there. If that's not his dream, he could definitely go places. I mean, every opportunity is going to look at him now and say like, wow, here's a guy that's going to get us players and obviously knows how to run a team. We got to run, G-Bag Nation. We got the Cowboys news of the day coming up next. Stephen Jones spoke moments ago and explained why they didn't make a trade. And there's a number of other things breaking here as the Cowboys, sit here on a bye week. It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about my friends at Window Nation, though. From one nation to another. Boy, you want a great opportunity to get your
your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen. The numbers are out for 2021. We got our clients 19 of the top 50 largest settlements in the entire state of Texas, according to TopVerdict.com. Trust my family to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED, online, mullenandmullen.com.
All righty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do the C-Note right here, the Cowboys news of the evening. And a number of things have been developing, including Stephen Jones is now going viral for something he said at a press conference in the trade deadline about an hour ago. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Okay, Stephen on the team not making any trades yesterday. It was an intense day. Felt like we had some things that might work out, but unfortunately they didn't on several fronts. We're very pleased with our team, and trades aren't the only way you acquire players. So it was Steven talk, yada, yada, yada. At the end of the day, obviously, blah, blah, blah. You know, we decided not to do it. But then trades aren't the only way you acquire players. The names out there right now, obviously Odell Beckham Jr., Gronk's available, and Ndamukong Suh is available. Is he talking about those kind of things, Brian? What do you think?
I want to believe that since they were in the Cooks discussion, that it might be for Odell Beckham.
Ooh, that would be a story.
Now I need to, after hearing that, and that was a conference that they had. I think they had an announcement that Billy Joel and stuff is coming to town, and
Stevie Nicks.
So yeah, they were kind of doing that, and that's where we got that. So I need to reach out to some folks and see if, in fact, that at the name that Odell Beckham, because it has to be something to do with the wide receiver. They made an effort yesterday to try and get one.
Okay, and then the text is asking, and I think it's a good question. There's no chance Cooks gets released, or there's another player that you know would be close to being able to be good enough to help you, like poaching off a practice squad. That's not going to help you right now.
Not right now.
That would have been done already if there was a player out there.
Absolutely.
And Brandon Cooks ain't getting released. They owe him $18 million guaranteed next year, so they're not gonna do that. But
no, he's not practicing again today. But no, I don't see him getting released.
I do wonder. I would love to know what the status is of Will Fuller right now.
Like, they don't seem to be interested at all in him.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't to this point, but now it's going to be slim pickings, and maybe you'd rather have Odell Beckham Jr., and I would totally understand that, and that would be splashy, and that'd be pretty fun, and the ceiling on that move would be pretty ginormous,
Sure.
But you have those ACL recovery questions that you would have to have answered. But now we're scoundering practice squads. We're looking all over the place. So if Will Fuller is there and healthy, I mean, maybe he would be a guy if you're looking for somebody that can stretch the field and go deep for you a couple of times. I don't know. But throwing names out there that are available, there's not many that are available. So he would be a guy that I would at least be looking to kick the tires on. I don't know what his status is right now.
It was an incredible day yesterday, Wolchuk, because you probably heard Jerry on and he talking about I have a sense of urgency, 80 years old and all that. And they said there's multiple things coming to us if we want to make a trade. So he was ready. There's the sense of urgency. There's the opportunity. Every team better than the Cowboys acquired a player better than Jonathan Hankins. So there was a lot of excitement, and it ended with a dud after some late excitement around Brandon Cooks. What was your reaction? How frustrated are you that the Cowboys ended up not getting anything done?
Yeah, I mean, I do think you do have to factor in the Jonathan Hankins move. I mean, that was a trade. It wasn't done the day of the deadline, but it is a trade that I think is going to pay off for the Cowboys. And going back and watching the Bears tape in the All-22, you watch the game. And just, watching it on Sunday, did Jonathan Hankins really stand out to you in any way? No. But you could tell the difference he made watching the All-22. And Gelkin had some interesting numbers. Our buddy Michael Gelkin in the Morning News. The average with Hankins on the field versus him off of it in terms of stopping the run was enormous. 11 carries for David Montgomery, 39 yards with Hankins on the field, 3.5 yards average. With him off of it, that average jumped to 5.7, 20 carries and 113 yards. I mean, he is a difficult man to move the middle.
Yeah.
So I thought he did a very good job, was very productive, and that should only improve. So I would have done it. I would have, whatever the Cowboys were negotiating with Cooks. You look at their history of second-round picks. I get it right now, the Sam Williams thing. I understand. There's the $18 million guarantee you owe. We're talking about a wide-open NFC. This is a go-for-it type of year right now. I'm not really concerned about the money you're going to owe next year. You're trying to win a Super Bowl and championship this year, right? This team hasn't been in an NFC championship game in 27 years. Don't tell your fan base and stress to them the urgency. I'm kind of looking at my life watch or whatever the hell you want to tell Deshaun and RJ and to us, and then you're not really willing to open up that checkbook that you always talk about, and you're not really willing to do what needs to be done. Cowboys' track record of second-round picks over the last 10 years, not very good, okay? It's really not. So I'd have given up a 2, and I'd have given up and eaten whatever salary it was to get a player because you're one injury away from your receiving core looking horrible. CeeDee Lamb goes down. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you're going to be in a world of trouble. And it's tough for me because I get everything you're saying there, and I want them to make moves because it is a right now thing, and I want them to think less about the future and think more about today, but it would be a really difficult thing to do if you're Jerry and Steven and this group of people who say we don't want to pay Amari Cooper for $20 million a year, and we are willing to just take a 5th-round pick for him, but we'll turn around and give up a 2nd-round pick.
Hear what you're saying.
To pay $18 million for Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's maddening, and you don't want one decision to affect the other, where you're hurting yourself now because you don't want to look like a schmuck for doing what you did in the offseason, but it's a tough thing to justify. Amari Cooper's not worth $20 million, and we'll trade him away for a 5th-round pick, but we'll send a 2nd or 3rd-round pick to pay $18 million for Brandon Cooks, who I have respect for, but he's not as good as Amari Cooper. So that's a tough thing for me to wrap my mind around, and it obviously was for them as well.
Yeah, I think they must have wanted Houston to kick in a significant amount of money, to offset
some of that.
And that would have been awesome.
The other thing is, just for a general team building, throwing the Cowboys out of it, you're about to pay Lamb. You've paid Gallup. You can't add a 3rd wide receiver. Teams don't do that if they want any sort of sustainability. Sure. You can't give 3 wide receivers and your quarterback half of the salary cap. So I'm not terribly mad. I think it made a lot more sense that they're going after a player on his rookie deal like Jerry Jeudy, who gives you some flexibility. And now if he does end up playing well over the next year and a half or so, and you want to pay him, then you can be flexible. But I just don't know if you can add that much salary to your wide receiver room. So it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, I bet they did it just because they didn't want to look foolish. They refused to do it because it would have made them look like schmucks.
No, it would have, but they look like schmucks regardless. They do. The Amari trade's bad, and they're going to look bad for it. He's doing great in Cleveland with a lesser quarterback and Jacoby Brissett, who's not even their starter, and he's playing great football. They look bad. It was a bad trade. Because you made a bad trade, it shouldn't mean that you shouldn't try and improve your football team now and go ahead and fix that. No. Right? That's not a good way of building your team and moving forward.
Especially you could flip Brandon Cooks in the offseason.
Absolutely. If you want to do that, you can do that. And these wide receiver contracts are escalating. You don't think Cooks is better than Christian Cook? That's what Christian Cook just got, $18 million a year.
Yeah.
Kirk. Excuse me, yeah.
It's just very unfortunate that right as the Cowboys decided they want to be a very conservative team with the cap, the way to win it became being more aggressive. And I hope it doesn't bite them. I hope they still have enough players to beat these teams. Okay, is Micah now officially a defensive end? The story from Todd Acha here on the evolving positions of Micah Parsons. Still listed as a linebacker. Maybe they're trying to see if they can keep him categorized there for a possible franchise tag move. I don't know, but it's not going to work. Just 20% of his snaps, 11.4 per game, are coming in at the inside linebacker for Parsons this season. 325 snaps on the line and as an outside linebacker, and then 8 times at defensive tackle. Dan Quinn has a great quote in here. He says, "Don't pay attention to where he plays and just watch how he plays. It's more fun to watch how we attack and how we deploy guys as opposed to predicting where they're going to be coming from, because I don't even know yet." So you give the Cowboys a thumbs up on how they are deploying Micah Parsons this year, Brian? You think they got it right?
No, I think that they've got things kind of figured out there. They started him on the right side of that game the other day where he normally has been playing on the left side. So they're trying to move him around to give him the best opportunity. Playing him on the right side, maybe doesn't have to face as many of the run block things. Ball coming at him and taking on those blocks. When he's on the backside, he can maybe close that thing down and run more and not have to deal with some collisions. Teams of the Bears were trying to cut that outside leg. This is the second team that I've seen. The Commanders were the first. The Bears are the second. When he's on the edge and they run the ball at him, they're trying to cut him. And the last thing you knew, we saw what happened with Thibodeau with the Giants in the preseason, that same kind of thing where all it is one of those guys kind of falling into his leg, and then he's out 4 to 6 weeks with a sprained MCL kind of a thing. So, yeah, I think moving him around is the absolute best way to go. Maybe kind of keep him out of harm's way and let him run from that backside, I think is even better.
Yeah, especially with teams wanting to run the ball and looking at that as your weakness. And with the way the sport is going this year, it's a little bit less pass happy, and teams are running the ball. And especially when the Cowboys come to town, they want to run the ball because that's the only deficiency on the defense. And if they're just if they're dropping back all day, then the best pass rush in the sport's going to be in your grill all day, and you don't want that. And there's one particular play that stands out to me versus the Bears where Micah was playing off-ball linebacker, and he scrapes over on an outside run and helps make the play, and it's like, oh, that is a beautiful linebacking play. And so there's still that in him, and with that being the weakness of your defense, he's got to still play some off-ball. But it's a week-to-week matchup by matchup kind of case here, and I absolutely trust Dan Quinn to deploy him as necessary.
Amen to that, right? It's all about whatever DQ wants to do, however he wants to exploit Micah, and I think being able to move him around the alignment defensively also just puts so much pressure on the offenses because you don't know where he's going to be lined up, where he's coming from, where he's rushing from. Although, to your point, the numbers are showing he's lining up as an edge rusher, and clearly that's working out extremely well.
Yeah, the Lions game, it was all edge, and then there was a little bit more backer in the Bears game, but it's still heavy to the D-line.
Well, hopefully you keep these linebackers playing at a high level, because that's another thing they talked about in the article between Van Der Esch and Barr and now Damone Clark. You have enough position flex and versatility with those guys. It frees up all sorts of things you can do with Parsons and provides deception as well.
Damone Clark, though, that's going to be a big name the second half of the season. Brian, I think that Damone Clark's going to be the guy that gets Anthony Barr off the field. That's my hope, because I think a big reason why this team's struggling in run defense, not only when it comes to the edge with Dorrance Armstrong or Fowler getting caught up the field, I think Anthony Barr is not really doing a good job in his run lanes.
Well, Clark looked the part a few times. I guess the film revealed, brought us that maybe Damone Clark was lost a little bit, but that's something you'd expect. I think
first game.
What you're hoping for is that over the next month or so, it could become a little bit more instinctual and those positive traits will show up.
I felt like he just wasn't trying to make a mistake early. I mean, he was just trying to fit him, and I'd say this, though, him and Van Der Esch did a great job of trying to communicate. Van Der Esch, I think, helped him quite a bit in that game, just making sure he got lined up. I guarantee you Clark didn't get a whole hell of a lot of reps during the week to go out there and play. But I thought he did a nice job.
Just too many times Barr's getting washed out of the play, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a young man anymore, and it's really tough. You got to be able to change directions very quickly and rally to the football, and at times it feels like that outside foot gets stuck in quicksand. RJ Ochoa tweeted that Zeke shared the throwback helmet the Cowboys are going to be wearing on Thanksgiving Day. That thing's amazing. It looks cool. Yeah, it's the old school paint job with the new helmets, and that's going to be a popular deal. The Cardinals claim Tristan Hill off waivers. And yes, the announcement, it's going to be Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks at AT&T Stadium on April 8th. I saw Billy Joel like 12 or 13 years ago. He's one of my favorite musicians, and he was old then. He was kind of washed up then a little bit, but he's still jamming. That's a show I'd like to see. Him and Stevie Nicks. That sounds like a good time.
I love Stevie, but Brian has scarred me.
What, she was drunk and she fell off the stool.
Yeah, now
he couldn't perform.
Now I'm nervous. But
yeah,
I've always been
she's
a big
probably
Stevie
she might be
fan.
fine now. That was in the '80s. She was probably dealing with a lot.
Those are party years.
Yeah, but Billy Joel's
probably
out
doing Quaaludes.
I saw Billy in the late '90s, and he could play a concert, and you can sing 18 of his 20 songs that he's going to play. He's got that kind of catalog.
Hey, he's good, man. Okay, so we have Restroom Revelations coming up next. Where are we going with that, Chief?
Yeah, we got some food, local food news you need to know. Plus, in Restroom Revelations, a hygiene expert is alleging that we're all probably showering wrong. What is your shower strategy at 877-881-1053? That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, let me talk to you about Men's T Clinic, though, because these guys are great. They've helped me get my edge back here in 2022. You want to look at energy.
Did Jerry Jones swear at Robert Kraft at the recent owners' meetings?
I would say that in this particular case, it's probably accurate that I did express myself in probably a way that's not in good taste.
Not in good taste. Come on, Jerry. You're a taste maker. Getting you the answers. And that's why you turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for some restroom revelations with Eric Chiafalo. Here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. What is your shower strategy at 877-881-1053? We'll get to that here momentarily. I do want to go around the local food news and welcome in the newest H-E-B in Plano, Walchuk. I imagine you were one of the late-night people overnight sitting in a lawn chair waiting for the doors to open. Like the gates of heaven. Plano West marching band was there. The school's cheerleaders were there to welcome the opening of the newest H-E-B in the DFW Metroplex. And overnight folks, once the doors were opening, you saw them, bunch of people coming in droves, leaving the line, taking their lawn chairs and putting them back into the car. They were no longer needed because it was time to blitz right in. So congratulations to the Plano folks now having an H-E-B. I have still never set foot in one. But I am looking forward to the Alliance one, and hopefully next time I have a sleepover at Walchuk's, we'll make a run over to H-E-B just for the funsies of it.
Absolutely, you're always welcome.
Now we also have this news. We know about the chili cheeseburger at Whataburger.
Mm-hmm.
Have we gotten the news yet, or am I breaking news to you guys right now?
Ooh, I did stumble upon this sex news.
I've heard about this.
Whataburger announced after so much love for the chili cheeseburger and requests for chili cheese fries, they have now made it an official staple of the menu. I believe it'll be a limited time only, but much like the chili cheese burger that they have. But at least as of now, and maybe all throughout the fall season, you can get loaded chili cheese fries at Whataburger. And that's
Can I get the chili cheese on the side?
I would imagine you could. Yeah,
Okay.
I would imagine you could. And that'd be.
I don't like having
fair.
to lick the chili cheese off my fingers. You know, I prefer to dunk.
So will you fork it?
like
Oh,
that
okay,
strategy.
okay. So you'll just pick up the fries and dip them as if it's ketchup
That's
into
right.
the chili, and then just pound the chili at the end.
Then I just have salt on the fingers.
Right.
I feel like if you drizzle it over, then you're gonna have a hard time finding spots to pick up the fry.
So you're not into the animal style fry at In-N-Out?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not my thing.
Yeah, and I'm generally not either. I just prefer the crispy fry. Yeah, but the chili cheese situation at Whataburger is probably going to change the game up for me. So I'm looking forward to
Are
that.
those available right now?
Yeah, they're available right now, boys.
You know, I need to do a little investigation because the chili doesn't look good when they're spooning it on there.
Don't watch it.
The consistency of the chili.
Watch it, just eat it.
Look away.
I know, but I'm just saying though, if you're going to go all out and have a chili cheeseburger,
Yeah.
I want the chili to be good. You know, and then
You
What are you saying about Whataburger?
I respect your chili.
What's that?
What are you saying about Whataburger?
I'm not saying anything at all
Grab
about
one more
Whataburger.
plate.
Well, looks
I
can
just-
be deceiving, Broadus.
I
Has
just-
the chili been in your mouth? Has the chili been in your mouth?
Chili has not been in my mouth.
Okay, so you can't fully
No,
say.
that's why I opened the statement there. If you'd listen.
Yeah, listen, damn it.
I was listening.
No,
I'm passionate about
I said
this.
I need to do. I'm passionate about this. I agree. The just looking at it, it didn't seem. And I said, hey, I need to do some investigation. I just don't know what the consistency of the chili is making it worth the while.
Bit runny for you? Is that the complaint?
It doesn't look like
Is
it's
this the
got
picture you've been looking at right here?
No, sir. It's actually on the burger itself.
Oh, on the burger itself.
Like you've seen it in
It's
real
a
life.
big commercial. It's the guy's like, what makes this burger so good?
Mm-hmm.
It's our chili. You know, and he scoops it on there, and I'm like, that doesn't look like
Wow.
very good chili.
That was their TV chili, and it didn't look good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looked like
Yeah.
if you went and
That's
got
not
like
even real chili. That's
If-
the fake
like you
stuff
went
that
and
looks
got-
good on TV.
you know, and
Yeah.
hey, nothing against Wolf brand chili or anything like that out of a can, but
Sounds
it
like you're
looked,
crapping on it pretty hard here.
it very cannish. That thing looked very
it's very
cannish.
cannish. Next thing you know, he's going to have an issue with the cranberry sauce out of the can.
I will say,
I'll make a homemade chili cheeseburger be better than that one.
I was going to say I'd love to try it.
believe
Okay,
that.
I've had your chili
Twist
cheese.
my arm.
I've had the broadest chili cheese dogs.
Yeah.
The chili dogs, and they're outstanding.
Yeah.
And so if you want wanted to turn that into a cheeseburger, chili cheeseburger situation, and maybe load and maybe the loaded fries just to come full circle.
I got to make sure that Dawson's got it on the side.
Hate me on Saturday.
Yeah, Soda is going to hate you on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll make you a diet plate. How about that?
All right, let's. Speaking of chili cheese, let's
get one fry.
Let's do some restroom revelations
just for your chili.
Yeah, yeah.
Number 2 work for. That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're gonna get through this.
June Force said, I really miss Snuffers loaded fries.
Those are good.
Are they gone?
They're not gone.
Where did they go?
Right? Maybe they.
They take them off the menu.
I don't think so.
Maybe their local Snuffers got snuffed out.
Ooh, that could be.
That would suck.
Because we still have one in Plano.
What's the calorie content on that? That thing was unbelievable, right? Wasn't it?
You just throw caution to the wind.
It was like you had the paddles right next door. Just rip your shirt open, clear.
Yeah, those come complimentary though with the fries.
Pin, you just hit yourself in the heart, Oh, get it to me. Yeah.
That's what happened to J.J. Watt, and then he was on the field 3 days later playing an NFL football game.
Yeah.
And I believe it was the Snuffers fries that did him in.
Was it?
Can't blame him. Okay, what is your shower strategy? Because we have a hygiene expert, okay? A hygiene expert.
I shower naked.
Okay, that's a bold move. I like that strategy. I think that's in line with what she would recommend, but she is alleging that the average human being, and particularly the average American, is sort of doing the showering the wrong way. So she says that, and her name is Sally Bloomfield, honorary professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
Wait a minute. Say it again. What's this a school of?
She is the honorary professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So it sounds legit to me.
Where was this degree when I was at LSU?
You would have failed.
You would have taken that?
I'd miss dairy science and things like that.
Dairy science.
So I happen to be like, if I could only choose one time a day to shower, and we're just taking out the idea that you maybe worked out that day, because a post-gym shower is a must-have. Yeah, go ahead and say it.
It's the nighttime shower.
It's before bed.
No, you're the night. Oh yeah. Yes, exactly. I'm the nighttime shower. I'm the
morning.
You're the morning shower guy.
What are you doing over there?
I'm the nighttime shower guy. He's the morning shower guy.
You're in my brain. I was in yours.
Right. So the showering in the morning could be stripping your skin of its natural oils, is what Sally is saying. And she said that most people shower every day because it's quote unquote socially acceptable, and that they want to get rid of body odor, but it's not medically necessary. She says there are microbes on your body that produce nasty odors, but they're not actually harmful to you. And Bloomfield said that showering more than once a day could wash away the body's microorganisms that help control levels of oil on the skin. So people shower more in the summer because they're sweaty and it's uncomfortable, but it's not necessarily like beneficial health-wise. And she says people often get confused about the difference between cleanliness and hygiene. And her quote is, "Cleanliness is what we do to look and feel clean, but hygiene is the cleaning we do in order to prevent the spread of germs."
Interesting.
She says there are certain times when you definitely should shower, such as before going into a swimming pool, because you could pass microbes from your body to fellow swimmers, yada, yada, yada. But bottom line is, she's saying maybe we're showering too much as a country, and showering in the morning could be detrimental to the rest of your day and what it brings to the skin. So are you guys, because Walchuk showers in the morning. Okay, you're a morning shower guy.
Yeah.
I prefer to get in the bed nice and clean at night. That's just my preference.
Yeah.
Where are you at on this, Broadus?
I'm 2 times.
You're wake up in the morning, shower before bed shower.
Yeah.
I got respect for that.
Which I will do as well. Like if I don't get the walk in the morning before the show, I'll do it after the show.
Right.
And then of course I'll shower.
If you have an exercising sweat fest, then
I just
you gotta
don't think you can
shower,
walk
right?
around every day smelling. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go into work and people, look at you and like, why do you stink? I don't. Why do you make people have to think of you that way?
Right.
That you're not clean.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. You definitely want to have some level of masking agent.
Seriously, we're in a situation right now, 4 guys sitting around a table here, and if one of us really stunk bad, it would be a bad day.
That would stink.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we would say something.
Yeah.
To each other.
Yeah, to each other.
Now, would we tell another show? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think their track record says no, to be honest.
That's
I did
true.
tell my best friend once he stunk, though. Saved his career.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to do
Did
it. You
he
got to be open
appreciate
and
it?
honest.
He did, yeah. He thanks me for it.
See, that's what I'm
still.
saying. I think if you tell people like, hey, man, is it something with your clothes? Is it what's going on? Can I help you with something?
Yeah. How can I help you?
Can I bring you some, deodorant or something? I don't know.
Bring you a shower. Lucius, where are you at on this deal?
Let's see, I try to get it in after the workout, which is before work. But if I do not get it in there, then I'm like sweaty all day here.
Sure.
And then when I get home, I take the shower.
We're talking about the showers, LA.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
If it's let's say it's a gym free day. You wake up in the morning, you know you're not going to the gym.
Yeah.
Are you gonna shower before you go to work? You're gonna just hold off and say I'll shower when I get home
100%
tonight.
shower before I go to work.
Okay,
Yes,
before work
absolutely.
shower.
Yeah, I don't put cologne on a stinky body. I like to wear my cologne.
That's a
100%.
Now are we I would actually like to go and just like around the room and guess. I know Walchuk's a body wash guy.
Oh, no.
I would
Oh,
think
yeah.
Lucius body wash guy. I think
Yeah.
Broadus is a bar of soap guy.
No.
And Dawson is a
Why do you think Brian's a bar of soap guy?
sometimes soap in the shower guy.
I'll tell you what. All right, how about this? Do you use like face scrub?
My wife has one that she basically tells me she knows my face cleaning
I use a
routine.
coffee face scrub.
Coffee face scrub. You don't even like coffee.
No, but I use it on my face. Ground up coffee and stuff. I put it on my face.
Like real legit ground up coffee that you could consume.
It smells great. Yeah.
That's
You do have
Are
very
you
nice
serious?
facial skin.
Probably,
I feel
yeah,
like
I'm
he's
almost
bleeping with
60
me
years
right now.
old. Yeah. Gotta
Man,
do
your skin
something.
looks great.
Thank you. I
You
appreciate
gotta
it.
put now, when you're washing your face,
almost
does,
60.
do you count your face as the entire dome up top? Or
Oh,
when
yeah. You got it. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know when your face stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want saggy balls.
No, I was talking. I'm talking about his actual dome.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is a good
Broadus,
question.
you know what I mean?
When does Broadus's face stop?
That was an honest, organic question. I had no intention of asking you. But on the topic,
I'm surprised that didn't reignite the fight.
Nah, I'm all good.
no, but let's
I
come
brought
clean.
I brought myself into this one.
Body wash or bar soap?
Bar.
I use Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap.
There you go.
It's body wash and soap situation.
Yeah, there
I
you
use
go.
the bar for my face. I like to exfoliate.
Little
you go.
washcloth, wash
This is
rag, loofah, or straight bar.
So I'm a loofah guy. I will be honest about that. I love me a good loofah.
Luka Doncic.
Yeah, I hope he's Luka Doncic, but Bobby Karalla can't get to the bottom of whether or not Luka is or is not a loofah user when in the shower. So I can't lean all the way into the Luka Doncic until I know for sure.
I'm loofah all
coming
day.
up short all the way.
I'm just a bar.
Just a bar guy.
Just a bar.
Okay.
I violate
yeah.
that bar.
That thing's hairy.
I bet
Do you worry if others in your household use your bar?
They don't use it. Yeah.
Because
Well,
you can
he's
tell.
got body hair all over it.
That's
He's living
what
with
I'm
a bunch
saying.
of females.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
They just look at the bar
Yeah,
and go,
they're not
they're
gonna
not
touch that,
touching
so-
that bar.
Yeah. I try to rinse it off, you know.
Yeah, I got a half-ass. I know what you're doing over
Speaking
there.
of the half-assing, are you guys cheek spreaders in the shower?
Oh, for sure.
You have to
that's
be, right?
personal. Have to.
But but I think
For the
you
rinsing.
have to.
But you're
Yeah.
damn right I'm a cheek spreader in the
Okay,
shower. Don't
very
ask
good.
again.
Well, my work is done here.
I thought we weren't going to tell those prison stories anymore. When we come back, the
When does my
playmaker,
face stop?
the playmaker has brought up a new idea into the Tony and Zeke discussion. Plus, Wolchuk has some Cowboy stuff for you coming up next. Here's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat about Absolute Bitty Solutions. Look, everybody would like a little bit of less fat on their body. You know, even those weightlifter guys.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Shoot, yeah, we have Cowboys content for you. Michael Irvin was back on with Sean and RJ this morning on the RJ and Choppy Show and presented a new idea for our running back conversation. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this, okay? This is going to be a segment of me giving you guys some Cowboys content, looking for your reaction. This isn't something I'd thought about. They asked him, what's your take on the running back situation here with Zeke and Tony Pollard?
I had to deal with this all day on First Take yesterday. Then I had to deal with it last night on Inside the NFL. And I want us to be careful here. And I told them, everybody out here, they always try to put these viruses in our computers. Oh, no, let's go start Tony Pollard. You know, come on, Sean, you guys know more than anybody knows. There has to be a harmony in the locker room. If you ain't got no damn harmony in the locker room, you don't have anything. And you will certainly break down the harmony of this team when Dak and Zeke came in together. These are boys. These are ride and die boys. I'm sure Dak don't want Tony Pollard to start, and what they may do to Zeke, and Zeke and Tony Pollard are close. I don't even know if Tony Pollard would want to start over Zeke and mess up the whole flow in that locker room. Tony Pollard got 14 carries and went for 131 yards, and I couldn't win. That's why I made him my top playmaker, even over Derrick Henry, who had 200 yards. And they just say, just a digression. That makes everybody so mad.
I know.
When I do stuff like
we
that.
played it.
Okay, it's a fun one. It was a really great interview this morning. He was in a great mood, and obviously the Cowboys are winning, and there's something fun to talk about. But, I mean, how do you handle that from a team building and coaching perspective, Brian?
Kind of feel like, though, that he talks about the locker room and how you play. I've said this before about players. They know who the best players are. You can't fool players. It happened in New England when they were dealing with their quarterback situation, and everybody was talking about Cam Newton and all that, and then Mac Jones was playing better.
Now they're talking about Bailey's happy.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. You get to a point that you can't fool players.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
They can't, and Michael, man, he's been, he's a Super Bowl champ, been in a lot of locker rooms, championship locker rooms. He played with the team. Like I asked Nate Newton this question this morning about the 2 games that Emmitt Smith missed, and what were you thinking? He's like, no, get him back. We ain't going anywhere without. But players know, and they know what Tony Pollard is. If you kind of pulled him off to the side and said, who would you think should be playing? They'd tell you probably Tony Pollard.
You don't think it could interrupt like the respect for Zeke couldn't create a distraction?
I think Zeke has a ton of respect in that locker room, but players know. Players know
who the better guys are.
They know who the guy. They look at a situation like with Cooper Rush, and they're grateful. I guarantee you, ask them again after the Tampa game. Those guys driving home. Man, what do you think is going to happen this season? I don't know, man. We just lost our quarterback. They're not thinking that Cooper Rush is going to win 4 out of 5 games. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden he does. Now you have a new respect for Cooper Rush. But they knew Dak Prescott's a better player.
For sure.
So it's the people that wanted Cooper Rush to play and all that, great. But in that room, players know in a locker room, they know who the best players are.
And I hope it gets, to a perfect harmony where you have harmony and you maximize the production as well. I'm just worried that this team has a track record of favoring the incumbent, with Jason Witten, and now with Zeke last year. Just last year he was hurt. They kept playing him instead of Tony Pollard. I don't know to what extent and extreme they will take this. Now it's 50% more yards, and we're not sure that Tony's going to get even one more carry.
Yeah, but it used to be where I think you've come a long way in the running back situation there.
Absolutely.
Because the first several years of Tony Pollard's career, it was the 3rd series of the game he was coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was scripted. No matter how the game goes, this is your spot.
It was going to be 3 and out, or the drive keeps going with Tony in the game. They now have a better balance or a better handle on how they used Tony Pollard to close the game the other day.
Yeah,
that tells you how far they've come since the days of just saying, It's all Zeke. It's all Zeke. It's all wait. Tony needs a series. That used to be that way.
Okay, the 469 says, what's wrong with playing both? Pollard only had 14 carries. He can still get those carries.
I have no problem with that myself.
Yeah, the premise of the question was, as Michael took it, just starting Pollard.
Yeah.
Just and maybe you can start Zeke and still have Pollard end up with, enough carries to make you feel great about your plan.
That's where I'm at. I'm not really worried about who starts the game. It's not much of a concern for me. How
do you win the game? That's right. That should be everybody's concern, not who plays, but the whole thing with the Mavs too. You got to think about how you closing these games. Yeah. How are you figuring out how to finish off and get victories? That's all that matters. That's all players ever want to do. But players know. They know. Michael was talking about the locker room. They support Zeke, no question. They know that they get explosive plays from Pollard.
Well, and I think Patrick Walker had an interesting article from DallasCowboys.com. He talked with Skip Peete, the running backs coach, and there was a good quote that we've seen from Tony Pollard, and he said, Pollard played a total of 30 plays, and I think that's his max as far as a total play count, because then the juice doesn't become the same, and he's not as quick, not as fast, said Skip Peete. When he's got that long run on 3rd and 1, as soon as he got to the sideline, he said, Coach, I'm done for the game. I've got no more. Tony's obviously a very talented runner, good all-around back, but some guys are race cars. Some guys are high-quality, expensive sedans. Those sedans can go for a long distance at a very high rate, whereas race cars go very fast and quick, run out of gas. I think you got Zeke. He's your sedan, right? You can punish that body.
Okay.
Tony Pollard, you want maybe in smaller doses, but he's going to give you that home run.
Well, it is a damn 1-2 punch.
It is.
So,
they got a good marriage right now. They got a good blend. And you saw it with the way they used TP on Sunday. You still had him on the sideline, and they mixed in CeeDee Lamb in the backfield, Malik Davis in the backfield. They didn't necessarily increase his workload a ton, even though he was the featured back. They still maintained his snap percentage pretty much the way it was the majority of the season.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, how much do you consider what Michael Irvin said in the Harmony? I mean, and if that is the case, if Zeke's that important, when do you rip the Band-Aid off? You're going to have to transition to new leaders. Like, I was listening to a Spaces chat that Dez did last month, and he said when DeMarco Murray left the 2014 team, it left a massive void, like took away their mojo and their swagger and sort of how things, were established in the pecking order. But if Zeke's that important that you still have to start him even though he's only getting 4.2 compared to 6.2, that's a problem now for turning over to new leadership.
Can I circle back and ask you guys a question then? Would Skip Peete say about him, Tony kind of tapping out in that situation, concern for you two over there that fight for him?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that was not something
was
that
that
I was
something
privy
you
to.
expected to hear?
No.
Does it change the way you feel about him now?
Absolutely it does.
No, I don't. They haven't tried to do it more. He's tired. So everybody's tired. Get back on the field, young man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think this is a coaching thing, not an energy level thing. I mean, I appreciate Skip Pete's expertise
Honesty
in the field.
about it, yeah.
This is the first time I've heard of a running back completely dominating the game. His last carry is an epic touchdown. He's like, yeah, I'm done. Where's the evidence?
It's weird.
If you were done, you would have slipped and fell, or you would have failed to beat the tackle, or you wouldn't have bursted into the end zone. So it's interesting to me. I'm not 100% dug in on my side, but if I'm the coach and it's a close game, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, no.
We need another 8 carries from you.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I remember. What Dick Vermeil? What was the great rusher for the Rams, Carter? That he looks at him in the Super Bowl and he goes, he's out of the game and he's like, "What are you doing? It's the Super Bowl. Get in there!"
Oh, was it Kevin Carter?
Kevin Carter. He's like. Dick Vermeil, he turns around and goes, "It's the Super Bowl. Yeah. What are you standing over here for?"
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And so you wonder. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised the kid said that though. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Do you buy that some running backs are race car guys that can only play 30 plays?
Absolutely. I think to me, when you're not, there's reasons why that guy was not put in situations throughout his career. If you look at his career, he has never been the feature back anywhere he's ever been. College and the pros. He's never has. So it doesn't surprise me. He's a hell of a football player. But it doesn't surprise me because he's getting into a role where he understands it. And people, when they evaluate him, when they evaluate whether they pay him or not, are you going to pay him like a featured back?
Well, no, you're not. Not if that's true.
Huh?
I mean, if I'm
That's
Skip
the
Pete,
evaluation.
If I'm Skip Pete, I'm like, well, I got to go to the front office with this because you went from being a $10 million running back to a $4 or $5 million.
See, that's the thing about it. That number 21, he will play with his knee ripped up.
Yeah.
That's the difference right there. That's where all of a sudden, and whether it probably was killing the team with him playing with a ripped up knee.
Sure.
But
he's going to be out
He's
there.
still going to play. That's the difference.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the makeup of Pollard. I didn't know Pollard was like not in good enough shape.
I don't even know if that's it, and I don't want to crap on him. No. I mean, he sealed the game. You're up 20 points, right?
He's never been he's never been a featured back. He's never been the featured back.
And you would think the guy with giving that opportunity would relish the moment and say, yeah, keep feeding me. Let me show you that I can be that. But he's very much so being on the side of, I don't want that, and I'm done now. Like, I'm exhausted, and I'm done now. And to me, that's just like that's an in-shape question. Like, are you not in good enough shape here? Because
I'm just not used to having to do everything. I'm not used to having to carry the ball, pass block the whole time.
I feel like this is definitely a conversation they're having internally. If you listen to Jerry Jones yesterday, he pontificated on that. He said, we've never seen him try to go beyond 20. So how is it understood that he can't do it if you've never tried? You know, it's like cutting these pitchers off after 5 innings. It's like, well, nobody can make it after 5 innings or 6 innings. Well, some of the guys can, and if you haven't asked your pitcher to do it, maybe he could go out there and throw complete games, and it's like a mental block. I don't know. That's kind of frustrating to me, and I don't know. I like to believe Tony Pollard said, hey, let somebody else go. Let Malik Davis or some of my other buddies. They seem to have a cool camaraderie in that running back room.
Yeah.
I think he was just not trying to be selfish.
Yeah, he had 3 tutties on the day. I mean, he did his thing. He
didn't want to show up Zeke too much more.
You know?
He didn't want to double his per game touchdown total. But yeah, I think the compensation thing is interesting, and this might play perfectly into the Cowboys' hands if they do want to bring back Tony Pollard to be a part of the next 1-2 MF and punch. And you don't want to have to break the bank for any running back. So maybe Tony Pollard will limit his carries, come back to the Cowboys, and be the 1-2 punch with a draft pick or something like that. Okay, Gavin needs more research before he asks for Pollard to get more carries. Oh, come on, 817.
No, man,
it's football. It's a professional athlete. He can run it more than 14 times. You know, maybe he is a race car, so he won't be as productive. So it'll only be 5.5 instead of 6.2 yards per carry. He's the best running back on the team. He's one of the best in the NFL. Sounds like a joke, like he just ran 50 yards and was up 20. Think he would have been back out there if it was a close game. I hope so. You know, it's not an in-shape question. He just doesn't have the longevity like that. Okay, like some people are sprinters and some people are marathon runners. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know,
I couldn't sprint worth a damn.
I think most NFL high-twitch players are sprinters. And there's the cornerbacks out there playing 65 plays a game, never coming out against the other team's best receivers who are rotating in and out. I think it's a conditioning or a mental thing.
Well, I think to me though, maybe it's a personality trait.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's something like I said. He's never been that guy. He's never been the guy that and that's not. I mean, it's just where he is. I mean, Memphis had great backs when they rotated backs, and he came here. They had a lot of invested in Zeke. I just think there's a different personality. Like I said, one plays with a ripped up knee. The other's trying to I've never had to really carry the ball all that much. But you know what? I'm willing to do it if you give me the opportunity.
He's a cool guy. He's a nice guy. He doesn't have the big alpha energy. You know what I'm saying?
Very well could.
With what we've been able to observe. Okay, when we come back, it's time for the top 10 at 420. Woolchuck, where are we going with that?
Paige Spiranak had a fun video. We will play the audio for you, and it leads us to the conversation. Who are the top 10 scariest athletes of all time? 877-881-1053. Who do you think it is?
Okay, I'll tell you about another thing that's scary. Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Time here for Woolchuck's Top 10 420. Here he is, the Wooly Bully himself, Woolchuck.
Thank you very much, fellas. Good to be back. Good to be back. Had to get a little nose blow there out of the way.
You all right, buddy?
A little bit of congestion. I don't know. I think it might just be allergies, potentially. I don't know. Been a lot of sniffles the last few days. A little sniffling in the ear. But I got Julius with me as well, our pet pigeon, and he's providing a lot of good comfort. But
is that from the nighttime show back in the day?
Is that Julius is our son.
Therapy bird.
He's my therapy bird. Yeah, he's Eric and I's adopted pigeon. And he gets to hang out with us from time to time. And we love him dearly. So, Paige Spiranak, you guys might know her. She's a pro golfer. She's now turned... Is
she a commentator or pro golfer?
I think she's now more the commentator route. She's trying to do stuff with like betting online, and she does some fantasy advice, and she's making a lot of videos. She's done stuff in the modeling world, and she's recently done a video where she ranked for Halloween the top 5 scariest athletes. And I stumbled upon the video today, courtesy of Bro Bible, and this was her ranking her top 5 scariest athletes, which will then in turn be our top 10 for today at 420. So 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line. And, of course, the Twolos and our tubers, because now I'm in the YouTube chat as well. And I see you, Edgar Vasquez, Yo Sue, Med Game, all the people that are chatting in there. And Twolos, I love you as well, but I've shouted you out before. Texas Rock, Not a Fan 1053. All you usuals, I love you as well. Don't want to leave anybody out. But here's what Paige said regarding her top 5 scariest athletes.
Known for terrorizing opposing offenses, coming in at number 5 is James Harrison. I saw him at a Whole Foods once, and he was huge. It was quite scary.
What?
Scaring batters and birds. We have number 4, Randy Johnson, 6'10" lefty. I do not want his balls coming at me. You get my point. The man nicknamed Bloody coming in at number 3 as Terry O'Reilly. He racked up over 200 penalty minutes in 5 consecutive seasons.
Just bloody.
Ooh, scary. Anyone who bare knuckle fights is a bad man. Coming in at number 2, we have Kimbo Slice. The man, the myth, the legend. Coming in at number 1, the monster of the heavyweights, Mike Tyson. I want to hear you guys. Do you agree or disagree? Did I leave any scary people out? Comment down below.
She looks great in the video, by the way, and I think she did a great job ranking those. I think we might have a lot of similarities here with her top 5 and our top 10. So, gentlemen.
The way she described James Harrison is the same way that Lisa Ann described John Sally.
Yes, huge. That was a one-word answer when we had Lisa Ann on the night show. And I think it might be a little too early to have Lisa Ann back on the afternoon show. It's definitely a nighttime thing, but who knows? Maybe I can slide into the DMs and we'll see if she responds again.
That'd be nice.
But if I say scariest athlete of all time, you say Gavin Dawson.
Oh, man, that's a tough one. Scariest player of all time. You know, I'm trying to think of somebody that's like really wild and unpredictable, right? Not like their in-game persona.
Like Tom Brady,
can I give
fearful when he gets the ball, but I don't know, like scary, crazy person, you know?
When Mike Tyson went off on that interviewer saying, I'm going to eat your children back in 2002, that was insane because it's like, oh, my goodness. You know, if you offend this guy, it might not go well. Conor McGregor 8 years ago with the violent spree that he went on.
Well, he still might be on it. He might hit you in the face if you say something he doesn't like.
Yeah, so it might be Conor McGregor for me because I think he's got like maybe substance and CTE going on, and it's so unpredictable that you could be a knowing victim of violence.
I think Lawrence Taylor is a guy on the field and off the field that you probably wouldn't want to F with.
So can I ask you a question about one player? We got a text from the 678, and I believe on the field, absolutely, but off the field, I have not thought that he was.
Who, Lawrence Taylor?
Reggie White.
Oh, no, the minister. No, off the field.
On the field, 100%.
Yeah.
But was he a scary athlete off the field?
No. Super, super, super nice guy. You know, everything. Sometimes you get these athletes that use religion as a way to, some of them are very, very sincere. Reggie White was absolutely sincere with his
man
faith.
of God.
Man of God. A real man of God.
But between the lines?
He would rip your head off.
Yeah.
Oh, 4'6'9" Aaron Hernandez, no doubt about it.
Oh,
that'll get you.
6'8" Bill Romanowski. That guy has anger problems.
Yes. Romanowski is a guy that'll eat your face and laugh.
Although we talked to him in a Super Bowl a few years back, he's got a handle on it. I think he went the
He's
CBD
reeled it
route.
in.
Does he?
Yeah. No, he needs some type of PEDs.
I think it was
to
meditation
keep him from
and
being
stuff.
insane.
Yeah.
I'll never forget him spitting in J.J. Stokes' face.
That was big time.
That was disrespectful as all hell.
I was thinking of John Randall, and it wasn't because I really got to watch him, but looking back and watching NFL films, and they might have a football life on him or something, but that dude seemed like a scary dude.
Yeah,
and
he's the one
painted
guy.
his face.
If you ask Nate Newton who he hated playing, like he talks about Jerome Brown and people like, but John Randall's his guy.
Yeah,
This is
I like John Randall's a good one.
Yeah.
Regulators.
Yeah. That dude seems like he's a mean dude. Richie Incognito, Jack Lambert.
Oh, yeah. Incognito was a bad guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Marvin Harrison's a good one.
Jack Tatum.
Don't say that.
Marvin Harrison's so laid back, though. You know?
Yeah, off the field. Off the field.
But did something happen in Philly?
There was one incident.
You got to be careful. Boys.
It might be more that we don't know about.
He who shall not be named.
There might be some stuff going on there.
Greg Hardy's a fair one.
Antonio Brown, I think, is another one that the behavior's gotten erratic.
OJ's getting mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, OJ's an honorable mention on this list.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, and which is shocking he's not in the top 10 because he should be.
Ray Lewis?
Yeah, Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis will be in the top 10.
He's an on the
I
field
guarantee
scary, and potentially off.
Lucius, where are you going? Scariest athlete ever?
I'm scared to say his name because we stay in the same metroplex, but Akib Talib or whatever his name
Oh,
is.
Akib Talib.
Oh my
gosh. Yeah, that's a good one. I can't believe
I'm
we
scared of
ever
that
thought
dude, brother, right there.
Yeah.
Got a hair trigger. And Jeremy Shockey. I don't mess with Jeremy Shockey.
Oh, that's a good yes. Ronnie Lott's got texted in.
Ronnie Lott, yeah.
Jeremy Shockey is a good one. I forgot all about him. Alonzo Spellman got texted. Brian Cushing is a psycho. That's got texted in quite a bit.
USC safety guy, Houston Texans, Brian Cushing.
Houston, yes.
Steroid guy?
Steroid guy, yeah.
Hit people in the
Looks
head.
like a poster boy for road rage.
Oh, Vontez Perfect. Absolutely.
Yeah, Vontez Perfect for sure.
No question.
Yeah,
Dick Butkus.
Oh, Dick. Yeah, Dick will be in the top. Oh, yeah, actually, he's an honorable mention. He's 11. He's just on the outside making it.
Crack the top 10.
So upset. Yeah,
Are you
Dick
kidding
should've.
me?
Muhammad Ali also honorable mention, but he seemed like a sweet, sweet man out of the ring.
The former Padres shortstop, Khalil Green, yelled at me when he was with the Portland minor league team. Okay.
Oh, really?
We were in a field suite next to the dugout, and I called him out, and
He called you out too.
yeah, he got right in my face on his way back to the dugout. And then his teammates were like, they were looking over the dugout side to like try to look into the suite to see who. And later on that year, they invaded the stands in Las Vegas, I believe, and got in a fight with the fans. So they wanted to fight fans.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
How about, I was thinking about, how about you talking about baseball? How about Roger Clemens?
Roger Clemens is a good one.
It seems like to me, didn't he like that bat broke in half and he threw it at the
Yes.
Piazza. Yeah, that was Piazza too.
Yes.
What the hell?
We have one
Road
pitcher
rage.
that has made the top 10.
Rage.
Mean Joe Green, also an honorable mention, by the way. So here are the top 10 scariest athletes of all time. Number 10, Mike Singletary, who was a coach around here in DFW, but the eyes, man, of Mike Singletary.
Yeah.
Holy
Everybody's got to
cow.
bring up the eyes, the intensity. Very intimidating.
yes.
Oh, and on that same token, how about Mike Ditka? That's a scary dude.
Ditka is a
In
scary
his heyday, I think, probably.
Would not want to piss Ditka off or tick Ditka off. No.
Scary for TV producers if you're putting them on the air these days.
He might crap his pants.
Yeah, he was a chronic farter at ESPN. That's the truth.
Number 9 is Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
And that was texted in quite a bit. Number 8, Randy Johnson.
Okay.
He did
Unit.
She was on something.
destroy a bird.
Yeah.
Well, he killed a bird, and he's really mean and rude.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have time for anybody.
No personality.
Seemed like
at
he
all.
had an
Now he's
issue.
like a sports photog.
That's right. Yeah, he shoots NFL games and stuff.
Yes.
He gets that bird's eye view.
He's a weird loner guy, and he puts off like, you know.
I remember him stiff arming
Get off my lawn.
cameras, like paparazzi
Yep.
cameras. He didn't have time.
Leave me
for it.
alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in the prime of his career, like he was going through a Ryan Leaf level crisis
Yes.
while he's winning Cy Young. He still
In my
wouldn't be
face.
nice to people.
Number 7 is LT Lawrence Taylor. Should be higher.
There you go. Yeah.
Number 6, Shaquille O'Neal.
When you're that big and
so
that
big.
giant,
He is intimidating.
Nicest guy ever.
Yeah, but I guess he is a scary athlete. Like
He was retiring bums for over a decade.
Yeah, that's a guy you don't want to tick off. Number 5, Jack Lambert.
Yeah.
The Steel Curtain.
Yeah.
such a great name. And he didn't have. Did he? He didn't have both of his front teeth,
Front
right?
teeth, right.
Yeah,
Both
he
of
was
them.
missing
Yeah.
teeth.
Yeah.
And anytime you're out there missing teeth, it's intimidating. Number 4, here is one of Paige's top 5, Kimbo Slice.
Kimbo.
R.I.P.
Kimbo.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, here's one we haven't mentioned, Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman.
That was a guy that was unpredictable. You didn't know what you were going to get.
Yeah, I think it was more scary if you had him on your team because you didn't know if he was going to be there.
Right. Number 2, Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, with the tattoo of the sword on his stomach.
Dude, when the Undertaker
how
is
massive
scared of
he
you,
was. Yeah.
You're terrifying.
Yeah, he's got a real terrifying look.
And he's juiced. You don't know what the heck's going on with Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
But number 1, the most terrifying athlete of all time, and I don't think it's really close.
Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky was terrifying. Mike Tyson.
Oh, it's Mike Tyson.
I mean, you don't bite a guy's ear off, and you're not number 1.
And tell everyone that you're going to eat their children. I mean, that's no joke.
Yes.
And then
it felt like he was serious. It felt like
well,
the
he was
nearest
in
kid
that
there.
moment. I think he was serious.
Yeah, he was ready. He was hungry.
Yeah, there's been several moments, but even before all of the other stuff that came along with Tyson, just his ability to KO anybody, it really felt like if Mike Tyson hits you, you probably wouldn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
It'd either be blunt trauma to the head or to the body. You weren't going to survive something like this if Mike Tyson hit you.
I've survived a lot of blunt trauma to the head.
You have, haven't you? Oh my gosh! Did you guys do
In the
that
face area?
Did you guys do the Snoop Dogg blunt story?
Yeah, we did yesterday.
Oh,
LA
that
Live.
was incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was outstanding.
Shout out to you. I knew Lucius would love that. I was like,
a half a pound of
insanity
per day.
It's not surprising.
But it's like, how do you even have enough time in the day to consume that much?
Well, imagine if you were Wiz Khalifa and you're on tour with him and you are trying to do the Smoke Olympics with Snoop Dogg and you're trying to go blunt for blunt, puff for puff with Snoop.
I just handed him the gold medal as soon as I walked in.
Absolutely.
I'm like,
You
bro, I'm not
realize
challenging you.
in that moment.
You got it.
You are the OG.
You are that guy.
And I am the young buck.
There's a story of like Willie Nelson holding his own though, even at an advanced age, and that's incredible. That guy's got some bionic lungs to be throwing it down like
legends.
that.
Yeah, those are just genetic freaks. They get out of the bed in the morning with that.
Ooh,
That's
Ron
God-given.
Artest, Charles Haley getting texted in, Kenny Rogers getting texted in, Ed Reed was quite intimidating on the football field, no doubt about it, and Brian Dawkins with that face.
And the way he would come out, like Ray Lewis had his dance, but Dawkins, wouldn't he he'd crawl out like a lion or something?
Brian Dawkins is the one eagle.
Like the Wolverine running.
Hated him, but loved him.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
He was baby oiled, like he was shining his arms and he was flexing and his tongue
He was fired up.
If I could have
hated
taken
to lose.
Yes.
He was very similar to Woody, the way that he was for his
If
team.
I could have taken an eagle and put him on the Cowboys, it was Brian Dawkins.
Yeah, and he was also known for his physical and scary and frightening. He was the guy that was like Phillip Rivers, that when he would talk trash to you, it was always like dadgummit kind of trash, which is just a funny because he doesn't look like it. He looks like a guy that's ready to mother bleep you for 60 minutes.
They're top 10 at 420.
We got to go. Tennessee and Georgia are going to be on the Fan Saturday at 2 o'clock. For you college football fans, you're out and about, you want to listen while you're in the garage, take a listen. Fun with sports audio and Eric Chiafalo coming up next. What kind of fun are we heading for?
Well, it will feature the Micah moment on Sounds of the Sidelines, plus some other great fun sports.
Okay, I got to chat about the Frankels before we do.
That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Okay, coming up at 5 o'clock, Mavs fans, the real and inside story on Christian Wood and the Mavs. I think you're going to like that. What Stephen Jones has to say about the return of Tyron Smith as well. That's coming up at 5. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo and some fun with sports audio.
All right, Sounds of the Sideline, DallasCowboys.com always does a great job getting the sideline audio of the players and coaches interacting, and it's always really, really fun, and especially with this Cowboys team because, as Michael Irvin was discussing with Sean and RJ earlier today, the chemistry factor, the tight-knit factor, and you don't want to mess with that by sending Zeke to the bench and starting Pollard and that kind of thing, and you can tell from these Sounds of the Sideline, like, these guys really get along, both sides of the ball, defense, offense, they interact, and it's a pretty cool situation, and of course, the biggest moment of the game on Sunday was the Micah moment, where he travels 92 yards in order to get the fumble and take it back to the house, and this was the reaction that he got from his teammates, and this is from Zeke to Zach Martin to Jaron Kearse to Dak. When you hear a high-pitched kind of voice saying, like, what the bleep was that? That's Dak. And everybody just coming and showing him love. So here's Micah. He's huffing and puffing on the bench after running all over the place, and all of his teammates are coming and showing him love.
Hey, boy, you almost run that shit. You might have played running back. Hey, that's worth it. That's worth it. Hey, Mike, I said we might need to put Mike in on this. That's TV number 1 play. Congrats, gang. Hey, congrats, my boy. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Hey, we right back. We right back. We right back. I had no idea you picked the ball. Hey, Mike, even when you tired, you look back. Hey, no ball security. I'm trying right there to the ball. Should we get you a rep in the back? I'm sorry. I'm trying to race you to the ball. You're moving so fast. Martin played running back in the day. I'm sorry. Martin played. You got to up your speed now. And your ball carry. Man, you got to up your ball carry.
He did cut somebody off for that scoop, though. It was
Jaron Kearse.
It was Jaron Kearse,
and that's Kearse saying there, like, I was trying to get you, trying to beat you to the ball, but you're so damn fast, I couldn't. And Zach Martin's like, man, we might need to get you a rep in the backfield. And
like,
Dak's
that's what I'm saying. You know he's been pushing for it.
Man, that's just some Micah Parsons bleep, is what one of the players said as well. Like, even those guys, and I would imagine it takes a lot to get those guys to be like, wow, at like athletic feats, and they're all just blown away one by one, everybody coming up and just showing them love. Like, geez, this guy is just different, and it is cool to see everybody interact. He's a defensive player, and you have a bunch of offensive players coming and showing him love. It was a cool moment. I would encourage people to go watch the video of it as well. That's just a little snippet of probably 10 minutes of all the sound. But
I wish Tony Pollard would have come by to see it's totally natural for you to get exhausted while playing pro sports.
Right, and then get back out on the field.
Nothing special.
We're back out there. We're back out there. No, we're not.
I know. Yeah, Jaron Kearse is like, yo, we're going to have to go back out there, and Parsons is sitting there like, yeah, I'm going to need a second here.
Okay, just quick. I know it's only 2 plays. To power rank both the plays he's made, and the one he made in the Lions game, and then this last play. Which one did you like better of him?
Well, I mean, that one was just so electric because he's chasing it down, and then he gets the ball and is able to go back and score. So to me, that there's just more fireworks involved with that one, but they're both special.
I asked you to rank them. Which one did you like
so
better?
I'd go the Bears play and then the Lions.
Yeah, are you listening? Or
I mean, I don't know. Did that not come across as pretty obvious as how I was listening?
No, you said
the Bears play would be the better of the two.
Gotcha.
I'd go the opposite. I'd go Lions 1, Bears 2.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Bears play because of the coordination to pick that ball up and the awareness to stay low. So Fields could
stay low.
Bears, man, he had to cover some ground. He had to also cover some ground. I mean,
he did. He ran a ridiculous amount of yards.
How fast he ran in that Lions thing, I think, was really impressive.
It's very close. Super impressive.
Super impressive.
But it's 92 yards on that play against the
92?
Bears. That's 92 because he pass rushes up the field, then he chases it, retracing the steps, going to the ball, and then the ball's there, and he has to turn around and run back to where he just came from, except a little bit further to the end zone.
What an animal.
Just crazy.
Coach's dream, dude.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're the most talented. Look at Mike. They're showing the video all over high school rooms all over the country.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how talented you are if you don't work hard. Look at this guy.
Yeah. It's teaching tape. shape for sure. And it's back-to-back weeks now for Dan Quinn and any other defensive coach across America at any level that just wants to show, hey, even superstars, this is what can take your game to another level.
Good.
Okay, let's go to yesterday where the Miami Dolphins make a trade for Bradley Chubb, and Tyreek Hill, Dolphins wide receiver, was enjoying a little bit of Twitch Fortnite. He was gaming with the boys when the news broke, and this is how Tyreek Hill received the news and reacted to the news.
Bro, how y'all Twitter refresh faster than mine, though?
Ooh, I see it. Them boys made an acquisition.
Let's go, man. Welcome to Miami, Mr. Chubb.
Welcome to Miami, Mr. Chubb. I do like the other guy chiming in saying, y'all just made an acquisition. And nobody know, like, I think it's acquisition would be the proper word there.
Yeah.
But Tyreek Hill, very, very excited, of course. And why wouldn't he be? Because that's a nice move there.
Almost broke into a Dr. Evil laugh.
Yeah.
He was so happy with it.
Did you hear the story about the other Chubb, Nick Chubb in Cleveland?
Thinking he got traded or something?
No, I don't know if this is true or not, but supposedly he purchased before the season a new PS5 and an Xbox, but he doesn't play.
Okay.
He only logs on the night before the game to see how many of his teammates are up playing so he can text them and say, go to bed.
Okay, I like it.
Just accountability.
The Cardinals need to trade for him.
Well, that's exactly what the TikTok video I watched was saying.
Kyler Murray texts
on
back.
Tyler's team.
Kyler Murray texts back with the emoji middle finger.
Just
30 more minutes, Dad.
Like, that is hilarious by Nick Chubb.
That's when you get a group chat started and everybody's talking about you saying, set your status to private.
Right. That's true. That's a good loophole.
Yeah.
Make sure Nick doesn't see you.
That is pretty good. Okay, and then let's see here. We have Patrick Beverly talking about on his own podcast now about what Halloween was like for him as a kid.
My Halloween was, very different. My Halloween was like, get out of school early. Okay, Granny, did you put those eggs in the freezer that I told you to put in there this morning? Because I got some work to do when I get out of school. I'm egging where the homies at? We are egging $20 worth of eggs get you about, I don't know, 12 cases. We were wearing out. We got Tech 9's worth of eggs. Well, we all on top of buildings. We in empty abandoned buildings. Homie got the car. We doing drive-by eggs. So, on the next block, it was real. Like, we were very disturbed children growing up. Yeah, was lit.
I did love a good egging as a kid.
Frozen, though.
I can't imagine frozen.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Did he mean fridge? Did he mean no, there's no way you're throwing frozen eggs at people in
That's like
vehicles.
throwing rocks.
I don't know. I mean, I was wondering about the frozen eggs there. We used to do frozen marshmallow fights with the big marshmallows, and you freeze them, and then you and your boys
that sounds fun.
That was fun because it stung a little bit. Not like paintball hurt, but it was like, ooh, you felt that. But frozen eggs would be a little bit wild.
I can't believe that. I think we would have read about that in the newspaper back in the day. Like teens arrested for 12 cases
up on
of eggs.
buildings, just sniping out, just not even worried about getting candy. I'm just here to just ruin everybody's night, I guess.
I love it.
Man, there was nothing more fun though. Like in 1992, my buddy Steve, he got a new Chevy S10, and he loved driving around. So we'd be in the back of his S10 all night long with just stacks of eggs, bro. And it's so fun. You could go in like 40 miles an hour through a residential area, and you wing those things. There's like a slingshot effect where you throw them out, and then you see the trajectory, and they just go flying into houses.
As soon as you make contact, it's like, woo, it's a party.
I'm jealous, man.
Oh, yeah, the
Such
sound.
a great feeling.
It's an adrenaline rush. Yeah.
It has to be.
And then you're ducking, and he's speeding away, and,
I was probably a part of one egging in my day, but it was mostly the ding-dong ditching and the T-peeing. Is that the same for you, Walchuck?
T-peeing was a lot of work.
The T-peeing
Right.
was
It's hard to get into stream.
honestly, the T-peing was kind of a pain in the ass. But it
was even more of a pain in the ass when it was your house that got TP'd and they did it right, and now you're out there cleaning
right
in the
before
morning
the rain.
dew, and
that happened to me a couple of
you're
times.
going out there.
I did more of the egging.
You did more of the egging. Well, not much of a ding-dong ditcher.
I did do it, but I fell once, and I never did it again.
We got to run. Thank you, Chief.
no problem.
The real and inside story. What we have learned about Christian Wood and the Mavericks, I think if you're an MFFL, it's a must-listen to segment. This is an opinion. Okay, this is the inside scoop. When we come back, we'll give you that. We also have Stephen Jones on the possible return of Tyron Smith and what you need to hear. It's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I'd love to chat with you, though.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Okay, what we've learned about the Mavs and how they are looking at Christian Wood, the biggest unsolved mystery in the world of DFW sport right now. What do you need to know? General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over here at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are reunited, and it feels so good. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. The chat is open. The text is open. Please keep in mind, I saw some text when I went over parts of this in the opening segment. They're like, why are you being so negative, Gavin? Jeez, the Mavs are just 3-3. This isn't my opinion, although I will interject some opinion, of course. But this is mostly what our basketball investigative team has determined. And after we do this, before the Expressway, we will get what Stephen Jones said about the Cowboys, getting some serious reinforcements. And Brian Broaddus will have an insider report for you on that one as well. But one thing to know is, for the first time, I don't know about you guys, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Brian, Lucius, texters, I'm starting to understand why people had anxiety about Christian Wood and why he was available for virtually nothing. The Mavs won the bidding with a bare minimum of an offer, and I'm now getting the feeling that not everybody is super stoked to have him on the team. Like, at first it was, well, yeah, we got Wood and everything's going well through training camp, and we don't know really why there would be any questions about his professionalism, but now maybe attitude and effort is not matching the culture of the team. It's not like it's a big disruptive issue and, oh man, you hear what Christian Wood did or said. It's nothing like that. It's just that the Mavs have committed to being overachievers. That's the culture Jason Kidd is building, where everybody's going to give 110%. And maybe Christian Wood and even JaVale McGee are struggling to buy into that. Chief, you mentioned Spencer Dinwiddie, and he was a guy that coming in last year needed to make the adjustment, needed to figure out what it is to be a Dallas Maverick. I think overall my takeaway on this is positive because Jason Kidd has standards. And if you show up with talent, but you don't want to do the stuff that he sees as non-negotiables, he's not going to make excuses for you. And I think that's what maybe Christian Wood and maybe his agent and JaVale McGee are finding out, even though they're good basketball players and have had success. It takes something else to be a Mav, at least right now. And you got to have grit. So Jason Kidd's not giving up on the guy from what I understand. And while he might be trying to motivate him, he's definitely in his corner. It's not a coaching staff versus player type of deal at all. But where we are right now, 6 game in, is, Wood and McGee need to adjust. McGee can't get there. Wood can, McGee can. But right now they believe in guys like Powell and Green, who they know are going to give maximum effort. And that's, really what's important. Is the coaching staff making a mistake? I don't know. Maybe you do have to have more patience for guys that don't check all of your boxes. Maybe you have to be flexible and find ways to get talented players onto the court to do their thing and make up for what they don't do. But at this point, the Mavs look at it as a non-negotiable because they're so serious about defense, to the point that they might not play him anymore in the final 5 or 6 minutes unless they're down big and need offense. Like, that's where this thing is trending internally for the Mavs. And I know that's going to frustrate some fans. But check this out. They feel like, once again, he's being a good soldier to get a deal. This is an important part of the insider report. In the past, he has developed a reputation that as soon as he signs the deal, he starts showing up late and unfocused. And maybe that background mindset, you can't hide all of that. And they're starting to see, like, well, maybe is that it? Because they're not seeing a full commitment to what they want, and they're trying to leverage him into giving the effort to get the buckets. You notice he's only getting 9 shots per game, even though he's still playing 26 minutes. That free shooting Christian Wood that you saw on the opening night, that has been disposed of. I think they're using shots as leverage to try to get him to do the attitude, the energy, and the effort. They see him more as a Jordan Clarkson or Drew Gooden type of player. Wow. Who's just, going to come in and attack, but doesn't really fit well into a team identity or into a starting 5 on an actual contender. But They really got him because they think he's going to be willing to sacrifice to get the next contract. For me, that means this is a rent-a-player situation.
Yeah.
And you have to hope that it goes really, really well. And maybe by the end of the year, Christian Wood could make them interested in a long-term deal. But right now, they would feel like you give him the big contract and you get all of the stuff that made him available for basically nothing. And that's a risk that to my ears sounded like something you don't want anything to do with. This is not a building block foundational player. It's a player that you have a temporary relationship with and you hope it works out for everybody involved.
Right, because the talent's just immense. The talent is so great with that guy. But it is just a scary thought to be like, you're the one that pays him, and now you're stuck with a ticking time bomb, basically. And you'd also, on the other side, like to think maybe Jason Kidd has built a culture that you could finally get a guy like Christian Wood to buy in to where you can just go ahead and reap all the benefit of what a great talent that is. And maybe you can have a long Batman and Robin with Luka and a player like Christian Wood, and you can finally find that 1-2 punch that we've talked about with Pollard and Zeke. Now you have it with the Mavericks, but
yeah,
I don't know that that's capable of happening. And maybe the Mavericks, now that they're a couple weeks into the season, and even though it is such a small sample size when you extrapolate it across 82 games, maybe they're starting to find that out a little bit, and they're starting to get, figure out what makes Christian Wood tick.
Yeah.
And really, really how the individual and the person is, not just the basketball player.
Okay, 972, why are they holding Wood so accountable, but nobody holds Luka for being hot-tempered little boy with the refs? That's something. I know they held Luka accountable last playoff season for his defense. Jason Kidd ripped him and saying, you got to participate. And I thought that was, as far as his attitude towards the refs, you got to be trying to fix that. That's just embarrassing.
But you're not going to do anything crazy like keep him out of a game because it's Luka Doncic and he's at the height of the sport. So there's a little bit of different rules there. But Christian Wood doesn't get to play by different rules. And the big picture idea of what they're doing right now in hopes that he will acquiesce to the way they want him to play, they know that's the only chance for them to actually win a title this year. They can have fun with it, and you could just say, yeah, sure, Christian Wood, go get your points and cool. And it might be a decently fun regular season at times where you have opening night Christian Wood and he's just making it rain from everywhere, but you lost that game.
Yeah.
And so if the title is what you want, and if you're Jason Kidd, especially for a guy that you just said is probably a rent-a player, you don't sacrifice the culture that you've established and are continuing to establish for that kind of guy.
Yeah.
You don't break the culture that you're wanting for a guy that's probably going to be here for 6 months.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Exactly. Right, because you just went to like you just proved, hey, Luka's good enough, and our culture and our system under Jason Kidd is good enough to get to the conference finals with try-hard guys.
972 says, dude, I've been a Tolo since 2019. These past Mavs segments y'all have done have been so negative, and it's built off of rumors. SMH, y'all need to do better. Well, let me tell you, 972, I appreciate you listening, and thanks for catching our most recent Mavs segments, but I had the opposite opinion yesterday, that it's Jason Kidd putting, his opinion over what's better ahead of putting the better players on the court. And it was a result of sort of me and other fans saying that have brought this other information to light. And these aren't rumors, This goes along with how Christian Wood's career has gone up to this point. It was said in the offseason, hopefully you putting him in a winning context and away from the toxicity of a losing environment like Houston, he'll conform to your culture. He's not. Like, the good news is you're only 6 games in. You have the number 1 offense. You have the number 12 defense. This season is going in a good direction. The good news is Jason Kidd has standards, and he's a hell of a coach, and he's not going to make excuses for guys and put non-try-hard guys in. But the reason they were able to get to the conference finals last year and beat Utah and Phoenix was an absolute commitment to playing as a team. And they have to be scrappy. They have to be covering. They have to be connected. They have to be communicating, especially on the defensive end. And Christian Wood just flat out is not doing that and is not trying hard enough to pick that up for the coach's satisfaction. I was on the other side of it. I was ready to take Christian Wood's side yesterday and took multiple steps in that direction. So this new information coming to me, I had to check my ego. I had to say, well, what you thought from the outside looking in was wrong yesterday, Gavin, because now actual credible information is coming right to your inbox, and you need to pay attention and respect this level of information. So, since you called me out, or since you called out our content, I'll peel back the curtain a little bit more and explain exactly how this story and this segment has made it to air. But yeah, a sixth man. A sixth man gunner that we can put in when the other team's backups are in, maybe won't be so exploited on defense, is where we are right now.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is, and man, I love what everybody's saying here and just listening and learning. To me, you mentioned Spencer Dinwiddie, and you talk to people around the league, and they're kind of surprised of how well he's adapted to Dallas and to Kidd. And because they said everywhere he's been kind of a pain in the ass, but he's buying in. He's buying in as a guy that's, doesn't, is not that me first guy. That's the thing I think that you need to maybe, and when agents get involved and stuff like that, and, they tell you, hey, you're a starter, we'll get you starter money. To me, Christian Wood needs to embrace that off the bench role. Embrace that. It's the start and the money. If you're knocking down shots, they'll pay you. They'll figure out ways to pay you. But if they also, though, if teams kind of understand that, that you're not buying in, you're not working hard, you're not doing all, they don't want to be involved with you. So I kind of feel like, though, that, there's time. I mean, there's a lot of time left in the season here.
Yeah.
But I think the things that Gavin, you and Zach and Eric are bringing up are absolutely things as a Mavs fan you should be concerned about. Yeah. But you should be happy that Jason Kidd's standards are so high that he is not going to put up with BS. He'll do whatever players he's given, he'll do his best, but he's also asking the buy-in from the players. And I be honest with you, I applaud that.
No question.
I do too. Yeah.
And I think, we're getting some texters. We were so excited on Christian Wood, and now you're changing. We're just adapting to the information we're getting. Yeah, we were damn excited about Christian Wood. I think we still think Christian Wood is an excellent player.
He can go get you 25 and
10.
We
are still excited about him.
Yeah.
We're just adapting to the information that we're given that we're given and we're sharing with you.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily completely change our opinion. We're still hopeful that Christian Wood will work out as a Maverick, but it does seem like unless there's a drastic change in effort and especially defensive capability, it might not last past this year. And why you don't hold, look, I get a lot of fans when it comes to Luka. There's frustration there with maybe the outbursts and how he acts. There's a big difference in Luka Doncic, who's proven you're a 50-game winner with a bunch of guys around you, and a Christian Wood who's jumped from team to team, and he's a lottery pick guy.
Yeah.
His team is in the lottery. Luka Doncic is a top 10 player in the league. You don't treat those games the same.
3. Okay, let's jump into the Stephen Jones cut here real quick. Get you some Cowboys before we hit the expressway. On the return of Tyron Smith, here was Stephen Jones earlier at a Cowboys press conference.
You're still 3 or 4 weeks out, and 3 or 4 or 5. You don't really know for sure till you really start to hone in. And I think we got some of the best in the business, and Brett Brown in particular, who's in charge of the rehab part of this. Jim Maurer does an amazing job. So I know they're going to get the most out of them and get them ready to play football, in a timely fashion that meets with the timeline that's best for Tyron. Certainly, to have a Hall of Fame type left tackle sitting there ready to come back, certainly makes you feel good. When you talk in terms of how you're going to improve as a team, to have a guy like that coming back is a huge plus.
Is it 3-4 weeks? Is that the start to practice window in your mind? Is that where you just make
yeah,
sure
I think you're 3 or 4 weeks before you think about starting the window.
Okay. And
now that could change. With Brett Brown, anything could happen. I'll put the pressure on him.
So, yeah, maybe early December, you talk about getting back to practice. The 21-day window starts, and he's coming back around Christmas or something like that with 2 games to play before the playoffs start. That's cutting it pretty close. I'm excited just because of the chance that it could make the offensive line better. I think you have to temper the excitement quite a bit because of his age, the injury, and he didn't look great in training camp or against the Niners last year.
Yeah, I think the thing that Steven was talking about, though, is he put the pressure on Britt Brown and Jim Maurer and those guys, but Tyron's always going to work hard. What I'm kind of hearing about this whole thing is, if you want to put a timeline on it, start thinking about practice after the Colts game. That's when you need to kind of start thinking about this. And they're going to progress it from there. And I think they want to get him work in the game against the Jaguars. So I don't have all the names or the dates in front of me for all that. But if you just think about games, think about practice after the Colts and then possibly getting ready for that
last 4 weeks of the year, you'll have Tyrant
exactly.
for the final 4 games in the playoffs.
Yeah, that would be a timeline you could probably think about would be accurate.
That'd be the week before Christmas, December 18th. Yeah, and that would be you'd have that game and then 3 more games to close out your regular season there. But I'm not personally allowing the Tyron Smith stuff to get into my brain. I can't let it get my hopes up. The dude got hurt in training camp. I was dang near walking around.
Right now Tyler's been good, and I think he'll continue to just get better.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here, 105 through the fan. Let's hit the expressway. You good, Brian?
No, I'm good.
35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content.
I can't let this out.
I can't let Tyron Smith, I can't be fooled by it because even if he does show up and play, it'll be 5 seconds. He won't last 4 games? He's going to last 4 games?
Right. Just play him week 18.
No chance.
Play him week 18.
But right now,
I think you got to give him a chance, though, don't you?
You got to give him a chance, yes. I'm just saying I'm not going to let it get into my brain and get my hopes up. Oh, we got this Tyron Smith meat of the season. Everything's going to be different. You'll have him for 5 seconds.
Tyron Smith hope or Christian Wood hope?
I got more Christian Wood hope.
Yeah. Let that Tennessee, Georgia get you excited for Saturday. It's a 2 o'clock start right here on 105 through the fan. Bobby Bell joins us in 13 minutes. You have LA Live with Lucius coming up at about 5:40. We hit the expressway and everything that's been breaking this afternoon next in the nation.